Introduction. After facing disdain during a blind date, she turns to her best friend's car. Once her identity is revealed, the proud and aloof female so begs for forgiveness, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 1. The Perfect Blind Date. Listen here, young rascal. It matters not how troublesome your blind date. Maybe you must win her over. If you dare flee, I will return to the great Xia and break your legs. Qin Tian strolled leisurely along the sidewalk, the voice of the old man echoing through the phone. I know, he replied with a dismissive tone. But, old man, I've heard you've contacted dozens of families and over 30 lovely ladies. Am I expected to meet them all? Ahem. The elder coughed lightly, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. A blind date is not the end goal. I'm merely trying to help you cultivate your heart amidst the chaos of the world. Otherwise, your cultivation may stagnate. Do you understand? Got it? Well, I've arrived at my destination, so we'll hang up now. Qin Tian ended the call, stifling a yawn as he sauntered into the nearby CF where his blind date awaited. To be honest, he felt somewhat irritated. He genuinely did not wish to engage in such meaningless encounters, yet the old man's orders were absolute, leaving him quite morose. Years ago, Qin Tian had been compelled to leave Great Xia, and now, having returned with a different purpose in mind, he found it frustrating to waste time on blind dates. Entering the CAF, he ascended to a private room on the second floor. As he opened the door, a fragrant aroma greeted him, reminiscent of a woman's delicate perfume. Inside, a tall and slender woman sat upright on the sofa, absorbed in her phone. She was not only beautifully shaped, but had an exquisitely refined facey oval shaped with elegant eyebrows, a straight nose, full lips hiding bright teeth, and her features so strikingly three-dimensional that she bore a resemblance to a Nordic goddess. Is this truly my blind date? She is rather stunning. Qin Tian scrutinized her for a moment without greeting her, confidently taking a seat across from her. Are you Qin Tian? The woman inquired, casting her gaze toward him, her voice laced with trepidation. He nodded, her brows furrowed, and a look of distaste immediately crossed her face. I'm Su Jinwen, she declared, introducing herself. Qin Tian nonchalantly lifted his coffee and replied, I was sent here by the old man. Oh really? Su Jinwen's tone turned icy. I have no interest in pleasantries. I prefer to be straightforward. Do you honestly believe that we could ever be together? His response took Qin Tian aback. He had anticipated that her family would be thrilled to meet a disciple of Lu Xinfeng, eager to cement connections due to the elder's formidable status. After all, no family could resist the temptation of becoming relatives with someone of such repute. Yet it seemed this woman was not impressed by the elder's identity. Or perhaps she simply ignored it altogether. It was evident that she was just as reluctant to engage in this blind date as he was. In fact, Qin Tian found himself appreciating this attitude. If neither of them wished to be here, why not just end the encounter and go their separate ways? Actually, he began, but she interrupted him, declaring, I know what you are planning to say, but regrettably, we are not from the same world. I have no idea what tricks you've used to convince my parents to agree to this blind date, but I have thoroughly researched you beforehand. Su Jinwen cast a disdainful glance at Qin Tian. From what I've gathered, you lack connections, education, or any real ability. The only thing you possess is a modest good looks, rendering you utterly unremarkable. Ah! Qin Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, surprised at how severely the elder had portrayed him. Meanwhile, I'm just 24 and already managing my family's business, earning millions annually, living in a mansion, driving luxury cars, and associating with high society figures. Why on earth would I consider marrying you? What, in your opinion, makes you worthy of me? Su Jinwen lifted her chin defiantly. Well, Qin Tian opened his mouth to say something, but hesitated, swallowing his words instead. Although this young woman was undeniably beautiful, he had encountered many attractive women before he would not be easily swayed by mere appearances. Since she harbored no feelings for him, it would be pointless for him to press forth with his advances. You need not say another word. Someone like you is irrelevant to me. Your mistake was thinking a toad could court a swan. Enough. This blind date ends here. Goodbye. Su Jinwen drained her coffee and strode out, heels clicking sharply against the floor. By the way, at the door, she paused, turning to glance back at Qin Tian. I've settled the bill. Feel free to enjoy your drink. With a toss of her hair, she exited, pride radiating from her. Goodness, today's women are truly impetuous. Qin Tian shook his head in resignation. However, with his disposition, he could hardly muster any genuine anger. Perhaps this was indeed what the old man referred to as refining one's heart amidst worldly affairs. If he could not endure such minor setbacks, all the years of his training would be for naught. Leisurely sipping his coffee for a while longer, Qin Tian also made his way out. He intended to call the old man to inform him that the woman had left before he could say a single word. This was hardly his fault, yet as he stepped outside the CAF, he froze in surprise. Su Jinwen had not gone far. There she stood at the CAF entrance, visibly impatient, while beside her stood a similarly attractive but plainly dressed young woman, earnestly trying to persuade her. Qin Tian listened carefully, their conversation easily reaching his ears. Jinwen, Grandpa insisted that you bring him home. You cannot simply walk away. Are you done yet? That bumpkin? If you want to bring him home, do it yourself. I have no interest in him, and I have a gathering to attend, no time to waste here. With that, Su Jinwen shoved the young woman aside and approached a parked Porsche on the roadside, climbing into the vehicle. At the wheel sat a young man adorned with ear studs, who cast a challenging glance at Qin Tian before flooring the accelerator and roaring away like an unleashed beast. Meanwhile, the young woman noticed Qin Tian exiting the CAF and approached him with a radiant smile. As she drew near, a captivating fragrance enveloped him, causing his heart to stir. In that moment, he trembled with surprise, his eyes widening with delight. It's her! It must be her! A voice within Qin Tian shouted ecstatically, his gaze toward the young woman intensifying with fervor. Chapter 2. This is my boyfriend, Qin Tian. 8 years ago, Qin Tian was cruelly cast into the river by his enemies, nearly drowning like a lifeless dog. Fortunately, a person emerged to rescue him from the watery depths. He distinctly remembers that it was a woman, who possessed a uniquely captivating fragrance. That scent is one he could never forget. Regrettably, when he was saved, his consciousness was clouded, and he could not discern her appearance or identity. Upon awakening, he found himself in a hospital, while the one who saved him had long since departed, leaving no trace behind. For 8 long years, he searched tirelessly for the person who had rescued him. But to no avail. Just when he believed their fates had diverged, he unexpectedly encountered her again today after a failed blind date. Now, he is certain that the one who saved him all those years ago is the enchanting and kind woman standing before him. As her distinctive fragrance is unparalleled, as he watched her approach, Qin Tian's heart raced, igniting feelings reminiscent of his first love. You must be Qin Tian, right? The young woman said apologetically. Qin Tian nodded, slightly anxious. Had anyone who recognized him witnessed this moment, they would surely be astonished. The formidable Qin Tian, revered by the world's strongest and feared by countless ruthless individuals, was now visibly nervous before a woman. However, the young woman remained oblivious to his reaction. She brushed her hair aside and continued, I apologize. I am Su Jinyu, the older sister of Jinwen. She is still young and naive, if she has acted inappropriately. Please bear with us that Su Jinyu. Qin Tian's eyes brightened. What a splendid name. She is indeed as beautiful and flawless as a perfect jade. Just as he was about to speak, a man's voice, filled with surprise, rang out from behind him. Jinyu, what a coincidence. Meeting here for coffee is quite serendipitous. Turning around, he saw a tall, handsome man striding towards them, a radiant smile plastered across his face. Yet, the glint of greed and malice lurking in his eyes did not escape Qin Tian's notice. He also observed that upon seeing this man, Su Jinyu's brows slightly furrowed. Clearly, she was not fond of him, as Qin Tian suspected. Su Jinyu exhibited a strong aversion to the man before her. His name was Li Xiaohang, the most aggressive suitor among the wealthy elite pursuing her. She despised such playboys, recognizing that his interest was insincere. He merely viewed her as prey to satisfy his desire for conquest. Should he succeed, she would soon be cast aside without mercy. However, his status compelled her to tread carefully, for he was the young master of the Li family, one of the 10 prominent families in Jinhai. While she was merely an illegitimate daughter of the second-rate Su family. Jinyu, tonight is my birthday. I am hosting a birthday party. Since we've met, why not join us? Li Xiaohang suggested enthusiastically, to is that appropriate. Su Jinyu hesitated, having already declined his advances numerous times. Yet, given his influential background, she feared that continued disregard might adversely affect her family. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Our meeting is fate, Li Xiaohang insisted, reaching out to pull Su Jinyu closer. Observing this, Qin Tian stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Jinyu, and declared in a low voice, "What are you trying to do? Who are you?" Li Xiaohang's expression darkened immediately. Did I in that moment? A bold thought flashed through Su Jinyu's mind. She grasped Qin Tian's arm and smiled at Li Xiaohang, saying, "This is my boyfriend. Qin Tian, I hope you don't mind if he joins your party." Boyfriend? Li Xiaohang's face contorted with confusion. He had always been Su Jinyu's #1 admirer and had never heard of her having a boyfriend. The sudden emergence of one was indeed peculiar. Qin Tian, equally bewildered, glanced back at Su Jinyu. Noticing the skepticism on Li Xiaohang's face, Su Jinyu stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Qin Tian's, and added, "Darling, this is Li Xiaohang, the young master of the Li family." Qin Tian understood Su Jinyu's intentions and nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, so you are Li Xiaohang. It is a pleasure to meet you." Li Xiaohang narrowed his eyes, his gaze toward Qin Tian growing increasingly sinister. Observing this, Su Jinyu quickly interjected, "I apologize, Xiaohang. I have had a boyfriend for a while, but have only now introduced him to you." She hoped this would dissuade Li Xiaohang from pursuing her further. "Not a problem." Li Xiaohang's demeanor darkened, his eyes concealing a murderous intent. Having ruled Jinhai for years, he was furious to have a rookie steal his thunder. His anger could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, he shifted back into a congenial facade. Smiling as he said, "In that case, let us all attend the party together." Though jealousy burned within him, Li Xiaohang maintained a facade of politeness as he observed their closeness. Su Jinyu, unable to decline further, turned to Qin Tian, seeking his silent approval. That he smiled reassuringly, indicating that she should not worry, that he was curious to see what scheme Li Xiaohang had in store. With newfound resolve, Su Jinyu accepted Li Xiaohang's invitation. The three of them then climbed into Li Xiaohang's car, heading to their destination. Throughout the journey, Su Jinyu clung tightly to Qin Tian's arm, never letting go. As Qin Tian savored the softness of Su Jinyu beside him and inhaled her unique fragrance. A contented expression graced his face, filling him with immense joy. Shortly after they boarded the car, he received a message from the old man. "How is it going? This girl seems perfect." The message concluded with a lewd, smiley face. "Everything is going smoothly. You need not worry." Qin Tian replied casually. "Focus on your heart in the mortal realm. Do your best." The old man responded with a flurry of star emojis. Qin Tian shook his head in exasperation. He had not anticipated that the old man would find him a blind date and even locate his past savior. Fate truly is a wondrous thing. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Tianwang building, the venue for Li Xiaohang's celebration. This establishment is renowned in Jinhai as a luxurious hotspot, with hotels occupying the lower floors and KTVs and billiard halls on the top 10 floors. Li Xiaohang had reserved a lavish private room in the Emperor's suite of KTV, showcasing his extravagance. However, upon their arrival, the room was entirely empty. "Xiaohang, where are your friends? Haven't they arrived?" Su Jinyu inquired. Puzzled, Xiaohang uncorked a bottle of Lafite and replied, "Haha, don't worry. I've informed everyone, and they will be here shortly. Let us start drinking." He offered a glass to Su Jinyu while ignoring Qin Tian as if he were invisible. Qin Tian paid no mind, instead scrolling aimlessly through his phone. By the way, what do you do for a living?" Li Xiaohang suddenly asked, directing his inquiry at Qin Tian. Qin Tian glanced up and replied nonchalantly, "I currently have no job. I just returned to the country." Li Xiaohang feigned surprise. "I wonder if you graduated from Harvard or MIT. Regardless, the man Jinyu is interested in must be extraordinary. I haven't attended those schools. I simply studied under a master abroad for a few years and have now returned." Qin Tian responded honestly, feeling no need to conceal anything. Studying? Su Jinyu and Li Xiaohang were taken aback. "Brother, when you say studying, you're not implying that you joined some cult abroad, are you? Your master isn't some priest, is he? Can you now use holy water to exorcise evil spirits?" Li Xiaohang teased, half in jest and half in provocation. Qin Tian recognized the underlying taunt but chose to ignore him, opting instead to continue fiddling with his phone. Li Xiaohang, realizing this, shifted his focus back to Su Jinyu, persistently clinking glasses with her. Although Su Jinyu feigned enthusiasm, her brow remained furrowed, anxiously hoping for Li Xiaohang's friends to arrive soon, allowing the gathering to conclude quickly. just as Qin Tian was occupied with his phone. A new message alert popped up that he opened the chat app to find a message from a boy with an anime avatar. Third senior brother, you've returned. Why didn't you inform me? After reading the message, a smile crept across Qin Tian's face. The old man had 7 disciples, each remarkable in their own right. Be it formidable leaders, wealthy tycoons, dazzling actresses, or miraculous doctors. The one messaging him now was his junior disciple, Long Yun, the youngest war god of the Daxia. Chapter 3. Are you being shameless? Having trained under their master for many years, Qin Tian and his junior disciple shared a deep bond. Receiving his message brought him joy, prompting a quick response. I returned in a hurry, and haven't had the chance to notify anyone. Moments later, Long Yun replied, I'm about to board a plane. I'll be in Jinhai in an hour. Where are you? I'll come find you right away. It had been 2 years since Qin Tian last saw his junior disciple. Now that he was back in Daxia, he would undoubtedly seek Long Yun's assistance. So he sent his location. Long Yun quickly replied with an acknowledgement to that moment. The door to the private room swung open, and a group of fashionably dressed young gentlemen and ladies entered the royal suite, laughing and joking. How? Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Su the beauty, hello! You are becoming increasingly youthful and beautiful. They greeted Li Xiaohang and Su Jinyu with exuberance, yet they seemed deliberately oblivious to Qin Tian, who sat beside them. Not even bothering to inquire about him, that it was evident that Li Xiaohang had communicated with them in advance and was already aware that Qin Tian was Su Jinyu's boyfriend, intentionally casting him a disdainful glance. Haha, welcome, welcome! Li Xiaohang opened his arms to embrace the crowd, simultaneously casting a sidelong glance at Qin Tian, a surge of smugness rising within him. Qin Tian remained unfazed by their attitude, engrossed in his phone. In truth, he should not have been present here. His attendance was solely due to Su Jinyu. How they perceived him was their concern. As long as they did not provoke him, he was indifferent. Hey, move aside! At that moment, a young heir with dyed white hair squeezed beside Qin Tian, shoving him aside before seating himself closely next to Su Jinyu. Qin Tian's brow furrowed slightly, but he did not express anger. Su, let us share a drink, shall we? The white-haired young man began to curry favor after sitting beside Su Jinyu. Li Xiaohang snatched the wine glass the white-haired man had offered to Su Jinyu. Xiaobai, allow me to drink on behalf of Jinyu. Your prowess in drinking is notorious, and I dare not let you intoxicate her. Haha, fine Xiao, we can drink together. The white-haired man laughed heartily to that moment. Li Xiaohang subtly gestured to the white-haired man, who, understanding the cue, pretended to lose his grip and spilled wine all over Su Jinyu. Oh no! Li Xiaohang exclaimed, reaching out to pat the wine off Su Jinyu. Xiaobai, what have you done? Spilling wine all over Jinyu. With a swift motion, Su Jinyu reacted, slapping away Li Xiaohang's inappropriate hand and grabbing a tissue from the table. I'll handle it myself. My apologies, Su. The white-haired man feigned regret, patting Qin Tian beside him. Hey, the glass broke. Go fetch me a new one. Get it yourself. Qin Tian glanced at him calmly. Oh, so arrogant. Where do you hail from? The white-haired man turned to Qin Tian, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. The surrounding young gentlemen and ladies, witnessing the exchange, eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. They understood that the white-haired man was acting under Li Xiaohang's instructions to target Qin Tian, with Li Xiaohang being the scion of the Jinhai Li family, and the white-haired man's status not being insignificant either. Dealing with someone like Qin Tian, who lacked wealth, power, or connections, was hardly a challenge for them. Where I come from is of no concern to you. Qin Tian's voice darkened. Interesting. The white-haired man placed his hand on Qin Tian's shoulder, speaking arrogantly that I'll give you 5 seconds to fetch me a new glass. Qin Tian raised his head, locking eyes with him, and coldly replied, then I'll also give you 5 seconds to remove your hand from my shoulder. And if I don't? Before the 5 seconds were up, before the white-haired man could finish his taunt, Qin Tian swiftly reversed his hand and pressed down on the man's shoulder, causing him to yelp in pain, tears and snot streaming down his face. Damn it. How dare you lay a hand on me? Let go of Bai. The surrounding young gentlemen, witnessing the scene, erupted in outrage, grabbing beer bottles in preparation to encircle Qin Tian for a beating. Wait, Li Xiaohang waved his hand to halt them, then turned to Qin Tian, asking, what is the meaning of this? Why did you injure my friend? Qin Tian retained his grip on the white-haired man, sneering, you saw it. It was your friend who was impolite first, Su Jinyu, concerned for Qin Tian. Hurriedly raised her glass and proactively toasted Li Xiaohang, saying, Xiao, let us not stoop to his level. Qin Tian just returned from abroad and is unfamiliar with the local customs. Here, I'll drink as an apology on his behalf to you and your friends. Upon seeing Su Jinyu take the initiative to toast, Li Xiaohang's expression softened somewhat. Haha, since Jinyu has spoken, I shall certainly grant you this favor. Li Xiaohang raised his goblet, clinking it with hers before downing the contents in one go. Su Jinyu also finished her drink in one gulp, then turned to Qin Tian, saying, Qin Tian, please let go of Xiao's friend. All right, I'll heed your words. Qin Tian smiled at Su Jinyu and released his grip on the white-haired man. Just then, Li Xiaohang suddenly approached Su Jinyu. Speaking earnestly, Jinyu, after all these years, do you still not comprehend my feelings? Today, being my birthday, why not agree to be my girlfriend? As long as you consent to be my girlfriend. I shall let this matter of your boyfriend injuring my friend slide, but Su Jinyu immediately felt a wave of embarrassment. She wanted to push Li Xiaohang away, but dared not, instead mustering the courage to say, Xiao, you've had too much to drink. Jinyu, you must agree to be my girlfriend today, Li Xiaohang insisted, his tone firm and unyielding. Indeed, Su, you and Xiao are a match made in heaven. Why are you not together? Li Xiaohang's friends chimed in. Xiao is truly sincere towards you. He often forgets to eat and sleep because of you. You should agree. No, I already have a boyfriend. Su Jinyu began to panic slightly. She had not anticipated that Li Xiaohang would put on such a display at this moment, exuding an air of coercion. Jinyu, we both know very well that your boyfriend is nothing but a sham, merely a shield you've put forward. Agree to be my girlfriend, or else the shield might find himself in a precarious situation today. Moreover, he has injured Xiaobai. Given Xiaobai's family background, it could very well implicate you. Li Xiaohang threatened, leaning in closer, attempting to embrace Su Jinyu. Just then, Qin Tian swiftly stepped in front of Su Jinyu, shielding her behind him, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, swung a wine bottle at Li Xiaohang's head. With a sharp crack, the bottle shattered, and blood streamed from Li Xiaohang's head, shards of glass scattering across the floor. Following that, Qin Tian's disdainful voice rang out, Are you not ashamed? Chapter 4. Escalation of Events. Xiao. Seeing Li Xiaohang struck, the group of young gentlemen and ladies surged forward. Li Xiaohang pushed through the crowd, clutching his bleeding head, his face twisted in fury as he pointed at Qin Tian. You dare to hit me? I will make you pay today. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you. What are you waiting for? Break his legs. The white-haired man had long sought to teach Qin Tian a lesson, brandishing a beer bottle as he led the charge. Who are you planning to cripple? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from outside the door. Moments later, the door to the private room was thrust open, revealing a strikingly handsome young man with an imposing demeanor. Upon spotting Qin Tian, the newcomer immediately beamed, throwing his arms around him in joviality. Senior brother, I missed you so much. You're finally back in Daxia. The newcomer was Long Yun, the junior disciple who had contacted Qin Tian earlier. Senior brother? Li Xiaohang wiped the blood from his forehead, regarding Long Yun with confusion. Are you in cahoots with him? Long Yun disdainfully scanned Li Xiaohang and his companions, expressing his displeasure. Senior brother, why are you mingling with such lowly company? I don't know them. I was at a loss for how to introduce Su Jinyu, and she brought me here. Long Yun then noticed Su Jinyu and promptly exclaimed, You must be the one the old man introduced to my senior brother. Greetings, sister-in-law. As soon as Long Yun spoke, Li Xiaohang erupted in anger. She is not your sister-in-law. She is mine. If you know what's good for you, get out of here, or I'll deal with you too. Long Yun scratched his ear. Exasperated, senior brother, can you tolerate a swarm of flies buzzing around? Who are you calling a fly? The white-haired man hurled the beer bottle towards Long Yun. Watch out. Su Jinyu instinctively gasped. Qin Tian did not flinch, while Long Yun merely waited until the bottle was nearly upon him before swatting it away, sending it spinning back towards its owner, striking him squarely on the forehead, bang, with a sharp sound. The bottle hit the white-haired man, causing him to see stars and collapse to the ground, but Li Xiaohang, taken aback by the sudden appearance of another person willing to fight, bellowed, Everyone attack! Take them both down! A group of young men leapt over the coffee table, rushing towards Long Yun and Qin Tian. Senior brother, allow me to handle this minor inconvenience. Long Yun raised his foot, sending one young man flying off the table. And with a punch, he shattered an ashtray that was hurled at him, then struck the one holding the ashtray, breaking his nose and causing blood to splatter. That in a seamless motion, he executed a side kick and elbow strike, taking down yet another young man. Within moments, all the assailants lay incapacitated on the ground. Now it's your turn. Long Yun raised an eyebrow at Li Xiaohang. That why dash you? Li Xiaohang's face turned ashen, stammering in fear. Realizing that Qin Tian had summoned a formidable ally, for a moment, he was speechless. Recovering from her shock, Su Jinyu urgently shouted, "Don't hit him." Qin Tian and his junior disciple had already pierced the heavens. Having taken down these young masters, all of whom possessed significant backgrounds, their family powers far exceeding that of the Su family, that if they were to further assault Li Xiaohang, it would be utterly impossible to salvage the situation. Upon the elder sister-in-law's command, they decided to spare him. Long Yin clapped his hands and winked at Qin Tian. "Your junior didn't embarrass you in front of your sister-in-law, did he? Spare me." However, Li Xiaohang was unwilling to let it go, proclaiming, "I, Li Xiaohang, have never suffered losses in Jinhide. If you have the guts, just wait for me." With that, he directly dialed a number. "Dog brother, I have a bit of trouble here. Come in person with your men, and there will be generous rewards afterward." After hanging up, he turned back to Qin Tian and coldly stated, "Don't think you're the only one who can find help. I, Li Xiaohang, also have brothers in the underworld." Upon hearing the name Dog Brother, Su Jinyu immediately panicked. The Dog Brother that Li Xiaohang referred to, nicknamed Mad Dog, was a notorious figure who had risen in Jinhai over the past 2 years. Renowned for his ruthlessness, he had once crippled the legs and gouged out the eyes of a scion from a third-rate family after a conflict. The third-rate family sought revenge, but was exterminated overnight. Generally, people preferred to avoid provoking individuals like Mad Dog, as he was akin to a rabid wild dog, capable of anything. That Su Jinyu did not wish for matters to escalate further, and pleaded, "Xiaohang, it was just a misunderstanding. That I will cover all expenses today, including the medical and recuperation fees for all the young masters. Please do not stoop to their level." Li Xiaohang was quite pleased with Su Jinyu's panicked expression and immediately crossed his legs, stating, "Do you think I care about that measly medical fee? If they don't leave an arm or a leg today, they won't be able to walk out of this door." He then added, "And you, Su Jinyu, if you don't serve me well today, the bill will be on your Su family's head." With her eyes reddening, Su Jinyu felt tears welling up, knowing that her momentary recklessness could implicate the Su family, and Qin Tian might suffer injury because of her. Turning to Qin Tian, she remorsefully said, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Long Yun scratched his head in disbelief. Was the elder sister-in-law truly that timid? It was just a minor incident, not something to cry over. "That it's all right." Qin Tian smiled, offering comfort to Su Jinyu, then casually addressed Li Xiaohang. "The people who were beaten were dealt with by me and Long Yun. It has nothing to do with the Su family, so don't drag them into this." That Li Xiaohang sneered. "Whether it has to do with them is not for you to decide." Long Yun's gaze sharpened as he looked at Qin Tian and said, "Senior brother, just take him out." Since entering, he had found Li Xiaohang utterly intolerable, wishing nothing more than to slap him dead. However, Qin Tian shook his head helplessly. "Come on, you are the war god of Daxia. Why speak in such a rough manner?" Before he could express his stance, a sharp, hoarse voice echoed from outside. "Who do you want to kill?" "That depends on whether my Mad Dog brother agrees." As the voice faded, a man with a flat nose and crooked mouth, bearing a fierce countenance, kicked aside a shattered wine bottle as he walked in. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Xiaohang instantly perked up and shouted, "Dog brother, you finally arrived." Mad Dog scanned Long Yun and Qin Tian before sitting beside Li Xiaohang. Disdain plastered across his face. "That at just these two clowns. That fellow has some skills, managing to take down all my brothers." Li Xiaohang pointed at Long Yun, gritting his teeth. Mad Dog glanced at the fallen young masters, curling his lip. "Well, that makes things a bit tricky. Dog brother, just say the word." Li Xiaohang urged fiercely. Mad Dog clicked his tongue, a playful smirk forming. "1 arm and 1 leg for 1 million. For 2 of them, that's 4 million deal." Although 4 million was no small sum, Li Xiaohang could afford it. "Brothers, time to get to work." Mad Dog called out, and a dozen fierce-looking men barged in, each wielding weapons. What to do now? What to do? Su Jinyu was thoroughly panicked. She had never witnessed such a scene. Just then, another voice rang out from outside. "We just received a report. Someone is causing a ruckus here. Do you not regard our inspection department? The arrival of the inspection department brought a flicker of hope to Su Jinyu. Finally, salvation was at hand. The inspection department maintained order and dealt with various criminal activities. Even Li Xiaohang and Mad Dog would not dare to act violently in front of them. Mad Dog, you brought people to cause trouble again? Do you really think our inspection department cannot handle you? A small, middle-aged man with a righteous demeanor pushed through the crowd into the private room. However, upon seeing Li Xiaohang, his expression instantly brightened as he hurriedly greeted. Xiaohang, what brings you here? Gong Lei, you sure have some authority. The team leader of the inspection department, Gong Lei, quickly replied, in front of Xiaohang, how could I dare wield any authority? Have you been wronged? Would you like us to stand up for you? That's enough. Such matters are not suitable for the inspection department. Let Dog Brother handle it. You can all pretend you didn't TC anything. Understood? We will keep watch outside for you, Xiaohang. Gong Lei nodded, bowing obsequiously. Witnessing this scene, Long Yun's expression turned sour. As he and the inspection department were both guardians of Daxia, he never anticipated that they would grovel before someone like Li Xiaohang, disregarding the law. Just as he was about to explode, Mad Dog stood up, declaring, now that there are no interruptions, take off one arm and one leg from each of them. Once done, we'll take the bounty from Xiaohang and go drink. Long Yun, already furious, saw Mad Dog's men storming toward them and angrily shouted, Senior brother, don't intervene. I'll handle this scum myself. Don't go overboard. Qin Tian calmly advised as he took 2 steps back. Qin Tian, Su Jinyu anxiously exclaimed, can your junior disciple take on that group? We should call the police. They aren't just any young masters. They are armed and might actually kill. They are merely a bunch of insects. If my junior disciple takes action against them, it would be akin to them lighting incense at their ancestors' graves. Qin Tian pulled Su Jinyu to stand beside him, encouraging her to watch the spectacle. The youngest war god of Daxia battling a group of petty thugs. Indeed, those thugs should feel fortunate. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu furrowed her brows even tighter. That moment, a thug swung a steel pipe at Long Yun's arm. But Long Yun made no attempt to evade, raising his arm to meet it. With a resounding clang, the steel pipe bent upon impact, while his arm remained unharmed. The thug wielding the steel pipe stood frozen in shock. You want to cripple me? Very well. Long Yun coldly snorted, gripping the thug's arm and twisting it. Simultaneously, he delivered a kick to the thug's left leg. With a scream, the thug's arm and leg were both rendered useless. Without a glance at the howling thug, Long Yun discarded him like refuse and moved on to the next. He intended to incapacitate one arm and one leg from each of these scoundrels. Su Jinyu covered her mouth, her face filled with astonishment as she watched Qin Tian. How is your junior disciple so powerful? Did you both learn from the same master? Of course, Qin Tian grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Then why are you so weak? Su Jinyu asked, her expression adorably naïve. Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by her conclusion that he was weak. However, seeing her adorably innocent demeanor, he chose not to hold it against her. In a matter of moments, all 10 thugs lay on the ground, clutching their injured arms and legs while howling in agony. They had been rendered incapacitated. Mad Dog blinked in disbelief, looking at Long Yun and then at his fallen brothers. Unable to contain a shudder, he stood up and asked, Brother, which path do you hail from? Are you my brother? Long Yun coldly replied, You think you are worthy to be my brother? With that, he seized Mad Dog. Mad Dog attempted to break free, but found himself locked in place. His struggles futile. You scum like yourself will join the ranks of the others as a cripple. With a firm twist, the sounds of cracking bones echoed as one of Mad Dog's limbs was rendered useless. Having completed this, Long Yun turned to face Li Xiaohang. Li Xiaohang's mouth hung open in shock, and upon realizing Long Yun was looking at him, he quickly shouted, Captain Gong! Help! Help! Someone's trying to kill me! Gong Lei, along with the inspection department personnel outside, had already heard the screams from within the private room, initially believing it was the result of Qin Tian and Long Yun's actions. When he heard Li Xiaohang's plea, he paused momentarily, pushed open the door, and was met with the sight of Mad Dog and his men sprawled on the ground, while Li Xiaohang stood pale-faced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Gong Lei recognized an opportunity to curry favor with Xiaohang and swiftly stepped forward, saying, Rest assured, with our inspection department here, No one dares to act violently. They injured my friends. They are undoubtedly two heinous criminals. You must apprehend them and thoroughly interrogate them to find out how many people they have harmed. Such individuals must not be allowed to wreak havoc in Jinhai. Li Xiaoheng, cease your baseless accusations. It was your associates who instigated the altercations on both occasions, and the rabid dog you summoned was indeed brought at your behest. Su Jinyu had long heard of Li Xiaoheng's shamelessness. Yet she was taken aback by the depths of his depravity. After speaking, she turned to Gong Lei and asserted, Sir of the Inspection Department, your duty is to uphold the peace of Jinhai. To punish the wicked and promote virtue, you must not indulge in favoritism or pervert justice. Coughing lightly, Gong Lei proclaimed with righteous indignation, the Inspection Department naturally does not engage in favoritism. However, the facts are laid bare before us. All of young Master Hang's friends lie prostrate on the ground. If it was not young Master Hang who struck them down, nor they themselves who fell, could it possibly be you? Su Jinyu found herself momentarily speechless. As a young lady, how could you possibly overpower so many? Therefore, the assailants must be them. Arrest them all and bring them back to the Inspection Department. Gong Lei gestured grandly, preparing to take action. Long Yun seethed with fury, wishing to rend Gong Lei, this scoundrel, to pieces, and exclaimed, Do you dare to arrest me? Are you aware of who I am? Qin Tian restrained Long Yun, remarking, What he says is reasonable. Since they wish to take us back for questioning, let us cooperate and see what heinous charges they might concoct against us. Since we are to engage in this farce, Qin Tian decided to indulge in their game. Though he wondered whether Li Xiaoheng and the Inspection Department could withstand the consequences. Long Yun felt stifled, yet deterred by his senior's intervention, he chose to remain silent. Gong Lei, misinterpreting Qin Tian's compliance as fear, smugly stated, Little brother, you are quite perceptive. It would be wise to advise your friend to cooperate with our Inspection Department to mitigate his suffering. Rest assured, my junior and I will fully cooperate with the investigation of the Inspection Department. Qin Tian replied with overt eagerness. Gong Lei nodded in satisfaction. That is as it should be. Take them away. Su Jinyu, unable to bear the sight any longer, stepped forward, declaring, If your Inspection Department wishes to investigate, it cannot be that only Qin Tian and his companion are taken. Li Xiaoheng has sustained injuries. Does he not warrant investigation as well? You should be more aware of the nature of the rabid dog and his ilk than I. I am Su Jinyu of the Su family. Should you dare to act with such blatant partiality, I will certainly report you. Gong Lei, caught off guard by Su Jinyu's righteous stance, found himself in a quandary. As merely a team leader, he could not shoulder the responsibility of favoritism, and turned to Li Xiaoheng, Young Master Hang. If it is convenient for you, would you accompany us to the Inspection Department for assistance with the investigation? Of course. Li Xiaoheng rose, casting a cold glance at Su Jinyu, and remarked, Su Jinyu, you still defend Qin Tian. Do you truly harbor affection for this impoverished wretch, whether you are a genuine couple or merely pretending? I shall not celebrate my birthday in discontent that if you cannot amuse me, then Qin Tian shall not have an easy time, and neither shall you or the Su family find peace in Jinhai henceforth. With that, Li Xiaoheng delivered his threat and turned to leave. Chapter 6. You truly are not picky. Qin Tian, Long Yun, Su Jinyu, along with Li Xiaoheng and his rabid dog associates, were all escorted to the Inspection Department. Qin Tian and Long Yun found themselves confined in a separate holding room, while the rabid dogs were placed in another. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoheng, Su Jinyu, and other young masters were invited into the office. Each served a cup of coffee. Gong Lei pretended to take notes, stating the situation was clear. Young Master Hang and his friends had engaged in a dispute with Qin Tian, leading to Qin Tian summoning henchmen to assault young Master Hang as companions. Concerned about potential fatalities, young Master Hang sought the rabid dogs to intimidate Qin Tian. Long Yun, in a brazen display of disregard for the law, had injured over 10 individuals, a brutality that was simply appalling. Young Master Hang, his friends, and the rabid dogs were the victims. Qin Tian and Long Yun were to be temporarily detained by the Inspection Department. Li Xiaoheng raised a thumb in approval towards Gong Lei, commending the young team leader for his keen perception. You are mistaken. It was clearly by Mao and the rabid dogs who struck first. Qin Tian and Long Yun were acting in self-defense. Su Jinyu interjected hastily. Gong Lei retorted with conviction. Have you ever witnessed self-defense that results in the breaking of limbs and rendering individuals disabled? Su Jinyu was rendered speechless by the inquiry. Long Yun's actions were excessively severe. Young Master Hang, you and your friends may return to rest. The rabid dogs may also be taken away. Gong Lei concluded. Xiaohang stood with a sense of triumph. Addressing Su Jinyu, I offer you one more chance. Come to my room tonight, cleaned and ready, or I assure you that Qin Tian and Long Yun will not live to see another day in the inspection department. Dream on, Su Jinyu shouted in anger. With a sinister smile, Li Xiaohang replied, You may disregard the lives of Qin Tian and Long Yun, but what of the Su family's fate, if I am not pleased tonight? The Su family shall cease to exist by dawn. Having uttered this grim warning, Li Xiaohang turned and departed, leaving Su Jinyu pale and frozen in shock. Subsequently, he approached the holding room where Qin Tian and Long Yun were confined. Raising an eyebrow in triumph, I am leaving to indulge in merriment, while you are destined to remain here for eternity. Your demise is assured. Furthermore, tonight I shall claim your woman. Su Jinyu is as good as mine. You seek death. Long Yun seethed with rage. Qin Tian restrained Long Yun, scoffing, We shall not perish here, and you will never possess Su Jinyu. Li Xiaohang laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most delightful jest. You still believe you can escape? Do not be foolish. Await your demise right here. Humming a tune, Li Xiaohang sauntered away. After his departure, Long Yun questioned, Why did you stop me? How could a mere holding room confine the god of war of the great Xia? Qin Tian gazed expectantly towards the door and windows. Patience. We shall entertain them at our leisure. Upon leaving the inspection department, Su Jinyu hurried to the Su family's ancestral home and barged into her father's study. Su Nansheng, engrossed in a book, chastised Jinyu, You have always been composed. Why today do you resemble your younger sister in such a state of agitation? Su Jinyu gasped for breath. Were you not accompanying your sister on a blind date? How did it go? Su Nansheng recalled the blind date, closing his book and looking at his daughter expectantly that Su Jinyu had no time to explain, panting, Father, something has occurred. What happened? Su Nansheng's demeanor shifted to one of concern. It is not that your sister has assaulted her suitor, is it? His two daughters were polar opposites. The younger Su Jinyun was headstrong and domineering, while Su Jinyu was poised and refined. Just then, Su Jinyun returned and, hearing her father's words, retorted, Father, what nonsense are you speaking? I am assertive, not barbaric. That is good to hear, Su Nansheng replied. Qin Tian was chosen by your grandfather, and he entrusted you with supervision to prevent any mishaps. What has transpired? Su Nansheng questioned. Puzzled, Su Jinyu nervously tugged at her clothing, hesitating before recounting the events that unfolded after her sister departed, when she encountered Li Xiaohang. Upon hearing the tale, Su Jinyu erupted in fury. Su Jinyu, are you mad? How can we contend with someone like Li Xiaohang? I fail to comprehend what it is about him that appeals to you. If you offend him, how will it affect our Su family? Through gritted teeth, Su Jinyu argued, This is not merely a question of offending someone. We must find a way to rescue Qin Tian, or he will surely face death. You cannot mean to say you are infatuated with that waste. Su Jinyu exclaimed in disbelief, That I am not. Su Jinyu quickly denied. Yet Su Jinyu was unconvinced and mockingly remarked, No wonder you have consistently rebuffed Li Xiaohang. It turns out your tastes are quite peculiar, favoring a country bumpkin like Qin Tian. You truly are not picky. Su Jinyu, do not overstep. Su Jinyu, who had always tolerated her sister's jibes, felt her anger flare at this moment. With a scoff, Su Jinyu retorted, You are the one who has stirred trouble, potentially implicating the Su family. Ultimately, it will fall upon me to clean up your mess. What right do you have to raise your voice at me? As their argument escalated, Su Nansheng interjected, Enough of this bickering. After sitting down, Su Jinyu stated, We cannot involve ourselves in Qin Tian's affairs. We must personally go to Li Xiaohang to apologize to prevent him from retaliating against our family. Absolutely not. Qin Tian is in this predicament due to my actions. We cannot abandon him. Su Jinyu insisted, turning to her father. Father, do you not have a good relationship with the captain of the inspection department? Could you not intercede on his behalf to secure his release? Su Nansheng pondered for a moment. I have some rapport with Captain Bai Mingfa of the inspection department, but he likely fears offending the Li family. However, it should not be an issue for him to show some leniency towards Qin Tian. The concern lies in Su Nanxing hesitated, apprehensive about provoking the Li family, but Su Jinyu bit her lip. Please, for my mother's sake, help me and help Qin Tian. The mention of this matter darkened Su Nanxing's expression. Although both Su Jinyu and Su Jinyun were his daughters, they were not siblings by the same mother. Su Jinyun was born of his first wife, while Su Jinyu was the child of a former girlfriend, and they had never married. It was only after Su Jinyu's mother passed that Su Nanxing brought her back to the family, leaving him with a sense of obligation towards them. With Su Jinyu invoking her mother's memory, he could no longer refuse, retrieving his phone to call Bai Mingfa. Dear Bai, it has been quite some time since we last shared a drink together. Recently, I procured a few exquisite bottles from a private winery abroad. Let us indulge together on a future occasion. Mr. Su, you are too kind, always thinking of me during good times. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to your elder brother. Su Nanxing seized the opportunity to say, I do indeed have a matter that requires your assistance. Dear Bai, Su replied, whatever I can do, I shall certainly endeavor to assist. If it is beyond my means, I will find a way to help you nonetheless, Bai Mingfa asserted confidently. Upon hearing Bai Mingfa's willingness, Su Nanxing exhaled in relief and said, my daughter's boyfriend has been taken by your inspection department and is still detained there. Could you possibly facilitate his release? Such a situation exists, Bai Mingfa vowed earnestly. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will personally ensure that your son-in-law is returned shortly. Thank you, dear Bai. I shall surely bring a generous gift to express my gratitude on another day. Su Nanxing hung up the phone and reassured his daughter, do not worry, Captain Bai will send someone to bring Qin Tian and the others back shortly. That is good to hear. Su Jinyu sat on the sofa, feeling as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. However, Su Nanxing pondered for a moment and cautioned Su Jinyu. In the future, think twice before acting. That we cannot afford to offend individuals like Li Xiaohang, but we can certainly avoid him. Do not provoke him further. Su Jinyu hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. The issue with Qin Tian was resolved, yet her own predicament remained. That Li Xiaohang had insisted she visit him that evening, or else the Su family would be expelled from Jinhai. What was she to do? Just as Su Jinyu was lost in her worries, Su Nanxing's phone rang once more. Chapter 7. Summon your supervisor to see me. Su Nanxing, oblivious to his daughter's emotional turmoil, picked up his phone with enthusiasm. The more friends one has, the more paths one can tread. Bai Mingfa must have called specifically to inform us to prepare for the arrival of guests. That he then answered the call, Dear Bai. However, before he could finish, Bai Mingfa's stern voice boomed from the other end. Su Nanxing, I am the captain of the inspection department, not your elder brother. Refer to me as Captain Bai. Su Nanxing was taken aback. What was this sudden change? Just 3 minutes ago, Bai Mingfa had been jovial, yet his demeanor had shifted 180 degrees. Cautiously, he inquired, Captain Bai, have I erred in some way? Umph. Bai Mingfa retorted coldly, you should not have attempted to bribe me to release a criminal. A criminal? Just moments ago, he was to send Qin Tian back, yet now he was labeled as such. Could it be that Bai Mingfa was under pressure from the Li family? Realizing this, Su Nanxing quickly replied, the conflict between Qin Tian and Li Xiaohang is merely a trivial matter. I shall personally take Qin Tian to the Li family to apologize and will not trouble you, Captain Bai. Even if you can resolve matters with the Li family, you cannot smooth over issues concerning the Bai family, Bai Mingfa yelled. The Bai family? Su Nanxing scratched his head in confusion. Bai Mingfa, seeing Su Nanxing's genuine lack of understanding, stated bluntly, do you know that among the injured is someone named Bai Iba? He is my nephew. My nephew has a large bump on his forehead from being struck, and after examination, he has suffered a concussion and is still in a daze. Your so-called son-in-law should not expect to leave the inspection department in one piece. After saying this, Bai Mingfa abruptly hung up the phone. Captain Bai. Su Nanxing listened to the silence on the line, feeling somewhat helpless as he set the phone down. Su Jinyu, noticing her father's furrowed brow, quickly inquired, what has happened? Su Nanxing plopped down on the sofa with a sigh. Qin Tian is about to be ruined because of you. Su Jinyu, puzzled, asked, did not Bai Mingfa agree to let Qin Tian go? Has he changed his mind? Su Nanxing, now somewhat irate, replied, my call to Bai Mingfa was akin to walking straight into a trap. Among those you fought was someone named Bai Iba, who is the captain's nephew. That he has suffered a concussion and is currently disoriented. Su Jinyu stood frozen in shock. She knew Bai Iba but had never considered he was the captain's nephew. In such a situation, even without pressure from Li Xiaohang, Qin Tian was in grave danger. What to do now? As Su Jinyu anxiously tugged at her hair, Su Nanqing shook his head. You should prepare some paper money for Qin Tian and his friends, in case we need to collect his remains. That he felt utterly helpless that Su Jinyu, fiddling with her phone, scoffed. That kind of waste of space should have died sooner. Living is just a waste of air. Su Jinyu bit her lip in a mix of sorrow and anger, feeling utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Bai Mingfa was escorting Gong Lei to the detention room, pointing at Qin Tian and Long Yun. These two are the ones who caused Yibao's concussion. Gong Lei bent down, pointing at Qin Tian. He struck young Master Bai first, that he then pointed at Long Yun, and he used a beer bottle to smash young Master Bai's forehead. Both had participated in the altercation. That was splendid. Bai Mingfa thought they could have some fun with them, and once Yibao awakens, he could personally deal with them. Bai Mingfa said with a fierce expression. Understood. Gong Lei replied as he went to retrieve an electric baton. Bai Mingfa, looking at Qin Tian and Long Yun in the detention room, crossed his arms. Su Nanqing actually dares to think I would release you. What a pipe dream. Hearing this, Qin Tian smirked slightly. He did not know Su Nanqing, but judging by the name, it seemed related to Su Jinyu. Bai Mingfa, noticing their silence, coldly remarked, if you merely offended Li Xiaohang, I could choose to release you based on who offers me more benefits. But you should not have struck my nephew to the point of concussion. Now you shall await your doom in this detention room. Upon hearing Bai Mingfa's words, Qin Tian burst into laughter. This fellow was truly paving his own path to destruction. At that moment, Gong Lei opened the detention room door, switched off the surveillance camera, and activated the electric baton with a crackling sound. What are you doing? Long Yun asked with a stern face. What am I doing? Gong Lei grinned wickedly as he thrust the electric baton towards Long Yun. Just a little thrill for you. To let you experience the sensation of electricity coursing through your body. Long Yun scoffed. I have no interest in such experiences. Save it for yourself. Before Gong Lei could comprehend what was happening, the electric baton vanished from his grasp and found its way into Long Yun's hands. In the next instant, the baton was thrust into Gong Lei's abdomen. Da-da! Gong Lei screamed, his body contorting as he convulsed. He had shocked countless individuals but had never felt the sensation himself. It was truly exhilarating. With a loud thud, Gong Lei collapsed, convulsing a few times before losing consciousness. Bai Mingfa, seeing Gong Lei incapacitated, quickly retreated, fearfully shouting, What are you doing? Are you attempting to escape? If you dare take another step forward, the inspection department has the authority to execute you. In an instant, 5 or 6 armed individuals rushed in, directing their weapons at Qin Tian and Long Yun. Bai Mingfa straightened up, pointing at Qin Tian and Long Yun, barking, if they take another step, shoot to kill. Understood. All firearms were loaded. Long Yun, witnessing this, erupted in fury. Your weapons should be aimed at criminals, yet they are pointed at us. Do you dare call yourselves the inspection department? The crowd exchanged glances. Bai Mingfa, however, arrogantly declared, whether we are worthy is not for you to judge. I am the captain here, and if I say you are criminals, then you are criminals, and those guns can be directed at you. He was unworthy of being the captain of the inspection department. Qin Tian patted Long Yun on the shoulder to comfort him, then turned to Bai Mingfa and the others. Do you dare to give us your mobile phones? What? Seeking help, Bai Mingfa retorted coldly. Even if the Jade Emperor himself arrives today, he cannot save you. Bai Mingfa scoffed repeatedly. Qin Tian smirked disdainfully. Then let us see if we can summon the Jade Emperor. Very well, I shall see who you can summon. Anyone who dares come to your aid, I will throw them in here with you. Bai Mingfa tossed a mobile phone to Qin Tian. Qin Tian caught it and tossed it to Long Yun. Long Yun initially thought Qin Tian was calling for reinforcements, but it seemed he intended to rely on him. Who should I call? Let us not make this too big. It's unnecessary. Long Yun was indeed capable of summoning the Jade Emperor in Bai Mingfa's eyes. But it was not needed. A local deity would suffice. Long Yun casually dialed a number and coldly stated, summon the head of the Jinhai Inspection Department, the city supervisor, to meet me. Chapter 8. You detained the war god? Upon hearing Long Yun's words, Bai Mingfa burst into laughter. You truly are brazen. Are you not afraid your tongue will slip in the wind? You demand to see the head of our inspection department and the city supervisor? Who do you think you are? The head of the inspection department was the top official in Jinhai, and the city supervisor was akin to a king in the city. That if you can summon them both, I will kneel and apologize to you, Bai Mingfa added with a sneer. Qin Tian took the phone from Long Yun and tossed it back to Bai Mingfa. Then I shall await your kneeling apology. Bai Mingfa glared fiercely. But if you fail to summon those two, I will execute you. This is troublesome. Long Yun kicked aside the unconscious Gong Lei, thinking it was merely a matter of lifting a finger. Hardly requiring reinforcements, with his temperament, Bai Mingfa would already be lying on the ground, just like Gong Lei, with no chance to continue his bluster. Qin Tian patted Long Yun on the shoulder when there is no need to act. Do not strike indiscriminately. The world is not merely about fighting. I'm not as patient as you. Long Yun scoffed. The two exchanged jokes, completely ignoring Bai Mingfa. How can you still laugh? I have only granted you half an hour. If the two individuals you mentioned do not arrive, you may as well await your demise. Bai Ming scoffed coldly. It won't take that long. If they need half an hour to show up, then the position beneath them should be reassigned. Long Yun commented casually. The war god calls, and yet they require half an hour. Then the commander of the inspection division and the city governor might as well resign. However, merely 10 minutes had elapsed when the commander's vehicle entered the precinct of the inspection division's 3rd Brigade. Bai Ming, who was smoking, trembled upon hearing of the commander's arrival, causing the half-lit cigarette to fall onto his thigh, eliciting a yelp of pain. Trembling, Bai Ming stood up and glanced at the detention room where Qin Tian and Long Yun were held. Could it be that they truly summoned him? Impossible. What merit do they possess to summon the esteemed commander? Surely, the commander has come to oversee the situation since he learned that the young master of the Li family was assaulted. Bai Ming reassured himself, instructing his men to keep a watchful eye on Qin Tian and Long Yun. Then hurriedly adjusted his uniform while rushing out to greet the commander. Commander Zhao Chongqing disembarked, shouting as he dashed into the building, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Whether from fright or haste was unclear. In a moment of distraction, he collided head-on with Bai Ming, nearly sending both of them tumbling down the stairs. Zhao Chongqing steadied himself, fuming. Bai Ming, do you not know to watch where you're going? Are you in such a rush to meet your maker? Bai Ming thought to himself that the commander had not been watching either, but dared not voice his thoughts. Instead, he hastily assisted Zhao Chongqing, saying, Commander, I learned of your inspection and rushed to greet you, which is why I collided with you. Thankfully, I did not fall. Zhao Chongqing had no time to bicker with Bai Ming. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he asked, Where is the war god? What war god? Bai Ming was utterly bewildered. I received a call stating that the war god is here with your 3rd Brigade. Where is he? Take me to him at once. Zhao Chongqing exclaimed urgently. Bai Ming furrowed his brow. How could the war god possibly come to such a small place, let alone my insignificant territory? You little brat, do you think the higher-ups would send false information? Have you not recognized him due to your own incompetence? If you have offended the war god, I shall personally see to your end. Zhao Chongqing felt a foreboding sensation, sweat continuing to bead on his forehead. Bai Ming fervently insisted, I assure you, the war god is not here. If he were, I would treat him like an ancestor and dare not offend him in the slightest. Even with 100 lives, I would not dare to cross the war god. The war god is the mightiest force in the great Xia that a mere breath from him could send Bai Ming's soul fleeing. That may be true. Zhao Chongqing exhaled a sigh of relief, then continued. But the information cannot be mistaken. Perhaps the war god has not revealed his identity, and is merely observing the unfamiliar faces here, looking for someone named Long Yun. Cough! Bai Ming coughed, suddenly weak in the legs, collapsing onto the staircase, trembling as he stammered. Why, you said the war goddess name is what? Long Yun. Zhao Chongqing blurted out, that Long Yun. Bai Ming's face turned ashen, his words stumbling. Among the two who had been apprehended, one was indeed named Long Yun. Just then, a helicopter descended into the courtyard. The city governor of Jinhai, Gao Hongyuan, like Zhao Chongqing, had lost his previous composure. Without waiting for the helicopter to land, he leaped out and stumbled into the building. Where is the war god? Where is the war god? The city governor shouted as he ran. Zhao Chongqing quickly abandoned Bai Ming to assist Gao Hongyuan, saying, City governor, I have just arrived and have yet to see the war god. Take me to see the war god at once. The presence of the war god in Jinhai City is a blessing for us. Gao Hongyuan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Upon hearing this, Bai Ming slumped like a rag doll on the steps, his body sliding downward uncontrollably. The commander has arrived. The city governor has come too. Could it be that all this is due to that phone call? Could it be that the individuals detained in the room are the war god? Zhao Changsheng, seeing Bai Ming still sprawled on the steps, kicked him in frustration, barking, "What are you still doing there? Hurry and find the war god." "I think I know where the war god is," Bai Ming spoke weakly, his spirit nearly obliterated by fear. "Where?" the city governor and the commander asked in unison. Bai Ming struggled to raise his hand, pointing upstairs in the detention room. Thud! The city governor and the commander both collapsed to the ground in shock. The commander opened his mouth several times before finally managing to speak. "Why, you have apprehended the war god and confined him in the detention room. Are you out of your mind?" The city governor could not help but curse. Bai Ming, with a mournful expression, replied, "It was not I who captured him. I had no idea he was the war god. Why would the esteemed war god engage in a brawl with a group of wealthy second-generation youths and thugs? Even if he racked his brain, he could never fathom that one of the captured individuals would be the war god. Quickly, take me to him." The city governor struggled to rise, his legs trembling. The three of them supported one another as they approached the detention room, where several guns were still pointed at Qin Tian and Long Yun inside. Zhao Changsheng was momentarily paralyzed with fear at this scene, angrily shouting, "Do you wish to die? Lower your weapons and step aside. If the war god truly wished to unleash his wrath, could these mere guns stop him? The war god simply chose not to stoop to their level." Zhao Changsheng staggered forward, glancing at Qin Tian, then at Long Yun, and inquired, "May I ask who among you is the war god?" "I am." Long Yun sprang up, then pointed at Qin Tian, saying, "He is my senior brother." Thud! The captain, the commander, and the city governor simultaneously fell to the ground, leaving the surrounding inspectors in a state of shock. What has happened to these three? Bai Ming lay on the ground, utterly unable to rise. Realizing he had not only offended the war god, but also his senior brother, "It's over. I'm doomed." The commander and the city governor assisted one another to their feet and approached the detention room to open the door. "Wait!" Qin Tian called out to halt Zhao Changsheng. Chapter 9. The true purpose of Long Yun's visit. "We were brought in here under such ambiguous circumstances. We cannot simply be released without clarification," Qin Tian said with a smile that was anything but a smile. "Yes, indeed. We must provide an explanation to the war god and his senior brother," Zhao Changsheng exclaimed, kicking the collapsed Bai Ming with force, demanding, "What on earth happened? Why did you apprehend the war god and his senior brother without clarity? Do you realize that the war god is our guardian spirit? How dare you imprison our guardian?" "I did not know. It was Gong Lei who brought the two gentlemen in, claiming they were involved in a brawl at a KTV and even injured over a dozen people." Bai Ming's face was nearly unrecognizable with fear as he desperately tried to distance himself from the situation. Nonsense. How could the esteemed war god engage in a brawl at a KTV? Gao Hunyuan erupted in anger, cursing vehemently. Cough. Qin Tian coughed lightly, stating he is not entirely incorrect. However, the brawl was a mutual altercation, and the individuals Long Yun injured were hired ruffians, deserving of their fate. Yet the inspection division only imprisoned the two of us while releasing everyone else. Does that seem fair? Long Yun snorted coldly, adding, "The inspection division of Jinhai City needs to be properly managed. You, commander, and you, city governor, cannot escape culpability." Yes, we have been lax in our management." Zhao Changsheng and Gao Hunyuan nodded repeatedly, resembling two preschool children caught misbehaving. Long Yun pointed to the prostrate Bai Ming, coldly inquiring, "What do you intend to do about him?" Bai Ming crawled toward the detention room, crying out, "War god, esteemed war god, it was I who lacked discernment and offended you and your senior brother. Please spare my life." Qin Tian looked down at Bai Ming, saying, "First, fulfill the promise you made." "What promise?" Bai Ming's mind was a muddle, unable to recall what he had previously said. Qin Tian reminded him, "You said that if we brought Zhao Changsheng and Gao Hunyuan here." Bai Ming scrambled to kneel, repeatedly knocking his head against the ground, that he had promised that if Qin Tian and Long Yun brought these two, he would kneel and apologize. Now, not only would he kneel, but he would even call them grandfathers or ancestors if it meant saving his life. He would do anything. Zhao Changsheng and Gao Hunyuan approached, ignoring the still prostrating Bai Ming, bending down to ask, "How do the war god and his senior brother wish to handle this matter?" They were too intimidated to make any decisions. They would defer to the war god's instructions. Long Yun maintained his serious demeanor. stating, "Since he dared to disregard the law and impose his own punishment on us, it is likely he has committed many similar offenses. Let us investigate from the day he entered the inspection division to see how many heinous acts he has committed during his rise to the position of captain, and punish him according to the law. I will confess. I will confess everything." Bai Ming was eager to cooperate with the investigation, hoping for leniency. Once the war god spoke, he dared not harbor any thoughts of luck. Just then, Gong Lei regained consciousness, groggily sitting up, and upon vaguely seeing Qin Tian and Long Yun, he reached for a stun baton to confront them, saying, "You dare act tough on the territory of the inspection division?" "I bang!" Zhao Chongxing kicked Gong Lei away, angrily shouting, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Gong Lei stared in shock at Zhao Chongxing's sudden appearance, noticing Gao Hongyuan standing nearby, while Bai Ming was still kneeling and banging his head against the ground, leaving him utterly perplexed. What on earth has happened? Long Yun almost overlooked Gong Lei and instructed, "We are the ones he brought back. Investigate him thoroughly. The inspection department should not harbor such parasites." This was a golden opportunity for the inspection department of Jinhai City to conduct a thorough rectification, and we will comply with the command of the war god. Zhao Chongxing and Gao Hongyuan both bowed in response. War god. Gong Lei was perplexed, wondering what this war god was all about. What had he missed? Upon regaining consciousness, he felt as if the world had turned upside down, as if he had entered an entirely different realm. "Bring Bai Mingfa and Gong Lei down. I will personally interrogate them." Zhao Chongxing, fearing the two might clash with the war god, ordered them to be taken away. Gao Hongyuan leaned forward, saying, "The war god has graced Jinhai City with his presence, which brings great honor to our city, that I shall invite all the prominent figures to welcome the war god." Qin Tian was about to decline when Long Yun interjected, "No need. My primary purpose here is to catch up with my senior brother, and I wish to keep a low profile. Therefore, I prefer that my identity remains unknown to outsiders. You know what to do, right?" "Understood, understood." Zhao Chongxing and Gao Hongyuan nodded repeatedly. Long Yun turned to Qin Tian, asking, "Senior brother, do you have anything else to say?" With everything settled, Qin Tian had nothing further to add. He shook his head and said, "Let us go." As they exited the detention room and made their way outside the inspection department, Zhao Chongxing and Gao Hongyuan followed closely behind. Long Yun, growing impatient, remarked, "What are you still doing here? Remember what I said. If anyone discovers my identity, you can find new seats under your behind." "We will remember. We will remember." Zhao Chongxing and Gao Hongyuan halted, watching Qin Tian and Long Yun depart. The two found a small restaurant where they dined while reminiscing. Long Yun reflected on the days spent training with his senior brothers and shared his recent experiences. Speaking incessantly, "Senior brother, you've been quite mysterious these past years, always declining invitations to Daxia. What have you been busy with?" Long Yun inquired curiously. Qin Tian casually replied, "I've been traveling abroad these years. My life hasn't been as leisurely as yours. The illustrious war god of Daxia certainly enjoys a glamorous reputation. If you wish, the title of war god is within your grasp." Long Yun scoffed. Qin Tian smiled but remained silent, taking a bite of his food before asking, "What brings you to Jinhai City?" "Of course, I came to see you, senior brother," Long Yun asserted earnestly. Qin Tian set down his chopsticks, fixing his intense gaze upon Long Yun. "You little rascal, do you think you can hide anything from me? The esteemed war god of Daxia cannot simply go wherever he pleases. Your movements are not that free, are they? Besides, being low-key is not your nature. Yet you remind the city governor and the inspection department to keep your identity a secret. You must have other motives." "What? Can't I even tell my senior brother?" Qin Tian crossed his arms, looking at Long Yun with confidence. Long Yun chuckled. "Ever since I was young, I've never managed to keep anything from you. You are the cleverest among us. Stop buttering me up." Qin Tian replied sternly. Long Yun glanced around, lowering his voice. "I came to Jinhai City under the pretense of visiting you, but my real goal is to capture a wanted criminal. Catching a criminal is your true purpose, while visiting me is merely incidental. Isn't it?" Qin Tian said, leaning closer with curiosity. "What kind of criminal would warrant the personal attention of the esteemed war god?" "The person I aim to capture is ranked 3rd on the international wanted list. A heinous and notorious criminal, and no one knows his true name. He is known on the streets as the Bandit King. This individual has committed countless heinous acts worldwide, and the current bounty has reached a staggering 1 billion. Long Yun rubbed his hands together, growing more excited as he spoke. Just recently, the Bandit King raided a wealthy family in Northern Europe, stealing nearly 100 billion in assets that if he captures the Bandit King, Long Yun would claim the 1 billion reward, while the Bandit King's possessions would be handed over to the state. Qin Tian looked at him with disdain, scoffing, "Is a mere 1 billion reward really worth your concern? Esteemed war god of Daxia, such trivial money shouldn't matter to someone of your stature." Trivial money. Long Yun lamented, "I currently live off the government's salary, receiving a fixed monthly stipend and allowances, which hardly suffices. Only by capturing such internationally wanted criminals can I hope to gain some extra funds." Long Yun's income was substantial, but his extravagant spending often left him strapped for cash. Though many offered him gifts and money, as the war god of Daxia, he maintained his dignity by refusing any form of bribery, resulting in frequent financial strain. Qin Tian had not anticipated that his little junior brother was facing such financial difficulties. He chuckled, "Then I wish you swift success in capturing this Bandit King. However, given that this Bandit King recently committed a major heist in Northern Europe, he would likely find a place to enjoy himself. Why would he come to a place like Jinhai City? Are you certain he is here?" Long Yun nodded. "The information is reliable. He came here to meet someone." "Meet whom?" "The King of the Dark Night," Long Yun said with a grave expression. Pfft. Qin Tian nearly spat out his tea in shock, staring incredulously at his junior brother. "You said what? The Bandit King is coming to meet whom?" Long Yun chuckled. "Senior brother, you're not scared, are you? This King of the Dark Night is the ruler of the Dark Night Palace, which has risen to prominence in recent years. The King of the Dark Night has fought battles overseas without a single defeat. I truly wish to cross paths with him." Qin Tian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "Senior brother, what kind of face is that? Do you think I am not his match?" Long Yun said, slightly irritated. "No, nothing." Qin Tian hurriedly waved his hand, suppressing his amusement. After all, he was the King of the Dark Night. However, those who had seen the true face of the king were either dead or had pledged allegiance to the Dark Night Palace. So Long Yun was unaware that the man before him was the undefeated King of the Dark Night. Qin Tian chose not to reveal this, allowing the King of the Dark Night to maintain an air of mystery in front of his junior brother. Seeing Qin Tian simply smile and say nothing, Long Yun continued, "You must also keep my identity as the war god a secret. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the Bandit King gets scared off." Qin Tian rolled his eyes. "You fear your identity being exposed, yet you called the city governor and the head of the inspection department. Was it you who asked me to pull some strings?" Long Yun lamented. "At that moment, I didn't consider that you had tasks at hand." The two exchanged banter as the day drew to a close. Meanwhile, within the Su family, Su Jinyu's eyes were red-rimmed. Her expression desolate, as Su Nanxing sighed. "I've made several calls, trying to plead for leniency, at least to allow us to see Qin Tian. But I've been refused. The inspection department has not mentioned a word about Qin Tian. And I can't reach by Mingfa. I'm truly at my wit's end." Unable to withstand his daughter's pleas, he made a few more calls, asking friends for help, yet they were still denied even a chance to see Qin Tian. And they didn't even know whether he was alive or dead, that Su Jinyun, while playing with her phone, remarked, "I just spoke with Li Xiaohang. He said the one who tied the bell must untie it." "Sister, you know how to save Qin Tian, and you also know how to save the Su family, that I don't care about Qin Tian's life or death, but the Su family must not come to harm. What exactly did Li Xiao want you to do?" Su Jinyu was feeling frustrated, and hearing her sister's incessant chatter only added to her irritation. "He wants me to find him. Are you asking me to go?" "You cannot go. Li Xiaohang undoubtedly has ulterior motives," Su Nanxing protested. "Father," Su Jinyan interjected, "if sister truly gets together with Li Xiaohang, then we will forge a connection with the Li family. Why do you refuse to let her go?" "Li Xiaohang is a scion of debauchery. Do you not understand what kind of person he is? What if he is merely toying with your sister? How will she marry in the future?" Su Nanxing furrowed his brow. "But the pressing issue is that she and Qin Tian offended Li Xiaohang, that if we cannot appease him, he will retaliate against the Su family, that if the Li family rallies all the families and enterprises in Jinhai City to isolate the Su family. Does the Su family still have a foothold here?" Su Jinyun's words were not mere alarmism. Su Nanqing found himself caught in a dilemma that on one hand was his eldest daughter's happiness, and on the other, the future of the Su family. Noticing her father's silence, Su Jinyan approached Su Jinyu, saying, Su Jinyu, this mess was caused by you, and you must bear the responsibility. You cannot let the Su family suffer because of you. Su Jinyu, sensing her father's silence and her sister's pressure, stubbornly retorted, Fine, the mess I created, I will resolve it myself that I won't let Qin Tian suffer because of me, nor will I let the Su family come to harm. With that, she ran out of the room, her voice tinged with tears that Su Nanqing attempted to follow her, but was stopped by Su Jinyun, who advised, Father, things may not unfold as you feared, that I believe Li Xiaohang is genuinely interested in sister. If they were to marry, our Su family would rise to prominence alongside the Li family. As Su Nanqing sighed, Let us hope so. Su Jinyu was reluctant to seek out Li Xiaohang, knowing that doing so would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. However, since Qin Tian and Long Yun were apprehended due to her actions, she could not remain indifferent. Already marginalized within the Su family, if her actions led to the family's downfall, there would be no place for her to belong. Though she was exceedingly reluctant, she had no choice but to meet Li Xiaohang. However, just before stepping out, she concealed a fruit knife in her bag, resolute not to accept any bullying from him. If it came to that, she would rather die. Should she perish, Li Xiaohang would no longer have the means to torment the Su family. Yet, before contemplating her demise, Su Jinyu was determined to devise a plan to ensure the release of Qin Tian and Long Yun. Shortly after Su Jinyu departed from the old residence of the Su family, both Qin Tian and Long Yun sought her out. Qin Tian wished to inquire if she still remembered the incident from years ago when she saved him. Upon entering the Su household, they did not encounter Su Jinyu, but instead came across Su Jinyun, who was just about to leave. Chapter 11. Jinyu is in danger. Su Jinyun was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Tian, then scrutinized him from head to toe, uncertainly stating, Why you are Qin Tian? Hearing this, Qin Tian let out a light chuckle. Miss Su, surely your memory isn't that poor. We just met today, and you fail to recognize me? It really is you, Su Jinyun exclaimed in astonishment. Weren't you at the inspection division? How did you come out? Has Su Jinyu struck a deal with Li Xiaohang? What do you mean by that? Qin Tian's expression grew serious that Su Jinyun scoffed. It means nothing. You come into the Su family. Could it be that you still have feelings for me? Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's face darkened. This woman was truly full of herself. However, before he could ponder further, Su Jinyun disdainfully continued, I have made it clear that you are unworthy of me. We are not from the same world. You, Long Yun erupted in anger. Qin Tian firmly grasped Long Yun's arm, declaring with conviction, Su Jinyun, let me clarify. I have no interest in you. You look down on me, and I likewise do not regard you. Therefore, there is no possibility between us that I am not here to find you, but to seek your sister, Su Jinyu. Where is she? You dare say you don't look up to me? Su Jinyun sneered. Since you deem yourself unworthy, you intend to lay your sights on Su Jinyu. It seems you are determined to climb the high branches of the Su family. With that, she swiftly changed her tone. You two seem quite suited for each other, a bastard and a country bumpkin. Too bad you arrived late. Qin Tian seized Su Jinyun. Mind your words, or I shall tear your mouth apart. What do you mean by saying I arrived late? What are you doing? Let go of me. Su Jinyun panicked, vigorously striking Qin Tian's arm, and struggling fiercely, Su Nanqing emerged from the house, and, seeing his daughter being manhandled, hurriedly stepped forward. Friend, please release my daughter, that if she has offended you in any way. Su Nanqing, apologize on her behalf. Qin Tian recalled by Mingfa mentioning Su Nanqing's name and asked, What is your relationship to Su Jinyu? I am her father. Who are you? Su Nanqing replied, puzzled. I am Qin Tian, a friend of Su Jinyu. Where is she now? Qin Tian inquired, his urgency palpable. Su Nanqing's mouth fell open in shock, momentarily at a loss for words, until Su Jinyun hid behind him, prompting his astonishment. Weren't you at the inspection division? How did you get released? Yet, Qin Tian was not in the mood to address his questions, coldly demanding, Where is Su Jinyu? Su Nanqing suddenly came to his senses and pointed shakily toward the door. Stammering, Jinyu, she went to find Li Xiaohang. What? Qin Tian was so agitated he nearly lifted Su Nanqing off the ground, but withdrew his hand, furrowing his brow. She knows full well that Li Xiaohang harbors ill intentions toward her. Why would she seek him out? Is she willingly walking into a trap? Sigh. Su Nanqing sighed. Li Xiaoheng threatened to deal with our Su family, stating that if Jinyu did not go to him, we would not survive the inspection division. For the sake of the Su family and for you all, Jinyu had no choice but to meet Li Xiaoheng. As he spoke, Su Nanqing lowered his head in shame, realizing he had failed in his duty as a father. Qin Tian, filled with rage, exclaimed, "You are Su Jinyu's father, yet you allow her to venture into danger alone. Is the future of the Su family more important than your daughter's happiness and safety?" Su Nanqing, chastised by Qin Tian's words, bowed his head deeper in shame. However, Su Jinyun retorted, "Qin Tian, who do you think you are? What right does an outsider have to meddle in the affairs of the Su family? Su Jinyu is merely a bastard. To be noticed by Li Xiaoheng is her fortune." Slap. Qin Tian delivered a sharp slap to Su Jinyun. You dare to hit me?" Su Jinyun clutched her face. Disbelief etched across her features, which quickly morphed into fury, that if you dare utter another word, I will kill you. Qin Tian's expression turned icy, a hint of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes, that Su Jinyun felt a chill run through her body, leaving her speechless. Even Long Yun, standing nearby, sensed the palpable threat emanating from Qin Tian, shivering involuntarily, perplexed by the intensity of his murderous aura. Qin Tian disregarded Su Jinyun and fixed his gaze on Su Nanqing, demanding, "Where is Li Xiaoheng?" He had to hurry to intervene, lest Su Jinyu fall victim to Li Xiaoheng's schemes. Su Nanqing began to say he did not know, but his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see a message from Su Jinyu. "Father, go to Li Hao Hotel to collect my body. Bury me alongside my mother." Su Nanqing's body trembled as he gripped the phone tightly, panicking. Jinyu is in danger." Qin Tian snatched the phone from him, reading the message, and his fury erupted. He turned and dashed outside. Spotting the red sports car parked at the entrance, he shouted to Long Yun, "The keys." Long Yun understood immediately, snatching the keys from Su Jinyun's hands and tossing them to Qin Tian. Just as Qin Tian started the car, Long Yun leaped onto the roof, then swiftly rolled into the passenger seat. As Long Yun hopped in, the red sports car shot forward. With a thunderous roar, the Ferrari left a trail of exhaust, vanishing from the sight of Su Nanqing and Su Jinyun. Only when the echo of the engine faded did Su Jinyun regain her senses, stomping her foot in frustration. "My new sports car. Your sister is in danger, and you are still fretting over your car." Su Nanqing glared at Su Jinyun, silently praying that Qin Tian would arrive in time to save Jinyu. Inside the car, Qin Tian accelerated to its maximum speed while instructing Long Yun to call Su Jinyu. Yet, the call went unanswered. Growing more anxious, he pressed the accelerator, weaving through the traffic. Even when faced with congestion, he did not slow down, but rather maneuvered the vehicle at nearly a 90-degree angle through narrow gaps, provoking a chorus of shouts from behind. Meanwhile, Su Jinyu had arrived at Li Hao Hotel. After sending the message to Su Nanqing, she turned off her phone and proceeded to the suite on the top floor, as directed by Li Xiaoheng's room number. Recently emerged from a shower, clad in a bath towel and swirling a glass of red wine, Li Xiaoheng awaited Su Jinyu's arrival with smug anticipation. In Jinhai City, there had never been a woman he could not conquer. No matter how aloof Su Jinyu appeared, she was now obliged to comply. Just as Li Xiaoheng reveled in his triumph, the doorbell rang. Finally, Li Xiaoheng set down his wine glass, rising to open the door only to find Su Jinyu standing there. Her complexion pale, her body trembling slightly. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state only heightened his desire. "Come in," he said, a smug grin plastered across his face, reaching out to embrace Su Jinyu, but she bent down to evade him. Slipping into the room. Li Xiaoheng chuckled lightly, unhurried, for the night was still young. This evening, he had secured his conquest over Su Jinyu. Chapter 12. Is it too late to beg for mercy? Qin Tian drove at breakneck speed, pushing the sports car to its limits. 20 minutes later, with a sharp screech of brakes, the Ferrari came to a halt at the entrance of Li Hao Hotel. He kicked the car door open and sprinted into the hotel with the speed of a sprinter. "What are you doing? Step aside." The security guard attempted to intervene, but was met with a glare from Qin Tian that froze him in place, swallowing the words that were about to escape his lips. He could hardly fathom how a person's gaze could be so piercing and terrifying. Qin Tian strode directly to the front desk and coldly inquired, "Which room is Li Xiaoheng in?" "We cannot disclose that information." The receptionist stammered. "Speak." Qin Tian bellowed, the icy menace in his voice sending shivers down her spine. That moment, he was far too frantic to engage in idle chatter. The receptionist trembled, quickly typing on the computer before stuttering. "He is in room 1206. As soon as the words left her lips, Qin Tian became a blur, racing out of the lobby with Long Yun hot on his heels. Once they vanished from sight, the receptionist exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing into her chair, only to realize her back was drenched in sweat. Instead of taking the elevator, Qin Tian and Long Yun opted for the stairs. For them, the elevator was far too slow. Time was of the essence. They dashed up to the 12th floor in under 30 seconds. When they reached the door marked 1206, Qin Tian's heart raced. Finding the door slightly ajar, he pushed it open, and the scene within instantly turned his vision crimson. Rage erupted like a volcano, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Even Long Yun felt a tightening sensation in his chest. Peering into the room, he saw Li Xiaohang straddling Su Jinyu, one hand gripping her neck while the other struck her face. As he smoked, he hurled vile curses. "Wretched scoundrel! Wretched scoundrel! Wretched scoundrel!" At that moment, Su Jinyu had already succumbed to unconsciousness, her face marked with 2 glaring crimson handprints, a sight that was particularly jarring. Not only Qin Tian, but even Long Yun, upon witnessing this scene, felt a surge of uncontrollable fury rising within him. "Stop it!" Qin Tian bellowed. His entire being radiated a murderous intent that found its release as he charged towards Li Xiaohang with fervor. Li Xiaohang was taken aback, turning abruptly to confront the furious Qin Tian. Momentarily stunned, "Qin Tian, how did you get out? Weren't you supposed to be at the inspection bureau? Who let you out?" Qin Tian offered no reply to Li Xiaohang, instead advancing a few steps with a grim countenance. Seizing him by the collar and yanking him down from the bed, with a firm grip on his wrist, he twisted it forcefully. With a sharp crack, Li Xiaohang's wrist was grotesquely broken, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and wail in agony. "You Qin scoundrel, how dare you break my hand? You're doomed. I will not let you off, Li Xiaohang screamed hysterically, his face twisted in a hideous grimace. However, Qin Tian remained silent, capturing his other hand and wrenching it into a painful contortion, forcing him to kneel and howl in despair. Long Yun observed this and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration, reflecting on how his senior had grown increasingly ruthless over the years. Perhaps it was a manifestation of his fierce protective instincts. Qin Tian's mercilessness stemmed from years of experience, teaching him the vital lesson that one must harbor no pity for their foes. That Li Xiaohang's audacity in humiliating Su Jinyu was utterly unforgivable. Had he not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thus, in Qin Tian's eyes, Li Xiaohang had already been sentenced to death. "You wait, Qin. I will kill you, and I will have your body torn asunder, making your existence a living hell." Li Xiaohang spat venomously, his rage palpable, and then continued to malign Su Jinyu. "And that wretched woman, once I tire of her, I will sell her to a brothel, letting her be used by countless men. Is that so?" Qin Tian's gaze glinted with cold, murderous intent as he delivered a swift kick that shattered Li Xiaohang's kneecap, causing him to writhe on the ground in excruciating pain. "You shall not die peacefully. I will haunt you even as a ghost." Li Xiaohang continued to howl curses, but Qin Tian approached him like a harbinger of death, his eyes shimmering with a bloodthirsty light. "You may rest easy on your journey." Qin Tian raised his foot, aiming for Li Xiaohang's head. The shadow of death loomed over Li Xiaohang, making him tremble involuntarily. The man before him was indeed capable of killing him. Fear finally gripped him, and he hastily pleaded, Spare me. I won't dare again. Please grant me a dog's life. Now you seek mercy. It's too late." Qin Tian's expression remained impassive, his aura chilling that Li Xiaohang was instantly engulfed by despair. Just as Qin Tian was about to finish him off, Su Jinyu stirred from her stupor, sensing Qin Tian's murderous intent, and urgently interjected, "No." Qin Tian halted, furrowing his brow as he turned to Su Jinyu, asking in a tense voice, "He nearly cost you your life, and you still wish to plead for him. He deserves death, but he cannot die yet. That if you kill him, the Li family will certainly retaliate, mobilizing all their resources against you. And they will also vent their wrath upon the Su family. That I do not wish to bring further trouble to the Su family." That Su Jinyu's concerns were now clear. Qin Tian retracted his hand, stating, The mere Li family is not worthy of my concern. However, since you fear they will trouble the Su family, I shall eliminate this nuisance for you." With that, he turned to Li Xiaohang and coldly declared, "Go back and tell the Li family that it was I, Qin Tian, who crippled you. Let them summon as many people as they wish. I, Qin Tian, await them." With a resounding thud, Qin Tian proceeded to stomp down on Li Xiaohang's ankle, shattering the bone, causing Li Xiaohang to faint from the pain. Long Yun shook his head, devoid of any sympathy, and remarked, with all his limbs rendered useless, "Li Xiaohang will likely live the rest of his life as a cripple." "Ah!" Su Jinyu gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Qin Tian spoke no further, grasping her hand firmly as they exited the suite, that Su Jinyu, in a daze, followed behind. Long Yun kicked Li Xiaohang one last time as he trailed them, half-jokingly lamenting, "Senior brother, sister-in-law, I assent it a bit cruel to flaunt your affection like this. Have some consideration for this lonely bachelor." Still holding Su Jinyu's hand tightly, Qin Tian prepared to escort her back to the Su family home before dealing with the Li family. As they were about to leave, hotel staff managed to contact Li Xiaohang's father, Li Xingtang. "Father, you must avenge me. My hands and feet have been broken. I am a cripple," Li Xiaohang cried out in despair. Li Xingtang leapt from his chair in shock, roaring, "Who did this? Who was it?" Qin Tian. Chapter 13. He has torn the sky asunder. Li Xingtang pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. "I have not heard of a Qin Tian in Jinhai City. Which faction does he belong to?" Li Xiaohang gritted his teeth. "He is not from here. He is standing up for Su Jinyu. He is Su Jinyu's boyfriend. The Su family." Li Xingtang's expression darkened, his tone vicious. "I will send someone to fetch you right now. I will make that Qin Tian wish you were never born." "Father, there is a guy named Long Yun by Qin Tian's side who possesses some skills. You must find someone formidable." That Li Xiaohang urged. "How formidable can he be? Can he surpass Chen Wudi, the top expert of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce?" Li Xingtang snorted dismissively. "Father, you know Chen Wudi?" Li Xiaohang perked up, excitement coursing through him. Chen Wudi's name was renowned, synonymous with invincibility. The Li Xingtang spoke with pride. "Not only him, but even Yu Huayan, the president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, is currently with our Li family. Yu Huayan owes me a favor, and now is the time for him to repay it." Li Xiaohang's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he envisioned the opportunity for revenge. Li Xingtang coldly asserted, "Rest assured, my son, with Yu Huayan and Chen Wudi on our side, those who have wronged you shall meet a fate worse than death." "Good, good, good," Li Xiaohang exclaimed, brimming with excitement, as if he could already envision Qin Tian's doom. After hanging up, Li Xingtang ordered his men to summon the best doctors to the hotel, while also dialing Su Nanxing's number to Su Nanxing. "This is Li Xingtang, head of the Li family." Su Nanxing stood up in shock, addressing him with utmost respect. "What brings you to call me suddenly? Is there something you need to convey?" As the head of one of the 10 great families in Jinhai, there was a clear hierarchical divide between Su Nanxing and Li Xingtang, leading Su Nanxing to be exceedingly polite. That Li Xingtang's voice was icy as he queried, "Qin Tian, is he your son-in-law?" "Son-in-law? Qin Tian is merely courting my youngest daughter. He is not yet my son-in-law." "Did he offend you?" Su Nanxing quickly replied, "If so, I will apologize on his behalf. Please do not hold it against him, as he is just a young M." And that Su Nanxing was bewildered. Wasn't Qin Tian just confronting Li Xiaohang? "Why does it involve the head of the Li family? I do not care whether he is your son-in-law or not. I want his life. You better have him tied up and waiting for me," Li Xingtang coldly instructed. "Furthermore, if my son is truly crippled, prepare for the wrath of the Li family to descend upon the Su family." "Head of the Li family," Su Nanxing began, but the call was abruptly terminated, leaving him in stunned silence. "Father, what happened?" Su Jinyan asked, applying ice to her face. "Ugh!" Su Nanxing gasped for breath, collapsing into a chair as he murmured, "Qin Tian, it seems he has stirred up a monumental disaster." "What kind of disaster could a country bumpkin like him cause? Could he have actually killed Li Xiaohang?" Su Jinyan scoffed. However, as soon as she spoke, she was startled by her own words that if Qin Tian dared to slap her. Could he truly kill Li Xiaohang? If he did, then he would be akin to tearing the sky asunder. Su Nanxing shook his head in disbelief. Not exactly, but he may have left Li Xiaohang crippled. Just now, Li Xingtang personally called to demand him, and he warned that if Li Xiaohang does not recover, the Su family will face the full brunt of the Li family's wrath. Qin Tian crippled Li Xiaohang. Su Jinyun exclaimed, furiously throwing the ice pack to the ground. How did my grandfather come to know this Qin Tian, insisting that I go on a blind date with him? He is a harbinger of misfortune, and he will bring ruin upon the Su family. This is not the time for such discussions. What are we to do now? Su Nanqing fretted, pacing like an ant on a hot pan. What else can we do? We must hand over Qin Tian and sever ties with Su Jinyu. This mess is of their making and has nothing to do with our Su family. Su Jinwen spoke with palpable irritation. Absolutely not. Su Nanqing disagrees. I have already wronged Jin Yu's mother, and I cannot further betray Jin Yu, so you intend for the entire Su family to accompany that illegitimate child. Su Jinyu. To ruin? Su Jinwen clenched her teeth and declared, Father, you cannot make this decision unilaterally that I cannot decide this alone. Convene an emergency meeting with the Su family immediately. This concerns the survival of the Su family, and we must bring together all key members to collectively determine our course of action. Before long, the principal members of the Su family rushed over upon hearing the news. Upon first encountering Su Jinyu, I sensed that the child was a harbinger of misfortune, having caused the death of her own mother, and now she threatens the Su family, that I concur with Jinwen's proposal to expel Su Jinyu from the Su family and sever our ties with her. I also agree. Only by taking this action can we hope to gain the Li family's forgiveness. Otherwise, the Su family may face annihilation at our hands. Su Nanqing, your decision to bring back Su Jinyu was a personal matter, and we refrained from interference, considering she is your daughter. However, this now concerns the very survival of the Su family. You can no longer waver. The principal members of the Su family gathered in the hall of the ancestral home, each wearing a troubled expression, filled with righteous indignation, that Su Jinyu had actually joined forces with outsiders to render the young master of the Li family incapacitated. It was utterly beyond reason. This woman is seeking revenge against the Su family and aims to drag us all down, that we must delineate our boundaries with Su Jinyu to secure a glimmer of hope for the Su family. Younger sister, third brother, second uncle, Su Jinyu is my biological daughter. If I cast her out of the Su family and sever ties at this moment, what face will I have to meet her mother in 100 years? Su Nanqing's brow furrowed, his expression pained that if he were to do so, could he still call himself a father? Third Master Su Nanhua slammed his hand upon the table and stood up, admonishing, Elder brother, if we do not distance ourselves from Su Jinyu and the Su family faces retaliation from the Li family because of her, will you be able to face our ancestors with the old patriarch gone? You entrusted external affairs to Jinwen and internal matters to me. Both Jinwen and I agree to dissociate from Su Jinyu and expel her from the family. Is there anyone present who opposes this decision? Nanhua surveyed the room. Support. We all support expelling Su Jinyu from the Su family. Except for Su Nanqing, the father, no one else in attendance supported keeping Su Jinyu. Seeing the fervor of the crowd, Su Nanqing realized the tide had turned. His insistence would be futile. Just then, someone reported, Miss Jinyu has entered the Su family estate with 2 men. After causing such a calamity, she dares to return. Su Jinwen rose in a fury. Su Nanhua also stood, stating, her return is fortuitous. We shall inform her that she is no longer a member of the Su family and subdue them until the Li family arrives, at which point we will hand them over. Third brother, if we proceed this way, we will break the child's heart, Su Nanqing replied helplessly. She brought this upon herself and must bear the consequences. Her heartbreak is preferable to the entire Su family facing ruin alongside her. Su Nanhua glared fiercely at Su Nanqing, then waved his hand. Let us go out together and see just how thick-skinned she is to return to the Su family. A cacophony of voices erupted as the group exited the ancestral hall. Sighing heavily, Su Nanqing hesitated momentarily before following. Chapter 14. Su Jinyu's outburst. Su Jinyu was making her way inside with Qin Tian and Long Yun. Fully aware that she had stirred up a significant mess, her face clouded with worry. Qin Tian had initially intended to return Su Jinyu to her home before heading to the Li family to resolve her troubles. But Su Jinyu refused to let them leave, insisting they meet her father to discuss a strategy together. Long Yun, seemingly unperturbed, followed closely behind the two, and upon spotting a group of over a dozen people approaching, he laughed. The Su family is truly courteous. They must know we rescued sister-in-law and have come to express their gratitude. However, Qin Tian noticed that the expressions of those emerging were anything but friendly. And seeing Su Nanxing trailing behind with a sorrowful demeanor, he retorted, "Have you ever seen anyone come to express gratitude looking so menacing?" Long Yun then scrutinized the approaching faces, realizing they all appeared ready to pounce. More akin to adversaries than benefactors, his countenance darkened. "Third uncle, aunt, what brings you all here?" Su Jinyu halted her steps and greeted the newcomers. Aunt Su Monli wore a sharp and disdainful expression. Huffing, "The Su family is on the brink of ruin because of you. That if we had not come, there might not be another opportunity for us to sit together again." Su Jinyu, "Did you truly incapacitate Li Xiaohang?" Su Nanhua sought to confirm the matter, but as Su Nanxing squeezed through the crowd, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Li Xingtang just called me, claiming you crippled his son, that he was only trying to intimidate me." Right. Su Jinyu had been pondering how to explain the situation to her father, only to find that he was already aware of the news. Not only her father, but the entire Su family was informed. Su Jinyu bit her lip, nodding with great difficulty. Qin Tian broke Li Xiaohang's wrist and crushed his ankle. Upon hearing Su Jinyu's words, Su Nanxing's face turned ashen, nearly causing him to stumble. The other members of the Su family also turned pale. They had secretly hoped that Li Xingtang was merely exaggerating, as long as they could treat Li Xiaohang and offer adequate compensation. The Li family should not pursue total annihilation of the Su family. Now, it seemed their hopes were in vain. As Long Yin had stated, the Li family would not let the Su family off the hook. Aunt Su Monli scolded, "Su Jinyu, you are a bringer of misfortune, deliberately here to harm the Su family, avenging your mother, aren't you?" Su Jinyu, "Since you entered the Su family, we have treated you well. Yet you have brought such calamity upon us. Your heart is truly wicked." Su Nanhua trembled with rage. The other members of the Su family also began to accuse Su Jinyu that Su Jinyu stepped forward. Raising her hand to slap, Su Jinyu stood frozen, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes as she gazed at Su Jinyu, completely forgetting to evade the blow. But Qin Tian would not allow Su Jinyu to strike Su Jinyu. He seized her wrist and warned, "The swelling from the slap I gave you hasn't even gone down yet. Do you wish to receive another?" Su Jinyu, her face still burning, forcefully withdrew her hand and retorted, "Qin Tian, this is a family matter of the Su family. You have no right to interfere, while I indeed have no right to meddle in the affairs of the Su family. You shall not lay a hand on Su Jinyu." Qin Tian's stance was unwavering. Facing the aggressive and harsh-tongued members of the Su family, Qin Tian felt a surge of indignation, but did not want Su Jinyu caught in the middle. So, he gently patted her shoulder, saying, "No matter what you wish to do, go ahead. With Long Yun and me here, there is nothing we cannot resolve. A warrior of the great Xia and a king of the dark night. There was nothing in this world that they could not handle." Su Jinyu scoffed at this, saying, "Country bumpkin, you truly have no shame. Do you even know how powerful the Li family you've provoked is? I'll tell you, they are one of the top 10 families in Jinhai City. With a mere flick of their finger, they could crush the Su family, extinguishing you like an ant. Just wait. The Li family will arrive shortly, and then we shall see how bold you remain." Su Jinyu looked down upon Qin Tian from the bottom of her heart. Being poor is one thing, but the way he paraded around with an air of superiority was increasingly irksome. Su Jinyu suddenly felt anxious, asking, "Jinyu, are you serious? If the Li family comes, Qin Tian and Long Yun will undoubtedly perish." Su Jinyu disdainfully replied, "Do not speak so nauseatingly. From this moment on, I have no relation to you whatsoever." "What?" Su Jinyu was momentarily taken aback. Su Jinyu sneered, "Before you returned, the Su family convened a family meeting, and all major members unanimously agreed to expel you from the family. You are no longer connected to the Su family, and the troubles you stirred outside have nothing to do with us." Su Jinyu's expression fell, standing there in shock. Her time in the Su family had not been easy, as she was always an outsider, but at least she had a home here, if she were cast out. She would once again be utterly alone. Su Jinyu clutched her clothing tightly, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Su Nanxing. "Father, is what Jinyu said true?" Seeing his daughter in such a state, Su Nanxing felt his heart wrench in agony, and suddenly, with determination, he declared, "Jinyu, it's all right. Father will leave the Su family with you. I shall bear it all with you." "Father, what madness is this?" Su Jinwon yanked Su Nanxing back, that Su Manli also held on to him, saying, "Elder brother, although you do not manage the internal or external affairs of the Su family, you are still the head of the family in name. If you take on the responsibility, it would be tantamount to the Su family shouldering the burden. You must not lose your clarity at this moment. Someone, bring the eldest master back," Su Nanhua commanded directly, ordering that Su Nanxing be forcibly pulled to the back. That Su Jinyu did not intervene, feeling somewhat comforted. At least her father had not abandoned her. Looking at her once familiar family members, she felt an overwhelming sense of estrangement. Scanning the room, her gaze fell on Su Manli, and since I entered the Su family, I have been nothing but cautious, eager to assist with any tasks, even tutoring my younger siblings in their studies. They have all gained admission to top universities in the Great Xia. Have I not contributed enough? Yet now you wish to expel me. Su Manli's face flushed slightly at her words, and she averted her gaze. Unable to meet Su Jinyu's eyes, Su Jinyu turned her head to look at Su Nanhua and continued, "Third uncle, a few years ago, your mother-in-law was seriously ill, and none of you had the time to care for her. You were hesitant to entrust her care to outsiders, so I stayed by her bedside for a whole month, didn't I? Back then, you and third aunt praised my understanding, saying I was a good child of the Su family, just like the others. Yet now, you insist on expelling me from the Su family, demanding that I sever ties with you." Su Nanhua's brow furrowed deeply, and he fell silent. That Su Jinyu let out a bitter laugh. Glancing at the elders present, her voice trembling as she spoke, "Uncles and elders present, I implore you to search your hearts. Have I, Su Jinyu, ever wronged you in any way? My actions were solely aimed at gaining the Su family's recognition, to integrate myself as one of you. Yet, I find myself still viewed as someone you can discard at any moment, still not a true child of the Su family. You wish to expel me, to sever our relationship. I refuse to comply. What my aunt said is not without merit. I am indeed a cursed soul, and today I shall drag the Su family down with me." Chapter 15. Vice President of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, Su Jinyu's anguished roar reverberated through the air, her body trembling violently. The members of the Su family exchanged glances, stunned. After a brief moment of shock, they began to voice their accusations. "You, Su Jinyu, have a heart so malicious that you would wish to drag the Su family down with you. How ungrateful! We have nurtured you for so long, and yet you turn against us for the sake of two outsiders. We should never have allowed you back into the Su family. Now you seek to ruin us." Listening to the discussions among the Su family, Su Jinyu felt a profound chill in her heart, taking a weak step back. Qin Tian, quick to react, stepped forward to support her, although Su Jinyu had spoken harshly. Qin Tian knew she lacked the heart to follow through. Su Jinyu's younger sister, Su Jinyun, however, did not understand Su Jinyu as well as Qin Tian did that moment, enraged by Su Jinyu's words. She shouted, "Su Jinyu, stop pretending. Who doesn't know that you are nothing but a scheming vixen? Let me tell you, the decision to sever ties with you rests not with you. The Su family has decided to cast you out." Qin Tian could see Su Jinyu's body trembling even more violently, and solemnly said, "The Su family is unworthy of you, and you should not waste any more effort on them that if they wish to expel you. Then leave. Sooner or later, I will make the Su family regret their decision and understand the true worth of the person they cast aside, the god of war of the Great Xia. The king of the night, such a figure should not be treated in this manner." Exhausted, Su Jinyu could no longer muster the strength to yell. She had merely intended to frighten the members of the Su family and had no desire to implicate them. Even if the Su family did not mention it, she would voluntarily take on the responsibility, striving to prevent the Li family from venting their anger on the Su family. Yet, she never anticipated that the Su family would seek to expel her and sever ties with her. At that moment, her heart felt like ashes. Su Jinyu nodded wearily. Her heart was riddled with wounds, and she had no strength left to engage in this futile exchange. Just then, Su Nanhua suddenly blocked her path, stating, "You cannot leave." Li Xingtang just called again, demanding that you be sent to the Jinding Hotel. With a bitter smile, Su Jinyu thought to herself how the Su family had truly taken selfishness to an extreme. She gritted her teeth and insisted, "This matter arose because of me and has nothing to do with Qin Tian and the others. Let them go." She did not wish to drag Qin Tian and Long Yin down with her. However, Su Nanhua refused, saying, Li Xingtang requires all three of you. Not a single one can be spared. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu's body trembled with anger. The Su family was heartless, and the Li family was utterly domineering. It's fine. I will accompany you. At that moment, a pair of sturdy hands grasped her wrist. Su Jinyu turned to see Qin Tian nodding at her with determination. After hesitating for a while, she finally agreed. Subsequently, the three of them boarded the vehicle arranged by the Su family, heading towards the Jinding Hotel. Did I in the car? The anxious Su Jinyu occasionally glanced at Qin Tian and could not help but ask, Qin Tian, why do you keep helping me? Back at the KV, Qin Tian had protected her, and when she went to the hotel to meet Li Xiaohang, Qin Tian had once again appeared to save her, even incapacitating Li Xiaohang. Now he was accompanying her to meet the head of the Li family, venturing into the lion's den. However, they had only just met less than a day ago, and she found it difficult to comprehend. Before Qin Tian could respond, Long Yun interjected, because you are my sister-in-law, and my senior brother won't let you suffer even the slightest grievance. That Su Jinyu's cheeks instantly flushed bright red. Long Yun, stop talking nonsense. I am not the one dating Qin Tian. Long Yun chuckled. It's all the same, all the same. The atmosphere in the car lightened somewhat due to Long Yun's words. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the Jinding Hotel. The entrance was lined with luxury cars, and those who could enter were all of considerable wealth and status. Usually, the area in front of the Jinding Hotel was bustling with activity at night. But it was relatively quiet tonight, as the entire hotel had been booked by Li Xingtang. Su Nanhua was the first to exit the vehicle and approach the entrance to explain their purpose. Li Xingtang had already given instructions, and the hotel manager promptly led Su Nanhua and the others into the hotel lobby, with Qin Tian, Long Yun, and Su Jinyu following closely behind. Upon reaching the top floor, the hotel manager arranged for the five of them in an empty private room before going to notify Li Xingtang. Before long, the door to the private room opened again, revealing a sullen-faced Li Xingtang, who wheeled in Li Xiaohang, accompanied by a group of people. Beside Li Xingtang stood a middle-aged man with a plump figure and an arrogant demeanor. Head of the Li family, Su Nanhua hurriedly stepped forward. Wearing a smiling face, that Li Xingtang was stern and silent, his eyes gleaming with malice. That I in the wheelchair. Li Xiaohang ignored Su Nanhua and pointed at Qin Tian, gritting his teeth as he said, It was him. He is the one who crippled me. Li Xiaohang wished nothing more than to flay Qin Tian alive. And no need to thank me, Qin Tian remarked, nearly causing the Li father and son to choke with rage. Just as Li Xingtang was about to erupt, the middle-aged man beside him interjected, Li family head, allow me to handle this. Turning to Qin Tian with a sneer, he said, Kid, do you know who I am? I don't know, nor am I interested in knowing. Qin Tian shook his head. Impudent. Li Xingtang scolded, introducing, This is Hu Li, the vice president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Qin Tian remained unfazed, but Su Nanxing and Su Nanhua were rooted to the spot, their legs trembling in fear. How could the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce be involved? In the entire Jiangzhou region, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce was a top-tier entity. The Su family could not compare with the first-rate Li family. And in the presence of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, they were like ants. While the Su family had a way out by leaving Jinhai City after offending the Li family. Offending the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce meant that finding a foothold in the entire Great Xia would be nearly impossible. Su Nanhua was the first to regain his composure, bowing and saying, Su Nanhua pays respects to President Hu. Hu Li glanced at Su Nanhua with a cold expression and said, The Su family has crippled the limbs of the Li family's young master. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? To be frank, Su Jinyu was not even considered part of the Su family. She had been expelled and had no ties left with them. Qin Tian and Long Yun were even less related to the Su family. And the trouble they had caused truly had nothing to do with the Su family. Su Nanhua hurriedly distanced himself from the situation. Hu Li said with a playful expression, So, no matter how they are punished, the Su family will not intervene? Exactly. Su Nanhua nodded repeatedly. Su Nanxing hesitated, wanting to speak but refraining. Very well. Then I will take charge today, Hu Li declared, pointing at Qin Tian and commanding, since you are the one who crippled Li Xiaohang's limbs. You should first cripple your own, just based on you. Do you think I would harm myself? Qin Tian coldly chuckled and shook his head. What's the matter? You unwilling. Hu Li's expression darkened. He had come alongside Li Xingtang to demonstrate the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's authority and to repay a favor to the Li family. Now this kid dared to defy him, which was tantamount to courting death. Junior brother, do you agree? Qin Tian meaningfully glanced at Long Yun. Long Yun had been covering his face, wishing he were anywhere but here. He had a mission in Jinhai City, which was to secretly protect the president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Yu Huayan, he never imagined that the vice president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce would come forth and act so arrogantly. Long Yun forced a smile and retorted, "Call your president here." He intended to have a serious conversation with Yu Huayan. Li Xiaohang hurriedly cautioned, "President Hu, be careful. This person has some strength. Very strong." Hu Li scoffed. "Haha, does he surpass our Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's #1 powerhouse? Chen Wudi, in your eyes, he may seem strong, but to us at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, he is merely an ant that can be crushed with ease. Kid, you are not worthy to meet our president. If you do not wish to die, you will follow my orders and break your own limbs." To demand that the god of war, the great Xia, self-mutilate was utterly absurd. Long Yun could no longer tolerate it. He extended his hands, a playful smile on his face, and said, "I want to break my own limbs. Why don't you help me instead? Then I shall assist you." Hu Li scanned the room and seized a wine bottle from the cabinet, preparing to smash it against Long Yun's wrist. Seeing this, Su Jinyu's heart tightened. But just then, Long Yun suddenly moved, raising his hand and delivering a resounding slap across Hu Li's face. Chapter 16. It is him. It truly is him. Slap. The sound of the slap was crisp, reverberating through the Hu Li struck hard, spun around in a complete circle before coming to a halt, still clutching the wine bottle, as if nothing had transpired. Yet his face burned with pain, swollen to a height of nearly 1 centimeter. Dazed, with stars dancing before his eyes, Hu Li stood frozen, unable to regain his wits for a considerable, while Li Xingtang and Li Xiaohang were equally taken aback, astonished that Long Yun had the audacity to retaliate. However, their surprise quickly transformed into exhilaration. This audacious fellow dared to strike the vice president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. It was nothing short of courting death. Su Nanhua was also struck with fear, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his legs trembling, that he thought to himself that while Long Yun might be seeking his own demise, he fervently hoped the Su family would not be implicated. After a moment, Hu Li finally regained his senses, covering the swollen side of his face, and bellowed, "You dare to hit me. You actually dare to hit me. Today, I shall take your life," as Hu Li roared. He prepared to smash the wine bottle. With a resounding slap, Long Yun struck again, delivering 3 more swift blows that sent the wine bottle flying from Hu Li's grasp, causing him to collapse to the ground. His face was grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig, unrecognizable even to his own parents. The esteemed guests present were all left wide-eyed and speechless, unable to believe their own eyes. Hu Li sat dumbfounded on the ground, staring at Long Yun, his eyes aflame with fury. The dignified vice president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. He had always been the one to deliver blows. Never had he been subjected to such humiliation. "You wait, the president and Chen Wudi are right next door. Today, I will ensure you have no place to bury your body," Hu Li shrieked in a frenzy. This was no longer merely a matter concerning the Li family and Qin Tian. It had escalated to a confrontation between the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and them. Stumbling to his feet, Hu Li rushed out of the private room in search of reinforcements. With a thud, Su Nanhua's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground, trembling as he asked, "Is the president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Yu Huayan, also here?" "Heh," Li Xingtang sneered contemptuously. "Tonight, I have rented the entire Jinding Hotel to host President Yu." They struck the vice president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. They should brace themselves for President Yu's wrath. Upon hearing this, the others began to revel in their misfortune. These 2 young men were indeed brimming with youthful arrogance, unaware of the gravity of their actions, and had now offended a formidable figure. They would likely not even know how they met their demise. It is imperative for one to possess a modicum of self-awareness. Initially, there had been room for negotiation, but now their fate was sealed. As the crowd spoke, Su Jinyu fidgeted nervously, her hands wringing together. She had not anticipated the situation would escalate to such proportions, and she hurriedly pulled Qin Tian aside, saying, "Qin Tian, you and Qin Yun must flee at once, as far away as possible." She was aware of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce's reputation, a superpower far exceeding that of the Li family. And Long Yun's act of striking the vice president left little room for retreat. She wished to see if Long Yun could lead Qin Tian to safety. Want to escape? Li Xingtang scoffed. Sneering, it's too late. The strongest fighter of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Chen Wudi, is right beside President Yu. You might as well wait here to meet your end. With a creak, the private room door swung open, and a throng of individuals streamed in. Su Nanhua, slumped on the ground, stared in astonishment at the sight before him. Those entering were all prominent figures of Jinhai City. The head of the first-class Chen family, Chen Haisheng, the patriarch of the Huang family, Huang Wancheng, the head of the Qi family, Qi Kaiyuan, the head of the Meng family, Meng Guangxiu. Among those present, including Li Xingtang, 5 heads of the 10 major families of Jinhai City had gathered. What a terrifying assembly this was! Su Nanhua gulped several times, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Even the elderly patriarch of the Su family had never witnessed such an imposing gathering, aside from these 5. The remaining dozen or so individuals, if any one of them were to be singled out, would hold a status far superior to that of Su Nanxing, the nominal head of the Su family. The power behind any one of them was greater than that of the Su family. Yet, at this moment, all eyes were filled with reverence as they entered the private room. They positioned themselves along the sides, creating a pathway in anticipation of the arrival of the true dignitary. Following closely, 2 stern-looking bodyguards clad in black entered, surveying the room before taking their positions in the corners. Only after ensuring the area was secure did a middle-aged man dressed in traditional attire, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, slowly enter the private room. This man was none other than the currently illustrious president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Yu Huayan. To his right stood a square-faced, middle-aged man, his gaze sharp and commanding, exuding an aura of authority. He was none other than the strongest fighter of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Chen Wudi. Chen Wudi's piercing gaze seemed capable of piercing through one's very soul, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. The immense pressure he radiated left the assembled crowd gasping for breath. To Yu Huayan's left sat the grotesquely swollen Hu Li, who now glared at Long Yun with a face full of resentment. President Yu, I sincerely apologize for the disturbances caused by the Li family. Li Xingtang hastily stepped forward to offer his apologies at this moment. A middle-aged man from the crowd on the left spoke up. The one who should truly apologize is not the head of the Li family, but rather the Su family. The Su family is incredibly audacious, daring to strike even the vice president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Do they not regard the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Cheng Shifei, do not slander us without cause. Su Jinyu exclaimed, now distanced from the Su family. What they have done has nothing to do with the Su family. President Yu, you must see through this. Su Nanhua pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. Cheng Shifei was the head of the second-rate Qing family, known for their long-standing animosity with the Su family, and it was evident he sought to exploit this situation. Seeing the high-ranking individual show such deference to Yu Huayan, Su Jinyu's heart sank into despair. However, she could not allow Qin Tian and Long Yun to be dragged down with her. Stepping forward, she positioned herself protectively in front of Long Yun and said, President Yu, as the head of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, surely you must be reasonable. All this turmoil was instigated by Li Xiaohe. He forced my hand, leading to his limbs being broken. While Long Yun's actions against Vice President Hu Li were indeed wrong, I am willing to accept the punishment in his stead. You would take his punishment? Hu Li screeched, jumping to his feet, pointing at his battered face and shouting, My face has been reduced to this state, and you think you can bear the consequences alone? Do you not realize that it is not merely my face that has been struck, but the dignity of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Cheng Shifei is right. The Su family has no place left in Jinhai City. Feeling humiliated, Hu Li sought to obliterate the entire Su family in a bid to reclaim his pride. With a crash, Su Nanhua, who had just managed to stand, collapsed to the ground. Fainting from shock, Su Jinyu clenched her fist tightly, unable to contain her anger any longer. Li family, Qing family, Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Do not push your luck. And if we do? Cheng Shifei replied with a smug smile, his expression brimming with satisfaction. The Qing family had numerous business rivalries with the Su family, and should the Su family be eradicated, the Qing family would emerge as the primary beneficiary. Li Xingtang pushed his son forward, sneering, My son has been rendered crippled. It is only fitting that the lives of everyone in the Su family be forfeit. Li Xingtang believed that Long Yun's slap had been perfectly executed. Otherwise, Merely punishing Su Jinyu would not suffice to quell his and his son's deep-seated resentment. Enough, Yu Huayan interjected, silencing the commotion, but he turned his gaze to Su Jinyu and said, I can remain uninvolved in your family matters, nor can I deliver justice. However, you have struck a member of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. This cannot go unaddressed, lest others perceive the Sihai Chamber as easy prey. Who was it that struck? Yu Huayan's voice was commanding. That I did. Long Yin stepped forward. He recognized Yu Huayan, though the latter did not recognize him. Long Yin was curious to see how this individual, whom he had been tasked to protect, would handle the situation. Daring to act and admitting it, you possessed some courage to why Yu Huayan intended to have Hu Li return the 4 slaps in kind. But as he turned, he caught sight of a figure between Su Jinyu and Long Yun. That am I seeing things? Yu Huayan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Squinting, he leaned closer, attempting to push Su Jinyu and Long Yun aside. But he only managed to move Su Jinyu aside, failing to budge Long Yun. The Yu Huayan paid no mind to this, for he had clearly identified Qin Tian in the distance, and his eyes widened in astonishment. It's him. It really is him. God bless. Oh heavenly deities. Yu Huayan shouted frantically, sprinting towards Qin Tian. With a thud, Yu Huayan stumbled before Qin Tian, dropping to his knees with a loud thump. Silence. The room fell into a profound stillness. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Almost everyone present was left in utter shock. The esteemed president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce was kneeling before someone. What was happening? Chapter 17. Settling accounts one by one within the private room. Time seemed to halt in an instant. The air grew thick, and nearly everyone stood frozen in disbelief. After what felt like an eternity, the sound of gulping and heavy breathing broke the silence. Hu Li cautiously stepped forward, trembling as he asked, President, have you mistaken the person? What merit does Qin Tian possess? What qualifications does he have to warrant the president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce kneeling before him? Get lost, Yu Huayan barked, but as he turned to face Qin Tian, his demeanor shifted to one of obsequiousness. Qin Tian was equally astonished. He had not expected Yu Huayan to kneel upon entering. And he curiously asked, Do you know me? Of course, Yu Huayan replied with a grin. But just as he was about to continue, he felt Qin Tian's gaze sharpen, a warning glimmering in his eyes. Yu Huayan's heart sank that I asked the president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. He was no fool. He quickly understood that Qin Tian's expression was a warning against revealing his true identity, to why Yu Huayan hastily corrected himself, stating, Although this is our first encounter, I have long been familiar with your esteemed name, that my purpose in coming to Jinhai is solely to meet with young Master Qin. Upon hearing this, the most astonished was undoubtedly Long Yun, for he was aware that Yu Huayan had come to Jinhai City specifically to meet the Dark Knight Monarch. Yet, Yu Huayan had just claimed he was here to see his senior brother. Could it be that his senior brother was indeed the Dark Knight Monarch? Long Yun gaped in disbelief at Qin Tian. You came specifically to meet me. Qin Tian feigned curiosity. What do you wish to see me for? I have a matter to beseech young Master Qin, Yu Huayan replied, refraining from divulging the specific purpose due to the many ears present in the room. Qin Tian shook his head. I cannot assist you, for your vice president has declared that I should have no place to rest, and if I cannot safeguard myself, how can I help you? Hu Li's heart sank. It was evident that Qin Tian was diverting the calamity onto him. He was unaware of Yu Huayan's request of Qin Tian, but as the dignified president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, to kneel and plead must surely involve a matter of life and death. Hu Li, a cunning old fox, quickly nodded and approached, saying, Oh, so young Master Qin is one of us. This is akin to the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Let us consider it a case of not knowing each other before. Ah, Qin Tian scoffed coldly. One of us. You think you are worthy? Yu Huayan slowly rose, gazing at Hu Li, and spoke in a grave tone. You say you wish for young Master Qin to have no place to rest? I was caught off guard and spoke without thinking. It was a slip of the tongue, Hu Li stammered, trembling, struggling to articulate. Slap. Yu Huayan swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Hu Li's face, exclaiming, Then let me wake you up. Ah! Before Hu Li could comprehend, Yu Huayan landed a series of slaps. Over 10 in total. Hu Li's face swelled grotesquely, distorting his features. Hu Li, I have turned a blind eye to your arrogance, considering your long-standing position in the Sihai group. But you have foolishly offended young Master Qin, so do not blame me for being unfeeling. The Yu Huayan reprimanded mercilessly. From this moment forth, you are no longer the vice president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. President, no, please. Hu Li, disregarding the pain on his face, began to plead desperately. The Yu Huayan remained unmoved, coldly waving his hand. Someone, throw Hu Li out. As soon as he finished speaking, two bodyguards approached, dragging the wailing Hu Li out of the private room and tossing him onto the street outside the hotel. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. The vice president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce had been dismissed just like that, like a dead dog, thrown onto the main road. Who exactly was Qin Tian? The heads of the various families turned their gazes towards Li Xingtang, as the Li family understood Qin Tian better. Oh no. Li Xingtang sought to retreat further, thinking, don't look at me. The situation had arisen from the Li family, and he feared that after dealing with Hu Li, Yu Huayan would turn his wrath upon him as well, that he could not afford to lose face. However, even if Li Xingtang hid among the crowd, burying his head in shame, it would be futile. Yu Huayan had already planned to deal with the Li family following Hu Li. Tonight, he must ensure that Qin Tian felt appeased at Li Xingtang, Yu Huayan called out. The cowering Li Xingtang stepped forward, wearing a mournful expression. President Yu, I truly did not know you were acquainted with Qin Tian. And moreover, it was Qin Tian who first crippled my son, that he may be disabled for life. That is his own doing. He deserves it. Yu Huayan retorted sharply. Had he not forced Miss Su, would young Master Qin have crippled him? Li Xiaoying only had his limbs broken. That is generous of you. So be glad. Indeed, Qin Tian had shown restraint. If the Dark Knight monarch truly wished to kill him, he could have done so effortlessly with a mere flick of his finger. Seeing Yu Huayan's unwavering support for Qin Tian, Li Xingtang, though reluctant, could only lower his head and nod. President Yu is right. My son acted recklessly, and he deserves to have his limbs broken. It is all his own doing. Father, Li Xiaoying attempted to speak, but was cut off by Li Xingtang. Be quiet. Li Xingtang scolded. He understood that no matter how resentful he felt, he could only swallow his anger. Otherwise, the Li family might face calamity. Li Xingtang realized that the incident stemmed from his son and Su Jinyu, and thus turned to Su Jinyu, saying, Miss Su, I hope you can overlook this matter and forgive Xiaohang for his rudeness. Su Jinyu was still in a daze, unsure of how to respond, glancing at Qin Tian. Qin Tian spoke. Li Xiaohang has paid the price for his actions. But how does the Li family intend to settle the account for forcing the Su family to bring us here? What does young Master Qin wish? Li Xingtang lowered his stance significantly. The Li family does not deserve to be considered a top family in Jinhai City. Qin Tian stated bluntly. Qin Tian, do not go too far. Li Xingtang, having already lowered himself, was incensed by Qin Tian's relentless pressure. So what if I am excessive? Qin Tian turned to Yu Huayan. What do you think? Yu Huayan understood that if he did not severely reprimand the Li family tonight, it would not suffice, and thus coldly stated, young Master Qin is correct. The Li family does not qualify to be a top family in Jinhai City, nor do they deserve to continue collaborating with the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. What? Li Xingtang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qin Tian held such weight in Yu Huayan's heart. Yu Huayan surveyed the room and proclaimed loudly, from this moment forth, all collaborations between the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and the Li family are hereby terminated. Anyone who engages in business dealings with the Li family will be opposing the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 18. The rules of the Dark Knight monarch Li Xingtang felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, his face a mask of terror. President Yu, you cannot do this. Yu Huayan's words effectively sealed the Li family's fate. Without the support of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, the Li family would swiftly decline, soon becoming lesser than even second-rate families that Li Xingtang. I am only doing this to repay a favor owed to your family, that if you utter another word, believe me, I will order the annihilation of the Li family right now. Yu Huayan warned coldly. Crash. Li Xingtang could no longer maintain his composure and fell to the ground, staring blankly at Yu Huayan. He had never imagined that Yu Huayan would be so ruthless. The other attendees were left in shock, speechless. The Li family, a top family among the 10, was finished. Li Xingtang was reluctant, but upon seeing Yu Huayan's cold glare, realized he meant business and could only bow his head in submission. Yu Huayan turned back to Qin Tian, replacing his expression with a smile. Young Master Qin, are you satisfied with my handling of the Li family? I recall there was one person who kept barking earlier. Qin Tian nodded, then turned to a corner. Cheng Shifei, who had hidden himself and buried his head in his pants, was on the verge of wetting himself. Realizing he could not escape Qin Tian's gaze, he hurriedly ran out, kneeling and slapping his own face. It was I who barked. I am the one who failed to recognize greatness. Cheng Shifei had been the most vociferous, threatening to annihilate the Su family. And now he wished for death that Wei Huayan owed no favors to the Cheng family, and thus showed no hesitation, coldly stating, "From tonight onwards, the Cheng family will no longer exist in Jinhai City." What? Cheng Shifei sat there in shock, his eyes vacant. The Wei Huayan's utterance had directly condemned the Cheng family's fate. The heads of the various families present inhaled sharply, relieved they had not spoken out, lest they too face the same fate as the Li and Cheng families. All at once, everyone turned their curious gazes toward Qin Tian. Who exactly was Qin Tian? For offending him, the vice president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce was dismissed. For offending him, the prestigious Li family was destined for decline. For offending him, the second-rate Cheng family would cease to exist at Wei Huayan. However, paid no mind to the gazes around him, but instead turned to Qin Tian with utmost respect. Inquiring, "Young Master Qin, is there anyone else who has offended you?" The heads of the first-rate families, including Chen Haixing and Huang Wansheng, were sweating profusely. "Young Master Qin, we came to the banquet tonight solely because of President Yu. We are not familiar with Li Shengtang and did not bark like Cheng Shifei earlier. Indeed, we will follow President Yu's words and sever all ties with the Li family that I asked for the Cheng family. We can handle it ourselves." The attendees, fearing the flames would engulf them, distanced themselves from the Li family, eager to curry favor. Qin Tian, however, did not press further on the others, turning to Su Jinyu and asking, "Have you vented your anger?" "Huh." Su Jinyu was momentarily stunned, then nodded blankly. Her mind was still in a haze. The situation had resolved itself as if it were a dream. Seeing this, Yu Huayan also felt relief and cautiously said, "Young Master Qin, may we have a word in private?" Qin Tian nodded, suspecting that Yu Huayan wished to discuss his purpose for meeting. Leading Long Yun and the still-day Su Jinyu, they followed Yu Huayan to the adjacent private room. Once they departed, all the prominent figures of Jinhai City inside the room let out a sigh of relief, having barely dared to breathe moments before. They looked at Li Shengtang and Cheng Shifei with eyes full of schadenfreude. Already plotting how to seize the assets of the Li and Cheng families, de Su Nansheng, who had been lingering at the back of the crowd, suddenly caught attention, and many rushed forward to flatter him. Su Nansheng, like Su Jinyu, was still dazed, absent-mindedly greeting the prominent figures of Jinhai City. "That I in the next room." After taking a seat, Qin Tian said, "Now that there are no outsiders, please state your purpose." Plop. Yu Huayan once again knelt on the ground. "Pleading, I implore you, young Master Qin, to save me." Chen Wudi furrowed his brow, his expression one of displeasure. Typically, President Yu displayed considerable fortitude. Why, on this day, did his knees yield so easily? This marked the second time he had bowed before such a young lad as Qin Tian. Yet, Yu Huayan felt no shame. What disgrace was there in kneeling before the king of the night? Most individuals would not even have the privilege to do so. "If you desire my assistance, you must first enlighten me on how I might aid you." Qin Tian remarked with a hint of exasperation, that while Yu Huayan sighed deeply. "I have been ensnared by treacherous foes and have succumbed to the insidious poison of the Tian In Shi Hun Chao, leaving me with little time remaining. That I have heard that young Master Qin's medical skills are unparalleled, particularly your mastery of acupuncture, which is truly transcendent. Thus, I have come to beseech you for my salvation." Upon hearing this, the others remained largely indifferent, but Chen Wudi was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "President Yu, is this truly the case?" Yu Huayan nodded solemnly, that he had never divulged the matter of his poisoning to anyone within the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. He understood that if this information were to leak, chaos would ensue, and competitors would seize the opportunity to strike. Under such internal and external strife, the Four Seas Chamber would undoubtedly crumble. Qin Tian mused, placing his hand on Yu Huayan's pulse. After a moment, he nodded slowly. "Indeed, you have been poisoned by the Tian in Duan Hun Chao. This poison is colorless and tasteless, causing no itching or pain, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. After 49 days of affliction, your spirit will be consumed, and you shall meet your demise, with even the cause of death remaining elusive." "Exactly," Yu Huayan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Since you are familiar with this poison, you must also know the antidote. Your condition is grave, yet not entirely hopeless, Qin Tian responded. First, you must nourish your spirit with medicinal concoctions, and when the 49 days draw near, I shall employ the 18 needles of the Ghost Gate to draw you back from the brink of death. Hearing this, Yu Huayan was suddenly filled with hope, and he cried out desperately, I beseech you, young Master Qin, save me. Qin Tian replied in a calm and measured tone, I am not averse to saving you, but are you aware of my terms? Yu Huayan, understanding the customs of the King of the Night, nodded earnestly. I am aware, and I am willing to offer half of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. What? Su Jinyu gasped, her mouth agape. Half of the Four Seas Chamber? That is tantamount to hundreds of Su family members. Such compensation is exorbitant. Chen Wudi, equally astonished, quickly interjected, President Yu, you are unwell and should not act rashly in your desperation. Have you been deceived? This young man appears far too inexperienced to be a divine physician. I have never even heard of the Tian In Shi Hun Chao or the 18 needles of the Ghost Gate. Chen Wudi suspected that Yu Huayan had fallen prey to a scam. For how could one demand half of the Four Seas Chamber at the first mention? Unbeknownst to him, the King of the Night had a rule, to collect half of one's wealth as payment. If one possessed only a bun, one must part with half. If one owned an entire empire, half of that must also be surrendered as compensation. Thus, for Yu Huayan to seek Qin Tian's aid, he was obliged to offer half of the Four Seas Chamber as remuneration. Chapter 19. You wish to give me the entire Four Seas Chamber? Upon witnessing Chen Wudi's disrespect towards Qin Tian, Yu Huayan immediately admonished, You shall not speak rudely to young Master Qin. President, I, Chen Wudi, am only expressing my sincere concern. Understanding Chen Wudi's worry for his safety, Yu Huayan patiently clarified, During this time, I have traveled extensively under the guise of expanding the Four Seas Chamber's business. All the while searching for a cure, I have consulted nearly every renowned physician, yet none could heal me. Only young Master Qin possesses the means to save my life. Should he succeed in curing my poison, I am willing to part with half of my assets. Unfamiliar with Yu Huayan's condition, Chen Wudi remained skeptical, insisting, I still cannot accept that he is a divine physician, fearing that Chen Wudi's insolence might provoke Qin Tian. Yu Huayan's expression darkened as he warned, You shall cease your reckless words, otherwise, do not expect to remain by my side. With a face full of defiance, Chen Wudi failed to comprehend how the esteemed president of the Four Seas Chamber could place his trust in a mere charlatan like Qin Tian. But Yu Huayan's command silenced him, leaving him to glare at Qin Tian with a warning in his eyes. As long as I am present, you shall not succeed. Sensing Chen Wudi's hostility, Qin Tian raised an eyebrow and remarked, You do not believe in my abilities? I have encountered many renowned physicians. Are they not all of advanced age? Each has spent decades mastering their craft to attain the title of divine physician. Chen Wudi gritted his teeth, retorting, Yet you are barely in your 20s. What right do you have to claim such a title? Such a simplistic truth seemed lost on Yu Huayan, who felt a jolt of alarm at Chen Wudi's actions. Should the King of the Night be angered, it would spell trouble. Just as he was about to reprimand Chen Wudi, Qin Tian waved him off, scrutinizing Chen Wudi with a light chuckle. You are the first expert of the Four Seas Chamber. Chen Wudi, indeed, Chen Wudi proclaimed, his head held high in pride. Qin Tian shook his head, the first expert of the Four Seas Chamber. The Four Masters of Jiangzhou are hardly more impressive. It appears that your so-called Four Seas Chamber is truly lacking in talent. At this, Chen Wudi erupted in fury. How dare you belittle the Four Seas Chamber and Jiangzhou? Today, I shall teach you a lesson and show you my true prowess. You dare. Long Yin stepped forward, his aura intensifying, that he too wished to gauge the abilities of the so-called first expert of the Four Seas Chamber. That Yu Huayan was now drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear. Chen Wudi intended to confront the King of the Night? Was he seeking his own demise? Yu Huayan rushed to block Chen Wudi, his voice sharp and commanding. Chen Wudi, silence yourself, speak another word, and you shall leave my side. Chen Wudi, brimming with indignation, could not fathom why the esteemed president of the Four Seas Chamber would trust a mere street magician like Qin Tian. Nevertheless, Yu Huayan's command silenced him, leaving him to glare at Qin Tian, warning him with his eyes. As long as I am here, you shall not prevail. Qin Tian, sensing the challenge in Chen Wudi's gaze. Smirked slightly. You do not believe I possess the skills? I have seen many renowned physicians, all of whom are well into their later years. They have spent decades honing their craft to earn their esteemed titles. Chen Wudi clenched his jaw. And you, at barely 20, what qualifications do you have to be considered a divine physician? This simple fact seemed to elude Yu Huayan, who felt a sudden chill. Should Chen Wudi provoke the king of the night, it would lead to dire consequences. Just as he prepared to reprimand Chen Wudi, Qin Tian waved him off and scrutinized Chen Wudi, a playful smile on his lips. You are the first master of the Four Seas chamber. Chen Wudi, indeed. Chen Wudi stood tall, pride radiating from him. Qin Tian shook his head, the so-called first expert of the Four Seas chamber. The four masters of Jiangzhou are hardly more competent. It seems your esteemed chamber is truly lacking in talent. Chen Wudi hoped that what Qin Tian said was all falsehoods. Yet it was as if Qin Tian had been secretly observing his cultivation. These secrets were known to no one else but him. Yet they were all revealed by Qin Tian. Truly, Qin Tian is an omniscient divine physician. Young Master Qin, I apologize for my earlier ignorance. I beseech you to overlook past grievances and assist me. Chen Wudi lowered his proud head and humbly requested that he could accept the shifting titles of the four great masters of Jiangzhou, as he could reclaim them in due time, but he could not bear the thought of his strength not only stagnating, but deteriorating. Death would be preferable to Yu Huayan. Witnessing Chen Wudi's humility, realized that Qin Tian had indeed spoken the truth. For both personal and public reasons, Yu Huayan did not wish for such a situation to occur and implored Qin Tian. Young Master Qin, I earnestly request that you also extend your aid to Chen Wudi. Chen Wudi, are you not hastening to apologize to young Master Qin for your previous rudeness? Chen Wudi stepped forward, bending his straight back, and bowed his head in apology, saying, Young Master Qin, I hope you will not hold my conduct against me. Young Master Qin, Chen Wudi can sometimes be rather stubborn, but he possesses good character and is well regarded in Jiangzhou. Please assist him that I can cover his medical expenses, Yu Huayan stated solemnly. Qin Tian chuckled and said, Are you proposing to offer me the entire Four Seas Chamber of Commerce as payment? Ah, Yu Huayan was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that rather exorbitant? This money is truly hard to earn. Qin Tian remarked casually, not intending to be so mercenary. He waved his hand and added, Very well, I shall consider this a good deed today. A buy one get one free. Qin Tian sat down and turned to Yu Huayan. Let us first address your issue. How long has it been since you've had a good night's sleep? Truly, nothing escapes the discerning eyes of young Master Qin. Yu Huayan sighed in admiration. I have not slept a single moment for nearly a month. I have tried various sedatives and miraculous prescriptions, but to no avail. Chen Wudi, Su Jinyu, and Long Yun gazed at Yu Huayan in astonishment. Tio survived without sleep for a month and not appear haggard. Qin Tian was not the least bit surprised. This was the terrifying nature of the Tianine soul-devouring herb, which could keep a person in a heightened state of excitement for 49 days without rest, leaving them devoid of any sense of fatigue. It concentrated a lifetime's worth of vitality into those 49 days, and once that duration elapsed, one's essence would be exhausted, leading to death. The Tianine soul-devouring herb essentially consumes a person's vitality. Qin Tian took out a gray cloth bag he carried and spread it open to reveal a row of gleaming silver needles. I will use these needles to pierce acupoints, allowing you to enjoy a proper sleep while interrupting the continuous drain of your essence caused by the soul-devouring poison. Later, I will prepare a prescription to help restore your body in anticipation of the 49-day mark, at which point I will perform the 18 needles of the Ghost Gate. Whatever young Master Qin commands, Yu Huayan replied respectfully. Qin Tian selected a silver needle, focused his breath, and deftly inserted the needle into the acupoints on Yu Huayan's head. The insertion was as smooth as flowing clouds. With a gentle twist, most of the needle was embedded within. Yu Huayan felt no pain whatsoever. After a series of needles were inserted, he felt his eyelids growing heavier. And suddenly, his head tilted and he collapsed. Qin Tian quickly caught him, saying, He has fallen asleep, that he gently placed Yu Huayan in a chair. The room was filled with the thunderous sound of snoring, occasionally punctuated by the grinding of teeth. Yu Huayan's sleep habits were rather poor, likely due to his prolonged wakefulness. The onlookers could only watch, bemused, as he slept soundly. After ensuring Yu Huayan was settled, Qin Tian took paper and pen to write a prescription. This prescription should be taken once daily, and I will also administer acupuncture to you Hawaiian each day to assist his sleep and mitigate the poison of the soul-devouring herb. This money is truly hard to earn. Chin Tian lamented as he handed the prescription to Chinwudi. Long Yun could not help but complain, "Brother, this is akin to robbery. And yet you say money is hard to come by." He is the one who is truly poor. Su Jinyu nodded in agreement with Long Yun's words. Just a few needle insertions, and he could obtain half of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. It can't be that easy. Chin Tian merely smiled and did not respond, instead turning his attention back to Chinwudi. Now it is your turn. Your condition is somewhat more complex, but fortunately, it can be resolved all at once. Chin Tian suddenly looked at Su Jinyu. I will administer a total of 362 needles, as I need to open all of his meridians and acupoints, which will take some time, but if you feel tired, you may rest at no need. Although Su Jinyu felt a bit fatigued, she wished to observe Chin Tian's continued acupuncture. Of course, if you fear I might learn your technique, I can step aside. Su Jinyu had never imagined that Chin Tian was indeed a divine physician. Chin Tian smiled and replied, I am not concerned that you might steal my techniques. In truth, even if you watched, you would not be able to replicate them. Su Jinyu pouted indignantly. Who do you think you are looking down upon? Chinwudi lay down, and Chin Tian began the acupuncture process, starting with the 12 primary meridians. He deftly manipulated the silver needles to gently vibrate and pierce the acupoints, thus more effectively clearing the meridians. Su Jinyu, feeling somewhat fatigued, leaned over the table like an enamored admirer, watching Chin Tian at work. Meanwhile, Long Yun was struggling to stay awake. Sister-in-law, can you even follow this? Of course. Don't you think Chin Tian looks even more handsome while performing acupuncture? Su Jinyu instinctively replied. Long Yun rolled his eyes. You're just seeing beauty through the eyes of love. Su Jinyu's face flushed crimson, and she shyly reminded Long Yun, please stop calling me sister-in-law. I am not your sister-in-law. I am unworthy of him. Chin Tian's performance tonight was extraordinarily impressive. How could she ever feel deserving of him? By dawn, the heads of prominent families would likely line up to present their most outstanding daughters to Chin Tian for his selection. She, a mere daughter of a second-rate family, felt unworthy, especially since she had been expelled from the Su family. Chin Tian remained oblivious to the sorrow on Su Jinyu's face as he focused intently on administering acupuncture to Chinwudi. The process required utmost concentration, as the force applied had to be precise, and the acupoints must be accurately targeted. A slight miscalculation on the primary meridians could even lead to paralysis for Chinwudi. Sweat began to bead on Chin Tian's forehead, leaving a circle of perspiration around Chinwudi. Yet, Chin Tian continued tirelessly with the acupuncture. At last, after completing the 360 needles, only 2 remained. With a long breath, Chin Tian pinched the needles. Long Yun, open the window. Long Yun yawned, drew back the curtains, and noticed that dawn had already broken. He opened the window. Simultaneously, Chin Tian inserted 2 silver needles into the ren and du meridians of Chinwudi. As the needles pierced simultaneously, a viscous white secretion oozed from the 362 needle sites within Chinwudi's body, all of which were blockages in the meridians. In an instant, the room was filled with an unbearable stench. Long Yun and Su Jinyu finally understood why Chin Tian had instructed them to open the window, and they both rushed to the window, thrusting their heads out. It stinks. Even Chinwudi was brought to tears by the odor. Chin Tian also pinched his nose and muttered, I told you this money is hard to earn. Chinwudi, now attempt to circulate your internal cultivation method. Remember to avoid the Runming and Shimen acupoints, and instead focus on the Huiming and Huitong acupoints. All right. Chinwudi, enduring the foul smell, began to circulate his internal energy, allowing the true qi to flow throughout his body, while following Chin Tian's instructions to avoid the specified acupoints. He felt not only the absence of the previous blockage, but also a smoothness as the true qi flowed effortlessly, with no pain at the Shenhui acupoint. The sensation could only be described in one word: exhilarating. He was unaware that Chin Tian's seemingly casual adjustments had elevated the level of his cultivation method, allowing for much greater efficiency. Once Chinwudi completed a full cycle of circulation, Chin Tian interrupted. Enough for now. Return and practice your cultivation slowly. First, go take a bath. Chin Tian quickly removed all the silver needles from Chinwudi's body. At this moment, Chinwudi was completely in awe of Chin Tian and bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Chin. Chinwudi, owe you a great debt of gratitude. Should you ever require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. Simply leaving now is sufficient repayment. Chen Wudi retreated from the private room. After his departure, the foul odor in the room quickly dissipated, allowing everyone to regain their composure. Qin Tian turned to Su Jinyu with a smile. So, did you learn anything? Su Jinyu pouted. Do you really think I am a genius with a photographic memory? You just performed over 300 needle insertions across numerous acupoints. Even if you asked me to memorize them, I may not be able to do so. Qin Tian replied earnestly. Jinyu, if you truly wish to learn medicine, I can teach you. However, the 18 needles of the Ghost Gate require exceptional internal strength to master, which you cannot achieve in a short time, but you can learn other techniques. Su Jinyu shook her head. No need. I have little interest in medicine. Longyan interjected playfully. Exactly, with a divine physician like you around. Why would sister-in-law need to work so hard to learn medicine? Sister-in-law, I've already told you not to call me that. I am not your sister-in-law, and I am unworthy of him. Su Jinyu protested shyly. I don't care. In my eyes, you will always be my sister-in-law, right, brother? Qin Tian shot him a glance and replied, This matter does not concern you. You may leave now. Whoa, brother, when did you learn to abandon the donkey after the grind? And who said I have nothing to do? I still have a lot to ask you. Speak quickly. If you have something to say, just say it. Long Yun glanced at Su Jinyu, hesitating to voice his thoughts. The latter, displaying remarkable understanding, said, Qin Tian, I shall wait for you outside. With that, she gracefully exited the room. Long Yun praised, Sister-in-law is truly perceptive. Brother, you have struck gold. Qin Tian retorted with irritation. Let's discuss serious matters. Very well. Long Yun straightened his demeanor, fixing his gaze intently on Qin Tian as he inquired, Brother, who exactly are you? What a question. I am, of course, your senior brother, Qin Tian. I asked this our first day of acquaintance. I am well aware of your identity as my senior brother. Rather, I am curious as to why Yu Huan holds you in such high regard. What is your true identity or status? Qin Tian blinked and countered, What do you think? Goodness, if I knew, would I even need to ask? Please, senior brother, enlighten me, or I fear I shan't sleep tonight. All right, the truth is, I am the Dark Knight Monarch. Pfft. Long Yun exclaimed, spitting out his tea in shock. He stared at Qin Tian in disbelief, exclaiming, You are the Dark Knight Monarch. Are you joking? Qin Tian shrugged. If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. So why ask? But how could you possibly be the Dark Knight Monarch? It is said that he is immensely powerful, striking fear even into the hearts of masters abroad. You hardly seem to fit that description. Moreover, I am well aware of your abilities. You are only slightly stronger than me, Oh, please, stop jesting and tell me the truth that I am speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, feel free to test me. Long Yun's expression shifted as he remarked, I forgot to mention, I have recently mastered a formidable skill. Once unleashed, you will find it difficult to withstand. Are you sure you want me to make a move? Qin Tian beckoned with a finger. Try it and see. Very well. Then, brother, prepare yourself. Long Yun shouted, and with a surge of energy, he launched himself at Qin Tian like a cannonball. Before making contact, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bolstered by his true energy, the punch produced a series of sonic booms, the ferocious winds crashing down upon Qin Tian with overwhelming force. Yet, Qin Tian stood effortlessly with his hands behind his back. Calm and composed, as Long Yun's assault drew near, he leisurely extended a palm. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the palm of Qin Tian. In the wake of this force, Long Yun's punch was instantly nullified. Long Yun's pupils contracted in shock. He dared not confront it and swiftly dodged. Upon landing, he looked grave and said, All right, brother, it seems you have been concealing your strength all along. In that case, I shall strike with all my might. Do be careful. Qin Tian replied with indifference. Bring it on. No need to hold back. Long Yun wished he could hold back, but given the disparity in their strengths, he had no choice. He stepped forward, his body leaning slightly as his true energy surged into his arms. The knuckles of his fists crackled ominously, meteor-shattering fist. Long Yun bellowed, launching his fists with ferocity. In the next moment, two extremely forceful waves of energy surged towards Qin Tian, leaving a long trail behind. Before the fists even reached him, the glass behind Qin Tian shattered into countless fragments. Even the floor bore deep, alarming cracks as the youngest war god of the Xia. Long Yun's prowess was not to be underestimated. This meteor-shattering fist was his proud creation. At that moment, Qin Tian made his move. His gaze sharpened as a terrifying aura erupted from him. He appeared to casually wave a hand, unleashing a colossal wave of energy. Bang! With a muffled thud, the turbulent true energy in the room gradually subsided. Qin Tian remained planted in place, not budging an inch. In stark contrast, Long Yun had been propelled backward, crashing violently into the wall of the room, which cracked under the impact, a testament to the force of the collision. Coughing, Long Yun landed, still shaken as he gazed at Qin Tian. In that brief moment of confrontation, he distinctly sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from Qin Tian. Having traversed battlefields and defeated countless foes, he was nonetheless taken aback by this overwhelming aura. A sense of helplessness welled up within him, as if the Qin Tian before him were not a mere man, but rather an insurmountable deity. Long Yun managed a bitter smile, lamenting, "Brother, you have concealed your strength from me so profoundly. I never imagined you were the Dark Knight monarch who strikes fear into the hearts of powerful figures both domestically and abroad. I did not intentionally hide it from you. Rather, you never bothered to inquire." Long Yun's lips twitched, and he exclaimed with delight, "Hee, since you are the Dark Knight monarch, does that not mean I can strut about with confidence?" Qin Tian replied, somewhat exasperated, "You are already the youngest war god of the Xia. You could strut about with confidence even without that title. That only applies within the country. When abroad, those overlords will hardly regard me, that in any case, I shall rely on you to shield me in the future." Just then, the door to the room swung open as Su Jinyu entered, her face marred with concern, asking, "What just happened? Why is the glass shattered?" "It's nothing to worry about, sister-in-law. We were startled by what felt like an earthquake." "An earthquake? But why is it that other rooms are unscathed?" "Perhaps it was a highly localized tremor, that in any case, we are fine. You need not fret." Long Yun glanced at Qin Tian, saying, "Brother, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave that I will come find you later." "All right." After watching Long Yun depart, Qin Tian turned to Su Jinyu and said, "Let us go. I will escort you home." "Yes, all right." That Su Jinyu's expression was somewhat peculiar. Her heart raced and her cheeks flushed, making her hesitant to meet Qin Tian's gaze. Chapter 22. The Su family members who seek favor young Master Qin. "Are you all leaving now?" Chen Wudi, waiting outside, asked cautiously that he had sensed the overwhelming true energy and killing intent within the room. Clearly, it was not emitted by Long Yun, but rather Qin Tian himself. It seemed that Qin Tian was not only adept in medicine, but also possessed unfathomable strength. He was utterly astonished. Qin Tian nodded slightly. "President, you will be resting for a while longer. Please do not disturb him, that I will return tomorrow evening to administer his treatment. Thank you, young Master Qin, for your great kindness. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask that I, Chen Wudi, will brave any peril without a flicker of hesitation. Let us see that you be cautious in your training henceforth. Do not be too reckless, lest you suffer after effects that I will remember. Thank you for the reminder, young Master Qin." Qin Tian smiled faintly and departed with Su Jinyu. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su Nanhua rushed over. Having just endured flattery and adulation from the heads of several major families, despite having encountered many such scenes, he found himself drenched in sweat, wary of saying something wrong that might offend them. After exchanging pleasantries, he excused himself. Now, seeing his daughter and Qin Tian descend, he inquired with concern, "Jinyu, Qin Tian, are you both all right?" "Dad, we are fine. That's good to hear. By the way, Qin Tian, President you summoned you to the adjacent room for what purpose?" Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, "Oh, just some casual conversation," that he held no fondness for Su Nanxing. Were it not for his being Su Jinyu's father, Qin Tian would hardly have bothered to acknowledge him, that a man willing to sacrifice even his own daughter for family interests was not someone Qin Tian wished to associate with. Sensing Qin Tian's cold demeanor, Su Nanxing understood the reason and sighed softly. Rather than defend his shortcomings, he stated slowly, "Fortunately, everything has been resolved satisfactorily. Let us head back." The group then returned to the Su family home. Upon arrival, the Su family members were gathered at the entrance, even the children obediently trailing beside the adults. Each wore a solemn expression, as if waiting for an important figure. Witnessing this scene, Su Jinyu felt an inexplicable sense of unease. After all, Not long ago, she had declared that she would drag the entire Su family down with her. Da-da. Qin Tian, you have finally returned. Hurry, come in for tea. Nonsense. No more calling him Qin Tian from now on. He shall be referred to as son-in-law. Indeed, once Qin Tian marries Jinyu, we shall truly be one family, and thus he should be called son-in-law. Qin Tian, you have worked hard today, that I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a feast. Let us all drink heartily tonight, and not leave until we are intoxicated. The members of the Su family, led by Su Nanhua and Su Monli, showered Qin Tian with flattery. Qin Tian observed them with a sardonic smile. His gaze cold as he watched their performance. Noticing his chilling silence, Su Monli hastily spoke. Qin Tian, previously we were blind to your worth and spoke too bluntly. We inadvertently hurt you, though we sincerely apologize. Yes, Qin Tian, we did not intend to speak ill of you, though we hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against us. Qin Tian, we apologize. Today we were too superficial. We formally ask for your forgiveness. At that moment, Su Jinwen, dressed in a sleeveless long dress, approached with a smile. She shot an envious glance at Su Jinyu standing beside Qin Tian, then turned to Qin Tian with a charming smile. Qin Tian, you have gone to great lengths for our Su family today. You have truly exhausted yourself. Feel free to indulge in your drinks later. I shall take good care of you should you become inebriated. As they conversed, subtle glances laden with unspoken seduction were exchanged, leaving no doubt about their intentions. Witnessing this scene, Su Jinyu felt an inexplicable unease, as if something of great significance were on the verge of being snatched away. Qin Tian calmly remarked, Miss Su, you exaggerate. My toils today are not for your esteemed family, but rather for your sister, Su Jinyu. Upon hearing this, Su Monli and the other members of the Su clan exchanged bewildered looks. Su Jinyun, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Su Jinyu, maintained a facade of composure and said, by assisting Su Jinyu, you are, in essence, aiding our family, though we are facing formidable adversaries today. You haven't sustained any injuries. Have you? Allow me to see. As she spoke, she brazenly touched Qin Tian's body, even feigning an accidental embrace of his arm, her ample bosom pressing against him. Qin Tian replied coolly, I am unharmed. It is wise for Miss Su to maintain a respectful distance. Su Jinyun was seething with rage. How could she, a legitimate daughter of the Su family, be so openly disregarded? Were it not for his acquaintance with the president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, she would not even deign to acknowledge him. And that wretched Su Jinyu, that despicable woman seeks to take everything from me. I shall not let her succeed. Such thoughts coursed through her mind. Yet she smiled sweetly and continued, Qin Tian, Su Jinyu is merely an illegitimate child. Were it not for our family's magnanimity in taking her in, she would be begging on the streets. Therefore, you need not invest such concern in an outsider like her. You may not be aware, but grandfather arranged for me to meet you today for a potential match. The reason for my initial misjudgment and prejudice towards you lies solely in Su Jinyu's whisperings in my ear, belittling you incessantly. Before she could finish, Su Jinyu interjected, You lie. I have never spoken ill of Qin Tian to you. Prior to your matchmaking, I was entirely unfamiliar with him. How could I possibly speak out of turn? Su Jinyun retorted with conviction. You must have known about Qin Tian's boundless potential all along, which is why you deliberately slandered him in my presence. Were it not for you, I would never have treated Qin Tian this way. Do you still wish to argue? Su Jinyu, her expression full of grievance, quickly turned to Qin Tian for clarification. Qin Tian, I truly have never spoken ill of you. You must believe me, Su Jinyun scoffed. Dare to act but refuse to take responsibility. You do not deserve to be part of the Su family. Su Jinyu, on the verge of tears, felt utterly helpless. Qin Tian noticed her distress and, while feeling a pang of sympathy, was also filled with indignation. Suddenly, a playful smirk appeared on his lips as he turned his gaze towards Su Jinyun. Su Jinyun, are you implying that you wish to become my woman? After a brief hesitation, she nodded vigorously. That is indeed the case. You are my grandfather's chosen match for me, and I find you quite satisfactory. Qin Tian replied with a wry smile. Oh really? Your acceptance of me must surely stem from my connection to Yu Huayan. Correct? Were it not for my acquaintance with him, would you even spare me a glance? No one would believe such a tale. That Su Jinyun's face flushed with embarrassment. leaving her momentarily speechless as Su Manli seized the opportunity to inquire. Speaking of which, Qin Tian, what exactly is your relationship with President Yu? Qin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Chapter 23, turning on a dime that Su Jinyun curiously pressed on. Yes, Qin Tian, I have heard that President Yu treats you quite courteously. What is the nature of your relationship? The other members of the Su clan leaned in, eager to hear his response. Qin Tian nonchalantly replied, I have no relationship with him that I tee this. The Su family members were momentarily taken aback. Su Manli, with a sycophantic smile, said, Oh, come now, Qin Tian. If you had no connection with him, how could he treat you so well? Su Nanhua chimed in, Indeed, do not keep us in suspense. We will soon be family, so let us not speak as if we are from separate worlds. Qin Tian maintained his composure. I speak the truth. I am not jesting. But if what you say is true, how could President Yu be so cordial with you? I have heard that he reprimanded the Li family on your behalf. That Su Jinyun's face was etched with confusion. The reason was simple. Yu Huayan owed me a favor, and his actions today were merely to repay that debt. What? The Su family members exchanged glances. Bewildered, Su Manli pressed further. How did Yu Huayan come to owe you a favor? A figure of his stature is not easily approached, let alone indebted. Qin Tian replied unhurriedly, I once saved his life by chance, and at that time, he promised to owe me a favor, stating that I could call upon him for assistance whenever needed. Today, I simply asked him to resolve the issue with the Li family. That Su Manli's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that all? Do you think it could be more complicated? Su Jinyun hurriedly asked, aside from dealing with the Li family. Did President Yu offer you any other benefits? No. By resolving the Li family issue, he has repaid his debt. That in other words, President Yu is not even a friend to you. Qin Tian replied coolly. A man of his caliber would not associate with someone of my humble stature. You are overthinking it. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu furrowed her brows, regarding Qin Tian with an odd expression. She understood that the truth did not align with his words. Yet she refrained from speaking up, knowing he must have his reasons for saying so. Meanwhile, Su Jinyun's expression darkened instantaneously. She forcefully withdrew her arm from Qin Tian's grasp and disdainfully remarked, After all this, it turns out you are still that worthless fool. Qin Tian grinned, Indeed, I, Qin Tian, am but a worthless fool. But at least I have you and the Su family. Seeing Qin Tian still smiling, Su Jinyun grew even more incensed. What connection does the Su family have with you? You are nothing but a useless burden, yet you dare return to seek me out. Do you truly believe that I would ever be interested in someone as spineless as you? Observing Su Jinyun's swift change in demeanor, Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though he feigned confusion. Jinyun, what do you mean by that? Just moments ago, you offered to buy me a drink, claiming that you would take good care of me if I got drunk. Su Jinyun spat, Pa, you, a mere waste of space. Think you could ever aspire to be with someone like me? The Su family members were equally outraged. Damn, I thought he might have turned his life around. But it turns out he was merely putting on a fade. Qin Tian, do you take us for fools? You think this is amusing, do you? Let me tell you, someone like you has no hope of being with Jinyun. Exactly, a frog dreaming of eating swan meat. Take a good look at yourself. Qin Tian, you should leave immediately. We do not welcome you in the Su family. As the crowd hurled insults at Qin Tian, Su Jinyu stepped forward to defend him. How can you speak this way? If not for Qin Tian, our family would be in dire straits today. The Dio not forget, it was because of him that President Yu intervened to deal with the Li family. Bah, Su Jinyu, how dare you say that? Were it not for you and Qin Tian provoking the Li family, we would never have been embroiled in this mess. Exactly, you keep mentioning President Yu, as if he knows you personally. Qin Tian, you truly are a waste. Others dream of having President Yu owe them a favor, yet you've so easily had yours repaid that if you had any sense, you would have had him introduce you to some connections. Rather than remaining so utterly useless. Enough of this nonsense. Let him leave. Su Jinyu, you should also go. We do not welcome either of you. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Nanxing interjected. How can you speak this way? Today's events cannot be wholly blamed on Jinyu, nor can they be attributed to Qin Tian. It was President Yu who helped us resolve our crisis today, and we should be more gracious towards Qin Tian. Old third, show him courtesy. What is he to us? Su Nanhua scoffed as Su Nanxing attempted to speak again, but Su Manli raised a hand, declaring, Enough. Given that this matter has been resolved satisfactorily, let us allow Su Jinyu to remain in our family for now. As for Qin Tian, he is merely an outsider. There is no need for us to waste our breath on him. The others exchanged glances. Their expressions varied, but they refrained from further comment. That Su Manli turned to Su Jinyu. Lifting her chin haughtily, Su Jinyu, listen well. If you ever lead our family into peril again, not even the old master can save you. Do you understand? Su Jinyu lowered her head in silence. Observing her submissive demeanor, Qin Tian felt a surge of sympathy that he softly urged, Jinyu, why do you stay among those who treat you this way? Leave, I will help you ascend to the pinnacle of life. At his words, Su Jinyu's heart raced. It was a feeling of being stirred. Throughout her life, no one had ever protected or cared for her as Qin Tian did. Not even her biological father had shown her such concern. She found herself perplexed, wondering what merit she possessed to deserve such kindness from Qin Tian. Yu Jinwen disdainfully remarked, with a coward like you, merely managing to live a semblance of a life is already a stroke of luck. And yet you dare to speak of helping Su Jinyu ascend to the pinnacle of her life. Anyone who believes you must have water in their brain. Sweet words, perhaps Su Jinyu might actually fall for them. It's truly repulsive. Unable to pursue Jinwen, you turn your sights on Su Jinyu instead. Did you think that by being with Su Jinyu, our Su family would accept you? How naive. Even if you were to be with Su Jinyu, you shall never set foot across the threshold of our Su family. The members of the Su family expressed their sentiments in unison. Qin Tian merely cast a fleeting glance at them. Too apathetic to engage in any debate, to Su Jinyu, wishing to spare Qin Tian further embarrassment, finally spoke, Qin Tian, I appreciate your goodwill, but I will not leave the Su family. There are still people here whom I hold dear. She referred to her grandfather, the one who had been most kind to her in the Su family. Qin Tian nodded slowly. Very well. I won't force you, but should the day come when you see things differently, my offer will still stand. Chapter 24. Those who lack shame are unrivaled. Upon hearing this, the members of the Su family erupted in a chorus of derisive laughter. That Su Nanhua suddenly interjected. Enough, let us not waste any more time with him. Let's discuss the matter at hand. That he straightened his posture and continued, I have received credible intelligence that the Dark Night King has arrived in Jiangzhou. What do you all have to say about this? At this revelation, Qin Tian's expression shifted, and his steps halted, curiosity piquing his interest in their discussion. Someone exclaimed, Third Master, are you serious? The Dark Night King has truly come to our Jiangzhou? Absolutely. This news has been corroborated. Good heavens. It is said that the Dark Night King possesses unparalleled strength, having fought overseas for years without a single defeat. Indeed, it is rumored that several major armed forces abroad have been completely obliterated by the Dark Night King. And even the nation of Tianzhu, which has long coveted our great Xia's southern borders, has ceased its hostilities out of fear of him. That a member of the Su family inquired, could it be that the Dark Night King is even more formidable than the God of War? The God of War is indeed powerful, but compared to the Dark Night King, he pales in comparison. There have even been rumors that two gods of war encountered the Dark Night King in the southern borders. And after a bout, both were defeated without causing him the slightest injury. What, to defeat two gods of war and emerge unscathed? The Dark Night King is truly terrifying. What does he even look like? Su Nanhua shook his head. The Dark Night King's identity is shrouded in mystery. Aside from those who have met him, I doubt many in Great Xia know him. That Su Manli frowned and asked. Third brother, while the Dark Night King is powerful, what relevance does he have to our Su family? We need not go to great lengths to forge a connection with him, Su Nanhua replied meaningfully. Perhaps you have not heard, but the Dark Night King, aside from his immense strength, also controls the largest consortium in our Great Xia. What? This revelation left the members of the Su family utterly astonished. Su Manli exclaimed, Third brother, are you saying the Dark Night King is the decision-maker for the Tianqin consortium? Indeed, it is rare for him to come to Jiangzhou. If we could establish a connection with him, our Su family's rise would be imminent. As Su Nanhua spoke, excitement was evident on his face. The others began to feel exhilarated. What are we waiting for? Let us prepare lavish gifts and seek an audience with the Dark Night King. Third Master, where is the Dark Night King now? Su Nanhua shook his head. I know only that he has arrived in Jiangzhou, but I do not know which hotel he is staying at. That complicates matters. With so many hotels in Jiangzhou, where shall we find him? Furthermore, a figure of his stature may not necessarily be staying in a hotel. It wouldn't be surprising if he owned property here. With this, the members of the Su family furrowed their brows in concern. Suddenly, Su Monli turned her gaze to Su Jinyu, a smile gracing her lips. Jinyu, you are still a part of our Su family. My dear niece wishes to ask for your help with a matter. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Su Jinyu instinctively asked. And what do you want me to do? Did you not meet with Chairman Yu today? Go seek him out. He must know the whereabouts of the Dark Knight King. Su Jinyu chuckled bitterly. I'm just a minor character. How could Chairman Yu possibly divulge such information to me? Su Monli replied with a knowing tone. If you ask directly, he certainly won't tell you. You must leverage your own advantages. What advantages do I possess? Su Jinyu queried, somewhat puzzled. Isn't this your advantage? Su Monli said with a smile. Gesturing towards Su Jinyu's striking figure, Su Jinyu's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, she declined. I won't do it. Besides, Chairman Yu is not the kind of person who can be swayed by feminine wiles. It has always been said that heroes are often brought low by beauty. We're something alluring tonight, and I dare wager that Chairman Yu will reveal everything to you. Su Jinwen chimed in. In is right. Jinyu, you've been in the Su family for so long without contributing anything. It's time for you to do something for us. Nonsense, little sister. I can overlook many things, but I will not agree to Jinyu sacrificing her dignity to curry favor with Chairman Yu. Su Nanxing interjected. Elder brother, you once said you wouldn't interfere in family matters. I am doing this for the sake of our Su family, and you have no right to oppose, Su Nanhua concurred. Monli has a point. Now that grandfather is not around, I and she have the final say in the family. Jinyu must meet with Chairman Yu. Su Nanxing's expression faltered, and he chose not to pursue the matter further. At this moment, Qin Tian scoffed. To meet the Dark Knight King, you would resort to such a ridiculous scheme. Truly, those who lack shame are unrivaled. This is an internal matter of our Su family. What does it have to do with you? Qin Tian, with hands clasped behind his back, replied indifferently. It has nothing to do with me, but I can assure you that Yu Huayan will not disclose the whereabouts of the Dark Knight King. And the Dark Knight King will certainly not meet with individuals like you, Su Jinwen contemptuously retorted. Who do you think you are? Do you really believe you are still in Yu's favor? Let us not forget that Chairman Yu has already repaid his debt to you. Indeed, to say that the Dark Knight King would not meet with us is absurd, and I assure you, with Jinwen being one of the top 10 beauties in Jiangzhou. He would surely fall for her, and soon enough, the Dark Knight King will be our Su family's son and law. This. Su Jinwen's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. The mere thought of marrying such a legendary figure made her giddy with delight. Qin Tian chuckled lightly. Su Jinwen furiously demanded, Qin Tian, what are you laughing at? Oh, nothing. Merely finding it amusing to see you all indulging in such fantastical dreams. Bah! You're the one dreaming. Just wait. Once the Dark Knight King marries Jinwen. Let us see what you have to say. The others echoed in agreement. Su Monli turned to Su Jinyu. Jinyu, I do not care what means you employ, but you must ascertain the whereabouts of the Dark Knight King from Chairman Yu. If you succeed, I shall permit you to join our Su group. Su Nanhua waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, Right. Have you not always wanted to join the Su group? As long as you bring back information on the Dark Knight King's whereabouts. We shall make you the deputy manager of the sales department. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu felt a flicker of temptation, yet the idea of sacrificing her dignity was unbearable. Thus, she turned to Qin Tian, seeking his support with her gaze. Qin Tian smiled gently. If you wish to go, I will accompany you. Thank you. Qin Tian. Su Jinwen coldly remarked. Qin Tian, let me remind you, should you dare to offend Chairman Yu, you shall find yourself with nowhere to be buried. That is of no concern for you, my dear young lady. Jinyu, let us be off. With that, Qin Tian took Su Jinyu's hand and left at Su Nanxing's side and headed back to his room. Su Jinwen, feeling somewhat reluctant, asked, Aunt, why allow Su Jinyu to stay? Would it not be better to seize this opportunity to expel her? Su Monli wore a mysterious smile as she replied, It is not difficult to rid ourselves of Su Jinyu. But if she departs, where shall we find another person as diligent as her? Moreover, should any issues arise within the family or the company, we will need someone to take the fall, and who better than Su Jinyu? Hearing this, Su Jinwen chuckled. You truly think ahead, Aunt. Very well, let us keep Su Jinyu around for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with her later. Exactly. Let Su Jinyu remain in our Su family as the housekeeper. After all, we need not pay her a salary. Whenever anyone requires assistance, they can simply turn to Su Jinyu. The members of the Su family wore expressions of amusement. Meanwhile, Qin Tian walked alongside Su Jinyu on a tree-lined sidewalk. Su Jinyu occasionally glanced at Qin Tian, seemingly wanting to speak, yet hesitating, her demeanor betraying her inner conflict. Noticing her peculiar gaze, Qin Tian inquired, "Jinyu, do you have something you wish to ask?" Su Jinyu nodded slightly before inquiring. "Qin Tian, why did you deceive them just now?" Qin Tian smiled and retorted, "In what way did I deceive them? Your relationship with President Yu is evidently quite extraordinary. Had you acknowledged it earlier, they would have certainly treated you with kindness, rather than berating you as they did." Qin Tian shook his head and replied, "Such insincere kindness is better to be avoided than embraced. Moreover, my connection with Yu Huayan is not as you perceive. He currently seeks my assistance, hence his respectful demeanor. However, should the day come when I no longer hold value, he may very well sever ties with me to Su Jinyu." Somewhat incredulous, asked, "Could President Yu truly act in such a manner? He does not strike me as the type to burn bridges. That he is a businessman, and the essence of a businessman is to pursue profit. Anyone who strays from this core principle cannot hope to be a successful merchant. Yu Huayan has undoubtedly engaged in such actions to reach his current position, albeit discreetly." "Then do you believe he would divulge the whereabouts of the Night King to me?" Qin Tian countered. "Do you truly wish to meet the Night King?" Without hesitation, Su Jinyu shook her head. "I don't hold much interest in him. If not for my uncle and aunt mentioning him, I would have been unaware of such a significant figure. I'm curious, given how your family treats you, why do you not distance yourself from the Su family and instead devote your efforts to uncovering the Night King's whereabouts?" Su Jinyu replied earnestly. "Because I am motivated by profit, I cannot bear to part with the Su family. Their wealth is so substantial that even a small fraction would sustain me for a lifetime." Qin Tian retorted. "Do not jest with me. I can see you are not genuinely that type of person. You have only just met me. How can you ascertain my character? Regardless, you are not such a person. I may lack other talents, but I possess a keen sense of judgment when it comes to people." Su Jinyu smiled charmingly and said, "You possess remarkable medical skills yet claim to have no other abilities." She then shifted her tone, expressing a hint of resignation. "To be honest, the reason I agreed to inquire about the Night King's whereabouts from President Yu is for my grandfather. The Su family's current status is largely due to his tireless efforts over the years. He has treated me with great kindness, so I wish to assist the Su family once more as a form of gratitude for their nurturing." Qin Tian finally understood. "I see. However, I must caution you that those individuals from the Su family are akin to vampires. Their intentions in keeping you around are certainly not benevolent. You must exercise caution in the future. I am aware of that. By the way, Qin Tian, do you know where President Yu resides?" Su Jinyu asked. Qin Tian shook his head. With a hint of frustration, Su Jinyu remarked, "What are we to do now? I have no idea if President Yu is still at the hotel if I cannot meet him. How am I to inquire about the Night King? Even if you were to encounter Yu Huayan now, he would be unable to see you. He has not slept for a month and, having finally managed to doze off, will likely remain asleep until tomorrow morning. Then we shall have to seek him out again tomorrow," Su Jinyu said, feeling somewhat disheartened. Qin Tian adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Jinyu, in truth, you need not ask Yu Huayan about the Night King's whereabouts. You can simply inquire of me." "Ask you?" Su Jinyu looked at Qin Tian with uncertainty, unable to believe her ears. "Qin Tian, do you also know the Night King?" "I cannot say I know him well. However, to my knowledge, he will be hosting a banquet at the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Jiangzhou 1 month from now, where he will invite prominent figures from all walks of life." "Only inviting influential figures? Then how will the Su family have the opportunity to meet him?" Qin Tian replied earnestly, "I can arrange for you to meet the Night King. But he will not meet anyone from the Su family except you." Su Jinyu asked, astonished. "Why is that?" "Because the Night King has a particular aversion to sycophants like your uncle and aunt. Hence, he will only meet with you." I see. "But Qin Tian, do you truly have the means to introduce me to the Night King? In such a setting, I doubt I would even qualify to enter." "Rest assured, you will certainly have the opportunity to meet him." Su Jinyu shook her head with a wry smile. "You need not try to comfort me, that if you have no connection with him. How could you possibly arrange for me to meet him? Jinyu, trust me that I will fulfill my promise to you. I will not let you down." Qin Tian spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Su Jinyu was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time in her life that someone had made such a promise to her. The sensation was quite peculiar. Gazing into Qin Tian's earnest eyes, she nodded emphatically. Very well, I believe you. However, Qin Tian, if it proves overly difficult, do not push yourself, that I do not wish for this matter to cause you distress. Qin Tian chuckled lightly. It is nothing to worry about. It is not as difficult as you might imagine. Suddenly, Su Jinyu inquired, Qin Tian, why do you repeatedly assist me? Including this time, you have already aided me 4 times. Qin Tian chose not to answer her question directly, but instead posed one in return. Do you remember 8 years ago when you saved a young boy by the banks of the Jinsha River? 8 years ago. Su Jinyu furrowed her brows in reflection. After a considerable pause, she slowly nodded. I recall such an event. I happened to be passing by and saw a young man struggling helplessly in the water, so I rescued him and called for an ambulance. But how did you come to know of this? Qin Tian smiled gently, because the boy you saved back then was me. What? Su Jinyu stared at Qin Tian in disbelief. After a prolonged appraisal, she murmured, so you are the one I rescued all those years ago? How astonishing. Chapter 26. You be unrecognizable to your own mother. Qin Tian sighed. This is truly a matter of fate. I never imagined I would encounter you here. Su Jinyu frowned and asked, wait a moment. 8 years ago, I was merely 15. I appear almost entirely different now, and you were unconscious when I saved you. How did you recognize me? Although I was unable to see your face clearly back then, I remember the scent you carried. Scent? Su Jinyu was momentarily taken aback before asking, her expression peculiar. Are you implying that I have an unpleasant odor? Certainly not an unpleasant one. Rather, it was a faint, rosemary-like fragrance. When I encountered you today in the CAF, I recognized you immediately. Fragrance? Do I really have one? Su Jinyu skeptically lowered her head to sniff her arm and clothing. However, aside from the lingering scent of laundry detergent, she detected nothing else. Qin Tian chuckled lightly. One cannot perceive their own scent. Your sense of smell has long since acclimated to it. Su Jinyu nodded, somewhat enlightened, then jested. You certainly have an astute nose. Are you a dog by any chance? Indeed, I am a dog in that regard. Thankfully, my sense of smell is sharp. Otherwise, it would be a grave misfortune to fail to recognize my savior. The act of saving you was nothing extraordinary. I believe anyone who witnessed you struggling in the water would have extended their hand to help, so there is no need for you to feel obligated to repay me that I must apologize. I, Qin Tian, am one who believes in repaying kindness, especially when it comes to life-saving favors. Had it not been for you, I would have perished in that water, Su Jinyu curiously asked, speaking of which. How did you end up in the water back then? I recall you had injuries, and they seemed quite severe. Qin Tian's gaze turned icy, and a flash of murderous intent erupted from him. His voice was cold as he recounted, back then, I had offended a powerful family over trivial matters, and they beat me severely before casting me into the Jinsha River. Now that I have returned, it is time for vengeance. Who were those people who harmed you? How could they be so cruel? Had I not happened to pass by, you might have truly drowned. That is a tale for another time. What is most important now is ensuring you meet the Night King. Some of my enemies are still abroad, so there is no immediate urgency. Su Jinyu spoke earnestly. Qin Tian, you have assisted me so much. If there is anything you require in your quest for revenge, do not hesitate to ask. Please do not hold back. Very well, should I need assistance, I will not hesitate to call upon you. Qin Tian replied, though inwardly he thought, fool. How could I bear to involve you in this turmoil? After all, my enemies are no ordinary individuals. When they unleash their wrath, not even Jiangzhou, let alone Donghai province, would remain unshaken. Su Jinyu glanced at the time and said, Qin Tian, it is getting late that I should return to inform them about the banquet the Night King is hosting at the Phoenix Grand Hotel in a month. By the way, the luxurious 5-star hotel you mentioned is indeed the Phoenix Grand Hotel, correct? It is the most renowned star-rated hotel in Jiangzhou. Yes, that is correct. However, it is also mealtime now. Let us dine together before you return. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu hesitated slightly. Observing her demeanor, Qin Tian jested. Miss Su, you are my savior. Surely you wouldn't deny me the chance to repay my gratitude. With a hint of irritation, Su Jinyu retorted. When it comes to gratitude, that should be my prerogative. You have assisted me several times today, And had it not been for you, I would have long been at the mercy of that scoundrel Li Xiaoyang. She paused momentarily before continuing. Therefore, I shall treat you to dinner tonight, and that is final. Otherwise, I will simply leave. Very well, since you have stated it so clearly, I shall have to invite you out for a meal next time. He conceded. That sounds much better. Now let us continue onward. There is a restaurant not far ahead known for its delightful cuisine. All right, I will follow your lead. The two then walked side by side, and soon they arrived at the restaurant Su Jinyu had mentioned. It was peak dining hour, and the establishment was bustling with patrons. Casting a glance at the queue of customers awaiting a table, Su Jinyu sighed. It appears we may have to wait quite a while for a seat. Perhaps we should consider dining elsewhere. The neighboring restaurant seems rather empty. Why not try there? Suggested Qin Tian, pointing towards a Western dining establishment. That Su Jinyu shook her head. I think not. That restaurant operates on a membership basis. And without a membership card, entry is prohibited. Just as she finished speaking, an acerbic feminine voice called out from behind, Oh, if it isn't Su Jinyu! What brings you here for a meal? Upon hearing this voice, Su Jinyu's brows furrowed in annoyance, a look of disdain crossing her face. Qin Tian turned to see a heavily made-up woman regarding Su Jinyu with a smirk. Beside her stood a well-dressed young man. This woman, Zhang Qian, was an old classmate of Su Jinyu's. Due to Su Jinyu's status as an illegitimate child, Zhang Qian had always looked down upon her since their school days. Seeing Zhang Qian, Su Jinyu attempted to turn away. However, Zhang Qian swiftly blocked her path, saying, Hey, Su Jinyu, we were classmates, and you can't even muster a greeting? Are you looking down on me, Zhang Qian? Su Jinyu replied coolly, We aren't even friends. Why should I greet you? I have no desire to argue with you here, so please step aside. Su Jinyu. Who are you trying to impress with your arrogance? You truly believe that by returning to the Su family, you can elevate yourself to the status of a phoenix. In reality, the Su family is merely a second-rate clan, while my boyfriend, Chen Liang, hails from a prestigious family. Zhang Qian boasted, wrapping her arm around Chen Liang's. Chen Liang appraised Su Jinyu with a glint of greed in his eyes, casually inquiring, Zhang Qian, is this your friend? Zhang Qian scoffed, She is nothing but a filthy, illegitimate child. I have no such friends. The mention of illegitimate child caused Su Jinyu to bite her lip in frustration, feeling cornered as she struggled to find words to refute her. After all, as Zhang Qian had pointed out, she was indeed an illegitimate child. Noticing Su Jinyu's vulnerable expression, Zhang Qian continued mercilessly, Su Jinyu, even if you have returned to the Su family, do you think they will accept you in their eyes? You are merely a dirty, illegitimate child, Tio put it bluntly. You are nothing more than a bastard. Slap. Before she could finish, Qin Tian swung his hand and struck Zhang Qian across the face. A clear imprint of his hand instantly appeared on her cheek, swelling with redness. She instinctively touched her stinging face and, regaining her composure, shrieked, How dare you hit me? You actually dare to strike me. Qin Tian's voice was icy as he warned, Speak another foul word, and I will make it so your mother wouldn't recognize you. Seeing that Qin Tian was tall and imposing, Zhang Qian, feeling intimidated, turned to Chen Liang and pouted, Darling, he hit me. You must teach him a lesson. Chen Liang stepped forward, puffing out his chest as he barked, Kneel down and apologize to my girlfriend at once. Or, before he could finish, Qin Tian swung his hand again, delivering another resounding slap. Chen Liang was left momentarily dazed, for in Jiangzhou, no one had ever dared to lay a hand on him. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Liang finally snapped back to reality, glaring furiously, How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Qin Tian regarded him with disdain, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Are you trying to remind me that I should consider the owner when hitting a dog, as the heir of the Qin family? Chen Liang had never faced such contempt. Furious, he shouted, You are asking for death. With that, he swung his fist towards Qin Tian's face. Qin Tian's expression turned cold as he swiftly grasped Chen Liang's fist, halting his motion. Without allowing Chen Liang a moment to react, he twisted his wrist downward. Crack! Chen Liang's wrist dislocated instantly, and the excruciating pain elicited a scream from him that my hand. Chen Liang cried out, staring in horror at his wrist bent at an unnatural angle. Zhang Qian paled, rushing to inquire. Darling, are you all right? Infuriated, Chen Liang bellowed, Are you blind? My wrist is ruined. How can you even ask if I'm all right? Zhang Qian felt a surge of anger. She had merely been concerned, yet she was scolded. She shot a venomous glare at Qin Tian before turning to Su Jinyu with a malicious smile. Su Jinyu, your finished my boyfriend is the heir of a prestigious family. You dare to injure him? Even the king of hell cannot save you. Su Jinyu felt a pang of worry. Casting a nervous glance at Qin Tian, but he smiled nonchalantly and replied, No worries. What prestigious family? I have dealt with plenty. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu recalled that the Li family was also a prestigious family and had been brought down by Qin Tian. With that thought, her anxiety diminished. Zhang Qian sneered, still pretending to be tough. Just wait. For injuring my boyfriend, you will pay a heavy price today. With that, she took out her phone and made a call. Sing, our young master has been attacked. Bring people over quickly, yes, to the old street restaurant. After hanging up, she glared at Qin Tian and Su Jinyu, her tone dripping with malice. If you have any guts, don't even think about escaping, that you'll face the consequences soon enough. Qin Tian scoffed. Escape? The word escape does not exist in my vocabulary. As the king of the night, he had faced countless fierce battles, and never had anyone forced him to flee. On the contrary, those who dared to confront him either perished or submitted. Seeing that Qin Tian had no intention of fleeing, Zhang Qian felt a sense of relief. With Chun Liang incapacitated, if Qin Tian were to escape, she would truly be at a loss as to how to report back to the Qin family. Meanwhile, Chun Liang was still grimacing in pain, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Zhang Qian rushed to comfort him. Darling, just hold on a little longer. I've called Sing to bring people over. Don't worry. These two won't escape, I'll go across the street to buy you some painkillers. With that, she dashed across the road. Moments later, several vans pulled up in front of the restaurant. The doors swung open, and a large group of young men jumped out, their arms and necks adorned with tattoos, brandishing weapons like machetes and iron pipes. They approached Chun Liang under the leadership of a punk named Sing. Sing quickly inquired, Young master, who did this to you? That kid over there. Make him pay. Chun Liang pointed angrily at Qin Tian. Sing's icy gaze fixed on Qin Tian as he declared, How dare you strike our young master? You will die today. With a single command, over a dozen subordinates brandished their weapons and charged at Qin Tian. Just then, a voice from the neighboring Western restaurant shouted, Stop right there. Chun Liang, what are you doing? Chun Liang and his entourage turned to see a middle-aged man dressed in a traditional Tang suit striding towards them, his brow furrowed. Dad, what are you doing here? Chun Liang exclaimed in surprise. I came to discuss business with a client. But what? What happened to your hand? My hand was ruined by this brat. I was having Sing avenge me. What? Who has the audacity to lay a hand on my son? The middle-aged man, Chen Haisheng, glared furiously at Qin Tian. Chun Liang pointed at Qin Tian, gritting his teeth. Dad, it's this bastard. Chen Haisheng glared at Qin Tian's back, seething. How dare you provoke the Qin family? I will make you pay dearly today. Before he could finish, Qin Tian turned around, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Upon seeing Qin Tian's face, Chen Haisheng was left speechless, his expression frozen in shock. Chun Liang, oblivious to his father's unusual reaction, barked at Sing, Don't just stand there. First, break his hands, then make sure to torture him properly. Don't kill him too quickly. Yes. Sing nodded solemnly, raising his hand to charge forward. However, at that moment, Chen Haisheng suddenly bent his knee and knelt before Qin Tian. The unexpected scene left Sing and the others utterly bewildered. Chun Liang's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, Dad, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling to this bastard? Chen Haisheng bellowed, Be quiet. Come here and kneel. Dad, what are you saying? Kneel to him. On what grounds? You ungrateful wretch, kneel down. Chen Hai's anger was palpable, his beard askew as he erupted, delivering a swift kick that sent Chun Liang crashing to the ground. He then proceeded to rain down a series of fierce kicks to AT that moment. His heart raced with panic, utterly astonished that his own son could be so reckless as to offend Qin Tian. Chun Liang's face was battered and bruised. Had it not been for Sheng and the others pulling Chun Hai away, the situation could have been much worse. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Chun Liang, with a face full of grievance, asked, Dad, why are you hitting me? You deserve it, you blind fool. How dare you offend young Master Qin? Apologize to him at once. Young Master Qin. Chun Liang stared at Qin Tian in disbelief. Then skeptically said, Dad, you must be mistaken. Look at him, dressed so shabby. How could he possibly be someone important? Smack, before he could finish, Chen Hai swung his hand back and struck him hard. Chun Liang saw stars. Disoriented, Chun Hai shouted furiously, if you want to live, apologize quickly. Do you know how the Li family met their demise? They offended young Master Qin. Boom. Those words struck Qin Liang's mind like thunder. The news of the Li family's downfall had spread throughout Jiangzhou. He had heard of it but could never comprehend who they had angered to face such a swift obliteration. To his shock, the very person responsible for the Li family's destruction was the man standing before him, Qin Tian. He could hardly believe it. With doubt etched on his face, he asked, Dad, are you sure you're not mistaken? How could he be the one who brought down the Li family? I was there today. Do you think I'm losing my eyesight? Hurry and apologize to young Master Qin, or our Qin family will follow in the Li family's footsteps. At those words, Qin Liang could no longer hold his composure, collapsing to his knees before Qin Tian. Just then, Zhang Qian returned with medicine. Seeing Qin Liang kneeling before Qin Tian, she exclaimed in shock, Darling, why are you kneeling to this bumpkin? Chapter 28. A heavy price. Qin Liang's face paled. Hurriedly addressing Qin Tian, Young Master Qin, I sincerely apologize. I did not mean to cross you. It was all because of this wretched woman. Rest assured, I will break up with her immediately. You may deal with her as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian widened her eyes in disbelief. Darling, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling to such a bumpkin? Smack. Qin Liang sprang up and struck her hard across the face. Another handprint appeared on her cheek. The foundation makeup smudged. You wretched woman. If it weren't for your antics, I wouldn't have offended young Master Qin. Listen carefully from today on. You are no longer my girlfriend. Do not contact me again. After saying this, he knelt back in front of Qin Tian. Young Master Qin, I truly apologize that I recognize my mistakes. Qin Hai, anxious, implored, Young Master Qin, please, on account of my son's ignorance, grant him mercy this once. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. Scram. Yes, thank you, young Master Qin, thank you. The father and son were overjoyed, letting out a sigh of relief. Qin Hai cautiously inquired, Young Master Qin, are you here for a meal? Qin Tian nodded slightly. Qin Hai quickly added, coincidentally, the Western restaurant next door is under the Chun family's ownership, that if you do not mind, I will treat you to this meal as an apology. That sounds acceptable, but before we eat, Qin Tian's gaze fell on Zhang Qian as he continued, must apologize to Jin Yu. Zhang Qian, still bewildered, thought the Qin family was supposed to be teaching Qin Tian a lesson. Yet here they were, kneeling in apology and offering to treat him to dinner. While she was lost in thought, Qin Liang barked, wretched woman, hurry and apologize to Miss Su, or I will ensure you are blacklisted in all of Jiangzhou. At this, Zhang Qian panicked that if she were blacklisted by the Qin family, she would have no foothold in Jiangzhou. Forgetting her many questions, she rushed to Su Jinyu. Jinyu, I'm so sorry. I was just joking. I didn't think you would take it seriously. That Su Jinyu snorted coldly. You spoke so harshly just now, and you call that a joke? Wretched woman, you think you can apologize just like that? You clearly haven't grasped the situation. From today, you are no longer the vice president of Yamen Company. You are fired. Chun Liang's words drove Zhang Qian to tears. Darling, no, I apologize. I will apologize to her. With that, Zhang Qian knelt before Su Jinyu, slapping her own face as she lamented, Jinyu, I'm sorry. I was just being reckless with my words. Please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again. Su Jinyu merely regarded Zhang Qian with cold indifference. She understood that Zhang Qian's apology was merely a result of coercion, driven by her desire to retain Qin Liang and preserve her job. Therefore, Su Jinyu replied with a detached tone, Now you choose to apologize. It's too late, and no matter what you do, I will never forgive your insults and slanders. Jinyu, please, I truly realize my mistake. Zhang Qian sobbed, attempting to clutch Su Jinyu's legs to plead for mercy. However, Su Jinyu evaded her grasp, swiftly moving to stand behind Qin Tian. Qin Tian, impatient, stated, Have her leave. Don't let her ruin our meal. Yes, I will have her thrown out. Qin Liang exclaimed, shouting to Ah Sheng, Throw this wretched woman across the street and ensure she doesn't disturb young Master Qin and Miss Su during their meal. Ah Sheng, momentarily stunned, quickly rallied his men to drag Zhang Qian away. Zhang Qian glared at Su Jinyu with venom, shouting, Su Jinyu, you wretched woman. You've ruined everything for me. I will not let you off easily, mark my words. Having finally secured Chun Liang's favor and attained the position of vice president at Yamen Company, she now found herself stripped of everything due to her offense against Su Jinyu. The price was indeed steep. Su Jinyu couldn't be bothered to look at her again. Turning to Qin Tian. Let us go. It's time for our meal. Qin Tian nodded, walking alongside her towards the Western restaurant. Good day. Sir, please present your membership. Bang. Chen Hai sent the security guard flying with a kick. You fool, from now on, whenever young Master Qin and Miss Su come, it's all on the house, the security guard. Bewildered, thought he had misheard. Chen Hai barked again. What are you waiting for? Clear the place out. Send all the customers away. Do not disturb young Master Qin and Miss Su while they dine. The security guard, momentarily dazed, quickly nodded. Yes, I will do that right away. Qin Tian waved his hand, saying, there is no need to clear out. Just give us a private room. Certainly. That is no problem at all. Please follow me. Chen Hai, bowing and scraping, led Qin Tian and Su Jinyu inside. Once they reached the private room, he personally poured tea for them, smiling broadly. Young Master Qin, Miss Su, our Western restaurant offers top-notch cuisine. Please feel free to order. I have already instructed that all your meals will be complimentary from now on. Su Jinyu replied. There is no need for complimentary meals. I promise to treat Qin Tian today, so please charge us as usual. Very well, but Miss Su, in the future, if you come, it must be complimentary. It is our honor to have Mr. Qin dine in our restaurant. Su Jinyu glanced at Qin Tian, and seeing him smiling silently, she nodded slightly in agreement. Chen Hai was overjoyed and swiftly produced 2 business cards made of K gold, exceedingly luxurious. Mr. Qin, Miss Su, these are my business cards. They contain my personal number. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to call me. I have some connections and resources in Jiangzhou and even in the entire Donghai province. After a moment of thought, Qin Tian accepted the cards. All right, then I shall not stand on ceremony. Please, Mr. Qin, do not be polite. It is my honor to be of service to you. Chen Hai bowed slightly, saying, young Master Qin, Miss Su, I will not interrupt your meal any further. Should you require anything, just call for me. I will be waiting outside. With that, he respectfully exited. Su Jinyu smiled wryly. Qin Tian, you've helped me once again. Counting this time, you've helped me. Before she could finish, Qin Tian earnestly replied, compared to your life-saving grace, I could help you 1,000 or 10,000 times, and it would still not be enough. So, please do not stand on ceremony with me. Su Jinyu felt warmth in her heart, and a complex emotion flickered in her beautiful eyes. After finishing their meal, Qin Tian escorted Su Jinyu back to the Su family home. Watching her enter the old residence, he finally turned to leave, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Chapter 29. Explosive news. Meanwhile, in the bustling CBD district of Jinling City, the headquarters of Tianqin Group was ablaze with lights. The growth story of Tianqin Group could undoubtedly be described as legendary. Established merely 5 years ago, it had expanded rapidly within this short span, diversifying into numerous industries, and skyrocketed to become the highest-valued group enterprise in the nation, as a premier super enterprise. Tianqin Group enjoyed a stellar reputation both domestically and internationally. However, what piques the curiosity of many, aside from how the Tianqin Group managed to ascend to prominence as a preeminent super enterprise in such a short span, is their chairman and president. It is said that even many high-ranking executives who have worked at Tianqin Group for several years have yet to meet this legendary figure. This individual appears to exist solely within the realm of myth. The only ones who have truly encountered the chairman of Tianqin Group are the vice president and a few other directors at this moment, within the office of the vice president of Tianqin Group. A sharply dressed middle-aged man was diligently reviewing documents. This was Yang Rue, the vice president of Tianqin Group. Just then, a notification from his desk drawer indicated an incoming call. Yang Rue was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon transformed into one of excitement as he retrieved his phone. Upon answering, he eagerly exclaimed, Chairman Qin, you finally called? I have been eagerly anticipating this call. Is there an urgent matter? Came a calm male voice from the other end. Not exactly. I was merely concerned about you, Chairman Qin, as it has been an entire year without any news that I am well. There haven't been any pressing issues at the company lately. Have there? Yang Rue promptly replied, everything at the company is in order, but many executives have been clamoring to meet you during meetings. Meet me? Why? They expressed their frustration, stating that despite having joined the company several years ago, they still do not know who you are. They feel somewhat wronged, as they were among the founding contributors when Tianqin was established. Very well, I will arrange a time to return upon hearing this. Yang Rui was overjoyed. That would be truly wonderful. I will inform them immediately. Hold on, I haven't decided when I'll return yet, so refrain from announcing it. Moreover, there is a task I need you to undertake. What is it? Please command me, Chairman Sheen. Come to Jiangzhou at once. Once you arrive, release a statement to the media announcing that the Dark Knight Monarch will host a business gala in Jiangzhou next month, inviting local entrepreneurs to attend. Yang Rui was taken aback and quickly inquired, Chairman Sheen, are you referring to Jiangzhou in Donghai Province? Indeed, I will provide further details once you arrive in Jiangzhou. Although Yang Rui was filled with questions, he respectfully replied, Understood, Chairman Sheen, that I will head to the airport immediately to take a private plane. Once Chairman Sheen hung up, Yang Rui summoned his assistant. Please make arrangements for me to go to Jiangzhou shortly. Also, inform the team that during my absence, company matters will be jointly decided by the directors and 2 other vice presidents. Yes, Vice President Yang, that I will make the arrangements right away. An hour later, a private jet took off from Jinling City International Airport, heading straight for Jiangzhou. The next day, at the Su family estate, members of the Su clan gathered in the main hall early in the morning. Su Monli cast a cold glance at Su Jinyu and asked, Jinyu, didn't I ask you to inquire with President Yu about the whereabouts of the Dark Knight Monarch yesterday? Were you able to find anything out? All eyes turned to Su Jinyu. She shook her head slightly and replied, I did not seek out President Yu last night. What? You didn't go? The Su family members were initially stunned, then erupted in outrage. Su Jinyu, have you grown bold? How dare you disregard your aunt's instructions? Exactly. Don't forget what we told you yesterday. If you fail to discover the Dark Knight Monarch's whereabouts, you must leave the Su family and never return. Su Jinyu, you promised yesterday. Why didn't you go to President Yu? Your aunt made it clear that you should dress alluringly when you went, yet you didn't go. Are you toying with us? The Su family was incensed as Su Jinyan coldly remarked, Su Jinyu, it seems you truly wish to leave the Su family, that if so, pack your belongings and get out immediately. Su Jinyu explained. Although I did not approach President Yu, I have already gathered information about the Dark Knight Monarch's whereabouts. Is that true? Su Monli perked up as Su Jinyu harbored some doubts about Qin Tian's words. Yet at this point, she could only force herself to nod. Su Nanhua quickly pressed, Tell us, where is the Dark Knight Monarch now? The Dark Knight Monarch is not currently in Jiangzhou, but he will host a business banquet at the Fenghuang Grand Hotel next month, inviting prominent local entrepreneurs to attend. What? Is what you say true? The members of the Su family instinctively exchanged glances. Su Jinyan scoffed, Su Jinyu, if you're going to fabricate stories, at least make them believable. The Dark Knight Monarch is such a significant figure. It would be unprecedented for him to come to Jiangzhou, let alone host a banquet and invite local entrepreneurs that you think we're fools. Indeed, Jiangzhou is merely a small place. Why would the Dark Knight Monarch invite local entrepreneurs to a banquet? Only a fool would believe such nonsense. Just then, a member of the Su family exclaimed, Hey, what is on the news? At this, everyone turned to the television. The morning news host, with a beaming expression, announced, We have breaking news. The legendary figure known as the Dark Knight Monarch will host a gala at the Fenghuang Grand Hotel in Jiangzhou on the 15th of next month, inviting major local entrepreneurs and dignitaries to attend. The Dark Knight Monarch's assistant has already arrived in Jiangzhou to begin preparations for the event, and it is said that invitations will be sent out starting tomorrow. Upon hearing this news, the Su family members were left in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, Su Nanhua murmured, Goodness, it's actually true. This is explosive news. What? The Dark Knight Monarch is really hosting a banquet in Jiangzhou. This is simply unbelievable, wonderful. If we can connect with the Dark Knight Monarch, the Su family will undoubtedly soar to new heights and become the foremost family in Jiangzhou. The Su family members were overtaken with excitement. Su Monli furrowed her brow and cautioned, Everyone, let us not celebrate too soon. Although it has been confirmed that the Dark Knight Monarch will host a banquet at the Fenghuang Grand Hotel, given our status, it is unlikely we would qualify to receive an invitation. This statement fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing the Su family's fervor. Su Nanhua stroked his chin and remarked, While we may not be able to obtain an invitation directly from the Dark Knight Monarch, we could explore indirect means. Indirect means? Ah, third uncle, are you suggesting we buy an invitation? But who would auction off invitations to the Dark Knight Monarch's gala? Even if someone did, it would surely fetch an exorbitant price. Again, the Su family members became anxious. Su Nanxing slowly said, If we wish to meet the Dark Knight Monarch, we must find a way to procure an invitation from someone else. There is no other alternative. Let everyone mobilize and utilize all available connections to secure an invitation. Third uncle, that sounds easier said than done. It's quite a daunting task. Yes, we don't even know whom to approach for this invitation. Why worry? There are still 20 days until the banquet begins. Let us leverage all our resources. I refuse to believe we can't secure a single invitation. Suddenly, Sue Monley raised her voice. Everyone, our company's presidential position is currently vacant. Here's what I propose. Whoever manages to obtain an invitation to the Dark Knight Monarch's banquet will assume the presidency. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, the Sue family members perked up. Aunt, are you serious? Sue Monley solemnly nodded. Indeed. Whoever secures the invitation will be the greatest contributor to our Sue family, and we will wholeheartedly support them as president, that S.U. Nanching added. That's an excellent idea. From now on, let us all commit ourselves fully. Whoever obtains the invitation will become the new president of the Sue group. With both of them in agreement, dissenting voices vanished. I have some connections with the head of the Chien family. I'll reach out to him right away to see if he can help us secure an invitation. The head of the Chien family might not suffice. I have a good relationship with the Li family's patriarch, and he should be able to assist. The Li family, didn't they face ruin yesterday? Perhaps I should approach the Zhang family. In no time, the Sue family members were all voicing their opinions. Then each set off with renewed enthusiasm to find people who could help them secure an invitation. Throughout this, Sue Nancheng, who had remained silent, turned to Sue Monley and asked, "Little sister, yesterday you mentioned that if Jinyu found out the whereabouts of the Dark Knight Monarch, she would be appointed as the vice manager of the sales department. That's still valid?" Before Sue Monley could respond, Sue Jinyu interjected, "Father, we learned this information from the television news. It has nothing to do with Sue Jinyu." Sue Nanching's expression darkened as he scolded, "Jinyu is your sister. Can't you refrain from constantly targeting her?" Prior to the news release, didn't she already mention the banquet at that time? You all doubted her. The news merely corroborated what she had already brought back. Sue Jinyu lowered her head, casting a furtive glare at Sue Jinyu. Sue Monley offered a gentle smile and said, "Elder brother, rest assured, we are true to our word. From today onward, Jinyu shall assume the role of deputy manager in our Sue Group sales department." Upon hearing this, Sue Jinyu's heart brimmed with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Aunt." Since entering the Sue family, she had longed for the day when she could join the Sue Group, thus liberating herself from the identity of a mere housekeeper. Once she became part of the Sue Group, she would no longer be confined within the family, shackled by household chores. Sue Monley then spoke earnestly, "Jinyu, although the Sue Group is our family business, you must work diligently and present yourself well. Should your performance falter, I will have to enforce the company's regulations to discipline you. Do you understand?" "Yes, Aunt. Rest assured, I will work hard and live up to your expectations." Jinyu replied, "That's good to hear. Now go change into something more presentable and report to the company," Sue Monley instructed. Jinyu nodded and, after changing into a more elegant outfit, joyfully stepped out. Suddenly, Sue Jinyu interjected, "Aunt, I won't be returning to the company today." Sue Monley furrowed her brows and asked, "Did you not mention that Tianzi would send someone to discuss a collaboration? You are in charge of this project. If you do not return, who will handle Tianzi's representatives?" "Aunt, I have something even more pressing to attend to than this collaboration with Tianzi," Sue Jinyu replied. Before she could finish her sentence, Sue Nanching scolded, "You silly girl, what could possibly be more important than discussing a collaboration? Stop being irresponsible and return to the company." Sue Jinyu pouted and said, "Dad, Uncle just mentioned that the immediate priority is to secure the invitation for the Dark Knight King banquet. One of my classmates is the young master of the Huang family, and I plan to ask him for assistance. If he agrees, then securing the invitation will be nearly guaranteed." Upon hearing this, Sue Monley quickly said, "In that case, you must go at once and find a way to persuade him. The invitation is of utmost importance to our Sue family. Don't worry, Aunt, I will certainly secure his agreement," Sue Jinyu assured her. After saying this, a knowing smile crossed her face as she continued, "Aunt, you can leave the project to Sue Jinyu. I've already made significant progress in the discussions." "All right, I understand," Sue Monley replied, and with that, Sue Jinyu returned to her room to change into a cool, off-shoulder bodycon dress before driving out on the way. She called the young master of the Huang family, and they quickly arranged to meet at a private club. Half an hour later, Su Jinwen arrived at the designated private club. After waiting briefly in a private room, a young man with slicked back hair and a tailored designer suit entered. Upon seeing him, Su Jinwen swiftly stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Young Master Huang, why are you so late? I thought you might stand me up." Huang Wenxuan, noticing Su Jinwen's alluring attire, couldn't help but admire her. Her impressive figure was partially concealed, while her flat abdomen and slender waist showed no trace of excess weight. The hem of her dress reached only to the upper thigh, and her long legs, clad in black stockings, sparked endless imagination. After stealing a couple of glances, Huang Wenxuan leered, "Even if I were to stand someone else up, I would never stand up the beautiful Suwy the way. You look stunning today. Your figure is simply breathtaking." In response to Huang Wenxuan's candor, Su Jinwen felt no resistance. Instead, she playfully retorted, "Young Master Huang, are you implying that I am not usually beautiful? Hee, you're beautiful all the time, but today you are just too striking, making my heart race. Young Master Huang, you truly are incorrigible, speaking as if I dressed this way to entice you." Su Jinwen teased, striking a pose that further stirred Huang Wenxuan's excitement. Unable to contain himself any longer, he pulled Su Jinwen into his embrace. She gasped softly, nestling in his arms as Huang Wenxuan's hands roamed over her. He attempted to slip his hand beneath her dress, but Su Jinwen halted him. "Young Master Huang, the reason I invited you out today is that I need your help with something. Whatever it is, we can discuss it later. Let us focus on the main event first," Huang Wenxuan urged, impatience evident in his tone. That Su Jinwen quickly interjected, "Young Master Huang, this matter is of great significance to me. Please listen to me first. If you can assist me, you need not worry about me disappearing." Her words, Huang Wenxuan ceased his advances, eager to know what she needed. "Speak. What is it? If I can help, I will not hesitate." Chapter 31. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Su Jinwen, adopting a delicate tone, said, "Young Master Huang, you must have heard that the Dark Night King will host a banquet at the Phoenix Grand Hotel next month. I would like to ask for your assistance in obtaining an invitation." Ditto. I thought it was something challenging. This is a trivial matter. I assure you I can secure the invitation for you." Huang Wenxuan replied, leaning in to kiss her. Su Jinwen stepped back, saying, "Young Master Huang, this is a serious matter. You cannot jest with me. My becoming the president of our Su group hinges on this." Huang Wenxuan, intrigued, asked, "Are you suggesting that whoever from your Su family secures the invitation will become president?" "Yes, that is why I am seeking your help. This is easily manageable, with the strength of the Huang family. Obtaining an extra invitation is a piece of cake. I swear on my honor, I will secure that invitation for you." Thank you so much, young Master Huang. Merely saying thank you won't suffice. It has been too long since I last saw you. I've missed you dearly, Huang Wenxuan said as he leaned in again. But before he could finish his thought, Su Jinwen captured his lips in a kiss. Huang Wenxuan was taken aback for a moment but soon reciprocated, indulging greedily. Just as he attempted to deepen the embrace, Su Jinwen whispered, "Young Master Huang, I am not available these days." Her words, Huang Wenxuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, annoyance creeping into his voice. "Your timing is rather inconvenient. Do not be upset, young master. I have a plan," Su Jinwen replied with a playful smile. Huang Wenxuan's expression brightened with hope as he closed his eyes in anticipation. Meanwhile, within the Su group, Su Jinyu entered the director's office, where her aunt, Su Monli, was the director. As she entered, she inquired, "Aunt, did you call for me?" Without looking up, Su Monli replied, "The representative from Tianza Group will be arriving shortly for a collaboration discussion. This project was initially managed by Jinwen, but she has other matters to attend to, so it will be your responsibility to handle the negotiations moving forward. Jinwen has invested significant effort into this project, so do not let it falter. Here are the project documents. Familiarize yourself with them as quickly as possible. Understood, Aunt? I will do my utmost," Su Jinyu responded. "I expect more than just effort. You must successfully secure this collaboration. If you lack confidence, do not hesitate to say so. Our Su family does not employ idlers," Su Monli stated firmly. With her words weighing heavily, Su Jinyu steeled herself and declared, "Aunt, I will certainly secure the collaboration with Tianza." Content with her response, Su Monli nodded. "That is the right attitude. Now go, and remember not to falter." Su Jinyu nodded and took the documents back to her office. However, before she could settle in, a colleague approached her. Deputy Manager Su, the representative from Tianza Group has arrived and is waiting for you in the conference room. Already, Su Jinyu was taken aback and felt a sense of urgency. After all, she had yet to thoroughly review the project documents. The scheduled time was 9:30 a.m., and they are already 15 minutes late. You should hurry to avoid keeping them waiting, her colleague urged. Reluctantly, she nodded and gathered the documents before heading out. Just then, her colleague added, Deputy Manager Su, you should wear this jacket. The representative from Tianza is known to be rather lecherous. People say he is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Gratefully, Su Jinyu replied, Xiao Huan, thank you, don't mention it. Just be cautious. Several colleagues from our sales and project departments have had unwanted advances from him. Her colleague warned that I will be careful, Su Jinyu assured. Donning the black blazer that concealed her figure, with the project documents in hand, she made her way to the negotiation room. Good morning, Manager Zhou. I am the one responsible for our discussions, she began. But before she could finish, the middle-aged man seated at the table frowned and asked, was it not agreed that Manager Su Jinwen would be handling this? Why has there been a last-minute change? This man was Zhou Shun, the business manager from Tianza Group, that MY's sister has an urgent matter to attend to, so I will be taking over the negotiations that I hope you can understand, Manager Zhou. Oh, you are Jinwen's sister? May I know your name? Manager Zhou's gaze unabashedly assessed Su Jinyu. She politely responded, my name is Su Jinyu. You may call me Xiao Su. Haha, so you are Jinyu. What a name filled with meaning. However, I have visited the Su Group numerous times, yet I have never encountered you before. I only just started working here today, so it's natural that you haven't seen me. She explained it. I see. Please take a seat, Zhou Shun said warmly, gesturing for her to sit down. One might think he was the one in charge. After pulling out a chair, he reached out, attempting to grasp Su Jinyu's arm. With a deft turn, Su Jinyu smoothly pulled out another chair and sat down, effortlessly diffusing the awkwardness. Zhou Shun frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. With a smile, Su Jinyu said, Manager Zhou, shall we begin? Since I have just taken over this project, let us proceed according to the documents. Zhou Shun spoke with profound significance. Little Su, to put it plainly, this project is merely a matter of a single sentence from me. When it comes to business negotiations, one must possess the appropriate attitude. Do you understand my meaning? Su Jinyu, taken aback, inquired with some confusion, Manager Zhou, what do you mean by that? Truly a novice in the workplace. Unaware of such fundamental rules. Let us not discuss this any further. Come with me to another location. I shall impart to you some business negotiation techniques that will benefit you for a lifetime. Is that appropriate? It is currently working hours, and I cannot leave at will. Zhou Shun waved his hand dismissively, saying, this is a business discussion. How can it be deemed as leaving at will? Besides, I am extending my goodwill in teaching you. You wouldn't be ungrateful, would you? If so, then let us consider this project as concluded, as if I had never come. Feigning indignation, he stood up as if to leave, that Su Jinyu, flustered, quickly responded, Manager Zhou, please wait. It is my ignorance of the rules that if you have any requests, feel free to state them. I will do my utmost to accommodate you, so we can finalize this project promptly that I have already stated. The matter of the project is merely a word from me that if you wish to secure the project, then you must accompany me. Seeing Su Jinyu hesitate, he boldly declared, in broad daylight, Little Su, do you truly worry that I might harass you? I, Zhou Shun, am a man of integrity. The reason for changing the venue is solely to share with you some principles and experiences of social conduct. Do not let your doubts chill my enthusiasm. May I ask where Manager Zhou intends to go for this discussion? We have a manor over at Nanshan, belonging to Tianza Company. The environment there is splendid, and it also houses a restaurant open to the public. The food is quite delightful. Let us negotiate there, and afterwards we can celebrate over a meal once the contract is signed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Jinyu nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest. Manager Zhou, upon hearing this, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Zhou Shun's eyes. Chapter 32. Just make him a eunuch. At the Nanshan Manor, as Su Jinyu alighted from the vehicle, she cautiously surveyed the entrance of the expansive and opulently adorned estate. Reassuringly, she noted the presence of numerous visitors, which alleviated her concerns about Zhou Shun's intentions. Little Su, please, let us proceed inside the restaurant to discuss. Once we finalize the contract, we can enjoy a celebratory meal. Truly a win-win situation. Zhou Shen said with a smile, nodding in acquiescence. Su Jinyu followed him inside. Soon, they entered a private room. Just as Su Jinyu stepped in, two men walked through the restaurant entrance. Point one was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding the aura of a successful entrepreneur. His name was Zhu Tao, the general manager of Tianzi Company. The other was a young man with a commanding presence, Long Yun. Upon entering the restaurant, Long Yun immediately noticed Su Jinyu's silhouette. He quickly sized up Zhou Shen, who was trailing behind her, and raised an eyebrow. Zhu, is that fellow from your company? Zhu Tao nodded in affirmation. Yes, young Master Long. That is our business manager, Zhou Shen. Have you met him before? Without answering, Long Yun let out a cold smile and strode towards the private room. Inside the room, after shutting the door, Zhou Shen dropped his pretense. With a sinister grin, he said, Little Su, the contract is right here, that as long as you comply with my wishes, I will sign it immediately. Furthermore, for all future projects that Su's company can handle, I will ensure you receive them. Seeing the malevolent smile on his face, Su Jinyu's brows furrowed with discomfort. She steeled herself and replied, Manager Zhou, you should sign the contract first. Let us discuss while we eat afterward. Shall we? No, little Su, are you truly oblivious or merely pretending? Let me clarify. In this room, it is just you and me. As long as you make me comfortable, the contract is a trivial matter. Su Jinyu's expression darkened, and without a word, she stood to leave. Zhou Shen seized her arm, leering, Little Su, are you really leaving? We haven't signed the contract yet. Manager Zhou, please release me. I will not sign the contract. Not signing. I have heard that if you fail to secure this contract, the Su family will dismiss you. You might want to reconsider your decision. Su Jinyu found herself in a dilemma, pleading, Manager Zhou, I implore you not to make things difficult for me. Please sign the contract. With a gleaming smile, Zhou Shen reiterated, as I've said, make me comfortable, and I will sign. Don't waste time. Come now. Just then, the door was kicked open. Zhou Shen jumped in surprise, and upon seeing a young man in his 20s, he angrily shouted, You brat! What madness is this, kicking down my door? Su Jinyu gasped in astonishment. Long Yun, what are you doing here? Long Yun grinned. Sister-in-law, I happened to come here for a discussion and didn't expect to find you being bullied. Don't worry. I'll teach this scoundrel a lesson on behalf of my senior brother. With that, he cast a frosty glare at Zhou Shen and commanded, Release my sister-in-law, or I will break your arm. Zhou Shen bellowed in fury. You punk, this is none of your business. Don't meddle. Or what? Zhou Shen, you have the audacity. As the words fell, Zhu Tao stormed in, his hands clasped behind his back, visibly furious that Zhu, you're here. Zhou Shen stammered in shock. Zhu Tao reprimanded, Zhou Shen, I never imagined your character to be so vile. Listen closely. You are fired. From this moment on, you are no longer an employee of Tianzi Company. Please, Zhu, don't do this. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Zhou Shen hurriedly released Su Jinyu and knelt before Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao scoffed. Now you realize your mistakes? It's too late. Bring him. Yes, two burly bodyguards rushed in. Zhu Tao coldly ordered, Break his right arm. As the words left his lips, one bodyguard swiftly subdued Zhou Shen, covering his mouth. Long Yun cautioned, Sister-in-law, turn around and don't watch. Otherwise, I fear you might have nightmares tonight. That is urging. Su Jinyu quickly turned away. Meanwhile, the other bodyguard raised his foot and stomped down on Zhou Shen's right arm. With a crack, Zhou Shen's arm was crushed, flesh and bone exposed. A horrifying sight. He screamed in agony, but no sound escaped as his mouth was firmly held shut. In an instant, cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his veins bulged with pain. Zhu Tao cautiously inquired, Young Master Long, should we also break his other arm? Long Yun replied nonchalantly, That won't be necessary. However, he continued, Just make him a eunuch. Zhou Shen's face turned pale with terror, struggling to plead for mercy, but it was futile. Zhu Tao gestured to the bodyguard, who unhesitatingly delivered a kick to Zhou Shen's groin. Another sickening crack resounded, and Zhou Shen collapsed, blood staining his trousers. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Zhu Tao waved his hand, instructing, Take him away, and keep a close watch on him, that if he dares to retaliate against Miss Su, throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. Understood. The bodyguards complied dutifully and dragged Zhou Shen out. Zhu Tao turned to Su Jinyu. Bowing deeply, Miss Su, I sincerely apologize for the fright you endured. Rest assured, I guarantee Zhou Shin will no longer trouble you. Su Jinyu, still in disbelief, asked, You know me? Oh, I forgot to mention, before coming here, young Master Long informed me he has a sister-in-law named Su Jinyu. That IT must be you, right? Instinctively, Su Jinyu nodded, but quickly clarified, Actually, I am not his sister-in-law. I am merely a friend of his senior brother. Sister-in-law, my senior brother, and you are a match made in heaven. Regardless, you will always be my sister-in-law. Don't tell me you don't like my senior brother. Long Yun's words left Su Jinyu momentarily speechless. After a brief hesitation, she sighed, Qin Tian is so exceptional. How could I possibly be worthy of him? Nonsense. I believe you are the only one suited for my senior brother. Let me call him so he can come right away. Please don't call him. There is nothing urgent here. It's best not to trouble him. Long Yun replied seriously, How can this be deemed unimportant? If I hadn't happened upon this, you would have been bullied by that scoundrel. But the matter has been resolved now. There is no need to trouble Qin Tian, but he worked tirelessly yesterday. He deserves to rest. How considerate of you, sister-in-law? Very well. I want to call him. That be by the way. Did you come here to negotiate a collaboration with that scoundrel? Yes, I was supposed to discuss a project contract. But before Su Jinyu could finish her sentence, Zhu Tao interjected. Miss Su, regarding the project, I will personally liaise with you from now on. I will sign the contract. With that, he promptly retrieved a pen and signed the contract. This is not yet the end. He turned back and called for his secretary, saying, Bring out the other 2 contracts as well, and change the cooperating party to the Su family. Hurry. Chapter 33, My Woman. Who should I pamper if not her? The secretary, startled, cautiously reminded him, Mr. Zhu, these 2 contracts were previously negotiated with Jiangling and Zhongling. What do they count for, from now on, for any projects suitable for the Su family? All communication will be coordinated by me and Miss Su. Understood? Understood, Mr. Zhu. Rest assured, I will modify the contracts immediately. Although the secretary was filled with doubt, she complied nonetheless. Moments later, she entered with the revised contracts. Zhu Tao promptly signed and stamped them, addressing Su Jinyu. Miss Su, consider these 2 projects a welcoming gift for you. Additionally, here's my personal phone number. Feel free to call me anytime regarding the projects. Su Jinyu, taken aback by the unexpected kindness, replied, Mr. Zhu, I truly appreciate this no need for formalities. You are Long Xiao's sister-in-law, which makes you my friend. Among friends, there is no need for such courtesy. Curiosity piqued, Su Jinyu wondered. Isn't Long Yun a junior of Qin Tian? How did he become Long Xiao? From her understanding, there weren't any prominent families with the surname Long in Jiangzhou. Long Yun patted Zhu Tao on the shoulder with satisfaction, saying, Mr. Zhu, you know how to navigate the waters. Your future is boundless. Zhu Tao, overjoyed, humbly replied, Long Xiao's praise is too much. This is merely my duty. Should Long Xiao ever require assistance, do not hesitate to command me. Well said. Long Yun then turned to Su Jinyu inquiring, Sister-in-law, it's almost mealtime. Shall I invite my senior brother to join us? No, I must return to the company, that if I stay out too long, my aunt will scold me. Very well, I shall escort you back to the company. Zhu Tao, somewhat regretful, added, Long Xiao, Miss Su, are you really leaving? Please stay for a meal. No, I truly need to hurry back to report on my work. Mr. Zhu, let's arrange for another meal another day. Good. I shall await your call. Miss Su Jinyu nodded and departed with the contracts in hand. Long Yun patted Zhu Tao's shoulder before following her out. On the way back to the Su family, Su Jinyu could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Long Yun, why does Zhu Tao treat you with such respect? Moreover, he addresses you as Long Xiao. I am merely borrowing the tiger's might. Zhu Tao is simply eager to connect with my senior brother, hence his courtesy, So that's it. But why does he wish to meet Qin Tian? Is Qin Tian someone of great significance? Well, I cannot answer that. However, if you wish to know, just ask my senior brother. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu chose not to press further, sensing that Qin Tian was more formidable than she had previously imagined. Upon reaching the entrance of the Su group, Su Jinyu expressed her gratitude. Long Yun, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, I might have faced serious trouble today. Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formality. My life was saved by my senior brother, and I owe him a debt I can never repay. Thus, aiding you is only natural. So Qin Tian is also your savior. Indeed, that I will share the details with you when the opportunity arises. For now, return to the company. Remember, if you face any bullying at work, call my senior brother. He will stand up for you. Su Jinyu smiled sweetly. Though I am new, I am no fragile vase for others to manipulate. You need not worry. That is good to hear. As expected of my sister-in-law, you should be so resolute. Waving goodbye, Su Jinyu ascended with the contracts. Just as she entered, Long Yun dialed Qin Tian's number. Senior brother, I just witnessed sister-in-law being bullied at Nanshan Manor. Long Yun recounted the entire incident. Qin Tian's cold voice responded, You go interrogate that Zhou Shun and see if anyone from the Su family has instigated him. Okay, I will handle it right away. By the way, I saw the news this morning. Are you really planning to host a banquet next month to chat with local entrepreneurs from Jiangzhou? That doesn't seem like your style. I am doing this for Jinyu. I want to give her a surprise. Oh, so that's it. Senior brother, does this make you a pampered husband? Qin Tian replied with a commanding tone, If I do not pamper my woman, who else should I? He, truly worthy of my senior brother. However, do not let sister-in-law spoil you. We will become a henpecked husband. Shut up, you little brat. What do you know? Qin Tian laughed as he ended the call. Long Yun chuckled, imagining the formidable Dark Knight King becoming henpecked. The thought was rather thrilling and piqued his anticipation. He stroked his chin and sent Qin Tian a voice message. Senior brother, I almost forgot to mention. Sister-in-law secured 3 projects in one go. Did I worry that those bloodsuckers from the Su family might find an excuse to trouble her? You should come over to prevent her from being bullied. Understood. Qin Tian replied with a message. Meanwhile, Su Jinyu returned to the company and was summoned to the director's office. Upon entering, Su Jinyu began to ridicule her coldly. Su Jinyu, I was nearly certain that my project was all but finalized. Yet you managed to screw it up. How did I never notice before that you were so utterly useless? Sister Jinyun, I always said she was merely a decorative vase. Having such a person in our Su family is simply a burden. The speaker was Su Nanhua's son, Suid. He had always held disdain for Su Jinyu, and now that he had the chance to kick her while she was down, he certainly would not let it slip by. Su Monli slammed her hand on the table and chastised, Su Jinyu, how could you possibly ruin a collaboration that was practically set in stone? What purpose do you serve here? Su Jinyu added with a sarcastic tone. Aunt, she does have some utility. After all, the cleaning lady just quit. I see no reason not to have her clean the toilets. Exactly. She often cleaned toilets at home. This is an area in which she has experience. Su Yi eagerly chimed in, eager to witness Su Jinyu's humiliation while cleaning the toilets. Su Jinyu, you have truly disappointed me. However, rest assured, I will not assign you to clean toilets. Yet your position as the deputy manager of the sales department cannot remain. I am demoting you to a regular employee, and this afternoon, you shall accompany the sales team to distribute flyers on the streets. Once Su Monli had finished speaking, Su Jinyu calmly inquired, Aunt, given all you have said, can I understand that as long as one contributes to the company, they will be rewarded and promoted? Is that even a question? The Su family has always been clear about rewards and punishments. Su Jinyu, within the company, whether you are a member of the Su family or an outsider, if you err, you must face the consequences. You are no exception. This afternoon, go distribute flyers obediently. Having held the position of deputy manager for such a short time, you must be the one with the shortest tenure. Sui mocked. Su Jinyu replied nonchalantly, I apologize, but I did not ruin today's project. The contract has already been signed on Tian's side. At this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Once Su Jinyun regained her composure, she scoffed, Su Jinyu, do you take us for fools? Zhou Shin would not easily sign with you. And if he did sign, if he did, I would tell Aunt to make you the manager of the sales department. Very well. Then I shall claim the position of sales department manager. Su Jinyu declared as she produced the contract. Chapter 34. Spitting blood and anger, Su Monli, skeptical, picked up the contract to examine it. After a moment, her brows furrowed and her face was filled with astonishment. You actually secured the project. What? How is that possible? Zhou Shin would never sign with her. Aunt, did you make a mistake? See for yourself. Su Monli handed the contract over to Su Jinyu, took the contract, and upon reading it, was instantly dumbfounded. The signatory was none other than Zhu Tao, the general manager of Tian's company. How could this be possible? Su Jinyu looked at Su Jinyu in disbelief. The latter smiled sweetly, asking, I have secured the project, so the position of sales department manager is rightfully mine, correct? Dream on. I was already on the verge of finalizing this project. You merely picked up the scraps. Jinhyun is correct. This project was mine from the start. You were simply running errands, so the credit naturally belongs to Jinhyun. Hearing Su Monli's words, Su Jinhyun wore a smug smile. Su Jinyu smiled faintly, asking, "What if I were to secure two even larger projects than this one?" Su Jinhyun blurted out, "If you truly have that capability, then the position of sales department manager is yours." "Aunt, what do you say?" "I have already stated, the company is clear about rewards and punishments. If you possess the ability, what harm is there in granting you the position of sales department manager?" "Thank you, Aunt," Su Jinyu said as she retrieved two more contracts from her bag. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. They hurriedly flipped through the contracts, collectively exclaiming in amazement. "This is the joint development project for the Nanshan Industrial Park from Tianzi Company? It has actually been awarded to our Su family. Moreover, regarding the Elong Bay Ecological Park project, we had previously bid for it, but were eliminated by Tianzi Company. How is it that it has now been awarded to us?" The Su family? Goodness, could this contract possibly be a forgery? Sui couldn't help but feel a wave of doubt. Su Monli quickly flipped to the last page, examined it closely, and remarked, "This is indeed the genuine signature of General Manager Zhu, along with the seal of Tianzi Company. This contract is authentic." "What? It's genuinely real." Su Yi and Su Jinwen exchanged incredulous glances. Moments later, Su Jinwen narrowed her eyes, looking disdainfully at Su Jinyu. "Su Jinyu, I never would have expected you to be so shameless in your pursuit of this project." Su Jinyu was taken aback, furrowing her brow as she asked, "Jinwen, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? If it weren't for you sharing a bed with General Manager Zhu, would he bestow 3 projects upon you? It's obvious that this is impossible. Hey, IS&T General Zhu, over 50. Sharing a bed with such an old man, Su Jinyu, you truly lack any sense of shame. It's utterly disgraceful." Su Yi wore a face of disdain. Infuriated, Su Jinyu clenched her fists tightly, her whole body trembling. She gritted her teeth and retorted, "You are absolutely talking nonsense, slandering me. Do you have any evidence that I slept with General Zhu?" "Evidence? IS&T this trio of contracts the best evidence. Indeed, if you hadn't sacrificed your dignity. How could General Zhu have given you these 3 projects? Do you think we are fools?" Faced with the unfounded accusations from Su Jinwen and Su Yi, Su Jinyu was boiling with rage, yet found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Observing this, Su Monli coldly stated, "Su Jinyu, you have greatly disappointed me. To stoop so low for a few projects. You have brought shame upon the Su family. You are fired. Return home and reflect on your actions." Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu felt a wave of grievance wash over her, nearly bringing her to tears. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from outside the office. "To reward the unworthy while dismissing the capable based on unfounded accusations. The Su family's style of conduct has truly opened my eyes." At the sound of this voice, Su Jinyu's heart skipped a beat, and she looked toward the door in astonishment. A tall figure strode in with an air of calm confidence. It was none other than Qin Tian. Su Jinwen narrowed her brows and scolded, "Qin Tian, how did you get in here? Get out." "Indeed, our Su family group does not welcome scum like you. Security, hurry and throw this bastard out." Qin Tian cast a glance at Su Yi and replied nonchalantly, "No need to call. The security guards are all asleep and won't wake for several hours." Su Monli scolded, "What? You drugged our security guards. Qin Tian, you are committing a crime. I will report you to the police. Drugged. I was downstairs just now, and those guards attacked me without reason that I merely defended myself and took them down. If you want to call the police, go ahead, and I will also summon the reporters to witness how the Su family treats its benefactors." Upon hearing this, Su Monli's brows furrowed, her gaze fixed on Qin Tian. At that moment, she realized that Qin Tian might not be as easy to deal with as she had imagined. Su Jinwen scoffed, "Humph, did we say anything wrong? You shared a bed with a man over 50 for a few projects. Su Jinyu is nothing but a shameless whore." Slap. Before Su Jinwen could finish her sentence, Qin Tian swiftly struck her across the face. The words she was about to utter were forcefully swallowed back. Su Jinwen stood there in shock, gingerly touching her red, swollen cheek, her voice trembling. "You hit me. How dare you hit me?" Qin Tian replied coldly, "If you dare to keep spewing filth and hurling insults, I guarantee I will smash your face." "Qin Tian, you bastard. How dare you hit Sister Jinwen?" Kneel and apologize to her immediately, or I will end you. Sui glared fiercely at Qin Tian. The latter merely smiled in disdain. Just you, if you have the guts, come at me. Sui immediately faltered. Qin Tian was a whole head taller than him. He wouldn't dare to truly confront him, that Su Manli, suppressing her fury, stated Qin Tian. As an outsider, what right do you have to come here and dictate terms to the Su family? No matter where it is, bullying Jinyu is unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu felt a warm sensation in her heart. She realized that being protected by someone felt so wonderful and reassuring that Su Manli questioned, if Su Jinyu hadn't engaged in those disgraceful acts, how would you explain the origin of these 3 projects? Wanting an explanation, are we? Very well, I shall provide one. Qin Tian pulled out his phone and made a call. Once connected, he succinctly stated, I, Qin Tian, am coming to the Su family group right now. After hanging up, Su Jinwen sneered, who are you trying to impress? I want to see who you can summon here. Su Jinyu looked at Qin Tian with a hint of unease, concerned that if this continued, it might implicate him. Qin Tian smiled gently, his gaze soft and reassuring. Don't worry. Today, I will ensure they pay for their words and actions. Meeting Qin Tian's gaze, Su Jinyu felt her heart race, and she hurriedly averted her eyes. Observing the two exchanging glances, Su Jinwen couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Chapter 35. Apologized properly. Su Manli glanced at the time and remarked, Qin Tian, it has already been 15 minutes. I have no time for your antics. You both need to leave the Su family immediately, or I will truly call the police. Qin Tian, his expression cold, inquired, are you truly resolute in your decision to expel Jinyu? Indeed, our Su family will not tolerate such an indiscreet individual. No sooner had Su Manli finished speaking than a booming voice resonated from outside the door. Director Su, who are you calling indiscreet? As the voice fell, a sharply dressed, distinguished middle-aged man strode in with purpose. Upon seeing this person, Su Manli exclaimed in surprise, General Manager Zhu, what brings you here? Zhu Tao coldly huffed. If I hadn't come, Miss Su would have been dismissed by you. After speaking, he bowed deeply to Qin Tian, saying, Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Witnessing this scene, Su Manli and the others were utterly bewildered. Zhu Tao, the general manager of Tian's company, of such stature, why would he bow so deeply to Qin Tian? Yet, Qin Tian merely waved his hand, saying, handle it as you see fit. Zhu Tao nodded eagerly and chastised Su Manli. Director Su, I have given Miss Su 3 projects, and you accuse her of being indiscreet. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that my actions are despicable, or suggesting that Miss Su engaged in shameful acts for these projects? Zhu Tao's words left Su Manli at a loss for a proper response to Su Jinwen. However, couldn't he care less about the implications and pressed, did we say anything incorrect? You have no prior acquaintance with her. If she hadn't sacrificed her dignity, how could she have secured so many projects from you? Humph. Indeed, a person with a filthy heart sees everything as filthy that I can't be bothered to explain. Just watch this. Zhu Tao produced a tablet and played a surveillance video that depicted the events at Nanshan Manor, where Zhou attempted to obstruct Su Jinyu's actions. Just then, Long Yun kicked the door down, leading to Zhou Shun's downfall, followed by Zhu Tao signing the contract as an apology, along with granting 2 additional projects as a gesture of goodwill. After watching the video, Su Jinwen and the others' faces turned ashen, as if they had just swallowed a fly. Qin Tian coldly inquired, now, what do you have to say? Su Manli and the others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Zhu Tao turned to Su Jinyu, bowing with sincere regret. Miss Su, I am truly sorry. I didn't anticipate that granting you these projects would result in such immense distress for you that if the Su family behaves this way, I would rather not cooperate. How about this? You establish your own company, and we at Tianzi will assist you with funding that I will directly handle these projects for you. And as for my connections, I assure you that I can ensure your new company operates profitably. Hearing this, Su Manli quickly interjected, General Manager Zhu, please don't act impulsively. We have already signed a contract that if you breach it, you will owe a penalty. I would rather pay the penalty than associate with people like you. Furthermore, if you dare to make me pay, I guarantee that the Su family's reputation will plummet in the industry. Seeing Zhu Tao's firm stance, Su Manli swiftly turned her gaze to Su Jinyu. With a look of shame, she said, Jinyu, it's my fault. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. It's all because of Jinwen and E. If it weren't for their careless words, this wouldn't have happened. Therefore, I promise you this. From now on, you are the manager of the sales department, that I will propose your commendation for securing these 3 projects at the upcoming senior meeting. Please speak on behalf of our Su family to General Manager Zhu so that he doesn't terminate our cooperation. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jinyu addressed Zhu Tao. General Manager Zhu, I appreciate your kindness, but my grandfather has shown me great favor, and I do not wish to leave the Su family. So I must ask, Miss Su, you are being too serious. I am at your service. However, given that certain individuals have slandered you so gravely, it would be unreasonable if they do not apologize. Zhu Tao cast a casual glance at Su Jinwen and Su Yi. The two exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit guilty, that Su Manli decisively commanded, Jinwen, E, why are you still dawdling? Quickly apologize to Jinyu. She is your elder sister, and how could you suspect her like this? Apologize at once. Under Su Manli's reprimand, Su Jinwen and Su Yi obediently offered their apologies. That Su Yi awkwardly remarked, Sister Jinyu, I'm truly sorry. I should not have doubted you. That Su Jinwen then softly uttered 3 words. I'm sorry. Zhu Tao coldly scoffed. Are you merely saying this to console yourself? An apology must carry sincerity. Otherwise, I will terminate our collaboration immediately. Left with no choice, Su Jinwen earnestly addressed Su Jinyu, saying, Sister, I apologize that I was wrong to doubt you. Please forgive me. Upon hearing their apologies, Su Jinyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned to Zhu Tao and said, Mr. Zhu, they have apologized. I believe we can consider this matter settled. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable, replied Manager Su. After Zhu Tao finished speaking, he discreetly retreated to the side. Qin Tian blandly stated, Now we are going to dine with Jinyu. You have no objections, do you? Su Manli quickly smiled and replied, Of course not, Jinyu. Take your time. There is no rush. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian took Su Jinyu's hand and departed. Just before exiting, Zhu Tao turned back and remarked, Director Su, let me remind you, the reason I chose to collaborate with your family is solely due to Mr. Qin and Miss Su. I advise you to tread carefully. That Su Manli hastily inquired, Mr. Zhu, what exactly is Qin Tian's status that warrants such deference? You are not worthy of knowing, Zhu Tao retorted. Leaving without a backward glance, Su Manli sat in her chair, her brows furrowed. Increasingly curious about Qin Tian's identity, Su Jinwen dismissively said, Aunt, what status could Qin Tian possibly have? At best, he is just a pretentious good-for-nothing. Then how do you explain Mr. Zhu's respect towards him? That is simple. It's likely that Su Jinyu and Mr. Zhu are involved, and under her influence, he is merely pretending to cooperate with Qin Tian in front of us. Sister Jinwen's analysis is spot on. It must be so. Sui chimed in. Su Manli narrowed her eyes and slowly said, This matter is likely not as simple as you think. Never mind. For the time being, you both should refrain from overstepping. These 3 projects can bring substantial profits to our family. We must not provoke Su Jinyu. And are we really going to give her the position of sales department manager? Have you forgotten how Mr. Zhu addressed Su Jinyu earlier? Su Yi hesitated. He seemed to have called her Manager Su. That is good to know that if we don't give her the position, Mr. Zhu will be displeased. And we will have a hard time explaining ourselves. Let her have the title for now. Once the projects are completed, we can find an excuse to dismiss her. Aunt, you are indeed thorough in your thinking. Su Manli suddenly asked Jinwen, How is the matter of the invitation progressing? Chapter 36. A woman should not stay too long, Su Jinwen confidently replied. Aunt, rest assured, young Master Huang has agreed to help me secure the invitation. It will definitely happen. That is good to hear. You have considerable ability. As long as you obtain the invitation, the CEO position will be yours. Thank you, and that I will work hard and not let you down. Su Jinwen was filled with delight, envisioning how once she became CEO, she could completely overshadow Su Jinyu. In the following days, Su Jinyu faced no further exclusion at the Su family. Even Su Jinwen and Su Yi dared not continue their mocking. This allowed Su Jinyu to devote herself fully to her work. After a few days of observation, many senior executives recognized Su Jinyu's professional capabilities. During a lunch break, 2 executives began discussing. Hey, the new manager Su is quite capable. In just a week, besides the 3 projects from Tianzi Company, she has also secured several projects from other companies. It's truly impressive. Indeed, I have great respect for her. that if she had come to our company earlier, we would have surely advanced a step further. Who can argue with that? I heard Manager Sue is being sidelined in the Sue family. I worry that her current excellence might provoke their ire. If that is the case, I would be utterly disappointed in this company that a talent like Manager Sue will undoubtedly have a bright future. If she leaves the Sue family, I will surely follow her. Haha, we are on the same wavelength. Let us support Manager Sue more in the future. Absolutely. Outside, Sue Jinwon overheard their conversation, her expression darkening. She hurried to the director's office to inform Sue Monley. The latter frowned and said, I never expected that in just a week, Sue Jinyu would learn to win people over. I underestimated her. And we cannot allow Sue Jinyu to continue developing like this, or the company's higher-ups might genuinely support her as CEO. If she wishes to be CEO, she must first seek my consent. Sue Monley's gaze hardened as she asked, has the invitation for the Dark Knight Monarch's banquet been secured? Young Master Huang said he would take care of it in the next couple of days. I will meet him tomorrow to inquire. You must act quickly. Otherwise, time will slip away. Yes, I understand. The next day, coincidentally a weekend, Sue Jinyu was nestled in her room handling documents when her phone rang. It was Qin Tian calling. Sue Jinyu set aside her paperwork and answered, Hello, Qin Tian. What can I do for you? Jinyu. What are you up to? What else could I be doing? I'm handling company documents. I've found that being the sales department manager is incredibly hectic. There is an endless list of tasks. Qin Tian expressed concern, but today is the weekend. It's important to relax, even if work is busy. You must balance it with leisure. How about going out for a stroll? Or we could go shopping. Shopping? Sue Jinyu readily agreed, sure, I have many things to buy. Consider you my tool for the day. Being your tool? I'm more than happy to. Hearing this, Sue Jinyu felt warmth in her heart and replied, I want to let you be a tool for free. I'll treat you to a meal later. Great, I'll wait for you at Yida Plaza. All right, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. After hanging up, Sue Jinyu rummaged through her wardrobe for a dress she hadn't worn before. Just as she exited her room, she bumped into Su Nansheng that he asked, Jinyu, where are you headed? Oh, I'm just going out for a bit of shopping. As Su Nansheng looked around and said earnestly, Jinyu, you are now a member of the Su family. Do you really only wish to be a sales department manager? Su Jinyu, slightly puzzled, responded, Dad, what do you mean by that? It's not a position I can choose. Sometimes you're just too naive. Failing to ponder deeper issues. Didn't your aunt and third uncle say that whoever secures the Dark Knight Monarch invitation can become the company's CEO? Su Jinyu then realized, Dad, are you suggesting that I should strive for that? Su Nansheng nodded. Of course. You are my daughter, and I naturally wish for you to achieve great things. Moreover, you are far more stable than Jinwen. I would feel reassured leaving the company in your hands. But I don't know any influential figures. Where would I find an invitation? Asked Qin Tian. I have a feeling his relationship with Chairman Yu is not merely as he describes. Perhaps he can assist. That seems inappropriate. Qin Tian has already helped me enough. I don't want him to go out of his way for my sake. But Su Nansheng squinted and smiled, asking Jinyu, tell me honestly, have you developed feelings for Qin Tian? Su Jinyu's cheeks flushed and she shyly retorted, Dad, what are you talking about? Qin Tian and I are just friends. Don't overthink it. Haha, no one knows my daughter better than I do. But don't worry. I want to oppose it, as long as you like him and he treats you genuinely well. Dad, you're getting more and more ridiculous. He wants to even talk to you. Su Jinyu, blushing, hurried away. Su Nansheng shook his head and sighed. Alas, a daughter should not remain too long. 15 minutes later, Su Jinyu arrived at Yida Plaza. Upon stepping out of the car, she spotted Qin Tian waiting at the entrance. Although he was dressed casually, Su Jinyu could always sense a unique aura emanating from him. She waved and walked over. Qin Tian, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Not at all. It's only been a few minutes. You look beautiful today. Qin Tian sincerely complimented. Su Jinyu typically did not favor heavy makeup or elaborate outfits, yet her extraordinary beauty and stunning figure easily outshone many so-called top-tier actresses. Today, she wore a light green floral dress. Her long hair cascading lazily over her shoulders, her steps light and graceful, every smile and frown captivating, as if she were a fairy stepping out of a painting. Qin Tian couldn't help but be entranced. Noticing Qin Tian gazing at her intently, Su Jinyu curiously asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Qin Tian awkwardly chuckled, No, it's just that you're too beautiful. I couldn't help but look a bit longer. Su Jinyu's delicate face could not help but flush, as she pouted playfully. You silver-tongued flatterer, have you learned your bad habits from Wang Yin? Not at all. I merely speak the truth, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu secretly rejoiced within her heart. Just then, a voice dripping with sarcasm pierced through the air. Ah, Su Jinyu, what a coincidence. Out shopping with Qin Tian, are we? Theisuke, your taste is indeed quite unique. Chapter 37. A bet at the sound of that voice, Su Jinyu's brows knitted together in displeasure. She turned to see Su Jinyan approaching, her expression one of disdain. Beside her was a young man of remarkable bearing, none other than the young master of the Huang family, Huang Wenxuan. Jinyun, is this your half-sister? Huang Wenxuan inquired, unabashedly scrutinizing Su Jinyu. Upon noticing her enviable figure, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Indeed, she's quite impressive now. Having just joined our Su family, she has already risen to the position of sales manager, Su Jinyun stated nonchalantly. Out of courtesy, Su Jinyu still asked, Jinyun, may I ask who this is? With a tone of reprimand, Su Jinyun retorted, you don't even know the young master of the Huang family. I truly wonder what you do all day. Being so ignorant that you don't fear bringing shame to the Su family. Su Jinyu's complexion shifted, but she managed to maintain her composure. Huang Wenxuan smiled casually, introducing himself. Hello, I am Huang Wenxuan. He extended his hand. Su Jinyu hesitated for a moment before shaking his hand. Hello. Upon feeling the softness of her fingers, Huang Wenxuan's greed intensified, making him reluctant to let go. Su Jinyu frowned and quickly withdrew her hand. Huang Wenxuan, unfazed, glanced at Qin Tian and inquired, is this your boyfriend? Su Jinyu was about to deny it when Su Jinyan interjected, isn't it obvious? Young Master Huang, you may not know, but Qin Tian initially pursued me. After I rejected him, he turned his sights on Su Jinyu. Hearing this, Qin Tian nearly burst into laughter, but he shot a sidelong glance at Su Jinyun and scoffed, you really have a talent for self-aggrandizement. Pursuing you? Am I blind or something? Huang Wenxuan's expression darkened immediately. What do you mean by that? Are you implying I'm blind? Qin Tian shrugged. Those are your words, not mine. Huang Wenxuan, now irritated, found himself at a loss for a proper retort. At that moment, Su Jinyan soothed, young Master Huang, let's not stoop to their level. However, I must say, one is a bastard daughter, and the other is a worthless good-for-nothing. They do make quite the pair. Qin Tian's expression turned icy as he warned. Have you already forgotten the pain you endured? At his chilling gaze, Su Jinyan instinctively recoiled behind Huang Wenxuan. Huang Wenxuan sneered, what? Do you want to fight? Go ahead and try. Su Jinyu quickly turned to Qin Tian. Qin Tian, let it go. Let's leave. Qin Tian nodded and turned to follow Su Jinyu inside. Just then, Su Jinyan provocatively remarked, Su Jinyu, don't get too smug too soon. Young Master Huang has already secured an invitation to the King of the Night's banquet for me. Once it arrives in a few days, I'll be the company president, that if you don't want to find yourself beneath my heel, you'd best resign. At her words, Su Jinyu's expression shifted several times. Feeling a twinge of unwillingness, Qin Tian halted, turning back with a calm demeanor. I'm sorry, but you won't be receiving that invitation to the King of the Night. Just because you say so means it won't happen? Who do you think you are? Not convinced. Shall we have a bet? Su Jinyan retorted defiantly. Let us wager then. What are the terms? If you manage to acquire the invitation to the banquet, I'll concede and do anything you ask. However, if you fail, you must address Su Jinyu as sister respectfully from now on. How fine, you're already destined to lose. Su Jinyan agreed without a second thought. She added, and if I win, you will kneel and apologize in front of the Su family. And Su Jinyu must leave the Su family forever. Su Jinyu quickly interjected, Qin Tian, don't bet with her. With the Huang family backing her, obtaining that invitation is hardly a challenge. Qin Tian dismissed her concerns with a smile. Don't worry, not only her, but even the Huang family will be unable to secure the invitation. Huang Wenxuan burst into laughter. You really know how to boast. You think the Huang family can't get the invitation? Do you believe you are the king of the night, who can decide who receives one? Regardless, the Huang family will not receive it, we shall see. Since you are so certain, why not make a wager with me? Qin Tian asked, intrigued. Sure, what are the stakes? Let us wager her. Huang Wenxuan pointed at Su Jinyu. Qin Tian's eyes narrowed, while Su Jinyu frowned in concern. The color drained from Su Jinyun's face. Huang Wenxuan continued. If I win, she must accompany me for a day, that if I lose, Jinyan will accompany you for a day. What do you say? Are you daring enough? Qin Tian replied coolly, I will not wager Su Jinyu. Change the conditions. Huang Wenxuan mocked. Oh, are you afraid? If you're scared, just admit it. You are mistaken. I am not afraid of losing. It's just that Su Jinyu is a very important friend to me. Qin Tian, will never gamble with a friend. It's against my principles. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with gratitude. Huang Wenxuan was taken aback but quickly sneered. In the end, it's still about being afraid to wager. Very well, let us change it. If you lose, you will work at my company as a doorman and janitor for a month. Do you dare? I have no objections, but what about her thoughts on your wager? Su Jinyan felt displeased at being used as a stake, but, confident of victory, replied without hesitation, I have no objections, for we are bound to win. A smile crept onto Qin Tian's lips. Okay, just don't go back on your word. It is the one who reneges who is the dog. Su Jinyan and Huang Wenxuan chimed in unison. Qin Tian chose not to waste any more time with them and took Su Jinyu inside. Once in the plaza, Su Jinyu voiced her concerns. Qin Tian, knowing you might lose, why did you agree to bet with them? Lose? On what grounds? The Huang family is one of the 10 prominent families in Jiangzhou. With their status and power, obtaining the King of the Night's invitation is a mere formality. Besides, Jinyan just mentioned that the invitation is already secured, just not yet delivered. Aren't you bound to lose against Huang Wenxuan? Qin Tian chuckled softly, reassuring. Fear not, the Huang family will be removed from the King of the Night's guest list, and thus they will not receive the invitation. Seeing Qin Tian's unwavering confidence left Su Jinyu feeling perplexed. Qin Tian, do you know the King of the Night? Do you really think I would know him? Qin Tian countered with a playful blink that Su Jinyu studied him for a moment before shaking her head. Though your medical skills are extraordinary, the King of the Night is a legendary figure. I doubt you could possibly know him. Whether I know him or not is irrelevant. You only need to understand that in this bet, I will not lose. Su Jinyu nodded, albeit with lingering doubt, before hesitantly asking, Qin Tian, do you have a way to obtain the invitation to the King of the Night? Chapter 38. Am I adorably clumsy? Qin Tian was slightly taken aback and asked, what do you need the invitation for? Did I not promise to find a way for you to meet the King of the Night? The invitation is for our Su family. And besides, my aunt publicly vowed that whoever secures the invitation will become the company president. So, you wish to become the president of the Su family? Su Jinyu nodded slowly. Initially, I had no such aspirations, but after a conversation with my father today, I found his words quite reasonable. Neither my aunt, my third uncle, nor Jinyan possessed the temperament or character suitable for the role of president. The Su family is my grandfather's legacy, and I do not wish to see it squandered in their hands. Qin Tian smiled gently, affectionately assuring, rest assured, I will obtain that invitation for you. Su Jinyu was taken aback. She had merely expressed her thoughts and did not hold much hope. Now, to hear Qin Tian claim he could secure the invitation filled her with astonishment. Qin Tian, can you truly manage that? It is a formidable task that I have promised you. No matter how difficult, I shall ensure you receive it. You can be certain that before the banquet commences, the invitation will be in your hands. Su Jinyu's heart soared with joy, but she soon regained her composure, stating, Qin Tian, I truly appreciate your willingness to help, but please don't overexert yourself that if it proves too challenging, it's perfectly fine. I wouldn't want you to go to great lengths for the sake of this invitation. To assist you is my pleasure. You need not be so kind to me. Feeling a touch of guilt. Su Jinyu's heart softened. Qin Tian chuckled. You are my savior. I have previously mentioned that even helping you for a lifetime would not suffice to repay that debt. Were it not for you, I would have perished long ago. Su Jinyu helplessly remarked. Your greatest flaw is your excessive sentimentality, that I have already told you that it was merely a matter of convenience. Yet you, Qin Tian interrupted her. Jinyu, while you may perceive saving me as a trivial act, for me, this life is a gift from you. Therefore, I am more than willing to do anything for you, and you cannot prevent me from repaying this kindness. For that would be unjust. Upon witnessing Qin Tian's earnest demeanor, Su Jinyu couldn't help but let out a soft laugh that she beamed like a blooming flower. Qin Tian's eyes shimmered with affection. Yet he couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, What are you laughing at? It's nothing. I just find you rather adorably foolish. Adorably foolish. Qin Tian expressed a bemused look. I was being quite serious just now. How could that be considered foolish? You appear quite adorably foolish when you're serious. Su Jinyu giggled, covering her mouth. Qin Tian, too, found himself chuckling foolishly alongside her. Suddenly, he realized that happiness was indeed simple, as long as the one he cherished was joyful. His own heart would follow suit. That it had been a long time since he had laughed so heartily in that moment. He resolved that, regardless of the cost, even if it meant opposing the entire world, he would safeguard Su Jinyu's radiant smile. Meanwhile, outside the plaza, Su Jinwen furrowed her brow, expressing her unease. Huang Xiao, do you think there will be any issues with the invitation? A sense of foreboding washed over her inexplicably. Huang Wenxuan replied with confidence, Of course not. That I believe you have been intimidated by Qin Tian. He is merely bluffing, and he will undoubtedly lose. Then why did you wager on Su Jinyu? Are you perhaps interested in her? Impossible. In my eyes, you are the finest. I merely wish to humiliate Qin Tian, so do not overthink it. That Su Jinwen nodded, albeit with lingering doubt. Huang Wenxuan's eyes twinkled mischievously as he proposed, Jinwen, once we win, you should find a way to lure your dear sister out, so we can humiliate her thoroughly and teach her the consequences of opposing us. Agreed. I have long found her displeasing. After all, she is merely an illegitimate child. What right does she have to remain in the Su family and company? Su Jinwen readily consented. Huang Wenxuan's face flickered with satisfaction at her agreement. Time swiftly passed, and only one day remained until the banquet of the Dark Knight Monarch. The Phoenix Grand Hotel had undergone a remarkable transformation, its renovations executed with diligence to welcome the Dark Knight Monarch. Meanwhile, on the lawn in front of the hotel, numerous individuals occupied positions, eager to catch a glimpse of the Dark Knight Monarch's grandeur, despite knowing that the banquet would not commence until noon the following day. Their desire to secure a prime view remained undeterred. Arriving the next day would only allow them to observe from afar through binoculars. The hotel management, noticing the situation, organized personnel to cordon off a large area in front of the hotel. The local police station dispatched officers to maintain order. Even with a day left until the banquet, reporters from various media outlets were already conducting live broadcasts in front of the hotel. Numerous influencers seized the opportunity to ride the wave of excitement in an instant. The majority of Jiangzhou's populace was fixated on the upcoming event, the Su family residence. Su Monli inquired, Jinwen, the banquet is set to begin tomorrow. When will the invitation from the Huang family arrive? Indeed, Jinwen, we have only a day left. We must obtain the invitation as soon as possible to avoid any complications. Su Monli added, that Su Jinwen confidently replied. Aunt, third uncle, I assure you that we will receive the invitation today, so you need not worry. That I still feel somewhat uneasy. How about this? You should quickly contact Huang Xiao and ensure we obtain the invitation. Prompted by Su Monli, Su Jinwen left for the Huang residence, where Huang Wenxuan escorted her upstairs. Once seated, she promptly asked, Huang Xiao, has the invitation arrived yet? Not yet, my father just inquired, and it seems the invitation is on its way. He replied. Very well, I shall wait here until we receive it, she said. Huang Wenxuan sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her waist, and with a beaming smile, he suggested, Jinwen, waiting idly is rather dull. Let us engage in something more pleasurable. Su Jinwen delicately replied, Huang Xiao, let us wait a little longer. Without the invitation, I lack the inclination for anything else. I guess that you doubt the invitation is indeed on its way, Huang Wenxuan asked. His mood slightly dampened, seeing his discontent. Su Jinwen reassured him, Huang Xiao, that was not my intention. I simply, enough with the excuses. I have been cooped up for days, and it's driving me mad. Either you submit to me willingly now, or you can forget about the invitation, he declared. Huang Xiao. Huang Wenxuan's expression turned serious, leaving him speechless. Observing this, Su Jinwen capitulated. All right, I will comply with your wishes. Don't make it seem as if I am only interested in the invitation. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenxuan's spirits soared, and without hesitation, he pushed Su Jinwen onto the sofa. Chapter 39. Qualification revoked. In a matter of moments, Huang Wenxuan had stripped Su Jinwen of her dress, upon gazing at her flawless form. He could no longer contain his impatience, descending upon her with fervor. Just as he was about to take the final step, Su Jinwen abruptly halted him. Huang Xiao, it's my first time. Let us save it for our wedding day. Before she could finish, Huang Wenxuan interjected, Coincidentally, today is also my first time. Rest assured, I will ensure your comfort." With that, he disregarded Su Jinwen's consent and forcefully proceeded. Just as she attempted to acquiesce, Huang Wenxuan unexpectedly froze. She gazed at him in confusion, and he sheepishly smiled, awkwardly explaining, "Apologies, I had a bit too much to drink last night, so I'm not quite in the right state." That Su Jinwen was left utterly speechless. She could hardly believe that her first experience had been with such a hasty partner. The entire ordeal lasted less than 10 seconds. Frustrated, she hastily donned her dress and inquired, "Huang Xiao, when will the invitation arrive?" "Do not fret. I will make another call to inquire," Huang Wenxuan replied, picking up his phone. However, the next moment he frowned. "Strange, why can't I get through?" Upon hearing this, Su Jinwen felt a chill run down her spine. An ominous premonition taking root. Could something have happened? She asked anxiously. What could possibly happen? "Our Huang family is a prominent family in Jiangzhou. The invitation will surely arrive. Do not worry," he reassured her. "But the call cannot go through. Please try again," she urged. Huang Wenxuan reluctantly attempted several more times, but the result remained the same. "Forget it. I will go ask my father," he said, dressing himself before heading downstairs. That Su Jinwen hurriedly followed him. In the living room, a middle-aged man dressed in traditional attire was pacing anxiously in front of the door. It was Huang Wancheng, the head of the Huang family. As Huang Wenxuan descended, he inquired, "Father, why hasn't the invitation arrived yet?" Huang Wancheng frowned deeply. "I, too, find it perplexing. It should have been delivered by now." "Then please call and ask. I attempted to reach the person responsible for our Area-S deliveries, but for some reason, I couldn't get through." Huang Wenxuan explained that I tried calling as well, but the line was also dead. Could it be that something happened to him on the way? Surely, our invitation couldn't have encountered any mishaps. Just as they were growing anxious, a figure strode in through the courtyard gate. Upon seeing this person, Huang Wancheng's face lit up with joy as he hurried over to "Captain Wang, I'm so glad to see you. Please come in." Captain Wang was a squad leader from the nearby police station. Given the Dark Knight Monarch's unique status and the significance of the invitation, the police were responsible for its delivery. Wang waved his hand, stating, "I won't be entering. I just have a few words to say, and then I must leave." Huang Wancheng was puzzled and pressed, "Captain Wang, let us discuss this later. Please hand me the invitation first." With a serious expression, Captain Wang replied, "I am here to inform you that your family's eligibility for the banquet has been revoked." His words struck Huang Wancheng like a thunderclap, leaving him in a state of utter shock. Su Jinwen, standing nearby, was equally stunned, as if struck by lightning. Huang Wenxuan, in a panic, implored, "Captain Wang, you must be mistaken. How is this possible?" "I am not mistaken. This news has been circulating for some time. I simply hadn't had the opportunity to inform you until now that my message is delivered. I must take my leave," Captain Wang said, bowing slightly before turning to leave. Huang Wancheng grabbed his arm, pleading, "Captain Wang, this must be a mistake. How could our Huang family suddenly lose eligibility? This is impossible." Wang looked at him meaningfully and replied, "I am not privy to the specifics, but you might want to consider whether you have offended any significant figures lately." Without a second thought, Huang Wancheng insisted, "No, our Huang family has not offended anyone." "Then I cannot provide further insight, and I must be on my way. I have invitations to deliver to other families," Wang stated. Departing without a backward glance, Huang Wancheng stood there, bewildered. What is going on? How could this happen? This is impossible. He turned his gaze to Huang Wenxuan, demanding, "Wenxuan, have you offended anyone recently?" Huang Wenxuan was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head without a second thought. "Of course not, and I haven't been going out much lately. How could I possibly offend him?" Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to look at Su Jinwen and inquire, "Jinwen, could it be that Qin Tian is behind this?" "Qin Tian?" Su Jinwen shook her head dismissively. "He is nothing but a useless fool. There's no way he possesses such capability. That it cannot possibly be him." Huang Wancheng pressed further. "Who exactly is this Qin Tian you are both speaking of?" "Uncle Huang. He is merely a rejected suitor of mine, a pathetic individual. This matter is certainly unrelated to him." Upon hearing this, Huang Wancheng felt a slight sense of relief. That he spoke solemnly. "Our Huang family must attend the banquet of the Dark Knight King tomorrow. Otherwise, we will undoubtedly fall far behind other prominent families." "But Dad, our qualification has been revoked. Where are we supposed to obtain an invitation now?" "The Chun family. Did they not express interest in our land in the East City? If they are willing to part with an invitation, I shall grant them that piece of land. Then what are we waiting for? Let's head to the Chen family at once." With that, the father and son prepared to leave. That Su Jinwen abruptly grasped Huang Wenxuan's arm, asking, "Young Master Huang, what about me? What about the invitation you promised me?" Huang Wenxuan angrily shrugged off her hand, retorting, "Our Huang family is struggling to protect ourselves. I cannot concern myself with you. Find your own way." With that, he boarded the car and drove off. That Su Jinwen was left in a fit of rage, never anticipating that despite her investment in this endeavor, she would still be empty-handed. If she failed to secure the invitation, her status would plummet in both the Su family and the company. "No, I must obtain that invitation. The position of president is rightfully mine and mine alone." With a determined expression, she clenched her teeth and dialed a number. Once the call connected, she sweetly asked, "Young Master Qi, are you free? I would like to see you." A voice filled with ulterior motives responded from the other end. "Su Jinwen, you're calling me at this hour because of the invitation. Aren't you?" Taken aback, Su Jinwen quickly put on a smile. "It seems nothing escaped your notice, young Master Qi. Enough with the pleasantries. You know my terms that if you want the invitation, come to the presidential suite at Tianyu Hotel." "All right, I'll be there immediately." After hanging up, Su Jinwen drove straight to Tianyu Hotel. Chapter 40. I have a grand surprise for you. 2 full hours later, Su Jinwen finally exited Tianyu Hotel. At this point, her legs felt somewhat weak, her forehead, lips, and body bearing bruises. It was evident that the so-called young Master Qi had a penchant for cruelty. However, Su Jinwen felt fortunate to have finally secured the invitation she so desperately desired. Once back in her car, she tidied up her appearance before driving back to the Su family home, now shrouded in darkness. Inside the old residence, the family members were gathered anxiously in the main hall. Su Nanhua glanced at the time, his brow furrowed in worry. It's already past 7. Why hasn't T. Jinwen returned? This is exasperating. What if something has happened to her? Someone call her and inquire. They attempted to call, but the line was unreachable. She has been out for half the day without a word. Does she not realize we are all waiting for her news? Complaints began to circulate among the relatives. Sui frowned. Could it be that Sister Jinwen didn't manage to secure the invitation and is embarrassed to return? That's impossible. She confidently stated that young Master Huang would help her obtain it. There is no way she wouldn't get it. Sigh, breaking news. The Huang family's invitation has been revoked. At this proclamation, panic ensued among the Su family members. What? The Huang family's invitation has been revoked. Is that true? Is the news credible? It can't be a false report, can it? The information comes from an official announcement, so it must be true. This is terrible. If the Huang family has been revoked, then there is no hope for the invitation young Master Huang promised Jinwen. The mood of the Su family plummeted to despair. Just then, Su Jinwen returned. Upon seeing her, someone scolded, "Su Jinwen, you are utterly useless. You promised to bring back the invitation, and now you have nothing." "Exactly. We trusted you, and you've led us all to false hope. Su Jinwen, you should leave the Su family. You are not welcome in the company either." Faced with the barrage of accusations, Su Jinwen remained unfazed. She huffed, "Who says I didn't get the invitation? What? Did you manage to obtain it?" Su Monli hurriedly urged, "Jinwen, did you really get it? Show us." Su Jinwen leisurely retrieved the invitation from her bag. Yu Monli eagerly grabbed the invitation for a close inspection. Moments later, she exclaimed with joy, "This is indeed the invitation to the Dark Knight King's banquet. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Indeed, it matches perfectly with the official announcement. Jinwen, how did you acquire it?" Wazti had said that the Huang family's qualifications were revoked. Su Jinwen proudly replied, "Did you think I relied solely on the Huang family? I am not foolish. I would never place all my hopes on them. Jinwen is indeed reliable and possesses great foresight. Yes, with this, our Su family will surely soar to new heights. Jinwen, well done. You are the greatest contributor to our Su family." Su Jinwen raised her chin defiantly, inquiring, "And about what you said earlier, it stands, right?" Su Monli joyfully affirmed, "Of course it stands. From today onward, you are the president of the Su group." Yes, you will be the president. We all support you." The members of the Su family unanimously expressed their support. That moment, Su Jinwen felt as though she were the center of the universe, her vanity thoroughly satisfied. She cast a provocative glance at Su Jinyu. Coldly mocking Su Jinyu. You and Qin Tian have lost. With a rather grim expression, Su Jinyu, not wishing to face humiliation in public, turned and retreated to her room. She felt a pang of disappointment, as Qin Tian had promised to deliver the invitation. Yet no news had surfaced. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned, occasionally glancing at her phone, but still no message from Qin Tian. She contemplated calling him, but as soon as she dialed, she quickly hung up. Perhaps it was better not to burden him. If all else fails, she could leave the Su family, or even remove herself from the Su household entirely. After comforting herself, Su Jinyu eventually drifted off to sleep. The following morning, the members of the Su family were brimming with excitement in the main hall. Su Manli spoke up. Everyone, according to the rules of the banquet, each invitation allows for 3 attendees. Let us determine the participants. Su Jinwen interjected. And since I secured the invitation, it's only fair that I claim one of the spots, right? Of course, you are the greatest contributor. One spot is undoubtedly yours. Su eagerly added. And I would also like to attend. Su Nanhua waved his hand dismissively. You should refrain from joining the fray. Little sister, it should be you and I accompanying Jinwen. I don't believe anyone will oppose. Su Manli nodded in agreement. All right, it's settled then. You need not feel disheartened. Even if you cannot enter, you can wait outside the hotel. You might even catch a glimpse of the Dark Knight King himself. Absolutely. Let us all go together. Thus, the group eagerly set out. Su Jinwen couldn't help but gloat as she glanced back at Su Jinyu. Taunting, Su Jinyu, whereas your Qin Tian, didn't he say he would help you secure the invitation? Su Jinyu lowered her head, her expression troubled. Sue scoffed. Qin Tian. What can he do other than boast? Exactly. If he could obtain an invitation, the sun would be rising in the west. Su Jinyu, stay home and don't bother trying to join us. You wouldn't be able to enter anyway. After the remarks, they departed. As Su Jinwen led the way, she suddenly halted, frowning as she asked, Qin Tian, what brings you here? Qin Tian replied coolly, I'm here to take Jinyu to the banquet. At this, the Su family members were momentarily stunned. Su Jinwen skeptically questioned, to attend a banquet. Which banquet are you referring to? Of course, the banquet of the Dark Knight King. The Su family burst into laughter. Haha, Qin Tian, even at this point, you're still pretending. The banquet of the Dark Knight King. What qualifications do you have to attend? Exactly. You should take a good look at yourself. Let us go, don't mind him. He is just here to show off in front of Su Jinyu. Before getting into the car, Su Jinwen couldn't resist one last taunt. Qin Tian, get ready to play the doorman or clean the toilets. With that, the group disdainfully shot a glance at Qin Tian before driving off. Su Jinyu emerged, looking dejected, and asked, Qin Tian, why are you here? Qin Tian smiled lightly. I'm here to take you to the banquet. Let us go. It's almost time, but don't try to console me. You didn't manage to get the invitation, did you? Jinyu, if you come with me, you'll find out. Today, I have a grand surprise for you. Su Jinyu couldn't help but feel curious, asking, what surprise? That is something you need not worry about, I assure you. It will be an unforgettable experience, seeing the sincerity in Qin Tian's words. Su Jinyu decided not to dampen his enthusiasm and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two individuals made their way towards the Phoenix Grand Hotel. Chapter 41. A Gathering of the Elite. Outside the Phoenix Grand Hotel, the area was already teeming with people, a sea of black that stretched as far as the eye could see. Were it not for the armed police officers maintaining order, it is likely that the crowd would have surged directly into the hotel. At the entrance of the parking lot beside the hotel, the members of the Su family gathered. Observing the throngs around them, Su Manli proudly declared, Do you see? Soon, we shall enter the hotel under the gaze of so many onlookers. Today, the Su family is destined to shine brilliantly. Indeed, whether they were former competitors or businesses that previously declined to collaborate with us, once they see us walk through these grand doors, they will surely scramble to curry favor with us. Another member chimed in. After today, the Su family will undoubtedly soar to new heights. It is truly thanks to Jinwen for securing the invitation. The crowd erupted in praises for Su Jinwen, who smiled brightly. Radiating warmth like a spring breeze, eagerly, she inquired, Aunt, the banquet should be starting soon, right? When shall we enter? Su Manli replied patiently, We must not be hasty. Do you see those cars over there? Those vehicles are undoubtedly occupied by individuals of high status. We must adhere to the proper etiquette and allow them to enter first. Su Nanwan nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Anyone attending this banquet is not someone we can afford to offend, that we must exercise caution in our words and actions to avoid inadvertently stirring up trouble. Just then, a Maybach slowly approached the entrance and came to a stop in front of the hotel. Upon seeing the person alight from the vehicle, Sui gasped, "Heavens! Isn't that our Jiangzhou's wealthiest individual?" "Xiaojin, it truly is him. I saw in the news yesterday that he was abroad discussing investments. What brings him back so suddenly? What's so surprising about that? What sort of investment could possibly be more crucial than the banquet of the Night King? If he can forge a connection with the Night King, it wouldn't be long before this Jiangzhou tycoon becomes the nation's wealthiest." Su Nanhua chuckled. "Jinwen, your words are a bit exaggerated. Third uncle, am I wrong? Given Zhao's capabilities and financial prowess, if he aligns himself with the Night King, he certainly stands a chance at becoming the nation's richest. You may not be aware of who the wealthiest individual in our Xia is." Su Nanhua continued that Su Jinwen furrowed her brow. "Isn't the wealthiest individual in Xia Zhuobuchuan?" Su Nanhua shook his head with a light laugh. "Though Zhuobuchuan is quite affluent, he is not the wealthiest in Xia." Sui, perplexed, asked, "Dad, the financial news stated that Zhuobuchuan is indeed our Xia's wealthiest. How can you claim otherwise? You are unaware, but in Xia, the true wealthiest is the chairman and president of Tianqin Group." "Tianqin Group? I know of them. They are a premier enterprise in Xia. But is their chairman richer than Zhuobuchuan?" Sui expressed skepticism. Su Manli interjected. "Xiao Yi, Zhuobuchuan is not even in the same league as the chairman of Tianqin Group. Indeed, with a market value in the trillions, and their chairman presiding over the Tianqin Consortium, which is rumored to be as wealthy as a nation, comparing Zhuobuchuan to this enigmatic chairman is akin to comparing a mere star to the radiant moon. There is no comparison." Su Jinwen exclaimed, "Really? This chairman of Tianqin Group is that formidable? What is his name? Indeed, how can such a wealthy individual not have any news coverage? Specifics are unknown, but you must understand that the wealthiest individual in our Xia is this mysterious chairman of Tianqin Group." Soon after, prominent figures from Jiangzhou began to make their appearances, including Shun Wanfang, the president of the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce; Zhang Qin, the chief inspector of Jiangzhou; Kai Yin, the governor of Jiangzhou; and Dongfang Shua, the first commander of the Jiangzhou military district. Upon seeing these illustrious individuals, both the Su family and the surrounding spectators were filled with excitement. These are individuals typically only seen on television. Yet today, they were all present, underscoring the immense allure of the Night King's banquet. Once these dignitaries entered, the heads of various prestigious families from Jiangzhou also made their appearances. How curious, among the top 10 families. Why is there no sign of representatives from the Huang or Li families? Are you not from the area? The Li family was obliterated half a month ago. Indeed, the Li family is long gone. But the Huang family seems to be intact. Why are they absent? I find it puzzling as well. Where is the head of the Huang family? A flurry of whispers erupted among the crowd. Su Nanhua remarked with intrigue. Could it be that the Huang family offended the Night King, resulting in their sudden disqualification? That seems unlikely. The Huang family is completely unaware of the Night King's identity and could not have intentionally offended him. Precisely because they are unaware, they may have inadvertently crossed him. Oh no. Sister Jinwen has been getting quite close to Huang Wenshuan lately. Could this affect her? Su Yi's words sparked concern among the crowd. Su Jinwen waved her hand dismissively. Though I've been close to Huang Wenshuan recently, I have not offended the Night King, even if he were to hold a grudge against the Huang family. It should not reflect upon me that Su Manli nodded in agreement. Jinwen is correct. Besides, how could such a prominent figure as the Night King target her or our Su family simply because of her association with Huang Wenshuan? That is implausible. Su Yi's eyes twinkled mischievously as he turned to Su Jinwen. Sister Jinwen, if you happen to encounter the Night King, be sure to seize the opportunity to approach him, that if he takes a liking to you, you will undoubtedly ascend to great heights. Indeed, Jinwen, once you enter, make sure to impress him and capture his attention, that if he truly favors you, our Su family will soar to new heights alongside you. Su Nanhua was also becoming increasingly excited. Su Jinwen blushed shyly. I too hold great admiration for the Night King. I just wonder if he will notice me. Sister Jinwen, you are so beautiful and have a wonderful figure. If the Night King sees you, he will surely be captivated. Remember to seek an opportunity to approach him. Yes, yes. It is often said that even heroes struggle at the sight of a beautiful woman. Put in some effort, and you will undoubtedly attract the Night King's attention. Su Jinwen nodded adorably, already daydreaming about a serendipitous encounter with the Night King. Looking at the time, Su Monli announced, "All right, it's about time. Let us make our entrance." As they approached the hotel entrance, Su Yi suddenly exclaimed, "Huh, is that Qin Tian? That good-for-nothing actually managed to bring Su Jinyu along." At that moment, Qin Tian and Su Jinyu also noticed the Su family. Su Jinwen remarked with a sarcastic tone, "Oh, Qin Tian, you truly dare to bring Su Jinyu here. What, did you actually receive an invitation?" Qin Tian smiled faintly and replied, "I do not require an invitation to attend this banquet." At this proclamation, the members of the Su family erupted into laughter. Sui clutched his stomach, mockingly exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Qin Tian, you're the most pretentious person I have ever met." "Indeed. Who do you think you are? You think you can attend without an invitation? Go back to your daydreams, claiming that you can attend without an invitation. You must be joking. What else can you do besides boast with a loser like you?" "It was certainly wise of me not to agree to be with you," Su Jinwen declared with arrogance. Faced with a mockery, Su Jinyu gently tugged at Qin Tian's sleeve, whispering, "Qin Tian, I'm already grateful that you brought me here. Perhaps we should leave." Qin Tian softly reassured her, "Do not worry. I will fulfill my promise. Just follow me." With that, Qin Tian ignored the Su family and led Su Jinyu toward the hotel entrance. Seeing this, Sui spat in disdain. "Pfft, still putting on airs? It's truly repulsive." Su Jinwen, intrigued, remarked, "I want to see how he handles being turned away at the entrance." The members of the Su family shared similar sentiments. Their eyes fixed on Qin Tian and Su Jinyu. At that moment, security personnel approached the hotel entrance. Su Jinyu's palms became sweaty with anxiety. "Qin Tian, the security personnel are coming to check that we should leave, or we will truly embarrass ourselves." Just as she finished speaking, the security personnel bowed respectfully. One of them, with utmost deference, said, "Mr. Qin, you have finally arrived. Please follow me." Witnessing this scene, Su Jinyu stood in stunned silence. She could not comprehend why the staff would show such reverence towards Qin Tian. Meanwhile, the Su family members were equally bewildered. They noticed that before being escorted inside, Qin Tian exchanged a few words with the security personnel and even turned back to flash them a grin. Su Yi, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How strange! Why is that useless Qin Tian allowed inside? He couldn't possibly have an invitation, could he? Impossible! Someone like him could never possess an invitation." Su Jinwen hurriedly asserted that scoundrel Qin Tian must have employed some trickery to deceive the security personnel. "Come, let us hurry in and expose him." After finishing their conversation, the group strode purposefully towards the hotel entrance. Just as they were about to reach the grand doors, the security personnel ruthlessly halted their advance. Su Jinwen quickly interjected, "Brother Security, we have an invitation letter. Please take a look." With that, she produced the invitation. One of the security guards glanced at the document in her hand and coldly replied, "Your invitation has been disqualified. Please leave immediately." "What?" The members of the Su family were taken aback. Exchanging bewildered glances, Su Nanhua hastily remarked, "Brother, you must be mistaken. How could our invitation be disqualified?" "Exactly. The rules state that those with invitations are allowed entry." "On what grounds are you denying us access?" The guard replied icily, "I shall repeat myself. Your invitation has been revoked. Leave at once, or we will be forced to take drastic measures." As he spoke, several guards behind him raised their weapons, the ominous barrels pointing directly at the Su family. The Su family members turned pale with fear and instinctively stepped back. Su Monli, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "This is dereliction of duty. We possess an invitation, yet you refuse us entry? We will certainly lodge a complaint against you." Su Yi further shouted, "Do you know who my cousin is? She is the beloved of the Night King. By stopping her, you are opposing the Night King himself." Su Jinwen quickly nodded, saying, "Indeed, I am the Night King's beloved. Let us in at once, or you shall face the consequences when he seeks retribution." The guard scoffed disdainfully at Su Jinwen, sneering, "A mere commonplace girl like you dares to claim to be the Night King's beloved? You must be joking. Now get lost," seeing their pleas falling on deaf ears. Su Jinwen hastily added, "What about those two who entered just now? Did they have invitations?" The guard replied flatly, "They had no invitation." "What? You allowed them in without an invitation, yet you deny us, who possess one? Is there any justice in this? Is there even a law?" Su Yi's anger escalated. His fists clenched tightly. Su Monli also protested. Did you receive bribes from Qin Tian? He entered without an invitation. Let us in immediately. Or I assure you, we will lodge a complaint. Complain all you wish. Mr. Qin does not require an invitation. But if you do not leave now, I will truly order the guards to fire. Upon hearing this, the Su family retreated several steps. Suddenly, Su Jinwen had a thought and shouted, that scoundrel Qin Tian must have fraudulently used our invitation. Curse him. He has brought ruin upon the Su family. At this revelation, the Su family members were struck with realization. I thought it odd how that scoundrel Qin Tian could gain entry. It turns out he used our invitation. Damn it, you blind security guards. Qin Tian misused our invitation. Yet you let him in while denying us. Su Nanhua concurred. Indeed, he has fraudulently used our invitation. Hurry and expel him so we can enter. But the guards paid them no mind. The Su family dared not force their way through. For the opposing side was armed. But Su Yi's eyes darted as he turned to Su Nanhua, saying, Dad, while I was parking, I noticed a small opening in the corner of the wall, and there were no guards watching that area. We could crawl through there. Su Nanhua's eyes lit up, incredulously asking, Are you serious? Yes, the opening may be small, but we are not large individuals. We can squeeze through. Then why are we waiting? Let us hurry, or the banquet will start. With urgency, they made their way to the parking lot. They quickly arrived at the corner Su Yi had mentioned. Indeed, there was a small opening. Su Nanhua eagerly said, Xiao Yi, you go in first and see what the situation is. All right. Without hesitation, Su Yi crouched down and crawled through the opening. Moments later, he poked his head out and reported, Dad, it's well concealed by the greenery. So the guards at the hotel will hardly notice us? Excellent. Monli, Jinwen, let us go in as well. As for the others, remain outside. Too many of us might attract attention. Once the plan was set, Su Nanhua was the first to crawl through. Su Jinwen followed closely as she neared the opening. She noticed it was filled with dog hair and an unbearable stench. Clearly, it was the scent of dog urine. She stifled a gag, pinching her nose as she crawled inside. Just as they intended to sneak towards the back door of the hotel lobby, a mocking voice rang out above them. Wow, you all actually crawled through a dog hole just to attend the banquet? Impressive. Chapter 43. Changing one's mind, the Su family looked up to find a young man grinning mockingly at them. Sue, furious, shouted, Qin Tian, how dare you misuse our invitation to sneak in and then mock us? Exactly. If it weren't for you stealing our invitation, we wouldn't be barred from entry. Qin Tian, you are utterly despicable. Get out. Su Nanhua and the others joined in the condemnation. Qin Tian rolled his eyes, regarding them as if they were fools. Su Jinwen, seemingly hesitant, refrained from scolding Qin Tian and instead calmly said, Qin Tian, we all seek to catch a glimpse of the Night King. There is no need to escalate this matter. If we make a scene, we may very well be thrown out. Let us keep our distance and avoid conflict. Agreed. Qin Tian shrugged, replying, I have no objections, as long as you don't provoke me. I won't bother with you with that. He turned and headed towards the hotel lobby. Sue snorted, Jinwen, you shouldn't have been so polite to him. Just look at him swaggering around after stealing our invitation. Indeed. We possess invitations, yet we must sneak around, while that scoundrel Qin Tian brazenly strolls about. It's infuriating. Su Monli's anger grew as she reflected on the situation. Su Jinwen calmly suggested, let us endure for now. We can settle the score after the banquet ends. That seems to be the only option. When shall we enter the lobby? Su Monli pondered for a moment before replying, let us wait until the banquet officially starts. By then, everyone's attention will be focused on the stage, and we can slip in unnoticed. Agreed. Thus, they positioned themselves behind the greenery and awaited their moment. Inside the lobby, Su Jinyu observed the prominent figures with trepidation. Anxious not to offend anyone. Just as she felt uneasy, Qin Tian's voice reached her ears. Why aren't you finding a seat? Doesn't standing there tire you out? Upon hearing him, Su Jinyu felt somewhat reassured. She complained, what took you so long in the restroom? I thought you had been kicked out. Qin Tian chuckled, apologies for the wait, but really, we were invited in openly. Who would dare to expel us? Speaking of which, I didn't get to ask you earlier. How did you manage to get in? Get in how? Su Jinyu replied with exasperation, at this point, you're still pretending. Just tell me, how did you bring me in without an invitation? Qin Tian feigned intrigue, stating, That's a secret I can't reveal just yet, but trust me, you'll find out soon enough. Su Jinyu frowned slightly, sensing that Qin Tian harbored many secrets she yearned to unravel. Meanwhile, Qin Tian had already taken her hand and was leading her towards the front row of seats. Upon reaching the first row, Su Jinyu gasped, saying, "Qin Tian, this front row is reserved for VIPs. We aren't qualified to sit here." Qin Tian interrupted her with a smile, "But it's perfectly fine, as we are indeed VIPs." "What?" Su Jinyu stared at Qin Tian in disbelief, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Qin Tian, do you really know the Night King?" Qin Tian pondered for a moment before countering. "Do you want me to know him, or would you prefer I didn't?" Su Jinyu's gaze flickered, and after a long pause, she slowly replied, "A figure like the Night King would attract attention wherever he goes. That if you know him, that is quite advantageous. With such connections, no one would dare to look down on you." "But as she trailed off, Qin Tian pressed, "But what?" Su Jinyu forced a self-deprecating smile, a hint of sadness in her demeanor. "If you are indeed a friend of the Night King, then I fear we may not be able to meet again." Qin Tian, puzzled, asked why. What connection could there possibly be? "Of course there are. As you are well aware, I am merely an illegitimate daughter, but if the Dark Night King were to discover that you associate with someone like me, he would undoubtedly disdain to maintain any connection with you, that I do not wish to cause you any trouble." Upon hearing these words, Qin Tian felt a tumult of emotions within his heart. What a kind-hearted woman she is, sacrificing her own comfort for the sake of others. He managed a strained smile and replied, "Rest assured, I am not particularly close with the Dark Night King. I merely know a friend of his." "Really? So it was your friend who helped us gain entry?" "Indeed. Now you should feel at ease." That Su Jinyu nodded vigorously, her face alight with joy. "This is wonderful. I was just worrying about how I would manage if we could no longer be friends in the future." That as soon as she finished speaking, she realized, in her excitement, that she had inadvertently revealed her true feelings. Therefore, she hurried to clarify, "Qin Tian, please don't misunderstand. I meant no offense. That I simply think you are a genuinely good person, which is why I care so much about our friendship." Qin Tian chuckled softly. "All right, I understand. However, you need not overthink it. To my knowledge, the Dark Night King does not place great importance on one's background. In his eyes, all beings are inherently equal, without distinction of status or wealth." "How can that be?" "To us in Xia, the Dark Night King is truly a figure of immense power, second only to none. That if he truly believes in equality among all beings, then why did he only invite the prominent figures of our locality to this gathering?" This statement left Qin Tian at a loss for words. That Su Jinyu continued, "Thus, the notion of equality among all beings is a mere facade. He must revel in the feeling of being revered, which is precisely why he organized this banquet. Perhaps you are correct, yet I believe the Dark Night King, upon hearing your words, will adopt a more humble demeanor in his dealings with others." Striving to appear more approachable, Su Jinyu chuckled lightly. "You jest. He is yet to take the stage. How could he possibly hear my words? Even if he did overhear, he would not take them to heart." Qin Tian instinctively replied, "I will. Every word you speak will remain etched in my heart." Su Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze towards Qin Tian filled with astonishment. Regaining her composure, she laughed brightly. "Qin Tian, we were speaking of the Dark Night King, yet your words make it seem as though you are he." Qin Tian felt a tinge of helplessness, longing to confess that he was indeed the Dark Night King. Yet, he feared that such a revelation would cause Su Jinyu to feel inferior and withdraw from him. Contemplating this, he made a decisive choice. Chapter 44. Astonishing everyone. Qin Tian rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely joking. Now, please make yourself comfortable. I shall seek out my friend to express my gratitude." "All right, do go ahead, but remember to treat him to a meal later." "Yes, wait for me. I shall return shortly." With that, Qin Tian turned and left. At a short while later, the banquet commenced in earnest. Under the watchful eyes of the attendees, a vibrant middle-aged man emerged from backstage. The moment he stepped onto the stage, the audience instinctively held their breath. Someone could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, it's Vice President Yang Rue of Tianqin Group. Strange, wasn't he this banquet hosted by the Dark Night King? Why is Vice President Yang taking the stage? And it appears he is acting as the host. Could it be that the Dark Night King has some connection with Tianqin Group?" Now that you mention it, I recall they say the chairman and president of Tianqin Group is rarely seen. Even within the company, not many have encountered him. Could it be that this extraordinarily mysterious president is the Dark Knight King? Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Indeed, considering the prominent figures of Xia, only the Dark Knight King possesses the capability to establish such a colossal enterprise. Oh my! If Tianqin Group belongs to the Dark Knight King, does that mean the Tianqin Consortium is also his? I can hardly believe it. This is true wealth that rivals nations. The Dark Knight King is indeed remarkable. In an instant, the crowd was swept up in an inexplicable excitement. Meanwhile, Su Jinyu glanced around. Noticing that Qin Tian had yet to return, causing her to feel increasingly restless, at the back of the crowd. The Su family watched Yang Rui on stage with uncontainable excitement. Did I ask that truly Vice President Yang standing up there? Goodness, he is the man of my dreams. Su Monli gazed at Yang Rui, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Approaching 40 years of age, she had never married, having vowed to wed only a man of Yang Rui's caliber. Sui looked upon Yang Rui with a face full of adoration. Su Nanhua murmured, "It really is Vice President Yang of Tianqin Group. I never imagined he would be in Jiangzhou, but we must seize this opportunity. If we can establish a connection with him, even a mere hint of his favor would suffice to provide for our family for a lifetime." Did I end their eager conversation? Su Jinyu impatiently asked. When will the Dark Knight King make his appearance? I can hardly wait to meet him. On stage, Yang Rui spoke in a booming voice. First and foremost, welcome everyone to this banquet, that I represent the Dark Knight King and Tianqin Group to express my gratitude for your support. With these words, the audience once again erupted in astonishment. Indeed, Tianqin Group has ties to the Dark Knight King. Someone could not help but shout, Vice President Yang, what is the relationship between the Dark Knight King and Tianqin Group? All eyes were fixed on Yang Rui. With a calm smile, he replied, the Dark Knight King is, in fact, the chairman and president of Tianqin Group. A chorus of gasps filled the room. I knew it. The Dark Knight King truly is the president of Tianqin Group. How extraordinary! I had been puzzled why Tianqin Group could ascend to prominence in such a short time. It turns out it is all thanks to the Dark Knight King. Today has truly been worth the visit. I am certain this news will soon spread across the entire realm of Shenzhou. Yang Rui continued, now, let us welcome the Dark Knight King to the stage. All eyes converged once more on the passageway behind the stage. Under their eager anticipation, a tall figure gradually emerged. As that figure approached the front of the stage, the Su family members froze in shock. In unison, they gasped, Qin Tian? How is it him? At that moment, they were left speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. The heads of several prestigious families were equally astonished, exclaiming, wait, is that young Master Qin? Could it be that young Master Qin is the Dark Knight King? No way, he is the Dark Knight King. The expressions of the family heads were filled with incredulity. Su Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. From behind the crowd, Sui snapped back to reality and pointed at Qin Tian, angrily shouting, Qin Tian, you scoundrel, how dare you impersonate the Dark Knight King? Do you realize this is a capital offense? Indeed, the status of the Dark Knight King surpasses even that of the God of War. How dare you take the stage and impersonate him? Are you seeking death? Su Jinyu sneered, I never expected this coward would possess such audacity, daring to play the fool at the Dark Knight King's banquet. If you choose to court death, that is your affair, but do not let Su Jinyu be implicated. Su Monli shouted, Vice President Yang, we are from the Su family. This impostor, Qin Tian, is pretending to be the Dark Knight King. Please have him thrown out. Su Nanhua added, simply throwing him out is insufficient. He must be punished appropriately. Upon hearing this, Yang Rui's expression darkened. He waved his hand towards the entrance, commanding, what are you all doing? How could you allow such a person to enter? Hurry and remove him. As the words fell, armed security personnel swiftly approached. Seeing this, Sui maliciously smiled at Qin Tian. Qin Tian, look at you now. How will you escape this fate? Indeed, you can play the fool whenever you like, but to do so at the Dark Knight King's South banquet is to court disaster. At this point, both Qin Tian and Su Jinyu found themselves in a dire predicament. After Su Jinyu spoke, her spiteful gaze turned toward the visibly flustered Su Jinyu. Yet, at that moment, she felt a sudden lightness under her feet, and before she knew it, she was being lifted off the ground. Not only her, but Su Nanhua and the others were similarly seized by the security personnel and forcefully dragged towards the exit. Sui, in a panic, shouted, "What are you doing? Yang Rui ordered you to remove Qin Tian. Why are you dragging us? Yes, let us go. We are esteemed guests invited by the Dark Knight King. Release us at once." However, no matter how they protested, the security personnel remained expressionless as they dragged them out. Su Jinyu glared in frustration at Su Jinyu and Qin Tian on stage, only to be astounded to see Yang Rui kneeling before Qin Tian, respectfully bowing. Yang Rui seemed to be uttering something. Yet, by this point, they had been dragged to the entrance and could no longer hear their conversation. Thus, the Su family was unceremoniously ejected from the venue to in the hotel lobby after the Su family members were forcefully ejected. Tranquility swiftly returned as Su Jinyu sat in her seat, her gaze vacantly fixed on Qin Tian on the stage that moment. Qin Tian was speaking calmly and composedly, yet Su Jinyu could not discern his words. Only aware of the sporadic thunderous applause surrounding her. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a familiar voice jolted her back to reality. "Jinyu, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and come to the stage." Only then did Su Jinyu realize that Qin Tian on stage was beckoning her. The eyes of the crowd were uniformly fixed upon her, filled with envy. Caught off guard, Su Jinyu stood up, casting a complex glance at Qin Tian before turning and fleeing, vanishing behind the door in the blink of an eye. "Jinyu." Qin Tian hurriedly tossed the microphone back to Yang Rui and rushed after her. Chapter 45. A benevolent Lai Qin Tian pursued Su Jinyu all the way to the hotel's backyard. Managing to catch up to her, he swiftly positioned himself in front of her. "Jinyu," before he could finish, Su Jinyu interrupted, "Don't come any closer, I need a moment." Qin Tian quickly inquired, "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" Su Jinyu felt profoundly deceived, shaking her head despondently. "Qin Tian, no, it should be the Night King. Our statuses are worlds apart. Please do not seek me out again." "Jinyu, have you made a mistake? When did I become the Night King?" Su Jinyu paused, her expression filled with suspicion. "Are you not the Night King? Then what were you doing on stage just now?" When Qin Tian had taken the stage, Su Jinyu had been completely bewildered, not hearing a word from Yang Rui or Qin Tian. With a helpless expression, Qin Tian explained, "When I went to find my friend, I happened to encounter the Night King, who was in a rush to leave and asked me to speak on his behalf, allowing me to bring my beloved to the stage. That's why I called you up. Are you telling the truth?" "Of course I am. If you don't believe me, you can ask the crowd below." "Did you not hear what I said on stage?" Su Jinyu expressed her frustration. "The moment you took the stage, I was completely dazed and didn't hear anything you said." She then furrowed her brows and asked, "But if it's truly as you say, why would Yang Rui show you such great respect?" At that moment, I was representing the Night King, that is his subordinate. Yang Rui's gesture was entirely appropriate. He was saluting the Night King, not me. Having reached this point, Qin Tian could only use a kind-hearted deception to gloss over the matter. It really just that." Su Jinyu remained skeptical. Qin Tian reassured her. "Jinyu, the facts are evident. Do you think I have any reason to deceive you? Moreover, what benefit would it bring me?" "That's true. Wait, what did you just say?" "I said, I have no need to deceive you." Su Jinyu shook her head. "Not that. You mentioned the Night King allowed you to do what?" "He permitted me to bring my beloved to the stage to receive blessings from esteemed guests." Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Su Jinyu's fair face. Lowering her head, her gaze flickered as she asked, "If that's the case, why did you call me up?" Qin Tian earnestly declared, "Isn't it obvious? My beloved is you." Su Jinyu's heart raced, leaving her at a loss for words. Embarrassed, she retorted, "You're just joking that you've only known me for a short time and don't truly understand me. So please stop teasing. I am not joking. I am serious. When you saved me back then, you stole my heart that I returned to Jiangzhou solely because of you. You merely wish to repay a debt of gratitude, not love." Qin Tian grew somewhat anxious, urgently asking, "Jinyu, what will it take for you to believe in my feelings for you?" Su Jinyu interrupted, "Qin Tian, please stop. I need some time to think. I believe we both do." "All right, I won't rush you for an answer. I will wait, no matter how long it takes." Hearing this, Su Jinyu felt a warmth within her, her heart stirring. Not wanting to prolong the discomfort, she softly said, "I feel uneasy staying here. I will take my leave now. You can continue with your tasks. I have no tasks at hand. I've completed what the Night King asked of me, and now I'm quite free. Let us return together." Su Jinyu responded with a light and turned toward the back door. Qin Tian, puzzled, asked, Jinyu, why not exit through the front door? It's easier to get a taxi from there. Plus, if you leave through the front, those prominent families and entrepreneurs will notice you, making future business dealings much smoother. But as Jinyu shook her head, I dislike being overly scrutinized and do not wish to rely on others' influence to elevate myself. Only what one achieves through their own efforts is truly theirs. Qin Tian was taken aback, looking at Su Jinyu with newfound respect, while others desperately sought connections to the Night King, much like the Su family members. Su Jinyu willingly discarded an opportunity that many would covet. This thought made him chuckle softly. Curious, Su Jinyu asked Qin Tian, what are you laughing at? Oh, it's nothing, just laughing at my own foolishness. I initially thought to showcase you at this banquet. Forgetting that what you want is not this, to don't be so hard on yourself. Your intentions to help me are genuinely appreciated, but I simply dislike such occasions that I understand now. I want to create such grand events in the future. Su Jinyu frowned. Didn't you say this grand occasion was orchestrated by the Night King? Ah, yes. What I meant was that I want to bring you to such grand events again, that I now realize that you also experience some social anxiety. You re the one with social anxiety. I merely dislike overly formal settings. Qin Tian nodded fervently. Yes, rest assured, I want to bring you to such occasions anymore. To be honest, I also dislike this atmosphere. Su Jinyu sighed in relief, smiling. Qin Tian, thank you for everything you've done for me. I've only made a mess of things. There's no need for thanks. It was I who made a mess. I hope you want to take it to heart. Qin Tian waved his hand. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us go grab a bite. Su Jinyu gently nodded and left with Qin Tian. Meanwhile, outside the hotel's main entrance, members of the Su family were gathered together at Sue. Looking worried, said Dad, Aunt, why did Vice President Yang kneel before Qin Tian? Could it be that Qin Tian is the Night King? Su Nanhua shook his head gravely. I'm not sure, but how could someone like Qin Tian possibly be the Night King? It just doesn't seem feasible. But if he isn't the Night King, why would Vice President Yang kneel to him? Su Nanhua was at a loss for words. Su Manli slowly said, I pondered this for a long time and believe that Qin Tian is unlikely to be the Night King. However, he could very well be a friend or representative of the Night King. Su Jinyan quickly asked, Aunt, are you suggesting that Qin Tian spoke on behalf of the Night King? Indeed, this explains why Vice President Yang would kneel to him. In reality, he was paying respects to the Night King, not to Qin Tian. Then, Aunt, what should we do next? Su Manli thought for a moment before saying, Jinyan, since Qin Tian is a friend of the Night King, we must find a way to win his favor, so he can speak well of our Su family in front of the Night King. Our family's rise depends on you. Su Jinyan was taken aback. Confuse me? What can I do? Chapter 46. Is it a banquet of deception? Su Manli smiled brightly. My dear, have you forgotten? Your grandfather sent you to pursue a match with Qin Tian. With such a background, do you really want to watch him be taken away by Su Jinyu? Su Jinyan's gaze flickered for a moment before she helplessly said, But Aunt, before we came, we ridiculed and humiliated Qin Tian. He must despise me now that if I approach him, wouldn't I be putting my warm face against his cold backside? Silly girl, I'm not saying you should just go find him. You need to. Su Manli leaned in close and whispered to her. After hearing Su Manli's words, Su Jinyan hesitated. Aunt, is that really appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? If we want to connect with the Night King, the only way is to win over Qin Tian. But to ensure he willingly helps us, we must employ the method I just mentioned. This is not only for our Su family, but also for your own benefit. For me? Exactly. Although you may face some initial setbacks. Meeting the Night King increases your chances of being noticed. This could be your opportunity to soar high. Su Jinyan contemplated deeply for a long while before resolutely nodding. All right, I will listen to you. Aunt. Su Manli smiled with satisfaction. That's the spirit. Let us go back and prepare properly. Sue, looking perplexed, asked, Aunt, what were you discussing with Sister Jinyan just now? What are we preparing for? What else can we prepare? Of course, we must return to arrange for the family banquet. We are inviting Qin Tian for dinner tonight to sincerely apologize to him. Apologize to him? Sui voiced his strong reluctance and continued. Aunt, even if Qin Tian might indeed be a friend or representative of the Dark Night King, as you said, the one we need to appease is the Dark Night King, not him. Why? Before he could finish, Su Nanhua raised his hand and delivered a sharp rap to his head. You foolish boy. Have you lost your mind? If Qintian truly is the envoy of the Dark Night King, offending him would lead to dire consequences. Su Monli chimed in. Indeed, and if Qintian merely speaks ill of us to the Dark Night King, the Su family would find itself in an irretrievable predicament. The Do you understand? Only then did Su realize the gravity of the situation and nodded. So that's how it is. I understand now. Su Nanhua instructed the other members of the Su family. All right, stop wasting time here. Hurry back home and prepare for the dinner. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly drove back towards the Su residence. Su Monli said, Third brother, you and Xiao, you should return first. I will take Jinwen for ASP to SUE murmured, Aunt, how can you think about a spa at a time like this? If we do not obtain Qintian's forgiveness, we will be in serious trouble. What do you understand? It is precisely because we need Qintian's forgiveness that I want to take you and Jinwen to look our best. Are you suggesting? Sui suddenly connected the dots. Su Nanhua shot him a glare and urged, Stop being so dramatic. Let us go home and help out. That evening, Su Jinyu was strolling by the river with Qintian when her phone rang. She took it out, and her brow furrowed. Noticing this, Qintian inquired, What's wrong? Who called? My aunt. Su Jinyu hesitated and did not answer. Qintian chuckled, You haven't done anything wrong, so what are you afraid of? That's true. And over the phone, she cannot physically harm me. At most, I will receive some scolding. Not necessarily. Perhaps she is calling to make amends. How could that be? She must hate me to the core, wishing to kick me out of the Su family and the company. As she said this, Su Jinyu answered the call, preparing herself for a barrage of complaints. However, to her surprise, Su Monli not only refrained from scolding, but instead expressed sincere regret. Jinyu, I am truly sorry for today. Your aunt is simply too concerned about the future of the Su family, which is why I spoke harshly to you and Qintian. Please don't hold it against me that I am in disbelief. Su Jinyu glanced at Qintian before saying into the phone. You called just to say this? Of course not. Your aunt knows we were in the wrong, that we have arranged a dinner at home tonight. So please bring Qintian over so we can properly apologize to you both. Aunt, this wouldn't be a trap, would it? Having witnessed Su Monli's quick shifts in temperament, she couldn't help but be cautious that Su Monli laughed awkwardly. Oh, come now. How could I have such ill intentions? You can trust me. We genuinely want to apologize to you both, nothing more. Fearing that Su Jinyu might refuse, she added, Moreover, your grandfather just reprimanded us, saying that if we fail to secure your and Qintian's forgiveness, we will face severe consequences upon his return. Jinyu, we truly recognize our mistakes. Please grant us the opportunity to apologize. Only then did Su Jinyu nod. All right, I will bring Qintian back tonight. That's wonderful. Please return early. We will be waiting for you. After Su Monli hung up, Qintian raised an eyebrow and asked, Your aunt is inviting us for dinner? Yes, but she speaks so sweetly, claiming as to apologize that I suspect it may be a trap. So perhaps we should not go, since they are offering dinner. Even if it is a trap, I must attend. Su Jinyu stamped her foot in frustration, saying, How can you be so unconcerned? If it truly were a trap, they would surely try to undermine you behind the scenes. What kind of mischief could they possibly orchestrate? And rest assured, they are inviting us back to grovel. Grovel? Su Jinyu was taken aback, then skeptically asked, Are you suggesting they misunderstand your connection to the Dark Night King and wish to use you to meet him? That is highly likely, so we should attend tonight's dinner without hesitation. All right, but if I notice any outrageous behavior from them, do not spare me. Scold them as you see fit, as I am not inclined to indulge them. I am indifferent, as long as they do not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, I shall be the first to object. Feeling shy, Su Jinyu lowered her head, remaining silent, but accepting Qintian's concern. The two then hailed a taxi and headed towards the Su residence. That on the way back, Qintian curiously asked, By the way, Jinyu, why don't I ever see you driving? Did your father not buy you a car? I have a car. It was left to me by my mother, but it broke down recently and is still being repaired. But that's inconvenient for you now. Why don't we go buy a car tomorrow? Su Jinyu shook her head. No need. That car is still quite good, and once it is repaired, it should last me a while longer. I will think about it when it is completely unusable. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang again. After answering, Su Jinyu's expression turned sorrowful, and she looked as though she might cry. Noticing this, Qintian quickly asked, Jinyu, what happened? Chapter 47. Qintian, you are such a miser. Su Jinyu feigned strength and replied, It's nothing. The repair shop just called to say my car's engine is totaled and cannot be repaired. The engine is broken. Can't you just replace it? If there were a replacement engine, that would be the case, but the shop owner said my model is too old, and they can no longer find a usable engine. Seeing her distressed demeanor, Qin Tian felt a pang of sympathy that he said, "Send me the model of your car. I will find a solution." Su Jinyu was taken aback, hesitantly asking, "Qin Tian, do you actually know how to repair cars?" "Not at all, but my junior knows many repair shop owners. I will have him keep an eye out." "All right, thank you so much." Su Jinyu quickly sent him the car model. Qin Tian promptly forwarded it to Long Yun, who soon called back. "Senior brother, why did you send me a car model? This is quite an old model, and it's hard to find one that I'm not looking to buy. It's Jinyu's car. And the engine is broken. Can you find a new one?" "Oh, so it's sister-in-law's car. Still driving such an old model shows she is quite sentimental." Qin Tian replied irritably, "Stop flattering her. Just tell me if you can help." "I can, of course. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Even if I have to fabricate a new one, I will find a way." "Good. Please do it as soon as possible." After hanging up, Su Jinyu eagerly asked, "What did your junior say?" "He said he will take care of it. You can rest assured he has connections and should have a way to." Su Jinyu beamed with joy, saying, "I'm so glad to know you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Please help me arrange a meal with Long Yun. I want to thank him properly." Qin Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you inviting him alone?" Su Jinyu looked puzzled. "Yes, who else would I invite?" Qin Tian turned away in disappointment, refusing, "No, I will not help with that. Moreover, if Long Yun dares to have dinner with you, I will break his legs." Su Jinyu was even more confused, asking why. "He is helping me find connections to repair my car. Is it not reasonable for me to treat him to dinner? Besides, do you think I should invite someone else?" Qin Tian pointed to himself. "What about me? You're not inviting me." He continued earnestly, "I cannot allow you to dine alone with another man, even if he is my junior." Su Jinyu burst into laughter. "What I meant was that we should invite Long Yun to dinner together." "Where did your mind wander?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tian realized he had misunderstood Su Jinyu, his face turning red as he scratched his nose and said, "Oh, so that's how it is. You should have said so earlier. I thought you meant to invite him alone." Seeing his awkwardness, Su Jinyu laughed even harder. Qin Tian feigned anger, saying, "No laughing. What is so funny?" "Oh, if I don't laugh, you truly are a miser." Su Jinyu couldn't help but giggle again. Qin Tian, too, was amused by her laughter, joining in the merriment. The taxi driver, witnessing this, couldn't help but comment, "You young couple have such a good relationship. I envy you youngsters." Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu's cheeks flushed, but she kept her head down without explaining. As the car stopped at the Su residence, Qin Tian pulled out a wad of cash to pay the fare. The driver was taken aback and quickly said, "Young man, you don't need to give so much. It's only 80 yuan. Here, take this. It is what you deserve." "And what do I deserve?" The driver was left speechless. Qin Tian ignored him, pressed the money into his hand, and got out of the car with Su Jinyu. Unable to contain herself, Su Jinyu murmured, "You are indeed generous. That must have been at least 1,000 yuan. That it's nothing. That driver is quite the conversationalist, that if he had said a few more words, I would have given him even more." That Su Jinyu blushed and retorted, "You're such a fool. He was merely flattering you. And besides, we are not a couple. He just misunderstood." Qin Tian replied earnestly, "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not is inconsequential. What matters is that I enjoy hearing it." Su Jinyu scolded playfully, "You, my dear, will surely be a wasteful husband if you ever married, and no worries. I'll let you manage all my finances, so I won't be able to squander anything." He replied with a grin. "All right, but I will only give you 10 yuan for pocket money each day," Su Jinyu said, suddenly realizing something and blushing as she scolded, "Humph! Who would want to marry you? You think too highly of yourself." With that, she hurried inside. Qin Tian chuckled and quickly followed her. As soon as they entered, Su Monli greeted them with a bright smile that, "Oh, Jinyu and Qin Tian have returned. Come, come, the dishes will be ready soon. Let us sit and chat for a while." With that, she warmly led them to the backyard. The backyard was festooned with lanterns and decorated lavishly, resembling a celebration of some sort. Almost all the members of the Su family were already seated. Waiting for Su Jinyu and Qin Tian, Su Nanhua stood up cheerfully and said, "Qin Tian, Jinyu, you are finally back. Come, take a seat. Tonight we shall drink merrily until we are blissfully intoxicated." Qin Tian glanced at them, merely offering a faint smile without responding. After Su Jinyu sat down, she leaned toward Su Nanxing and whispered, "Dad, what What do my third uncle and aunt mean by all this? Also, where is Jinyan? I haven't seen her. Your third uncle and aunt merely wish to apologize to you as for Jinyan. She mentioned something about her clothes being dirty and when to change, he explained. Just then, Su Monli chimed in, Oh, Jinyan, why have you taken so long? Qin Tian has been waiting for quite a while. Apologies, I was changing my clothes. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Su Jinyan said in a slightly sultry tone. With her light makeup, her already stunning beauty appeared even more enchanting. She wore a strapless bodycon dress that accentuated her curves, with her alluring figure prominently displayed. The hem barely covered her thighs, and her long legs, clad in black stockings, added a touch of allure. She approached Qin Tian with a smile and casually tossed her hair, the fragrant strands brushing past him, enveloping him in a rich scent. Qin Tian frowned slightly, his face betraying disgust, and instinctively shifted his position closer to Su Jinyu. Noticing this, Su Jinyu shot a glare at Su Jinyu. Su Monli observed this interaction and cheerfully remarked, Qin Tian, Jinyan is dressed up just for you. You mustn't let her efforts go to waste. Qin Tian, feigning interest, asked, Oh, really? I wonder why she chose to dress up for me. Su Jinyan replied coyly, Qin Tian, Grandpa wants me to go on a blind date with you. Truth be told, I am quite satisfied with you. I just had a hard time accepting the term blind date at first, which led to my previous biases. Please don't take it to heart. Chapter 48. Teaching them a lesson upon hearing this, Qin Tian replied with a smirk, Then I thank you for your approval. Despite his words, he couldn't be bothered to cast her even a glance, leaving Su Jinyu feeling a bit awkward. Seeing this, Su Nanhua stood up, smiling, and said, Qin Tian, allow me to raise a toast to you. Let us not dwell on past grievances. From now on, we shall be a loving family. Qin Tian replied coolly, I'm sorry, but my father is an only child, so I do not have an uncle. What I meant was, once you marry Jinyan, I will be your third uncle. Now let us toast together. Mary, Jinyan is to wed Qin Tian. Su Jinyu asked in disbelief. Su Nanhua nodded, saying yes, Grandpa wanted Jinyan to go on a blind date with Qin Tian, and now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, we should choose a good day to finalize the wedding. Hearing this, Su Jinyu felt a swirl of mixed emotions. Qin Tian, however, chuckled. To suddenly declare a wedding, one must wonder if there are ulterior motives at play. Su Monli smiled broadly. Oh, how could you say such a thing? I know we were too harsh before, always criticizing you. Here, I represent them and offer my apologies, Qin Tian. I hope you can overlook their previous transgressions. Su Jinyu, somewhat dissatisfied, chimed in, and it seems you have also criticized Qin Tian quite a bit. Why have you now become their spokesperson for apologies? Do you not owe him an apology as well? Su Monli shot her a glare but quickly turned to Qin Tian with a forced smile. Qin Tian, I was out of line before. I hope you can forgive me. Allow me to drink this cup as a gesture of respect. With that, she downed her drink in one go. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes, intrigued, and decided to play along, downing his drink as well. Observing this, Su Monli and others beamed with delight. Their urging, the Su family members took turns toasting Qin Tian in apology. Seeing this, Su Jinyu gently cautioned, Qin Tian, they are trying to get you drunk. It's best if you don't drink too much. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. One should drink more when happy. With that, he downed another glass. Su Jinyu, unable to dissuade him, frowned slightly, feeling a touch of frustration. Noticing her distress, Qin Tian reached for her hand. Su Jinyu was taken aback, instinctively trying to pull away, but Qin Tian held on tighter. His gaze filled with tenderness. Her heart raced, and realizing she couldn't escape, she decided to send him a message. Qin Tian, what are you doing? Let me go. The message included an annoyed emoji. Qin Tian read the message, grinning as he replied, I'll let go if you're not angry. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Playing along with them is merely a way to teach them a lesson, so they won't dare to meddle in your affairs again. Initially, Su Jinyu thought Qin Tian was smitten by Su Jinyu and was drinking without restraint, which left her feeling frustrated. However, upon realizing she had misjudged him, a sense of guilt arose within her. She refrained from sending further messages and allowed him to hold her hand without resistance, since they were seated relatively close and their hands were under the table. No one noticed their intertwined fingers. Meanwhile, younger members of the Su family continued to toast Su Jinyu, prompting her to drink a few more glasses. Soon, she began to feel lightheaded and eventually succumbed to intoxication. Observing this, Su Monli turned to a woman beside Su Nanhua and said, "Sister-in-law, Jinyu is drunk. Please help her back to rest." "All right, big brother, you should assist as well. I've had a couple of drinks and might not be able to support her properly," replied Li Bing. Su Nanqing nodded and, along with Li Bing, helped Su Jinyu back inside. Qin Tian intended to follow them, but Su Monli chuckled. "Qin Tian, don't worry. Jinyu is merely drunk. She will be fine. Indeed, with her father watching over her. She will be all right. Let us continue drinking. Come, let me toast you again. Qin Tian, let me toast you as well. Your drinking capacity is truly impressive." As the toast continued, Qin Tian consumed several more glasses. Moments later, he was visibly intoxicated, his face flushed and bearing a drunken demeanor. Noticing this, Su Monli remarked playfully, "Qin Tian, I believe you have had enough to drink. You should stay the night at our Su residence. Yes, it's quite late, and you've had so much to drink. We wouldn't feel comfortable letting you go home alone. Please stay for the night." Qin Tian nodded, slightly dazed that Su Monli was overjoyed, and turned to Su Jinyun, saying, "Jinyun, why are you still dawdling? Quickly help Qin Tian to his room to rest out, of course." "Aunt," Su Jinyun replied, draping Qin Tian's arm over her shoulder and assisting him inside. Upon entering, Su Nanhua eagerly asked, "Sister, is everything set up?" "Rest assured, the cameras are well hidden. Once the deed is done, we will have video evidence, ensuring that Qin Tian cannot deny it," she assured him. "Good. When tomorrow comes, we will discuss our terms slowly. Indeed, soon we will be able to bask in the glory of the Dark Knight Monarch. The thought alone is exhilarating." Meanwhile, in Su Jinyun's room, she helped Qin Tian onto the bed and, seemingly unintentionally, fell onto the bed beside him. Her soft curves pressed against his chest, and she whispered, "Qin Tian, can you hear me?" Qin Tian merely responded with murmurs, his eyes still closed and showing no other reaction. Seeing this, Su Jinyun huffed. "Humph, tonight you are fortunate. If I cannot become the Dark Knight Monarch's wife, I shall settle the score with you later." With that, she promptly removed her dress, her alluring figure revealed before Qin Tian. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious, eyes shut tight. "That I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Under the relentless inquiries of the crowd, Su Jinyun impatiently spoke up, "Nothing happened last night. You all can leave now. I need to go rest." With that, she ascended the stairs. However, due to the severe injury to her backside, her movements were quite stiff, and her face bore an expression of pain. Qin Tian turned to Su Jinyu and said, "Jinyu, let us go. Let us grab some breakfast." Su Monli abruptly blocked the doorway, declaring, "Qin Tian, you cannot leave." Though Jinwen denies it, her walking posture clearly indicates that you must have done something inappropriate to her last night. You must take responsibility. Indeed, one cannot simply indulge in a liaison and then vanish without consequence. Such a notion is utterly absurd. Quickly arrange for us to meet the Night King, or we shall escalate this matter and ensure you are utterly disgraced. Faced with the threat, Qin Tian merely chuckled dismissively. "Oh, is that so? Let us see who ends up embarrassed in the end." Su Jinyu stepped forward, stating, "Last night, Qin Tian was in my room the entire time. I can vouch for his innocence." "What? You both shared a room last night?" Su Monli and the others were taken aback. Su Yi pointed an accusing finger at Su Jinyu, berating, "You shameless wretch. How dare you compete for a man with your own sister?" Slap! Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap marked his cheek, leaving a clear imprint as it swelled red. Clutching his face, he glared at Qin Tian, roaring, "You dare strike me? You really have the audacity?" Qin Tian, with an impassive expression, retorted, "Dare to insult Jinyu again, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Try me if you don't believe me." Su Yi was on the verge of exploding with rage, yet was restrained by Su Nanhua. "Let go of me, Dad. I'm going to confront him. Enough of this nonsense. Behave yourself." After reprimanding Su Yi, Su Nanhua turned to Qin Tian and said, "Qin Tian, I trust you did not act inappropriately toward Jinwen last night. However, considering that she is your blind date, and that Jinyu shares such an unusual relationship with you, please help us arrange a meeting with the Night King, that I beg you." Su Monli chimed in. "Yes, Qin Tian, we were too hasty earlier, so our tone may have been harsh. Please don't take it to heart. Help us set up a meeting with the Night King." That Su Jinyu scoffed, "Uncle, Aunt, you're trying to ensnare Qin Tian, and you've even prepared surveillance in advance. Now you wish to brush it all aside. How will you settle the accusations against him?" Su Monli was momentarily speechless. unsure how to respond at Nanhua. With a grave tone, remarked, Jinyu, everything we do is for the sake of the Su family. And besides, Jinwen is indeed Qin Tao's blind date, but if they truly consummate their relationship, it will be a joyous occasion for all. Right, our intentions are purely benevolent. We are not seeking personal gain, but rather the welfare of the entire Su family. Jinyu felt utterly disheartened. She had expected her uncle and aunt to possess some sense of shame. Yet they were so brazenly self-righteous despite knowing their faults. She could no longer be bothered to waste her breath on them, and pulled Qin Tian out the door, but Manli hurriedly followed. Pleading, Qin Tian, please help us. This is what Jinwen's grandfather wishes to see. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian halted Jinyu. Noticing his pause, reminded, Qin Tian, based on my understanding of Grandpa, he would never make such a request. Qin Tian smiled and replied, no worries, I'll give them one more chance. He turned back to Su Manli and announced, this Saturday at 7 p.m. at the Triumph restaurant. You have only one opportunity. With that, Qin Tian walked away without looking back. The Su family members erupted in excitement, cheering, wonderful. Qin Tian has finally agreed to help us meet the Night King. Yes, in just a few days, we'll establish a connection with the Night King. Aunt, hurry and tell Jinwen this news. And let her take good care of herself in the meantime, so that the Night King may fall for her at first sight. Indeed, we must find ways to capture the Night King's heart. With that, our Su family's rise to prominence is just around the corner. Su Manli nodded and hurried upstairs that Nanhua cautioned, listen carefully. For the next few days, be polite to Su Jinyu. Qin Tian seems to heed her words. So do not provoke her. Uncle, you can rest assured, we understand. Now let us consider what gifts we should prepare for our initial meeting. We cannot afford to be disrespectful. They then began discussing the matter of gifts. Outside the Su residence, Su Jinyu frowned and asked, Qin Tian, why did you agree to them? Do you really think you can arrange a meeting with the Night King? I was merely jesting with them. If they take it seriously, let it serve as a means for me to vent my frustrations against their schemes. That's fine too. It prevents them from thinking you're easy to bully. As they spoke, Su Jinyu's phone rang. After answering, she sighed, Qin Tian, I can't join you for breakfast and I have to rush back to the company. What happened? Why the rush, skipping breakfast? It's because of you. My aunt just called and said they need to prepare gifts for the meeting with the Night King, so I have to handle the company affairs for now, then I'm going to be quite busy. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes, speaking meaningfully, Jinyu, this is actually a good opportunity for you, a good opportunity. How so? Do you truly wish to watch as the Su family is managed by your aunt and her inept companions? Su Jinyu's gaze flickered as she quickly grasped Qin Tian's intention. With some concern, she replied, but I'm unsure if I possess the capability to manage such a large company. That I believe in you. If you desire it, I will find a way to make you the company president. This way, your grandfather's lifelong efforts won't be squandered by them. Su Jinyu pondered briefly before nodding resolutely. Chapter 51, Positioning Device. All right, I will give it my best shot. Qin Tian smiled knowingly, saying that's the spirit. However, don't rush it. Gradually demonstrate your abilities. Only when the company's personnel respect you will you be able to ascend smoothly to the presidential position. I understand. I've seen plenty of methods to win hearts on television, and I'll put them to good use. No, Jinyu, I actually don't wish for you to use those tactics to sway people. Su Jinyu asked, perplexed, why not? While you can use tactics to win people over, others can as well. Those who rally around you for personal gain will only remain loyal as long as you provide benefits. Once you can no longer do so, their allegiance will wane. Su Jinyu nodded thoughtfully. I see. You mean to make them genuinely admire and respect me. Exactly. The executives in your company will surely hope for its advancement. Once they realize your capabilities, they will naturally support you. You always think ahead. I'll head back to the company now. With that, Su Jinyu called for a ride and departed. Qin Tian took out his phone and called Long Yun. How is the progress on the matter we discussed yesterday? Brother, you're already calling about this so early. There is no need to be up at this hour, disturbing my dreams, Long Yun complained. Qin Tian retorted impatiently. Su Jinyu currently has no transportation. It's quite inconvenient for her. Hurry up and resolve what I assigned to you yesterday. Do you not trust me? I've already made arrangements. The engine is on its way and should arrive by noon. Hearing this, Qin Tian finally displayed a satisfied smile. However, Long Yun's next words left him feeling quite awkward. Brother, Where is sister-in-law's car being repaired? I'll have someone deliver the engine directly there. Chin Tian was stunned for a moment before replying. I'll get back to you on that. He quickly hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Long Yun, still in bed, was taken aback and then sent a voice message to, "No way, brother. You didn't forget to ask sister-in-law about this, did you? How could you be so unreliable?" Moments later, Chin Tian replied with a simple emoji indicating silence. Long Yun couldn't help but laugh, muttering to himself, "I never thought my usually meticulous brother would make such a rookie mistake in front of sister-in-law. Hey, it seems brother is quite serious about her." With that, he pulled out his phone and made a call. "Hello, is this the young master?" A jubilant voice came through the receiver. Long Yin replied nonchalantly, "You can't even remember my number? You must be seeking to ruin your career." "Oh, it's really the young master. Please don't be angry. My phone broke, and I got a new one, losing all my numbers. You know I have a terrible memory." Without letting him finish, Long Yin interrupted. "I don't have time for your nonsense. Check if there are any projects at your company suitable for the Su family that if so, go find Su Jinyu. She is my sister-in-law, so be courteous. Understand?" "Understood, young master. I'll handle it personally and ensure your satisfaction." "You've got it wrong. It's about my sister-in-law's satisfaction." "Got it?" "Understood. Absolutely." "Very well, go ahead with your tasks that if you fail, you shall resign in shame." The young master reassured, "Rest assured, I will ensure the task is executed flawlessly." Upon concluding the call, the individual hung up. Long Yun then sent a voice message to Chin Tian. "Brother, I can only assist you up to this point. It would be prudent for you to secure the position of president for sister-in-law. That way, she will no longer endure the disdain of the Su family." Chin Tian swiftly replied with a message that contained merely a questioning emoji. "So aloof. What I meant to convey is that I've managed to secure some business for sister-in-law, and there will be someone reaching out to her shortly." Chin Tian promptly responded again, this time with a thumbs-up emoji. Long Yun, feeling quite pleased with himself, captured a screenshot and shared it in a group chat named Senior and Junior Brothers Group, no Chin Tian. After sending the image, he joyfully added, "This morning, I received praise from the senior brother. Alas, my excellence is simply unmanageable." In the next moment, the group chat erupted with excitement. Senior sister. Xiao Yun Yun, did you meet the senior brother? Second senior sister. Where is the senior brother? 3 minutes. If you don't tell me, I'll hammer you. Third senior brother. Long Yun, how dare you go find the senior brother alone, abandoning me? Just wait, I'll come over and interrupt your little rendezvous. Third senior sister. Xiao Yun Yun, and here I thought you were out fighting at the border. Turns out you were just clinging to the senior brother's leg to PM me the senior brother's address. You'll be rewarded with chicken legs later. Third senior brother. Brother Yun, where are you? I promise not to hit you. Please tell me. I'm stuck at a cultivation bottleneck and need the senior brother's guidance. I beg you. Observing the flurry of messages in the group, Long Yun couldn't help but grin widely. That he replied proudly, "Humph. This is what you get for bullying me in the past. I shan't divulge anything." Emoji. Second senior sister. Damn, you little rascal are feeling cheeky. Just wait. I'll find a hacker to crack your IP address. Long Yun chuckled as he closed the chat window. An hour later, Chin Tian sent Long Yun an address. Long Yun quickly relayed the information to his subordinates before setting out in his car. Upon arriving at the auto repair shop, he discovered that Chin Tian was already waiting there. He approached, muttering, "Brother, such trivial matters should be left to me. Why did you come personally? Do you not trust me?" "Indeed, I do not." "All right, let's pretend I didn't ask. But weren't you hosting some banquet yesterday? Finished that so soon?" "Don't mention it. I almost shot myself in the foot." Long Yun immediately became intrigued. "What happened?" "Brother, do tell that. Don't be so nosy. By the way, I must warn you of one thing. Under no circumstances should Jinyu know about my identity as the Night King. She has a strong aversion to such high-profile figures. And no way. Other women would be thrilled if their boyfriend were a big shot. Why is sister-in-law different? That is precisely what makes her unique. Just remember my words." Long Yun hesitated for a moment before advising, "Brother, every lie requires countless others to cover it. You should come clean with sister-in-law sooner rather than later." Chin Tian replied calmly, "I am well aware. There is no need for you to worry about this." The two waited for over 20 minutes until a delivery truck carrying the engine arrived. Under Long Yun's financial prowess, the auto shop owner and his staff quickly installed the new engine to AT. That moment, the shop owner suddenly exclaimed, What's this doing here? A positioning device. Hearing this, Qin Tian's brow furrowed immediately. What did you say? A positioning device? Yes, this. The shop owner retrieved a small black box from beneath the car. Long Yin examined it closely and said with a grave expression, "Brother, this is the latest model of GPS tracker, capable of pinpointing locations within a 10-meter range, and it's military grade for overseas USE.IS sister-in-law being targeted by someone." Qin Tian pressed, "Can you determine when this tracker was installed?" The shop owner shook his head apologetically. "It's hard to tell, but the adhesive looks relatively new. It likely hasn't been here long, that it's a pity this car lacks a dashcam. Otherwise, we might have captured it. Then install a dashcam on this car. The best one available." The shop owner looked at Long Yun, who irritably replied, "What are you standing around for? Go ahead and install it, and make sure it's the best and most expensive model." "Yes, there is one that offers 24/7 monitoring. I'll arrange for it immediately." Long Yun scrutinized the positioning device again and suspiciously asked, "Brother, sister-in-law is just an ordinary member of the Su family. Merely a department manager, right?" "Correct. That makes it odd. Sister-in-law is just an ordinary person who would go as far as using military-grade GPS to track her." Qin Tian's gaze flickered with uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Install this tracker in your car?" Long Yun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. "Oh, no problem. Rest assured, I will make those ill-intentioned individuals pay dearly. No, after the tracker is installed, you will drive the car for me. I want to find out who dares to target Jinyu." Upon finishing, Qin Tian's demeanor was filled with a menacing aura. The temperature around them plummeted significantly, causing the mechanics working on the cars to shiver in unison. "What just happened? Why does it suddenly feel so cold?" Long Yun, noticing the change, quickly tugged at Qin Tian's sleeve. "Brother, calm down. Don't scare them." Only then did Qin Tian regain his composure, the menacing aura dissipating. Long Yun tossed the tracker into the shop owner's hands, instructing, "Get this tracker installed in my car, and remember, keep this tracker matter to yourselves. Do not mention it to anyone. Rest assured, we won't say a word." That evening, Qin Tian drove Long Yun's car to the Su Group headquarters. It wasn't until 7 p.m. that Su Jinyu finally emerged from the building. Qin Tian waved at her, and Su Jinyu looked surprised, asking, "Qin Tian, what brings you here?" "I had some free time, so I thought I'd come to pick you up from work." "Why are you so late?" "There's a mountain of tasks at the company that need my attention. I'll grab a bite and then head back to work. You've been busy all day. If you continue working overtime, how will your body cope?" "No, you should eat and then go home to rest." "Don't worry. Your aunt won't dare to do anything to you now." Su Jinyu shook her head, saying, "Qin Tian, I'm not working overtime to curry favor with them. I want to familiarize myself with the various operations as quickly as possible. Only then can I compete for the position of president. You mentioned it was a rare opportunity, right? All right then, let us just grab a casual meal at the nearby restaurant, and I'll join you later for the overtime." "Okay, I'll follow your lead." The two then had a casual meal at the adjacent restaurant before heading back to the office to continue working. Upon seeing the mountain of files on Su Jinyu's desk, Qin Tian felt a pang of sympathy. With so many documents, it would be impossible to complete them even if she worked through the night. "Just process what you can. There's nothing for me to do at home, so I might as well spend my time learning." Qin Tian remarked approvingly, "You will undoubtedly become a competent president in the future." "Stop it. I haven't even started yet. That if you're looking for something to do, can you help me review these files? I'm having trouble understanding the accounts." As Su Jinyu spoke, she placed several documents in front of Qin Tian. He picked them up, glanced through them, and frowned. "These accounts are clearly filled in later, and the amount is short by 1.3 million, that he continued, picking up another set of documents. "These two are the same. The incoming and outgoing amounts are clearly inconsistent. All these documents bear your aunt's signature. It's evident she is embezzling company funds." Su Jinyu's expression turned serious. "Grandfather established strict rules long ago. No one is allowed to misappropriate company funds, no matter who they are. How could my aunt dare do such a thing? Why not inform your grandfather about this? Let us hold off for now. Let us first figure out why she is misappropriating funds. What if she is in a desperate situation?" Qin Tian sighed. "You are too kind-hearted. She has already misappropriated funds. It's definitely not a good sign." That Su Jinyu said earnestly, "My aunt is quite astute. If she is resorting to such foolishness, it must mean she is truly out of options. Let us observe a bit longer. However, it's impressive that you spotted these discrepancies immediately. You seem well versed in this." Qin Tian rubbed his nose, saying, I've dealt with similar accounts before, so it was easy to identify. Nothing surprising about it. Can you check if there are any issues with these financial reports? I did a rough calculation, and it seems like they don't add up either. Sure, leave it to me. Qin Tian gathered the stack of documents and began reviewing them. The more he looked, the more tightly his brow furrowed. After half an hour, he spoke in a low voice, Jinyu, your company is experiencing significant losses right now, although the ledger indicates there are still 5 billion in liquid assets. In reality, there are only about 300,000 available. Su Jinyu incredulously inquired, how could this happen? Where is all that money gone? Judging by the signatures on the documents, it appears that your third uncle and aunt each claimed half. Perhaps only they know how they have utilized those funds. Could it be that they intend to deceive grandfather and deplete the company entirely? The mere utterance of these words sent a chill down Su Jinyu's spine. Qin Tian scoffed. No wonder they are so eager to curry favor with the Night King. They must be hoping to bridge this financial gap. What a cunning plan. At this point, Qin Tian shifted the conversation, saying, Jinyu, if they offer you the position of president next, don't accept it right away, that I have a feeling that if they fail to secure the Night King's support, they will look for a scapegoat. I understand, Su Jinyu replied, that I will discreetly back up this evidence. After speaking, she made copies of the accounts to be by the time they finished processing all the documents. It was already late at night, upon exiting the company. Qin Tian said, Jinyu, get in the car. I have a surprise for you. With curiosity etched on her face, Su Jinyu asked, a surprise? What could it be? You'll find out when we arrive, Qin Tian replied, pulling her into the car and stepping on the gas. Su Jinyu exclaimed in amazement, Qin Tian, is this your new car? It's Long Yun said he saw I had no car and gifted it to me. Wow, your junior is incredibly kind to you. He treats you even better than a biological brother. Qin Tian retorted, he has taken advantage of me more than once. This is merely interest that you are just being ridiculous. Although Long Yun appears to be carefree, I can tell he is truly loyal, especially towards you. Qin Tian couldn't help but smile. 10 minutes later, Su Jinyu asked in astonishment, Qin Tian, why did you bring me to a car repair shop? You'll know soon enough, Qin Tian replied as he parked the car outside the repair shop. As soon as they arrived, the shop owner greeted them with a beaming smile. Mr. Qin, you finally made it. I thought you wouldn't come tonight. Su Jinyu, puzzled, asked Boss Zhang, why are you still open so late? Were you busy? Not at all, that I was waiting specifically for you. Miss Su, your car is ready. Su Jinyu gasped in surprise and joy. Are you serious? Of course. Here, take the keys and check it out. Boss Zhang handed her the keys. Su Jinyu hurried to the car, unlocked the door, and sat inside, starting the engine. Upon hearing the roar of the engine, her breath quickened. She got out and circled the car, nearly moved to tears. Boss Zhang chuckled. Initially, your car was beyond repair, but thanks to Mr. Qin bringing a new engine, it has been revived. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Su Jinyu instinctively opened her arms and embraced Qin Tian. Thank you, Qin Tian. I can't express how grateful I am. She had never expected that after mentioning the engine issue just yesterday, he would resolve it within a day. Qin Tian was taken aback by her sudden gesture, momentarily at a loss by the time he regained his composure to embrace Su Jinyu. She had already blushed and released him. What a pity, Qin Tian thought. Su Jinyu quickly asked Boss Zhang, how much did the repairs cost? I'll transfer the money to you. Mr. Qin already paid. You can just drive it away. What? Qin Tian, how much was it? I'll reimburse you. Qin Tian shrugged, saying it's pointless for you to pay me back. The money came from Long Yun, not me. Oh, then I'll pay him back another day. Su Jinyu caressed the old car, her expression filled with affection, clearly indicating its significance to her. Qin Tian remarked, Jinyu, although the engine is fixed, the other components are likely aging, that I suggest you drive it sparingly and only occasionally. Boss Zhang agreed. Mr. Qin is right. The parts for this car are quite rare, that if anything else breaks down, finding compatible parts will be exceedingly difficult. Su Jinyu nodded. I understand that I could do without driving it. I just didn't want it to fall into disrepair. All right, when you have a weekend off, let us visit a dealership and buy a new CA. Su Jinyu agreed. That moment, Qin Tian suddenly changed the subject, asking Jinyu, have you ever lent this car to anyone? No, since my mother passed away, I've always driven it myself. I've never lent it to anyone. Before it broke down, did you visit any unusual places or encounter any strange individuals? Su Jinyu furrowed her brow, asking, I've driven to many places, but I haven't seen any strange people. Qin Tian, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Qin Tian smiled lightly. Oh, it's nothing. I just have a suspicion that your car might have been tampered with by some odd individuals, that he refrained from mentioning the GPS tracker to avoid causing Su Jinyu unnecessary worry. He then drove behind Su Jinyu, safely escorting her back to the Su residence before departing. In the following 2 days, Qin Tian drove the car equipped with a GPS tracker, roaming around. Yet, for 2 consecutive days, he observed no unusual activity, no one tailing him, and no one watching the parking area. This left him questioning whether the GPS tracker was malfunctioning. However, after repeated confirmations from Long Yun, he was assured that the tracker was functioning properly. As the youngest war god of Daxia, he held considerable authority over military equipment. Qin Tian frowned and said, "Waiting idly is not a solution. Long Yun, is there any way to trace where the signal from this tracker is being sent?" That's difficult. GPS signals are received by satellites and then transmitted through specific receivers. Tracing it is quite challenging. Looks like I need to keep an eye on Jinyu. Long Yin asked seriously. Senior brother, do you want me to arrange protection for your sister-in-law? Qin Tian slowly shook his head. No, that would only raise alarm bells and might alert Jinyu. I aim to minimize the impact of this situation on her. All right, I'll have people pay extra attention to any foreign individuals entering Jiangzhou, that if there is any discovery, I'll notify you immediately. By the way, keep this car for now. I'll take it to have the tracker examined to see which country's military it belongs to. Understood. Qin Tian handed the car keys to Long Yun and then took a hired car back home. As soon as he got in, the driver cheerfully said, "Hello, sir. Are you heading back to Bayan Hotel?" "Yes. You're not a full-time driver, are you?" Noticing the driver's elegant attire and the aura of a successful businessman, Qin Tian asked. The driver smiled. "I happen to be in the area, so I'm just doing this part-time to pass the time." "I see that. I was wondering how I ended up with a Porsche when I just ordered a regular car." That on the way back, he received a call from Yang Rue. "President Qin, do you have a moment?" "Yes, where are you?" "I'll come find you. I'm still at the Phoenix Hotel, and there are a few individuals with special identities who would like to meet you. What do you think?" Qin Tian replied with a smile. "You can arrange it. I trust you to handle it." "Great, I'll gather them up for a dinner together." "Sounds good. I'll be there in about 15 minutes. After hanging up, Qin Tian told the driver, "Sorry, I have an urgent matter and need to go to Phoenix Hotel. I asked that on your route. If not, I'll call another CER. No problem. I need to head there for business anyway. So I can take you along." "Thank you very much." A little over 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Phoenix Hotel. Before Qin Tian even exited the car, Yang Rue came up to greet him. He personally opened the door for Qin Tian, respectfully saying, "President Qin, thank you for coming. I truly appreciate your effort." Qin Tian replied with a hint of annoyance, "It's no trouble. I'm not some old man in his 70s or 80s. After a quick jab, he smiled and got out of the car. Yang Rue's assistant discreetly paid the fare. When the driver saw Yang Rue, he was left utterly astonished. Chapter 54, truly frightened after Yang Rue welcomed Qin Tian inside. The driver finally regained his composure, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Holy cow! Wasn't he that Yang Rue, the vice president of Tianqin Group? How could someone of his stature come out to greet that young man? Who on earth is he?" Inside a private room at the Phoenix Hotel, after Yang Rue invited Qin Tian to sit down, several middle-aged men in the room stood up in unison, respectfully bowing to Qin Tian. "We meet again, Mr. Qin." Qin Tian recognized these individuals from a previous banquet and recalled that they seemed to be influential figures in the Jiangzhou area. Yang Rue proceeded to introduce them one by one. Qin Tian, maintaining a friendly demeanor, greeted them warmly. The governor, Kai Yin, cautiously asked, "Mr. Qin, I heard from Vice President Yang that your esteemed company is planning to establish a branch. Might it be possible for it to be located here in Jiangzhou? As long as you agree, you may freely choose any plot of land in the Jiangzhou area. Additionally, I will ensure to liaise with the tax authorities to provide you with the most favorable policies possible." Qin Tian smiled calmly and said, "Company matters can be handled by Vice President Yang. I have no objections." Yang Rue responded earnestly, "President Qin, Jiangzhou is bordered by the sea on 2 sides and by a river on the other, making it an excellent location for trade development. This aligns perfectly with the future business expansion of Tianqin. Therefore, I believe establishing a branch office in Jiangzhou would indeed be a wise choice. Let it be as you suggest, but I have one request. Please, President Qin, go ahead." Qin Tian straightened his expression and stated, "The establishment of a branch office requires land and the construction of a factory. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight, that I do not wish for any rumors to leak before the factory is completed. Yang Rui turned to Kai Yin and the others, saying, "Did you all hear what President Qin said?" "Understood, President Qin, Vice President Yang. Rest assured, we will keep this under wraps. Indeed, this matter is of great importance. We will not let it out." Kai Yin and the others were overjoyed. As long as Tianqin Group's branch office was established in Jiangzhou, their political achievements would undoubtedly soar. This was crucial for their own career paths, so they would certainly pay extra attention to it. Most importantly, they were thrilled to be acquainted with a legendary figure like Qin Tian. Their admiration for him was immense, and serving him was something they could only dream of. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. Furthermore, you must also keep my identity confidential." "Naturally, but please, President Qin, do prioritize your safety, that if anything were to happen to you, we would all be in grave trouble." Yang Rui replied, somewhat humorously, "Governor Kai, you worry too much. With President Qin's capabilities, those who could harm him are likely yet to be born." Kai Yin awkwardly added, "Indeed, the reputation of the Night King is such that even the most elite mercenaries abroad would tremble at the mention of him." Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. "You need not concern yourselves with my safety. Now let us raise a glass together." Kai Yin and the others were flabbergasted and quickly lifted their glasses. To drink alongside the Night King was enough to boast about for a lifetime. After the meal, Qin Tian engaged in a private conversation with Yang Rui for over half an hour, and once he had clarified the future direction of the company, he took a taxi and departed. Early the next morning, he arrived at the Su residence. Upon entering, Su Monli inquired, "Qin Tian, have you made the necessary arrangements with the Night King?" Su Nanhua chimed in, "Yes, we are counting on you to confirm that he will meet us tonight." "Right?" The other members of the Su family also cast curious glances. Qin Tian replied indifferently, "You will find out when you arrive at the Triumph restaurant." After saying this, he ascended the stairs to find Su Jinyu. Just as he reached the stairway, he unexpectedly ran into Su Jinwen coming down. She shot him a furious glare and exclaimed, "You scoundrel, you bounder, you shameless wretch!" Qin Tian, unfazed, chuckled, "So you do know how to insult. It seems your backside is no longer tender." That Su Jinwen instinctively covered her rear. Pressing herself against the wall, she was genuinely scared after being hit. Qin Tian chuckled mischievously and proceeded upstairs. Outside Su Jinwen's room, he knocked on the door. Su Jinyu's voice came from within. "Who is it?" "It's me." Qin Tian. Su Jinyu opened the door, surprised, and asked, "Oh, what brings you here? Didn't we agree to go car shopping today?" Su Jinyu smacked her forehead and said, "I almost forgot about that. Wait a moment, I'll finish up these documents, and then we can go." Qin Tian helplessly remarked, "It's nearly noon. How can you still be cooped up in here? I see you are still working." "But today is the weekend." Su Jinyu closed the door and quietly said, "Qin Tian, I've noticed some discrepancies in these documents. Can you help me check if I've made a mistake?" She brought the documents over. After glancing through them, Qin Tian discovered that they were all in English. Fortunately, being proficient in several languages, he found the English content easy to navigate. After reviewing the documents, he frowned. These appear to be related to the IPO subscription. The price differences seem excessive. Moreover, why is your father's signature on them? That's what puzzles me. My father never interferes in company matters, and he rarely inquires about family affairs. His signature on this subscription is quite unexpected. Wait, let me take a look at the following content. After a few minutes, Qin Tian's expression turned grave. "If I'm not mistaken, your father intends to take the company public and seize an opportunity for profit. Does your grandfather know about this? I mean, regarding the company's plans for an IPO." Su Jinyu shook her head. "I've never heard my grandfather mention this, nor have my aunt and uncle brought it up." "Then what use is your father's signature? Without your grandfather's approval, this document is merely a worthless piece of paper. I'll ask my father about it." Su Jinyu was about to leave with the documents when Qin Tian pulled her back. "If you approach him directly, how could he possibly tell you the truth? Then what should I do?" Realizing her father might also want to encroach upon the company, Su Jinyu became flustered. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian suggested, leaning closer to her ear. After he finished speaking, Su Jinyu nodded repeatedly. "That plan sounds good. I'll follow your lead. There's no rush. Once you've dealt with the troubles your aunt and uncle have caused, we can address this matter later. For now, shall we head out?" "All right, let us go." Su Jinyu set down the documents and left with Qin Tian. Since they were going to buy a car, Su Jinyu did not drive. and they took a taxi to the nearby auto city. Upon arrival, Qintian asked, Jinyu, what kind of car do you wish to purchase? An SUV, perhaps. They have better visibility, making it easier for mountain roads in the future. Mountain roads? Are you planning to go somewhere? Su Jinyu explained, I visit my grandmother in the countryside every weekend. The roads there are quite rugged, and an SUV's high chassis can handle the gravel roads. I see. Then let us go inside. Just as they were about to enter, a sarcastic voice came from the left. Oh, Su Jinyu, are you here to find a job at the auto city? Did the Su family fire you? Chapter 55. One hand covers the sky. Su Jinyu turned to see a flamboyantly dressed woman glaring at her with resentment. It was Zhang Qian. After offending Su Jinyu and Qintian, she had been ruthlessly discarded by Chen Liang and subsequently dismissed from the company. Fortunately, after 2 weeks, she had secured a wealthy patron, which gave her the audacity to confront Su Jinyu. Su Jinyu merely glanced at Zhang Qian without a desire to engage, turning to pull Qintian into the auto city. Seeing this, Zhang Qian, humiliated and furious, spat. Su Jinyu, what gives you the right to act so proud in front of me? Just wait. You'll see. After saying this, she took out her phone and made a call. Hello, darling. I'm at the auto city now. Didn't you say you would gift me a Porsche? A male voice responded. Come on in. I'm waiting for you at the 4S shop. Okay, love you. Zhang Qian hung up and sashayed inside. The auto city was filled with various automotive brands' 4S shops, with cars lined up outside, dazzling to the eye. Qintian accompanied Su Jinyu as they browsed several shops. However, either the interiors were subpar, or the exteriors outdated, and Su Jinyu couldn't find one she liked. Jinyu, these cars around 100,000 are all quite similar. Given the price, they want to be much different. Let us check inside some more. Yes, I want to buy one around 150,000. That price range should offer better options. Soon, they arrived in front of a 4S shop where Su Jinyu immediately spotted an SUV, and the salesperson was energetically promoting it. After inspecting the interior and taking a test seat, she nodded, This one seems quite good, Qintian. What do you think? Qintian nodded, It's good, but I believe you deserve something even better. Cars are depreciating assets, and once purchased, they begin to lose value. This one has its merits. I think I'll buy it. All right, if you like it, then that is what matters. The salesperson, overhearing this, beamed with joy and was about to help process the order when a mocking voice interrupted. Oh, Su Jinyu, you're a daughter of the Su family, albeit an illegitimate one, but you've fallen so low as to buy a shabby car worth just over 100,000. Su Jinyu frowned at Zhang Qian. Why are you always targeting me? What have I done to offend you? You caused me to be abandoned by Chen Liang and lose my job, and you still have the nerve to ask. That was your own doing. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Qian spat venomously. You're the one who brought me misfortune. Anyone who knows you will surely meet a bad end. Qintian's expression darkened, and he swiftly delivered a slap. With a resounding crack, a clear handprint appeared on Zhang Qian's face. She clutched her stinging cheek and screamed, You country bumpkin! How dare you hit me? How dare you? Qintian coldly reprimanded. If you keep spewing nonsense, I'll make sure you regret it. Now get lost. All right, you two scoundrels, just wait. Zhang Qian threatened the salesman, stating, I'm the girlfriend of Feng Xiao. Should you dare to sell a car to her, prepare to lose your livelihood. With that, she delivered her harsh words and turned to dash into the car city. Qintian, addressing the salesman, said, Issue the invoice. We will pay in full. The salesman, trembling, replied, Sir, I am truly sorry. But we cannot sell this car to you. Why not? Qintian inquired. You have offended Feng Xiao's girlfriend. That it is not just us. I believe other dealers in the car city would also hesitate to sell to you. Qintian raised an eyebrow and asked, This Feng Xiao you speak of, can he truly control everything? The salesman, with a pained expression, explained, Feng Xiao is the heir of this car city. Every shop here has shares from his family, and the ownership of all establishments in this car city belongs to them, that we cannot afford to offend him. Hearing this, Su Jinyu lamented, It seems we won't be purchasing a car today, that I didn't expect Zhang Qian to be involved with such a wealthy man. Let her be with her wealthy partner. We shall procure our vehicle today. Qintian declared, then turned to the salesman and asked, You genuinely will not sell? Sir, we truly cannot sell to you that if you wish to buy a car. You should look elsewhere. Remaining in this car city will only waste your time, the salesman reiterated. Qintian said nothing further and took Su Jinyu's hand, heading towards the 4S dealership across the street. However, upon reaching the entrance, a staff member waved them off, saying, "Sir, I apologize, but we cannot sell cars to you either." Qin Tian frowned. This had been the response from several dealerships. Seeing Qin Tian's persistence, Su Jinyu advised, "Let it go, Qin Tian, that we can buy elsewhere. Jiangzhou is not limited to just this place, that I refuse to believe that someone can wield such power that I in such a vast car city. There must be someone willing to sell us a car. Let us head to the luxury car section. Surely the owners there would not fear this so-called feng shao," Qin Tian asserted. "But luxury cars are quite expensive. I do not wish to spend such unnecessary money." "It's fine. Let us take a look first," Qin Tian replied, pulling Su Jinyu into the luxury car area. Yet, whether it was BMW, Maserati, or other luxury brands, upon seeing Qin Tian and Su Jinyu, they were promptly refused. Just as Su Jinyu felt disheartened, Qin Tian waved to a salesman at the Porsche dealership, asking, "We wish to buy a car. Will you sell?" The salesman regarded Qin Tian with a peculiar expression, saying, "Sir, we are open for business. It would be unreasonable not to sell. However, our cars are not inexpensive." Before she could finish, Qin Tian interrupted, "As long as you sell, money is not an issue." That he pointed to a display car parked outside the Porsche dealership and said, "This Cayenne looks splendid, and it's an SUV. Perfect for you." That Su Jinyu glanced at the price and quickly shook her head. "Over 1,200,000 is too much. With that money, I could buy 10 of those cars from earlier. This is a luxury vehicle. It cannot be compared to ordinary ones. That I gift this to you. You could choose the interior design." That Su Jinyu was taken aback and hurriedly refused. "No, that's too extravagant. Do you not concern yourself with its value? Just choose what you like. That if you have no further preferences for the interior, I will buy this one immediately," Qin Tian stated earnestly. "Jinyu, I am giving you this car. If you refuse, I will be displeased." Su Jinyu, both amused and exasperated, replied, "I've never seen anyone insist on a gift like this. Now you have. You need not worry about the finances. Spending for you brings me joy, no matter the amount." At this, Su Jinyu felt deeply moved. Just then, Zhang Qian's irritating voice echoed from inside the store. "Ha, spending over 100,000 on such a worthless person. I feel sorry for you." Qin Tian shot her a cold glance and asked, "Who are you calling worthless?" "Of course, I mean Su Jinyu." "Oh, so the worthless one refers to Jinyu. I have never seen anyone publicly admit to being worthless. You have truly broadened my horizons." Zhang Qian was left speechless by Qin Tian's retort. Chapter 56. Kneel before me. "Hurry and kneel." "Qian, why are you so angry? Are those two just now the ones you mentioned?" As the words fell, a well-groomed young man stepped out of the store. Clad in a designer suit and sporting a limited edition Rolex on his wrist, he commanded an impressive presence, evident by the deference shown by the 4S store staff upon his arrival. As he emerged, Zhang Qian wrapped her arm around his, provocatively addressing Su Jinyu. "Su Jinyu, do you see? This is my boyfriend, Feng Shao. He owns this entire car city. What do you have to contest with me?" Su Jinyu scoffed. "What he possesses is not yours. I truly wonder where you derive your confidence. You." Zhang Qian was left momentarily speechless again. She turned to Cheng Feng, pouting. "Feng Shao, they are bullying me, and that man just slapped me. Please avenge me." Cheng Feng's expression darkened as he cast a cold glare at Qin Tian. "You just slapped my girlfriend?" Qin Tian, composed, replied, "That was a deserved slap." Cheng Feng clapped his hands, his voice icy. "Very well. You are the first to dare strike my girlfriend. Come here." At his command, several burly men sprang forth, each one robust and intimidating, adorned with tattoos, clearly not to be trifled with. In an instant, they surrounded Qin Tian and Su Jinyu, their expressions menacing. Cheng Feng sneered, "If you do not wish to die, kneel and apologize to my girlfriend. Otherwise, you will leave here horizontally." Su Jinyu, refusing to back down, retorted, "She was the one who insulted us first. Why should we apologize? Am I mistaken? Aren't you, Su Jinyu, a filthy, illegitimate child? Do you truly think aligning with the Su family makes you significant? No matter how high you climb, it will not change the fact that you are a bastard." Smack. The crowd was stunned. Zhang Qian's words were cut short as Qin Tian delivered a resounding slap, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her cheek reddened and swollen, looking worse than a pig's head. "Bastard! You damned bastard! I will kill you!" Zhang Qian roared, scrambling to her feet and rushing into the store to grab a fruit knife. Cheng Feng seized her arm, reassuringly saying, Qian, do not soil your hands. I will take care of this. He glared at Qin Tian with gritted teeth. You dare to slap my girlfriend in front of me. Today, you will pay the price to go, break his hand. His henchmen's expressions turned grim as they prepared to strike. Zhang Qian, however, whispered to Feng Xiao, simply breaking his arm would be too lenient. Since they want to buy a car, let us sell it to him, pocket his money, and then deal with him. You think ahead. Feng sneered at Qin Tian. Kid, didn't you say you wanted to buy a car? Show us the money. Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. At this moment, I no longer wish to purchase. Coming here to act tough without cash. Truly shameless. Whether you can afford it or not, you will buy a car here today. Or you will leave horizontally. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. Are you attempting to force a sale? Yes, indeed. What will you do about it? Furthermore, I will tell you the truth. Once you purchase the car, I will still break your arm, and that will be the consequence of striking my girlfriend. Zhang Qian gleefully chimed in. Now you understand the gravity of your mistake, right? It's too late, Su Jinyu. Seething, retorted, despicable, shameless. Feng glanced at Qin Tian, urging, you better take out your money now, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Then feel free to be ruthless. Otherwise, it will be my turn to be unrelenting. Seeking death, are you? I will oblige. He waved his hand and shouted, go. His henchman lunged forward menacingly. Just then, a commanding voice broke through the commotion. Stop, what is all this ruckus? As the voice fell, a middle-aged man of imposing stature approached. Upon seeing him, Feng quickly exclaimed, Dad, we are just teaching a lesson to this ignorant country bumpkin. He came here causing trouble and even struck my girlfriend. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, coldly stating, What? Is there someone so audacious? Where is he? Step forward, Dad, it's him. The middle-aged man followed Feng's pointing finger. Upon recognizing Qin Tian's face, his heart plummeted in the next instant. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His mouth dry as he struggled to find his words. Qin Tian looked at the middle-aged man with a smirk. This man was none other than the part-time driver who had taken him to the Fengda Hotel the previous day. With a teasing smile, he said to the middle-aged man, The audacious one is me. What guidance do you have for me? The middle-aged man swallowed hard, his face contorting in distress, and shouted, Kneel. Hurry and kneel. Feng, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Did you hear? My father demands that you kneel. Why are you still dazed? Before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man kicked him forcefully to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left utterly bewildered. Feng, with an expression of shock, asked, Dad, why did you kick me? You worthless scoundrel, kneel down immediately. The middle-aged man, filled with righteous anger, delivered several more kicks, cursing inwardly. How could he have provoked such a formidable individual? This man was one whom even Yang Rui, the vice president of Tianqin Group, treated with utmost respect. Feng, oblivious to his father's thoughts, continued to question in confusion, Dad, why? Have you lost your mind, making me kneel before this country bumpkin? Slap, the middle-aged man struck him across the face. Blood filled Feng's mouth, a tooth knocked out. Ignoring Feng's protests, the man fell to his knees before Qin Tian, recalling that Yang Rui had referred to the man as Mr. Qin just the day before. He promptly said, Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize that it is entirely my failure as a parent that has led to this offense. Please forgive me. Everyone present, including Zhang Qian, was left in a state of shock. This was Cheng Kuan, the prominent owner of the automobile city, who held direct control over every 4S dealership. The magnitude of his wealth was unimaginable. Yet here he was kneeling before Qin Tian, trembling in fear as he offered an apology. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it to be true. Su Jinyu stared at Qin Tian in astonishment. However, Qin Tian remained calm and collected, saying, Your son is an adult. If he has erred, should he not apologize himself? Cheng Kuan hastily scolded, Feng, kneel before Mr. Qin and apologize at once, or I shall break your legs. Chapter 57. Forced explanation. Seeing the seriousness in his father's demeanor, Feng dared not delay and hurriedly knelt before Qin Tian. With a look of trepidation, he stammered, Mr. Qin, I am truly sorry that it was my ignorance that led to this offense. Please forgive me. Qin Tian, with a cold smirk, replied, Did you not just declare that you would leave me no choice but to exit horizontally? Mr. Qin, I was wrong. I see my mistake now, that it is all Zhang Qian's fault. Had it not been for her, I would not have offended you. As he spoke, he turned to Zhang Qian and shouted, Zhang Qian, why are you still standing there? Come and kneel before Mr. Qin to apologize, or I will have you blacklisted throughout Jiangzhou. Terrified, Zhang Qian, without considering who Qin Tian was, hurriedly knelt. Qin Tian waved his hand and said, there is no need for an apology. Zhang Qian, relieved, thought she could escape the situation. But Qin Tian's subsequent words filled her with rage. Slap yourself. Just 50 strikes to each cheek will suffice. Zhang Qian panicked. 50 strikes on each side meant 100 slaps. She quickly protested, I apologize. I apologize. Is that not enough? You apologized previously, yet your behavior remains unchanged. Will you do it yourself, or shall I assist? Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng angrily ordered Zhang Qian, what are you waiting for? Slap yourself. Quickly. With no other option, Zhang Qian began to strike her own face. The sound of slapping echoed as her cheeks visibly reddened. Su Jinyu watched coldly, showing no sympathy. After completing the 100 slaps, Zhang Qian's face was so swollen it was unrecognizable. Blood seeping from her injuries. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively and said, you may leave. Remember this lesson well. Next time, it will not merely involve slapping yourself. Tears in her eyes, Zhang Qian gritted her teeth as she got up to leave. Cheng Feng quickly interjected, Mr. Qin, I did not intend to offend you at all. It was all Zhang Qian's fault. Enough, rise, Qin Tian commanded. Yes, thank you, Mr. Qin, thank you. Chen Kun, once standing, cautiously asked, Mr. Qin, are you interested in purchasing a car? Indeed, but your son's friend mentioned that no cars from the entire automobile city would be sold to us to this. Cheng Feng shivered and replied, Mr. Qin, Zhang Qian is no longer my girlfriend. Her words do not count. Chen Kun inquired, Mr. Qin, which vehicle has caught your eye? This one. Qin Tian indicated the Porsche Cayenne before him. Chen Kun waved his hand, instructing a salesperson, what are you waiting for? Immediately assist Mr. Qin with the paperwork. Swipe the card, Qin Tian said, producing his bank card. Chen Kun quickly responded, Mr. Qin, this vehicle is my gift to you. There is no need for a transaction. Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback. Perplexed but too frightened to question further. Qin Tian replied coolly, one does not accept gifts without merit, and besides, we have the means ourselves that Mr. Qin, consider this car a token of our apology. Please accept it. Yet Qin Tian showed no inclination to accept. Seeing his refusal, Cheng Kun turned to Su Jinyu, saying, Miss, please accept this car as a small gesture of goodwill from me, that if you do not, it will weigh heavily on my conscience. Su Jinyu frowned, about to decline, but Qin Tian interjected, Jinyu, accepting it is acceptable. Consider it compensation for Zhang Qian's earlier insult. But it seems too extravagant, she protested. Cheng Kun insisted, not extravagant at all, just a car. Please accept. After a moment of hesitation, Su Jinyu nodded. Very well, I shall accept it. Cheng Kun was overjoyed and quickly arranged for the paperwork. Once completed, he handed Qin Tian a business card along with the car keys. Mr. Qin, this is my card. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Good, Qin Tian replied, taking the card and handing the keys to Su Jinyu. She then drove away in her new vehicle. Once outside the automobile city, she parked by the roadside and turned to Qin Tian, her expression laced with suspicion. Qin Tian, why was Cheng Kun so respectful towards you? You are not hiding something from me. Are you? Of course not. It was my first encounter with him. However, given his status, he likely recognized me from the banquet that day. Did I ask that so? Su Jinyu was about to drive off when she recalled something amiss. Wait, you mentioned that you were merely speaking on behalf of the Dark Knight King. That alone should not warrant such deference from Cheng Kun, right? At that moment, Yang Rui did bow to me. He might have misunderstood that so what you just displayed was merely a show of power. Qin Tian nodded vigorously. Exactly. So let us not linger. We must leave quickly before he realizes that Su Jinyu, with a firm demeanor, declared, he publicly gifted me the car. If he wants it back, he should think again. Even if he chases after us, I will not return it. Consider it a lesson for his son. Precisely. We are in the right and should stand firm. Meanwhile, within the Automobile City's Porsche 4S dealership, Cheng Feng curiously asked, Dad, who exactly is Mr. Qin? You, with your status, actually knelt before him. Rumors will surely follow. Cheng Kun did not respond directly, but instead asked, You know Yang Rui from Tianjin Group, correct? Of course, he is the vice president. Few are unaware of him. Good, and I personally witnessed Yang Rui greet Mr. Qin yesterday, addressing him as President Qin. What? Cheng Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Are you saying that Mr. Qin is the elusive president of Tianjin Group? That possibility cannot be discounted. Regardless of the truth, the fact that he commands such respect from Yang Rui indicates his extraordinary status. Be cautious and do not provoke him again. You may not even know how you met your end. Cheng Feng broke into a cold sweat, nodding repeatedly that the Su residence, as Su Jinyu stepped out of her car. She was met with the scrutinizing gazes of Su Jinyun, and Su Manli. Su Jinyun immediately questioned, Su Jinyu, where did you acquire the funds for such an expensive car? You haven't embezzled company funds, have you? Su Manli reprimanded, Jinyu, if you truly dared to misappropriate company money, do not expect my leniency. Return the car and repay the money at once. This car was not purchased by me. It was a gift from Qin Tian. What? Both Su Jinyun and Su Manli were momentarily taken aback, asking in unison, why would Qin Tian gift you a car? Chapter 58. Are we really going to be the fools here? Su Jinyu replied calmly. That is none of your concern that I have matters to attend to. Excuse me. With that, she disregarded them and entered the house. Su Jinyun glanced at the car and remarked, and this vehicle's market price is at least 1,400,000. Where did Qin Tian find such wealth? Who knows? But given his close ties with the Dark Knight King, a few 100,000 should not be a challenge for him. This car was meant for me, but was snatched away by Su Jinyu. No, I must find a way to reclaim it. Having made her decision, Su Jinyun turned and headed inside. Su Manli grasped her firmly and earnestly advised, Jinwen, do not be hasty, we are about to meet the Night King at the Triumph restaurant shortly. Let us discuss matters upon our return after we have met him. We must not complicate things unnecessarily. Reluctantly, Su Jinwen responded, fine, I shall settle the score with Su Jinyu later. She gazed longingly at the new car that Su Jinyu had driven back. Her eyes filled with envy. Although the Su family was considered a second-tier family and not exceedingly wealthy, acquiring a vehicle worth over $1 million was hardly a challenge. However, given the current underperformance of the company, she found herself unable to afford a new car despite her desire. That evening, the members of the Su family, led by Su Nanhua and Su Manli, proceeded to the Triumph restaurant. Upon announcing their identity, they were escorted by the staff to a private room. Inside, Qin Tian was seated, pouring himself a drink. Noticing this, Su Manli furrowed her brow and inquired, Qin Tian, where is the Night King? Indeed, where is he? Echoed others. Qin Tian, smiling nonchalantly, replied, what are you all in such a rush for? It is still early. Do not just stand there. Please take a seat. The members of the Su family exchanged glances before settling down. Qin Tian then called out to the server outside. Now that everyone is here, you may serve the dishes. Su Nanhua furrowed his brows and asked, the Night King is yet to arrive. Why are you calling for the food so soon? Su Yi added, exactly. Serving the dishes this early. What will the Night King think upon his arrival? Are you attempting to put the Su family in jeopardy? I merely mentioned that the Night King would come to meet you. I never said he would dine with you, Qin Tian retorted. Upon hearing this, Su Jinwen hastily questioned, are you saying that while the Night King will come, he will not dine with us? Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively, clarifying, let me correct you. While the Night King will not dine with you, he will come to meet you. Would this thought not be more palatable? The others, upon hearing Qin Tian's reasoning, found it rather sensible. Su Nanhua nodded in agreement, stating, true, considering the Night King's esteemed status, his willingness to meet us is already a significant honor. To expect a meal with him would be beyond our family's standing. Consequently, the members of the Su family felt considerably more at ease. After all, the opportunity to meet the Night King itself was a remarkable privilege. Moments later, the server arrived with a splendid array of dishes. Upon seeing the lavish spread, Su Yi exclaimed in astonishment, braised bear paw, Buddha jumps over the wall, caviar, truffle omelet, and an 83 Romani Connie. Qin Tian, are you treating us like fools by ordering such extravagant dishes? Su Manli's expression soured as she asked, Qin Tian, who is footing the bill for this meal? Qin Tian shrugged nonchalantly, stating, it could be on my tab, but I wonder how the Night King would feel about it. Fuming, Su Yi jumped up, exclaiming, Qin Tian, this is outrageous. This entire feast must cost at least 300,000 to 400,000. Do you take us for fools? Well then, I shall promptly remove these dishes and replace them with cheaper options. Would that satisfy you? Qin Tian quipped. That would be more reasonable, Sui began, but Su Nanhua halted him. Confused, Sui asked, Father, are we truly going to be seen as fools? Su Nanhua, with a serious tone, replied, If the Night King learns that we are unwilling to spend a modest sum, will he still grant us an audience? Besides, 300,000 to 400,000 is merely a trifling sum. If we divide it among the families, it amounts to just a few thousand each. Hardly a burden. Fair enough, let's proceed as such, Sui conceded. Qin Tian, hearing this, chuckled lightly. You were the ones who insisted on not backing down, so I shall indulge. He then uncorked a bottle of red wine and poured himself a generous glass. Seeing this, Sui quickly took the bottle and filled glasses for Su Monli and the others. This bottle of red wine alone was worth over 100,000. Why not enjoy it? After taking a sip, Qin Tian began to feast heartily. Initially, Su Monli and Su Jinwen pretended to be reserved, but upon witnessing Qin Tian's enthusiasm, they too began to devour the food with gusto. Having not indulged in such luxury before, they relished the experience. Half an hour later, the table was cleared of every dish, and not a drop of wine remained. Leaning back in his chair, Sui contentedly remarked, It has been ages since I have savored such exquisite cuisine. I am utterly satisfied that Su Jinyu burped and added, Do not say another word. I feel I might burst. Qin Tian summoned the server and then addressed Su Nanhua and the others. Now that you are all well fed and watered, who shall settle the bill? Su Nanhua produced a bank card and stated, Let us settle it by card, and please request an invoice. The server nodded and took the card to process the payment. With a serious expression, Su Nanhua then asked, Qin Tian, we have dined and imbibed. Where is the Night King? It is not yet 8 o'clock. What are you so anxious about? Patience is a virtue. Su Nanhua begrudgingly resigned himself to waiting. At that moment, Su Jinwen inquired, Qin Tian, did you give Su Jinyu a Qian today? To which Qin Tian responded, You could say that Su Jinwen, somewhat discontented, asked, Why did you give her such an extravagant gift? Your question is amusing. My gift to her is none of your concern, that I am your intended match. If anyone should receive a gift, it ought to be me, not her. Qin Tian was amused by Su Jinwen's peculiar logic. Noticing his laughter, Su Jinwen furrowed her brow and asked, What is so funny? Do you not find it amusing? We merely had a brief encounter, and at the time, you looked down upon me. Now you act as if my gifting her requires your approval. Are you not taking yourself a bit too seriously? Regardless, Su Jinyu does not deserve such a fine gift. You might mention to her that she should relinquish the car for my use. If she is unworthy, then you are even less so. The car was a gift from me to her. If you dare to claim it, I wonder if I will not use a belt to discipline you. At this, Su Jinwen instinctively covered her backside, the memory of that fateful night still vivid in her mind. After another half hour passed, Su Monli grew increasingly anxious, stating, Qin Tian, It is already 8 o'clock. Where is the Night King? Chapter 59, The Mysterious Imperial Jade Pendant. Qin Tian chuckled softly and replied, Do not fret. He is a person of great stature, and punctuality is not expected of him. Just relax and wait. Sui, looking skeptical, asked Qin Tian, You did not fail to arrange a meeting with the Night King, did you? I, Qin Tian, am always true to my word. Rather than worry about that, you should concern yourselves with the possibility of securing the Night King's favor. He responded. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances before huddling together to whisper among themselves that Su Monli received a message on her phone and said, Jinwen, the custom gown has arrived. You should go change and touch up your makeup. All right, Su Jinwen exclaimed excitedly as she left. Curious, Qin Tian asked, Is it really necessary to change clothes? Sui, brimming with confidence, replied, Sister Jinwen is naturally beautiful. Once she is all dressed up, the Night King will undoubtedly take notice of her. Just wait and see. Is that so? I do admire your confidence, but unfortunately, someone like Su Jinwen would not catch the Night King's eye. You are merely the Night King's errand runner. Or do you have to make decisions for him? Indeed, historically, heroes are often drawn to beautiful women that I firmly believe the Night King will find our Jinwen captivating. And then the Su family will soar to new heights. Observing the hopeful expressions on the Su family members, Qin Tian shook his head with a smile. Inwardly, he thought, These members of the Su family truly are beyond saving, still lost in their dreams of grandeur. With interest, he asked, aside from ensuring that Su Jinwen looks her best. What else have you prepared? Surely you did not come here empty-handed. Of course not. We have prepared an impressive gift. Oh, what kind of impressive gift? Let me see, did Sue, looking wary, said. What are you plotting? I warn you. This gift is specifically for the Night King, and you shall not lay your hands on it. Qin Tian raised his hands in surrender. I merely wish to assess whether this gift is suitable for the Night King. If you refuse to share, so be it. Su Nanhua interjected. Xiao Yi, bring it out and let Qin Tian have a look. He understands the Night King better than we do, so his opinion would be valuable. Finally, Su Yi retrieved a rectangular wooden box from his bag. He opened it to reveal a robust, well-preserved ginseng root. This century-old wild ginseng was brought over by a friend from the Changbai Mountains. It is quite rare in the market. Surely, a gift of this caliber would please the Night King. No. Qin Tian nodded in approval, stating, indeed, this century-old wild ginseng is a fine gift. However, do you not think it's somewhat petty to expect to win the Night King's favor with just this? Who said we only prepared this? We have more. As he spoke, Su Yi produced another exquisite wooden box. Upon opening it, a brilliant green jadeite was revealed. Just by the texture alone, its considerable worth was evident. Qin Tian was initially inclined to make a jest, but suddenly furrowed his brow, unable to stifle a gasp of surprise. Observing Qin Tian's reaction, Su Yi felt a surge of pride. How about that? This is an imperial jade pendant unearthed from an ancient tomb predating the Qin dynasty, possessing immense collectible value. Surely the Dark Night King would appreciate it, wouldn't he? Qin Tian remained silent, fixated on the jade pendant within the box, and said, hand it over for me to examine. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively closing the box and cradling it protectively against his chest. His face was a mask of vigilance as he asked, Qin Tian, what exactly are you planning? Just let me see it that if this jade pendant is genuine, I could speak favorably on your behalf to the Dark Night King. Really? Su Yi expressed skepticism that Su Nanhua snatched the box away, asserting, trust in those you employ, doubt those you do not. Just let him see it. With that, he handed the box over to Qin Tian. Upon opening it, Qin Tian retrieved the imperial jade pendant. The moment it was in his hand, a chilling sensation coursed through him. Yet, what astonished him was not merely the coldness, but the energy contained within the pendant. This was a type of energy he had encountered in a millennia-old tomb abroad, which he had absorbed, thereby amplifying his own strength to terrifying levels. To encounter the same energy again was utterly unexpected. He struggled to suppress his excitement, silently cultivating his technique, attempting to absorb the energy. In the next moment, the energy from the pendant began to flow into his body through his hand. It subsequently converged in his dantian, crystallizing into a faint green essence. Though seemingly a mere wisp, it harbored an immense reservoir of energy. Upon confirming the possibility of absorption, Qin Tian felt an overwhelming joy. He initially intended to absorb the mysterious energy contained within the pendant immediately, but was astonished to discover the richness of the energy. At the current rate, even with 24 hours of continuous absorption, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to fully consume it. Consequently, he found it necessary to alter his strategy. Noticing him lost in thought with the pendant, Su Yi hurriedly inquired, Qin Tian, why are you dazed? You wouldn't truly be contemplating seizing this pendant, would you? Not a chance. Only then did Qin Tian snap back to reality, solemnly stating, of course not. I merely find this pendant rather intriguing. You can deny it all you want, but your eyes were practically sparkling just now. Qin Tian felt a wave of embarrassment. Had he been that transparent? He changed the subject, asking, by the way, where did you acquire this pendant? At an auction house. We spent quite a bit on it. So hand it back to me. As Su Yi spoke, he reached out to reclaim it. Qin Tian placed the pendant back in the box and returned it to Su Yi. He then stood up and turned to leave. Su Manli, observing this, quickly asked, Qin Tian, where are you going? To the restroom, he replied, vanishing through the door. Su Yi, filled with suspicion, remarked, little aunt, do you think Qin Tian is trying to escape? Unlikely. If he dares to do so, I will not let him off the hook. Once in the restroom, Qin Tian took out his phone and sent a message to Yang Rui. Moments later, Yang Rui replied, understood. President Qin, I will be right over. Qin Tian stowed his phone and left the restaurant, purchasing a mask from a nearby accessory shop and a new outfit from an adjacent clothing store. After completing his purchases, he returned to the restaurant. Not to the private room where Su Monli and the others were, but to the most prestigious Tianhao private room. Back at Su Monli's table, she checked the time and frowned. Strange, why has Qin Tian been gone for so long? That scoundrel must have run off. We were tricked into treating him to a lavish meal. He stomped his foot in frustration. Let us go find him and settle the score. He won't get away this time. Su Nanhua stood up angrily. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and a distinguished middle-aged man in a suit entered. Upon seeing him, Su Monli's eyes sparkled with delight. Deputy General Manager Yang. What brings you here? The newcomer was indeed Yang Rui. Upon seeing him, Su Nanhua and his son hastily bowed. Greetings, Deputy General Manager Yang. Please, have a seat. Yang Rui waved his hand dismissively, coolly stating, no need to sit. Let's go. The Dark Knight King is already waiting for you. At this, Su Monli and the others nearly leaped with excitement. They suppressed their bubbling emotions and followed Yang Rui toward the Tianhao private room. On the way, Su Monli incessantly inquired after Yang Rui's well-being and lavished him with compliments. Yet Yang Rui paid her no heed. Su Nanhua could hardly watch any longer. He pulled Su Monli aside and whispered, Sister, when we meet the Dark Knight King, temper your demeanor a bit, that we cannot afford to offend someone of such stature. This advice made Su Monli slightly more composed, as Su Nanhua then turned to Su Yi, instructing, call your sister, Jinwen, and urge her to come directly to the Tianhao private room. Understood, Father, Su Yi replied as he dialed Su Jinwen's number. Upon reaching the Tianhao private room, they were greeted by dim lighting. With only 2 lamps near the door illuminating the space in the inner part of the room, a figure sat in a chair. As Su Monli and the others entered, they eagerly turned to face the person seated. But alas, the figure was obscured by a mask, rendering their features invisible. They pondered why the Dark Knight King would wear a mask. Yang Rui spoke up. Lord King has matters to attend to shortly. If you have something to discuss, it would be best to be quick. At these words, Su Nanhua and the others snapped back to attention. They collectively bowed deeply to the Dark Knight King, exclaiming, we pay our respects to the Dark Knight King. The Dark Knight King replied nonchalantly, spare me the formalities. You sought me out for a reason. So what is it? Hearing this voice, Su Yi's expression grew peculiar. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the voice, yet could not place it. So he discreetly scrutinized the Dark Knight King. Su Monli hurriedly began. Lord King, we have gathered a few treasures that we wish to present to you, and we hope you will accept them. Upon hearing this, Su Nanhua shot a glance at Su Yi, who promptly opened his backpack and retrieved several gifts. Su Nanhua and Su Monli reverently held out the gift boxes. Yang Rui accepted them and then handed them to the Dark Knight King. The Dark Knight King glanced over the boxes, his gaze lingering on the imperial jade pendant with a hint of intrigue. He nodded in satisfaction, saying, well done. You have put thought into this. We are glad the Lord King appreciates it. By the way, our Su family's Su Corporation specializes in decoration and engineering projects. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. Su Monli chimed in. Indeed, I am currently the representative of the Su Corporation. Here is my business card. Feel free to contact me anytime should you need anything. As she spoke, she handed over a card. The Dark Knight King's gesture. Yang Rui accepted the cards from Su Nanhua and Su Monli. Observing this, both were elated, their hearts brimming with joy. Yang Rui lifted his chin and stated, if there is nothing else, you may leave. The Dark Knight King has other matters to attend to. I shall not escort you out. Hastily, Su Nanhua interjected, Lord King, may we take just a moment more of your time? It won't be long. Su Monli added, yes, my niece has long admired the Dark Knight King. She often says that if she could meet the Lord King in this lifetime, she would die content. She is waiting just outside, and we implore you to grant her a moment of your time. Yang Rui's expression darkened, coldly retorting, you wish to meet the Dark Knight King privately? Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. It would be best to keep those thoughts to yourselves. Su Monli quickly clarified, Deputy General Manager Yang, you misunderstand that my niece has long admired the Dark Knight King. She merely wishes to exchange a few words with him and won't take up much of his time. Lord King, we beseech you to meet her. Otherwise, she will carry this regret for life. Su Nanhua pleaded earnestly. Yang Rui was about to dismiss them, but the Dark Knight King waved his hand. Fine, Given the value of these gifts, you may leave. Let her enter. I shall grant her an audience." At this pronouncement, Su Monli and the others were overjoyed, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. After Yang Rue exited, Su Monli signaled to her waiting niece, Su Jinwen. Understanding the cue, Su Jinwen nodded eagerly and entered, her face alight with excitement. Upon seeing the Dark Knight King seated in the chair, a look of infatuation washed over her face, her eyes brimming with admiration. Having made a special effort with her makeup, her lips were adorned with a vivid red gloss. She wore a V-neck white gown, which provocatively revealed much of her alluring figure, presenting herself as if ripe for the picking. The hem of her dress was quite short, barely covering her upper thighs, and a slight bend could lead to an unfortunate exposure. Her legs, accentuated by sheer black stockings, appeared long and graceful, a sight to behold. She took in the Dark Knight King with a glance. Quickly suppressing her excitement and gracefully bowed, "I am Su Jinwen, paying my respects to the Lord King." She added a deeper bow, the neckline of her gown subtly revealing her charms, that as she bent, she stole a furtive glance at the Dark Knight King. Yet, at this moment, the Dark Knight King had already risen and moved to the window, turning his back to her, showing no intention of looking. Observing this, Su Jinwen felt a sudden surge of defeat within her. She cautiously inquired, "My lord, might you spare me a glance?" The Dark Knight King replied indifferently, "What is there to see in mere superficiality? I have pressing matters to attend to. You may leave." Taken aback, Su Jinwen's expression revealed her discontent. She had meticulously adorned herself and even had a dress custom-made, arriving with high hopes, only to find that the Dark Knight King didn't even deign to glance her way. Dismissing her as mere ornamentation, the insult was hardly subtle, yet profoundly hurtful. Noticing her stunned silence, the Dark Knight King's tone turned icy. "Do you not comprehend my words?" Though masked, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Su Jinwen's heart skipped a beat as she timidly responded, "I understand. I shall take my leave now. Please take care, my lord." She hastily turned and exited. Outside the door, Su Monli and the others were taken aback by her swift departure. Though with Yang Rue present, they refrained from asking too many questions. Yang Rue waved his hand, stating, "You may go, but do not approach the VIP room without permission." After delivering his command, he turned and closed the door. Su Monli and the others hurriedly distanced themselves from the VIP room, fearful of incurring the Dark Knight King's wrath. Inside the VIP room, Yang Rue, perplexed, asked President Qin, "They clearly harbor ill intentions. Why waste time with such theatrics?" Chapter 61. Bursting with laughter, Qin Tian removed his mask and replied with intrigue, "I merely indulged them for amusement. Otherwise, the days ahead would be dreadfully mundane." He tucked away the imperial jade pendant and added, "The remaining item shall be yours." "Thank you, President Qin." Yang Rue accepted with a smile, knowing full well that the century-old wild ginseng was a precious find he needed, and he was aware that Qin Tian had no lack of such items. In another room, Su Monli eagerly asked, "Jinwen, what transpired? Why did you emerge from the room so swiftly? Indeed, according to our previous plan, you should still be under the Dark Knight King's care. How did you return in less than 2 minutes?" With a bitter expression, Su Jinwen replied, "Before I could even feign illness, I was dismissed by the Dark Knight King." That Sue, incredulous, queried, "Sister Jinwen, did you not employ your charms on the Lord?" Su Nanhua, equally curious, asked, "Yes, you dressed up so beautifully." Surely with a subtle hint, the Lord would not have been able to resist. Su Jinwen contemplated revealing how the Dark Knight King had not even glanced at her. But the embarrassment held her back, so she forced a smile. "Actually, I didn't have the chance to employ my charms, but the Lord's impression of me is not entirely negative. He even mentioned inviting me for a meal another day." "Really? That's splendid." Sui frowned. "But if the Lord holds you in good regard, why was your stay so brief?" Su Jinwen explained, "The Lord had urgent matters to attend to. A figure of his stature is undoubtedly swamped with responsibilities." He even apologized when he sent me away. That Su Nanhua laughed, his grin nearly splitting his face, praising, "Our Jinwen is truly capable. You've already caught the Lord's attention. Jinwen, you are the pride of our family. When you dine with the Dark Knight King next time, seize the opportunity. Whether our Su family can ally with him depends on you." "Do not worry, I shall strive to do my best." Sui inquired, "Sister Jinwen, Did the Lord mention when he would invite you for a meal? Su Nanhua and Su Monli leaned in, all ears. That Su Jinwen shook her head. He didn't specify a time. Only that he would call me when he was less busy. Su Monli gasped. What? So, he has your phone number? Isn't that a given? Jinwen, you must keep your phone on 24/7. Do not turn it off. Indeed, Sister Jinwen, if you happen to miss his call because your phone is off, that would be a lost opportunity. Su Jinwen could only muster a forced smile. I understand. You needn't worry about that. Su Monli, beaming with delight, exclaimed, This is wonderful. We made an impression on the Dark Night King today, and he even invited Jinwen for a meal. That if these two pieces of news spread, our Su family will have an easier time in business. That's easy enough. I will disseminate the news shortly, and soon the entire Jiangzhou will be aware. Hearing this, Su Jinwen hurriedly said, Uncle, please refrain from announcing the meal invitation from the Dark Night King just yet. Why not? Since the Lord is yet to set a date, if we announce it too soon, he might misconstrue it as us pressuring him. Right? You're quite perceptive. I hadn't considered that. Su Monli suggested, third brother. Just release the news about the Dark Night King meeting with us privately. Even that alone will benefit our Su family immensely. All right, I shall speak with the restaurant manager and acquire the corridor surveillance footage. As long as we release the segment where Vice President Yang received us, no one will suspect a thing. Upon finishing, Su Nanhua turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he spotted Qin Tian and exclaimed, Qin Tian, why were you gone for so long? Do you know what you missed? Qin Tian feigned ignorance, asking, What did I miss? During your absence, we met the Dark Night King. Really? You aren't pulling my leg. Are you? Who would bother to deceive you? It was Vice President Yang who personally took us over. Su Monli chimed in. Indeed, and the Dark Night King even met Jinwen alone and invited her for a meal. At this, Qin Tian stared in disbelief at Su Jinwen. Jinwen, is this true? Su Jinwen lifted her chin, proudly declaring, Of course it's true. You'd best keep your distance from me, lest the Lord becomes jealous. Suddenly, Qin Tian burst into laughter. Clutching his stomach, Su Jinwen's expression turned cold, her voice laced with dissatisfaction. What are you laughing at? Did you take some medicine or something? Qin Tian shook his hands. Haha, it's nothing, I just thought of something amusing. I need a moment to compose myself. He turned away, continuing to laugh heartily, unable to fathom that Su Jinwen would fabricate such a tale to satisfy her vanity. Even more absurd was that Su Monli and the others actually believed her. He could hardly imagine the expressions of the Su family members when they discovered that the Dark Night King was, in fact, himself. That Su Monli scoffed. Laugh all you want. We are now acquainted with the Dark Night King. So we have no need to fear you anymore. Indeed, you can no longer dominate us. Once the Dark Night King weds Sister Jinwen, you can roll as far away as possible. Well then, allow me to congratulate you in advance. Ha! Qin Tian chuckled until his stomach hurt, but Su Nanhua cast a disdainful glance at Qin Tian before exiting. Su Jinwen, with an air of superiority, addressed Qin Tian. Qin Tian, you had best treat me with respect from now on. Otherwise, I shall report you to the Dark Night King. How he deals with you is no concern of mine. Qin Tian nodded. Rest assured, I will keep my distance from you. It would be best if you didn't trouble me either. Let us coexist peacefully. Qin Tian, you really think too highly of yourself. Now that Sister Jinwen is the Dark Night King's beloved, she would never bother with you. Exactly, you should stop pursuing Jinwen. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude. All right, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. As Qin Tian departed, Su Jinwen suddenly furrowed her brow. Su Monli noticed her change in expression and asked with concern, Jinwen, what is wrong? Do you feel unwell? No, not at all. I just suddenly thought that Qin Tian's figure bears a slight resemblance to the Dark Night King. What? Su Monli quickly glanced at Qin Tian's retreating back, shaking her head. Jinwen, you must be imagining things. He doesn't resemble him at all. Indeed, the Dark Night King is majestic and imposing. Qin Tian wouldn't even be fit to carry his shoes. Su Jinwen laughed at herself. I suppose I miss the Dark Night King too much. Hence this misconception. Then, she abruptly shifted the topic, and the company has yet to officially announce my appointment as president. Do you think we should find a moment to declare it? Chapter 62. The Small Man's Triumph. Su Monli smiled. Do not worry. Come Monday, I will convene a high-level meeting to announce this matter immediately. Su Jinwen rejoiced. Thank you, Aunt. This is your due reward. You must frequently communicate with the Dark Night King if calling is inconvenient. Send messages and express your concern for him. Gradually, your significance in his heart will grow. Indeed, Su Jinwen was taken aback, as she never anticipated that due to a mere lie, the position of company president would be restored to her. Initially, Su Monli had proclaimed that whoever obtained the invitation to the Dark Knight Monarch would be eligible for the presidency. However, she was subsequently shut out, and even when she attempted to sneak in, she was forcefully ejected. Consequently, the agreement made at that time had to be abandoned. Although Su Monli did not openly express her reluctance, it was evident that she was not keen on relinquishing the presidential position to Su Jinwen. Yet, upon learning that Su Jinwen had entangled herself with the Dark Knight Monarch, she naturally had no objections. The following day, in the conference room of the Su Group, a gathering of high-ranking executives convened. Su Monli stood up and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, today a high-level meeting is convened to announce a matter of utmost importance." Upon hearing this, the attendees straightened in their seats, attentively listening that Su Monli continued. "I hereby announce that Su Jinwen is our company's new president." At this proclamation, the reactions among the crowd varied. Some applauded with enthusiasm, while others exchanged glances, and a few even wore frowns. Clearly, dissent lingered among some, but out of respect for Su Monli's position, they refrained from voicing their concerns. Su Nanhua urged, "What are you all dawdling for? Applaud." With a cacophony of applause, the room erupted in sound, and as Su Jinwen stood, she cast a provocative glance towards Su Jinyu and imperiously instructed, "Su Jinyu, your sales department's performance has been rather dismal lately. You are to stay late tonight and prepare a sales proposal for me. You shall not leave until it meets my standards." Instantly, she showcased a vivid display of her newfound authority. An executive with a closer rapport to Su Jinyu frowned and interjected, "President Su, Manager Su has been occupied with the company reports these past few days, and considering that you and the others were absent, she took on your responsibilities, which accounts for the sales department's performance." Before she could finish, Su Jinwen coldly interrupted, "Humph, are you instructing me on how to do my job?" The female executive promptly fell silent. Lowering her head in submission, Su Jinwen continued icily, "Our company does not harbor idlers. Those with capability shall remain, while the inept should leave." Su Jinyu, "Just tell me, can you do it?" Su Jinyu, maintaining her composure, replied, "I will provide the proposal tonight. However, your third uncle, and your aunt have been absent from the company for several days, that I've been working late into the night to handle your tasks. So shall we discuss the overtime pay?" Su Jinwen shot back, her brows knitted in anger. "How dare you ask for overtime pay? Is this company solely mine? Do not forget that you are also part of the Su family." Su Monli chimed in with a reprimand. "Jinyu, this is where you are mistaken. Asking for overtime pay for work done for your own family. Is that reasonable? We entrusted you with these tasks out of trust and to provide you with a learning opportunity. You should be grateful. Indeed, do not forget that you are part of the Su family. You should ask other executives if they receive overtime pay." A chorus of silence echoed among the executives. Although Su Jinyu felt wronged, she chose to remain silent. Observing her demeanor, Su Jinwen felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. After thoroughly relishing the experience of reprimanding several executives in her newly appointed role, the meeting finally concluded, leaving her wanting more. Returning to the sales department, Su Jinyu immersed herself in the paperwork on her desk. Outside, her colleagues began to murmur their discontent. They genuinely felt that Manager Su was undervalued. Her work performance had been evident to all, so why was Su Jinwen appointed as president when clearly Manager Su was more suitable? Who could disagree? Manager Su excels in both business acumen and interpersonal relations, far surpassing Su Jinwen. Just a few days ago, Manager Su was working late into the night. Yet despite her hard work, she received no accolades and was instead publicly criticized. Is this acceptable? Sigh, if nepotism continues unchecked, the company will surely face dire straits. The sales department staff collectively lamented on behalf of Su Jinyu. Emerging from her office, Su Jinyu addressed her colleagues, "Please refrain from discussing this matter further. If Jinwen finds out, you could jeopardize your jobs. Manager Su, we are just frustrated. Indeed, why should you do all the work while the credit goes to her? It is infuriating." "Yes, Manager Su, your kindness is your downfall. They have banded together to bully you." Su Jinyu smiled calmly. In her position, she will act according to her authority. Let us focus on our own responsibilities. I believe justice will prevail. once grandfather returns. He will surely guide us back to glory. Indeed, let us hope the chairman returns soon. With that, the group shared their sentiments before returning to their respective duties. That evening, as everyone departed, Su Jinyu remained at the company. Working late at that moment, Su Jinwen strode in, her bag in hand, exuding confidence that Su Jinyu, have you finished the proposal, still working on it? Then you likely won't complete it in a timely manner. Hand me your car keys. Su Jinyu frowned and asked, didn't you drive here? Why do you need my keys? Impatiently, Su Jinwen retorted, why all the questions? I just want to borrow it for a moment. Hand over the keys. The car was gifted to me by Qin Tian. I do not lend it out. Seeing her refusal, Su Jinwen had no choice but to lower her tone. Why do you speak as if I intend to take your car permanently? I have a social engagement to attend, and as the company president, driving my car would be unbecoming. Surely, you wouldn't want our Su family to be ridiculed by competitors. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu reluctantly handed over the keys. Albeit with a warning, be careful not to scratch it. Humph. Who do you think you are? My driving skills far surpass yours. With that, Su Jinwen snatched the car keys and departed. Su Jinyu, unperturbed, returned to her work. It wasn't until 11 at night that she finally stepped out of the company doors, only to be greeted by Qin Tian. She was taken aback, asking, Qin Tian, what brings you here at this hour? Aren't you also just getting off work? I saw you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. I decided to wait for you here. Hearing this, Su Jinyu felt a warmth in her heart. You really are foolish, waiting here so late. Why not wait for me upstairs? All right, next time I will wait in your office. You must be starving after such a late shift. Let us go grab a midnight snack. That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. By the way, where's your car? Chapter 63. Those who dare offend the monarch shall perish. Qin Tian shrugged and replied, my car is at Long Yun's for maintenance. I'll just use yours. That Su Jinyu replied awkwardly. That's unfortunate. Su Jinwen has taken my car. What does she need your car for? Thus, Su Jinyu explained the situation briefly. Qin Tian, upon hearing it, scoffed, now that she is president. She can't just buy a new car. Why does she have to drive yours? She just officially became president today. Even if she wanted to buy a car, she wouldn't have time. Qin Tian sighed resignedly. It seems we can only take a taxi for our midnight snack tonight. That Su Jinyu pointed to a roadside stall across the street. Qin Tian, how about we just eat some fried rice noodles over there? Oh, you don't mind a roadside stall? Su Jinyu smiled. What is there to mind? To be honest, I quite enjoy roadside food. It's delicious and affordable. All right then, let us go eat something simple. The two crossed the street to a small stall with a few tables set up. Even though it was nearing midnight, a few patrons were still enjoying their late-night meals. Qin Tian led Su Jinyu to an empty table and ordered 2 portions of fried rice noodles. He then went to a vending machine to buy 2 bottles of drinks. As they began to eat, Su Jinyu remarked, though working late is exhausting, being able to indulge in delicious food afterward makes it all worthwhile. You truly are easily satisfied. Contentment brings happiness. Oh look, you've gotten some on your nose. Instinctively, Qin Tian reached to wipe it away, but missed. That Su Jinyu took out a tissue and gently wiped it for him. A jolt of electricity coursed through Qin Tian, and he instinctively grasped Su Jinyu's hand. Startled, Su Jinyu blushed and scolded softly, Qin Tian, what are you doing? Just as Qin Tian was about to express his feelings, a group of inebriated young men approached Point One with bleached hair. Upon noticing the attractive Su Jinyu, let out a wolf whistle. Wow, what a beauty! This face, this figure, absolutely stunning. The young man sidled up to Su Jinyu with a lewd grin. Hey there, how about adding me on WeChat? I'll treat you to a midnight feast at the seafood restaurant. Yeah, who wants to eat at a roadside stall when we could take you out for a feast? Su Jinyu's expression hardened as she replied coldly, I'm not interested. You can leave now. A bit aloof, are we? Aloof my foot. In bed, she is probably more eager than anyone. Exactly, I've seen plenty of women like her. They turn out to be the most proactive. Witnessing their increasingly outrageous remarks, Qin Tian coldly declared, I shall grant you a singular opportunity. Depart immediately, and I shall consider this incident as though it never transpired. The young man with yellow hair, upon hearing this, erupted in a laughter. That ha 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 kid. Who do you think you're intimidating? I was raised on fear, he scoffed. Indeed, this young lady is stunningly beautiful, and yet you, a penniless wretch, dare to bring her to a roadside stall. Such an act is a desecration of beauty. The young man continued. Here are $500. Let us entertain your girlfriend for the night. that if you possess any sense, you will comply. However, before he could finish his taunt, Qin Tian seized a beer bottle from the ground and struck him atop the head. Crash! The bottle shattered, and blood immediately streamed down the young man's forehead. Damn it! You dare strike me? Get him, incapacitate him. With that command, the yellow-haired youth's companions hastily grabbed beer bottles from the ground and advanced to assault Qin Tian, her face etched with concern. Implored, stop. Please do not fight. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muffled thuds, all of the yellow-haired youth's companions collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. The yellow-haired youth stared in shock, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Qin Tian firmly commanded. Leave! The yellow-haired youth turned and fled, while his companions scrambled to their feet and awkwardly pursued him. Upon reaching the opposite side of the road, the yellow-haired youth shouted in fury, You wait, kid, if I do not avenge this grievance. I, Pan Wenxin, shall write my name backward. After delivering this ominous threat, he departed with his companions that Su Jinyu, her brow furrowed with worry, asked Qin Tian, Are you all right? I am fine. They were merely a few small-time ruffians. Let us continue our meal. He reassured her that I think it best to leave. They are likely seeking reinforcements, she insisted. Qin Tian smiled gently. Do not worry. They will not return till we can enjoy our meal in peace. How can you be so certain? She inquired. Intuition that my instincts have always been accurate, and even if they were to return, I would not fear them, he replied. Unable to argue further, Su Jinyu reluctantly sat down to continue eating with Qin Tian. Meanwhile, around the corner, Pan Wenxin pressed a tissue to his head, wound and growled. Damn it, how dare he leave me with such an injury? I must make him pay. Young Master Pan, isn't this territory controlled by Brother Dong? You could simply call him for assistance, one of his subordinates suggested. Yes, Brother Dong's men are quite capable. They will surely deal with that brat. Pan Wenxin nodded and took out his phone to make a call. Yet, before he could connect, a chilling voice echoed from behind them. Tio dare offend the king. Death awaits. Who? Pan Wenxin and his companions instinctively turned, only to see a figure flash past them, with a swift gleam of cold steel. Pan Wenxin and his cohorts trembled and then fell flat on their backs. Each bore a slender wound upon their necks, crimson blood gushing forth. They quivered a few times before succumbing entirely. In the dim light of the street lamp, the assailant was vaguely discernible as a man in his 30s, tall and cold-eyed, with long strands of hair obscuring half of his face. This man was none other than Xinlang, the foremost guardian of the Night King. He sheathed his sword and turned away nonchalantly, having not cast a single glance at the lifeless bodies of Pan Wenxin and his companions dead on another front. After Su Jinyu finished her stir-fried noodles, Qin Tian asked, Are you satisfied? Yes, I am full. Now that we have eaten, let us leave to avoid further trouble from those ruffians, she replied. All right, I shall heed your advice this time. Qin Tian paid the bill, hailed a cab, and left with Su Jinyu. After escorting her back to the Su residence, he turned to leave to the intersection. He suddenly paused and said calmly, Come out. A tall figure emerged from the woods, kneeling before Qin Tian and respectfully stating, Your subordinate greets the king. It was Xinlang. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, What brings you here? Xinlang's expression turned grave as he replied, Your Majesty, significant trouble has arisen on the southern island. Qin Tian's countenance immediately darkened. The Shura prison, indeed. Last night, there was a sudden power failure at the prison, allowing the old monster Tianxing and the Situ brothers to escape amidst the chaos. Our brothers have already commenced their pursuit, but we have yet to receive any news of the 3. Xinlang concluded, his face etched with guilt. It is my failure to carry out my duties. I beg for your punishment. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, Clearly, they had premeditated this escape, and the prison was already short-staffed. You cannot be blamed. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. As Xinlang stood, he inquired, What shall we do next? Tell your men to cease the pursuit. Simply keep a close watch on the remaining villains. What about the old monster Tianxing and the Situ brothers? They are ruthless killers, and now that they have escaped, many will surely suffer. In this vast world, locating them again will be no easy task. As long as they are not foolish, they will flee overseas. Xinlang pondered before nodding. You are correct. They have been intimidated by Your Majesty and will likely not dare to linger within the borders of Daxia. Send word back to ensure the remaining thugs are monitored closely. Understood. I will have them tighten their vigilance. Qin Tian nodded and then shifted the conversation. asking, "What became of those foolish ruffians? They have been dealt with. I merely intended for you to teach them a lesson. Why resort to killing?" Qin Tian expressed with some exasperation. Xin Lang responded sternly, "They dared to offend you, your majesty. Their deaths are deserved. Very well. They are dead. So be it that I shall take my leave now. You may attend to your duties." Qin Tian rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat troubled, "That I bid you farewell, your majesty." Xin Lang replied respectfully. Hearing this, Qin Tian's expression darkened further. Clearly vexed by Xin Lang's rigidity, within a nightclub known as the Red Pavilion, a shirtless man savored a cigar while a scantily clad model sat upon his thigh. One hand held the cigar, while the other roamed freely over the model's body, to which she responded eagerly. Just then, one of his subordinates entered and addressed him respectfully. "Brother Dong, 15 minutes ago, young Master Pan called you, but after connecting, he did not speak that I feared he might be in trouble." The man, named Wei Dong, was well known in the area, a figure of some notoriety, but he retorted angrily, "Damn it, why didn't you mention this earlier?" The subordinate, with a pained expression, replied, "Brother Dong, you were busy with them just now." Wei Dong waved his hand impatiently, taking the phone from the subordinate to call Pan Wenxin. However, the call went unanswered. His eyelids twitched, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. After hanging up, he instructed his subordinate, "Find out where young Master Pan went drinking tonight, and report back immediately." "Brother Dong, we have already found out. He is at the Juhao Bar." "Juhao Bar? Where is it located?" "On Qingren Road, near the Sioux Group." "Let us go, bring the others, and check it out." Wei Dong hastily donned his clothing and set out. They quickly arrived at the Juhao Bar, located near the Sioux Group, only to learn that Pan Wenxin and his companions had left half an hour prior. Thus, he and his subordinates began searching along the road. Suddenly, a subordinate shouted from up ahead, "Young Master Pan! It's young Master Pan! Brother Dong, come quickly!" Wei Dong rushed over, but upon seeing the lifeless bodies of Pan Wenxin and his companions, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. "Brother Dong, are you all right? Quickly, call an ambulance," he shouted desperately. The subordinate cautiously replied, "Brother Dong, they are already cold. Calling an ambulance would be futile." "Damn it, who had the audacity to kill young Master Pan? Investigate. We must find the killer. We cannot face Pan Yi without answers." "Understood. We will commence the investigation immediately. However, Brother Dong, regarding Pan Yi." Wei Dong's gaze flickered for a moment as he replied, "I will personally go to see him at dawn. You all expedite the investigation and send a few people to retrieve young Master Pan's bodies back to my villa's courtyard." "Yes." Wei Dong, frustrated, stamped his foot, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. Upon returning to the villa, he found it impossible to sleep. After a long night, dawn finally broke, and he drove to a grand mansion in the city center. The estate spanned several acres, and in a city where space was at a premium, owning such a large residence signified the immense wealth of the Pan family. After carefully knocking on the door, he inquired of the butler, "Uncle N, has old Master Pan risen?" "Yes, he is in the living room drinking tea." "Great." Wei Dong entered the living room, where an elderly man in his 60s was sipping tea. Dressed in a traditional Tang suit, he wore a jade ring on his left thumb, exuding an air of authority. This was none other than the head of the Pan family, Pan Sheng. Upon seeing Wei Dong, he looked puzzled and asked, "Dongzi, what brings you here so early? Has something happened at the club?" Wei Dong cautiously remarked, "Master Pan, the matter I am about to discuss with you is of utmost seriousness. You must prepare yourself mentally." Pan Sheng chuckled lightly and waved his hand, saying, "I have navigated through the rivers and lakes for decades. What great storms have I not encountered? Speak freely." "Master Pan, it's about young Master Pan." Wei Dong faltered, unsure of how to articulate it. Pan Sheng's expression stiffened, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He hastily pressed, "What has happened to Wenxin? Speak quickly." "Young Master Pan, that he is dead." With a crash, the teacup in Pan Sheng's hand shattered upon the table, tea cascading down the edge. After a prolonged silence, he incredulously asked, "What did you just say?" Wei Dong steeled himself and replied, "Master Pan, young Master Pan was murdered last night. His body lies in the backyard of my villa. No, it cannot be. Who would dare take the life of my son?" Pan Sheng's face contorted with rage, refusing to accept the death of his child. Wei Dong, witnessing this, was at a loss. Pan Sheng trembled as he inquired, "Dongzi, You are joking with me, aren't you? Master Pan, I assure you. Young Master Pan is truly gone. You must grieve. The thunderous impact of grief struck Pan Sheng's mind, leaving him in a void of disbelief. After what felt like an eternity, he stammered, "Let us go. Take me there, quickly." At that moment, his legs felt paralyzed. Wei Dong swiftly assisted him into the vehicle, then drove back to the villa. Upon seeing the lifeless form of Pan Wenxin beneath the grand tree in the backyard, Pan Sheng let out a furious roar, tears of despair streaming down his face. "That my son, how cruelly you have met your end." After weeping for an extended period, he furiously demanded, Who has killed my son? Who is responsible?" Chapter 65. Car Trouble. "It cannot be," Wei Dong cautiously stated. "Master Pan, due to the absence of surveillance on the road where the incident occurred, the investigation has proven somewhat challenging. I have dispatched personnel to seek out witnesses." Pan Sheng's eyes blazed with fury as he interrogated. "So, you mean to say we do not even know who the murderer is?" Wei Dong lowered his gaze, bracing himself as he answered, "Yes." With a resounding bang, Pan Sheng slammed his palm against the stone table, shattering the marble into fragments. He drew a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, then clenched his fists, instructing, "Disperse all our men. Within a day, I want to know who the murderer is. Additionally, alert the authorities to assist in the investigation." Wei Dong hesitated, quietly cautioning, "Master Pan, will calling the police not?" Pan Sheng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I understand your concerns, but the priority is to track down my son's killer. No amount of wealth means anything without justice." Wei Dong acquiesced. "Understood. I will make the arrangements. Moreover, thoroughly review all surveillance within a 3-kilometer radius of the crime scene. I refuse to believe the murderer could simply vanish." "Understood, Master Pan. Please accept my condolences that I have a suggestion, though I am unsure if it is appropriate to speak." "Speak your mind," Pan Sheng urged. Wei Dong lowered his voice. "Master Pan, young Master Pan's death may be targeted at you or the Pan family. So, if possible, please keep this matter from the young master for now. If he learns of it, he should refrain from returning." Pan Sheng slowly nodded. "Issue a command to keep the news of Wenxin's death confidential. It must not reach Wenhua." "Understood," Wei Dong replied respectfully before withdrawing. Pan Sheng gazed upon Pan Wenxin's lifeless body, succumbing once more to tears. The Su residence. Su Jinyu descended the stairs and inquired, "Jinwen, where are my car keys?" Su Jinwen remained silent, producing a set of car keys from her bag and tossing them over. Upon catching them, Su Jinyu instinctively glanced at the keys, only to realize something was amiss. Frowning, she asked, "These aren't my car keys. From today onward, you shall drive my previous A4. Su Jinwen stated with an unyielding tone. "That on what grounds?" "That car was a gift from Qintian. You cannot simply take it from me. I am now the president of the company. Driving a mere A4 would subject me to ridicule. Besides, I only borrowed it for a few days. Once I purchase a new car, I shall return it to you." "Your car holds no value to me," Su Monli chimed in. "Jinwen is correct. She now represents the Su family, that if she drives an A4, it would indeed be a source of embarrassment for us. Aunt, since you are so concerned for the company, why not let Jinwen drive your Panamera?" Su Jinyu retorted, "If she drives my car, what shall I drive?" She waved the A4 keys in her hand. "Isn't there an A4 here?" "Su Jinyu, I am a director in the company. How can I drive an A4 without diminishing our family's reputation?" "Aunt, why waste time arguing? Just give her the keys. If she wishes to drive, let her. If not, it matters not. Time is of the essence. Let us return to the company," Su Jinwen declared before stepping outside. Su Monli followed suit, carrying her bag as she exited. Watching Su Jinwen unceremoniously drive away in her new car, Su Jinyu seethed with indignation and stormed into the study. That moment, Su Nanxing was diligently writing in the study, oblivious to what he was composing. Upon noticing Su Jinyu's entrance, he set down his pen and asked, "Jinyu, what troubles you so early in the day?" "Father, Jinwen has taken my car and refuses to return it. That vehicle was a gift from Qintian. How can she forcibly claim it? It is merely a car. Jinwen is, after all, your sister. Do not hold it against her." Su Jinyu scoffed coldly. "When has she ever treated me as her sister? She has always called me by name, showing me no respect. Now she borrows it and refuses to return it. Does she think I am easy to bully?" Su Nanxing found the situation vexing. rubbing his temples as he replied, "How about this? When she returns tonight, I will speak with her. For now, please endure." Su Jinyu reluctantly nodded. Just as she was about to turn away, curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, "Father, why is it that you, who are superior in every way to Aunt and Uncle San, do not manage the company's affairs or the family matters? I am accustomed to a leisurely life and dislike being tethered by such trivialities. But what if something goes wrong with the company?" Su Nanxing chuckled. "What could possibly go wrong? Your aunt and uncle are currently overseeing matters, and besides, your grandfather will be returning soon. With him around, nothing will go awry." Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu chose not to press further and exited. She felt puzzled as to why Su Nanxing had not become the company president or taken charge of the Su family, sensing that the reality was far more complex than he portrayed. Upon returning to the company, she was summoned to the president's office. Su Jinwen raised her chin haughtily and inquired, "Where's the project proposal I asked you to write yesterday? I sent it to your email last night." Hearing this, Su Jinwen opened her email to review the document. After a moment, she nodded. "Overall, it is acceptable. Here, you will take charge of this project." She pointed at a folder on the desk that Su Jinyu glanced at it and frowned. "I am responsible for the sales department. Why must I also handle the project department's tasks? The project department is currently overwhelmed. Just put in a little extra effort," Su Jinwen impatiently replied. "The sales department is busy too. I have clients to meet this afternoon." "This is perfect. Go oversee the project in the morning, then head directly to meet the clients in the afternoon. It's settled that I need to return to the sales department. I know nothing about this project and could easily ruin it, and I have already said that everyone in the project department is swamped. Why do you keep insisting? Doing a bit more work won't cost you anything. And this is for the company, for grandfather. It's not just for me." Su Jinyu gritted her teeth and took the folder. Turning to leave, she returned to the sales department to outline the day's tasks before setting off. However, halfway there, her car broke down. Reluctantly, she managed to pull the vehicle to the roadside. Upon opening the hood, a plume of black smoke billowed forth, catching her off guard and leaving her disoriented. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and hesitated before dialing Qin Tian's number. "Qin Tian, my car is broken down. I am currently near the Jidan bus stop on Xingye Avenue. Could you come over? The car is broken down." "No way, Sai, it's a long story. If you can't, please come. If not, I will call a repair service to tow it that I am free. Wait a moment. I will be there shortly." With that, Qin Tian hung up. Chapter 66. Enemies cross paths. Nearly 20 minutes later, Qin Tian arrived in a hurry. Upon stepping out of the car, he frowned and asked, "Jinyu, why is your face so blackened?" While waiting for Qin Tian, Su Jinyu had wiped her face with wet wipes several times, but had not managed to clean it thoroughly. She helplessly pointed to the vehicle parked at the roadside and explained, "I was engulfed in smoke when I opened the hood." Following her gesture, Qin Tian's frown deepened. "How did you end up driving this car?" "Jinwen hasn't returned my car. This A4 is the one she was using." "What? How could she possibly keep your car without returning it?" "She claimed she borrowed it for a few days and would return it once she purchased a new vehicle." Qin Tian let out a cold snort and remarked, "Even she doesn't believe that. Tonight, I will confront her to reclaim the CR." Su Jinyu nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, "Qin Tian, could you help me check what is wrong with the car?" "Of course, no problem," Qin Tian replied as he approached the vehicle to inspect it closely. After a moment, he inquired, "Su Jinwen surely hasn't serviced this car in ages. The engine oil has dried up. No wonder it blew a gasket. Does that mean the car is totaled?" she asked. "Not quite, but it will need to be towed to a repair shop," he explained. "All right, I'll call the mechanic to come and tow it away." After Su Jinyu made the call, she asked, "Qin Tian, I need to discuss a project. Could you give me a ride?" "Certainly, hop in," he replied. After ushering Su Jinyu into the car, Qin Tian asked, "Where are we heading for the project discussion?" Su Jinyu glanced at the address on the document, Pan Group. Qin Tian activated the navigation system and drove straight towards Pan Group. Meanwhile, inside Pan Group, Pan Sheng had returned to the chairman's office. Wei Dong hurriedly entered and said, "Mr. Pan, we have some leads." Pan Sheng eagerly asked, "Have we identified the murderer?" "It's still uncertain. That I reviewed the surveillance footage near the incident site and discovered that young Master Pan had a confrontation at a late-night food stall across from Su Group last night. At that time, young Master Pan and his companions were attacked, and I suspect that his death is related to that person." "Who is that individual? Speak quickly." "I haven't uncovered the name yet, but I have copied the incident's footage." As Wei Dong spoke, he tapped a few times on his tablet, which then played a segment of the surveillance video. After watching the footage, Pan Sheng solemnly commanded, "Find out this person's identity immediately. I've already assigned someone to investigate. We should have results soon that if it turns out he killed Wen Xin, don't kill him right away, that I want him to suffer, unable to live or die." Pan Sheng clenched his fists. His teeth gritted in anger. "Understood." Wei Dong bowed slightly and turned to leave. As he exited the elevator, he happened to brush past a man and a woman. First, he paid them no mind. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly realized that the couple resembled the two individuals in the surveillance footage. With this thought, he quickly turned around, but the elevator had already ascended. He glanced at the floor the elevator had stopped on and took the adjacent elevator to the third floor. While ascending, he called Pan Sheng. "Mr. Pan, the murderer of young Master Pan has appeared. They're on the third floor of our company." "What? Are you certain?" 100% certain. I'm already on the third floor. "At all costs, apprehend them. I'm coming down now." Pan Sheng hung up the phone, and at that moment, Wei Dong stepped out of the elevator. As he emerged, he immediately noticed Qin Tian and Su Jinyu in the reception area. He approached with his tablet in hand and, after confirming their identities from outside the door, sneered, Well, you two murderers dare to show your faces here after committing the crime. Do you think the Pan family is powerless?" "Guards, seize them." As his words fell, several security guards rushed in, fully armed, surrounding the entrance to the meeting room. Su Jinyu was startled, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion as she asked, "What murderers? Are you mistaken?" "Mistaken? Do you dare claim that the people in this surveillance footage are not you two?" Wei Dong held up the tablet. Only then did Su Jinyu realize that the footage displayed was indeed of the confrontation from last night. She frowned and asked, "How did you obtain this video? Surprised, aren't you? You two killed our young master, and yet the surveillance caught it all. Prepare to pay for your crime." At Wei Dong's command, the guards moved to apprehend them. One of them lunged towards Su Jinyu. Qin Tian coldly snorted and kicked the table. Bang! The table flew into the air, instantly knocking down 3 security guards. Wei Dong's expression darkened upon seeing this. He coldly remarked, "Not bad. No wonder you dared to kill our young master." Although Qin Tian knew that it was Shun Lang who had killed Pan Wenxin, he confidently replied, "We did have a confrontation with him last night. But I did not kill him. If it wasn't you, then who? Your young master had a sharp tongue. He must have offended many, and I suspect there were many who wished to kill him." As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, Pan Sheng stepped out of the elevator. "Dongzi, have you captured them?" "Mr. Pan, they are currently trapped in the meeting room, but this guy denies killing your son." Upon seeing Qin Tian, Pan Sheng's face contorted with rage, his body radiating a murderous aura as he shouted, "You bastard! What did my son do to provoke you that you would kill him?" Qin Tian replied coolly, "I reiterate, I did not kill your son," still denying it. "Fine, I have my ways to make you confess. Dongzi, call for reinforcements." Wei Dong nodded and pulled out his phone to make a call. A few minutes later, a large group of thugs armed with weapons poured out of the elevator. Wei Dong coldly warned Qin Tian, "You better surrender quietly, or you'll face dire consequences." Qin Tian disdainfully glanced at the thugs, sneering, "If you're going to make a move, then bring it on." Clearly, he did not take him seriously. "You have guts, grab him, but don't kill him. Just capture him," Wei Dong commanded, and the thugs prepared to attack. Su Jinyu quickly interjected, "Mr. Pan, your son truly isn't dead by our hands. Last night, he was drunk and causing a scene. Qin Tian merely taught him a lesson, and afterward, he drove me home. That if you don't believe me, you could check the surveillance footage along the way. We took a car back via Tiana Road." Hearing this, Pan Sheng glanced at Wei Dong, who nodded in understanding and instructed a young man wearing glasses, "Retrieve the surveillance footage from Tiana Road last night." The bespectacled young man complied, typing rapidly on his laptop to pull up the video. Chapter 67. Do you want to get beaten again? Soon, Pan Sheng and the others began watching the footage. Just as Su Jinyu had said, the video showed them taking a taxi directly back to the Su residence after their late-night meal. Furthermore, the cameras at the entrance of the Su residence had also captured them. After reviewing the clips, Pan Sheng solemnly asked, "Dongzi, did the coroner determine the time of Wenxin's death?" "Mr. Pan, the coroner stated that young Master Pan's time of death was between 12 and 12:30. As soon as Wei Dong finished speaking, Su Jinyu interjected, "During that time, we were still at the food stall eating. The surveillance clearly shows it. Your young master's death is truly unrelated to us." Wei Dong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Pan Sheng's eyes flickered before he turned to Qin Tian and questioned, "Did one of your men have a conflict with Wen Xin, leading to his murder?" Quite the accurate guess. Qin Tian internally praised, but feigned indifference as he coldly replied, "Your son was drunk and tried to harass my girlfriend. I merely taught them a lesson. If I had intended to kill him, he would have been dead on the spot. Why would I go through the trouble?" Pan Sheng narrowed his eyes and asked, "You dare to kill? Just a hypothetical." "What I mean to say is that I had no need to go the extra mile. Although the surveillance shows it wasn't you who struck the blow, your suspicion remains the highest. Until the real murderer is found, you two will have to stay." Qin Tian calmly asked, "So you intend to detain us?" "You can interpret it that way. Moreover, you assaulted my son last night. It's already merciful that I haven't ordered your demise. Your son had it coming last night." "Very well, Jinyu, it seems negotiations have fallen through. Let's leave. You think you can just walk out of here? Guards, seize them." As Pan Sheng's words fell, over a dozen thugs surged forward. Qin Tian let out a cold snort, his figure shifting as he met them head-on. Within moments, he had knocked down Wei Dong's men effortlessly. Seeing this, Wei Dong clenched his fists and charged in himself. Gathering his strength, he threw a punch aimed at Qin Tian's face. Without hesitation, Qin Tian responded with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with a resounding crack. Wei Dong let out a scream as he was sent flying backward. When he struggled to rise from the floor, Pan Sheng noticed that Wei Dong's right arm had twisted at an unnatural angle. The bones shattered into pieces. Qin Tian sneered, "See that? Had I not shown restraint last night, your son would have been dead then, and they're dead if I wanted him dead. I wouldn't have needed to go through such lengths, so you're saying you didn't kill my son?" Pan Sheng demanded. "I did not." "Very well. You may leave. But if I find out you killed my son, I will raze the Su residence to the ground." At that moment, Pan Sheng recognized Su Jinyu. He had met her once at a banquet when the elder of the Su family had introduced her to him. Qin Tian took Su Jinyu's hand and swaggered out. Wei Dong, filled with reluctance. Inquired old Pan, "Are we really letting him go just like that?" Although he was loath to admit it, his words held a kernel of truth. Had he truly wished to eliminate Wen Exun, he could have acted at that very moment, rendering any further actions unnecessary. But whose words were they? If not his own? Pan Sheng's gaze flickered momentarily before he replied, "Send someone to keep an eye on Su Jinyu. Additionally, apply pressure on the Su family to compel Qin Tian to assist in tracking down the real culprit. His skills are exceptional, and he will undoubtedly be swifter than your men in this pursuit." "Understood. I will arrange that immediately," the subordinate responded. Qin Tian, "Who do you believe killed Pan's son?" Su Jinyu asked curiously on their way back. Qin Tian shrugged. "How would I know? They were all drunk and causing trouble. There must have been many who wanted him dead. Sigh. I thought we could secure this project, but I never anticipated such a turn of events." "This isn't your fault. You can't be blamed for it," came the reply. Still, she lamented, "If the project falls through, my aunts will surely say I am useless." Qin Tian smiled knowingly and said, "Their opinions are theirs to hold. You need only focus on fulfilling your own responsibilities. That I suppose that is all I can do." Su Jinyu replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. Upon returning to the company, Su Jinyun and Su Monli were informed of the project's collapse and immediately unleashed a torrent of reproaches. "Su Jinyu, you can't be serious. The project was nearly secured, and you let it fall apart? What were you thinking? If you're incapable, you should have said so. We could have sent someone else. Do you have any idea how much we stand to lose?" Su Jinyu defended herself. "Aunt, I mentioned when Jinyun sent me that I had no knowledge of this project and suggested she send someone else, but she insisted I go to her words." Su Jinyun's anger flared. "What do you mean, Su Jinyu? Are you trying to shift the blame onto me for your incompetence?" Su Monli interjected, "Enough of this. It serves no purpose now. Jinyu, explain how it all fell apart. Was it because the Pan family was dissatisfied with our offer? Or was there another reason?" Su Jinyu replied ambiguously, "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps a competitor intervened." "Humph, you don't even know how it fell apart. You truly are something." Su Jinyun's contempt deepened, that Su Monli waved her hand dismissively. "All right, Jinyu, you may go about your business, but be more cautious in the future." Only then did Su Jinyu silently turn and leave. That evening, as Su Jinyu exited the company, she spotted Qin Tian waiting for her. She asked suspiciously, "Qin Tian, did you just arrive, or did you wait here for me after bringing me back?" Qin Tian smiled. "I had nothing pressing to do. So I was just wandering nearby, since I saw you were about to finish. I came to escort you home. Let us go. Though she said nothing, a sweet sensation filled Su Jinyu's heart as she climbed into Qin Tian's car. Upon returning to the Su family residence, Qin Tian followed her inside. Upon seeing him, Su Jinyu immediately furrowed her brow. Qin Tian, who permitted you to enter? Indeed, leave at once. The Su family does not welcome you. Su Yi issued a clear eviction order. Qin Tian scoffed. Su Jinyu, return the car keys to Jinyu. She willingly lent them to me. What right do you have to demand their return? Su Jinyu interjected, I never agreed to lend them. You took them forcefully. Qin Tian retorted coldly. You can return them now, or are you hoping for another beating? At this, Su Jinyu instinctively shifted closer to the sofa, protecting herself. She then retrieved the keys from her bag and tossed them to Su Jinyu. Her expression full of disdain. It's just a worthless car. Who cares to drive yours with that? She ascended the stairs. Having reclaimed the car, Su Jinyu looked at Qin Tian with gratitude. Qin Tian, let me treat you to a meal. Qin Tian readily agreed, but just as they were about to leave, Su Nanhua stormed out in a fury. Jinyu, Qin Tian halt. Seeing his anger, Su Yi quickly inquired, Father, what is the matter? Why are you so upset? Su Nanhua coldly snorted, that is a question you should be asking them. Chapter 68. The plan to buy a house. Sue glared at Qin Tian and Su Jinyu, demanding, what trouble have you two caused now? Su Jinyu frowned at Su Nanhua. Uncle, what do you mean by that? I was never meant to handle that project. Now that it has collapsed, why is everyone blaming me? This is not about the project. Su Jinyu, did you and Qin Tian kill Pan Wenxin last night? At these words, Su Yi and Su Monli's faces blanched. What, you actually killed someone? Su Jinyu, you must turn yourselves in immediately to avoid implicating our family. Su Jinyu explained, we did not. Pan Wenxin was merely drunk and causing a ruckus. Qin Tian only gave him a minor lesson, and it was only upon arriving at the Pan family that we learned he had been killed. It must have been Qin Tian, harboring resentment towards Pan Shao, who secretly took his life. Qin Tian, you murderer, get out of our family. Get out, don't drag us down with you, Su Jinyu, from now on. You are forbidden from seeing him. The Su family members all chimed in with scorn. Su Jinyu quickly asserted, you are all misunderstanding Qin Tian. He did not do anything, and Mr. Pan has already clarified that Qin Tian is not involved. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Is that true? Has Mr. Pan confirmed that Qin Tian did not kill him? Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Pan yourself. Even so, why did you have to confront Pan Wenxin last night? Do you not realize that he was Mr. Pan's most cherished son? Now that he is dead, the Pan family will surely turn their wrath upon us. Faced with Su Nanhua's reproach, Su Jinyu defended herself. Uncle, should I simply endure being bullied? Pan Wenxin was drunk and attempted to take liberties. Qin Tian merely taught him a lesson, which was more than he deserved. How can his death be blamed on us? Su Nanhua replied coldly, regardless, had you not confronted Pan Wenxin last night, he might have escaped from the assailants. Thus, you bear an undeniable responsibility in this matter. The Pan family has already applied pressure on us, demanding we find the murderer within 3 days or else face consequences. What? Consequences for us? Su Jinyu, you troublemaker, you are leading our family to ruin. Indeed, you must go to the Pan family and plead for Mr. Pan's forgiveness. If you fail to secure Mr. Pan's pardon, do not return. Our family will not welcome you. The members of the Su family clamored in agreement. Qin Tian scoffed, if Pan Sheng had any evidence, he would simply have the police arrest me. You expect me and Jinyu to apologize? Ridiculous. We did not kill him, so why should we apologize? But you assaulted Pan Shao last night, so you should go and apologize at his memorial. Only in this way will Mr. Pan spare our family. That Su Monli's expression grew serious. Su Jinyu, this matter is grave that Mr. Pan has not yet lost his composure. He is still giving us time. But if we fail to find the real culprit soon, he will undoubtedly retaliate against us, and our family will be in dire straits. And is correct. Do you wish to watch our family descend into irreparable ruin? When the elder returns, how will you face him? Faced with the collective ire, Su Jinyu found herself at a loss for words. Qin Tian, however, laughed dismissively. Sue scolded, Qin Tian, how can you still laugh at a time like this? Are you even human? Do you not find this amusing? The Pan family merely wants your cooperation in investigating the murder. Is it truly necessary to be this fearful? Instead of fretting, why not mobilize resources to help with the investigation? We will assist in the investigation as well, but you and Su Jinyu did strike Pan Wenxin. So it is only right you apologize at his memorial, that if you are so keen on apologies. Then you can go yourselves. We will not accompany you. After saying this, Qin Tian took Su Jinyu's hand and turned to leave. The Sue gritted his teeth and shouted, Su Jinyu, if you do not secure Mr. Pan's forgiveness, do not return. I am furious. Ever since this wretched Su Jinyu came into our family, we have not seen a single stroke of good fortune. Father, what should we do next, if we cannot find the murderer of Pan Xiao? Mr. Pan will certainly not let us off the hook. Su Nanhua pondered briefly before reassuring them. Do not panic. Everyone should reach out to their contacts and investigate if there were any witnesses to Pan Wenxin's murder last night. We still have 3 days. We must expedite our investigation. That Su Manli nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Pan family has reported to the police. With the police, the Pan family, and our family all investigating together, we should be able to find the murderer. But what about Su Jinyu and Qin Tian? Given their demeanor just now, they will not go to the Pan family to apologize. That Su Manli replied coldly, we will address that in a few days. If by then we have still not found the culprit, then regardless of the circumstances, Qin Tian and Su Jinyu must go and apologize. Only then will Mr. Pan refrain from directing his ire at our family. Su Jinyu, with a face full of self-reproach, said, Qin Tian, it's all my fault if I hadn't decided to go to that little stall across from the company for a late-night snack last night. We wouldn't have encountered such a bothersome predicament. How can you blame yourself for this? We should eat and drink as we please. Once Pan Sheng witnesses my capabilities, he should no longer trouble us. Qin Tian reassured her. Su Jinyu let out a gentle sigh and replied, I hope that is the case. However, to prevent him from causing trouble for the Su family, I think we should assist in investigating this matter. Qin Tian nodded slightly, that he felt a sense of helplessness. After all, it was Shen Lang who had committed the act, and it wouldn't be possible to apprehend him. After pondering for a moment, he said, Jinyu, you need not concern yourself with this, that I will handle the investigation. You should focus on your own work. Well, even if you let me investigate, I wouldn't know where to begin, that I'm utterly clueless when it comes to solving cases. She admitted. Qin Tian shifted the topic and asked, Jinyu, considering the entire Su family is giving you the cold shoulder, have you ever thought about moving out? Su Jinyu was momentarily taken aback before responding with a hint of resignation. I would love to, but with my current savings, I cannot afford a house. Besides, I don't want to rent someone else's place, so I can only impose on the Su family. Leave the housing situation to me. Once I purchase a house, you can move out, and then you won't have to endure their disdain. Qin Tian assured her that Su Jinyu. Curious, asked Qin Tian, do you plan to buy a house in Jiangzhou? Yes, I've been living in a hotel, which is quite inconvenient. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to move into your house, would it? What is inappropriate about it? Are you worried that I might overstep my bounds living with you? Su Jinyu quickly shook her head. Of course not. I just feel that we are merely friends, and living together might invite a lot of gossip. Qin Tian asked earnestly, do you care about such gossip? Su Jinyu forced a smile. I certainly do not mind. I've been subjected to harsh words since childhood and have grown accustomed to it, and I just don't want you to bear the brunt of others' criticisms. If you are indifferent, then I am even more so, that I operate solely based on my preferences. Let others say what they will, he replied. Seeing that she could not sway Qin Tian, Su Jinyu resigned herself to the situation. The following morning, Qin Tian summoned Long Yun. As they met, Qin Tian immediately inquired about the locator device beneath Su Jinyu's car. Long Yun, somewhat helpless, said, there are still no leads. The locator is still in my vehicle. Will you take it from here? Yes, as long as they dare to show their faces, I will be able to apprehend them promptly. Cut it out. You just don't trust me, that I am, after all, the youngest warrior of our daxia. Am I not? Qin Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, didn't you say your mission upon returning was to protect Yu Huayan? Why do you seem so idle every day? I have people shadowing him discreetly, so there is no need for concern, Long Yin replied confidently. Seems you have a knack for being sneaky, that I in that case, accompany me to a place, Qin Tian suggested. Long Yun, intrigued, asked where to. You'll find out when we arrive, Qin Tian said, pressing the accelerator as they sped off. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a real estate development. Long Yun suddenly realized, brother, so you intend to buy a house? Exactly, that I will be staying here for quite a while, So this will save me from the inconvenience of living in a hotel. Well, you should buy your own house. Mine isn't for you to inhabit. What? I'm your junior. If you want tea, let me stay. Hool, Long Yin teased, giving Qin Tian a thumbs up. Qin Tian shot him a glare and entered the sales office directly, just as Long Yin was about to follow. His phone rang, prompting him to remain in the car to take the call. Upon entering the sales office, a young saleswoman approached with a warm smile. Hello, sir. How may I assist you today? Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. I am here to look at houses. Did I ask their model display? Yes, this way please, she said, leading him to the model display and earnestly beginning her presentation. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman approached. Her face twisted with disdain. Xiaoyu, are you so idle? If you are, go clean up the place. The saleswoman named Xiaoyu was taken aback and explained, Sister Anna, I am currently assisting a client. I'll clean up once I'm done. Anna, with a face full of disdain, retorted, only those who can afford a house are considered clients. That don't you have any sense? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu fell silent. Anna strutted over, adopting a condescending tone. Sir, our community boasts the highest standards in the city. The prices here are several times that of ordinary developments, so you might want to look elsewhere. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently. So you believe I cannot afford it? Isn't it obvious? The cheapest unit here is priced at over 2.5 million. Xiaoyu interjected. Sister Anna, the manager reminded us in the meeting today not to judge clients by their appearances. Shut up. I am teaching you how to assess people. Look over there at that gentleman. He clearly has deep pockets. Today, I'll give you a lesson on proper judgment, Anna declared, sashaying towards a portly man. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoyu's face flashed with disgust, and she turned to Qin Tian with an apologetic demeanor. Sir, I'm sorry. My colleague could be quite superficial. Please don't take her words to heart. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Please continue. Sir, this area features Western-style houses, each with private elevators. Stepping out of the elevator brings you to your doorstep without allowing her to finish. Qin Tian interrupted. I'm not interested in Western-style houses. Xiaoyu was taken aback, then incredulously asked, Sir, are you implying you wish to purchase a villa? Yes, which of your villas is the best? The finest is undoubtedly the Tianzi Villa, located in the prime area of the community. However, the price is quite steep, making it unaffordable for the average person. Let me take a look. If it suits me, money is not an issue. Seeing Qin Tian's bold declaration, Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow but maintained her politeness. Very well, sir. Please follow me to the villa displayed. A moment later, Xiaoyu pointed to a villa on the model display and said, Sir, this is the Tianzi Villa. Situated at the highest point of the community, that it offers a breathtaking view of half the city and is backed by a mountain, ensuring excellent air quality. Most importantly, it comes with a private pool. And both the front and backyards are spacious enough for gardening or keeping pets. Qin Tian surveyed the villa model with satisfaction, nodding, excellent. I'll take this one. What's the price? This villa is priced at 260 million. Sir, she replied that I'll take it. Please process the payment, Qin Tian said, reaching for his bank card. At that moment, Anna returned with the portly man. She enthusiastically introduced, Young Master Meng, this is the highest spec Tianzi villa in our community. The view and environment here are unparalleled, and it even includes a private pool. Meng Xiangfei examined it briefly and inquired, what is the price? Anna replied with a smile, 260 million. For you, young Master Meng. This price should not be a problem, right? Of course not, but my card has a limit. How about I make a deposit today and return this afternoon to settle the balance? Anna was nearly beside herself with excitement, repeatedly saying, absolutely, I'll prepare the invoice for you right away. Just as she was about to turn, Qin Tian interjected coolly, I was the first to express interest in this villa, and I've already decided to buy it. It seems you are cutting in line. Hearing this, Anna immediately scoffed. You want to buy it? Ha! This villa costs 260 million. Can you afford it? Meng Xiangfei appraised Qin Tian with a sneer, with your appearance. Do you really think you can afford the Tianzi villa? I doubt you could even afford the cheapest Western-style house. Qin Tian didn't bother to argue further. He pulled out his bank card and handed it to Xiaoyu. Please process the payment. Xiaoyu instinctively took the card, glanced at it, and her expression turned peculiar. The card was entirely black with a slight golden edge, but it lacked a magnetic strip or chip. She cautiously asked, Sir, are you sure this card can be used? Of course it can. Anna laughed mockingly, Just grabbing any card and claiming it's a bank card. You must be out of your mind. Meng Xiangfei joined in the ridicule. How impressive. Just a card claiming to be a bank card. Come on, let us see if this so-called bank card can actually withdraw any funds. Xiaoyu hesitated and Anna urged. Xiaoyu, what are you waiting for? Swipe it. I want to see how he backed down. Xiaoyu looked at Qin Tian and suggested, Sir, why not use a different card? You can simply swipe that one. It is perfectly fine, he assured her. However, Anna impatiently snatched the card from Xiaoya's hand and exclaimed, What are you dawdling for? Didn't he say it could be swiped? Just swipe it for him with that. She seized the card reader. Meng Xiangfei scoffed. If this card can be swiped, I'll write my name, Meng Xiangfei, backwards. What a joke, daring to compete with this young master for a villa. As soon as he finished speaking, the card reader emitted a sound. Ding, card swiped successfully. Please enter the password. In an instant, Anna and the others were left dumbfounded. Once they regained their senses, they stared blankly at the pitch-black card inserted in the reader. Meng Xiangfei said incredulously, What on earth? It actually worked. I can't be hearing this wrong. Can I? Anna glanced at the display on the card reader and murmured, This card can indeed be swiped. But so what? Can he really come up with 260 million? Indeed, aside from our first-rate families in Jiangzhou, very few possess the luxury of casually taking out hundreds of millions. Well then, enter the password. Invisible rich man, Anna added sarcastically. Qin Tian took the card reader, composing himself as he input the password that a few seconds later, ding, transaction successful, printing receipt. Upon hearing the notification from the card reader, Anna and the others stood there, utterly stunned. How could this be possible? Meng Xiangfei wore a look of disbelief. Qin Tian said calmly, Can I have my bank card back now? Only then did Xiaoya snap out of her shock and, trembling with excitement, said, Please hold on, sir. I will prepare the invoice for you right away. After returning the bank card to Qin Tian, she joyfully went to process the paperwork. Selling this villa would earn her over 2 million in commission. How could she not be ecstatic? Anna yanked her back indignantly, saying, Xiaoya, stop right there. This villa was clearly seen first by young Master Meng, so it can only be sold to him. Refund his money. Sister Anna, you have it backward that I showed this gentleman the villa, and he has already decided to buy it. You all arrived later, and besides, the payment has already been made, so how could we possibly refund it? I doubt the manager even has the authority for that. I don't care. This villa cannot be sold to him. It can only be sold to young Master Meng. Sister Anna, how can you be so domineering? I'm calling the manager. Xiaoya took out her phone. Ready to call the manager. Anna sneered. Xiaoya, you better understand that the Meng family is a top-tier family in Jiangzhou, that if you dare to offend young Master Meng, you'll never be able to stand in Jiangzhou again. Xiaoya hesitated at once. Meng Xiangfei looked at Qin Tian and said, Brother, I am indeed surprised that you can afford this villa, but I'm sorry, I've already set my sights on it. Let us do this. I won't make it difficult for you. Just give me your card number, and I'll transfer the money back to you, and we'll call it quits. Qin Tian replied coolly, I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Xiaoya, proceed with the paperwork that you dare. If you offend the Meng family, even when the manager returns, he won't be able to protect you. Meng Xiangfei's expression shifted slightly, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Buddy, you're being unreasonable. How about this? You let the villa go, and I'll transfer the money to you, plus an additional 500,000. How does that sound? Qin Tian chuckled at this suggestion. What? Do you think I'm someone who would stoop to accepting an extra 500,000? Meng Xiangfei's face darkened, his voice turning icy. So, you're determined to go against me? Qin Tian scoffed. You're not even worthy, damn it. I've put up with you for too long. Just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a sick cat? Meng Xiangfei clenched his fists and swung at Qin Tian. Qin Tian sneered dismissively, sidestepping effortlessly. Meng Xiangfei overextended himself, missing his punch and losing his balance. Qin Tian casually extended his foot, causing Meng Xiangfei to trip and fall spectacularly. Seeing his comical state, Xiaoya nearly burst into laughter. Anna quickly helped Meng Xiangfei up, concerned as she asked, Young Master Meng, are you all right? Damn it, I want to let this go. Meng Xiangfei roared and lunged at Qin Tian again. Qin Tian swung his arm fiercely, slap. Meng Xiangfei's hefty form was sent flying backward, landing heavily several meters away, leaving him bruised and battered. Struggling to rise, he glared at Qin Tian and angrily shouted, Damn it, you dare strike back. Kid, you better not push your luck. I'll ask you one last time, will you let go of this villa or not? It doesn't matter how many times you ask. It is pointless if you're not satisfied. Come at me. Fine, just you wait. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Dad, I'm at the Bishuan community, and someone is trying to take the villa I want. That kid even dares to lay hands on me. Come quickly, what? Someone dares to snatch something from our Meng family. Just wait. I'll be right there. Hurry up, or that kid might run away. After hanging up, Meng Xiangfei sneered, Kid, if you have the guts, don't run, that you're going to regret this. Qin Tian merely smiled, calmly sitting down in a chair. Xiaoye finally regained her composure and said to Qin Tian, Sir, I'm sorry that I'm just a worker. The Meng family is powerful, and I can't afford to offend them, that I think it's best if you don't clash with them head-on. It is better to take a step back. Qin Tian coldly replied, I do not yield an inch to my enemies. What is the Meng family to me that I should compromise? As he spoke, a tremendous aura erupted from Qin Tian, akin to 1,000 troops, making it hard for anyone to gaze directly at him. Meng Xiangfei, realizing he was no match for Qin Tian, fell silent, though a sinister expression remained on his face. As long as Qin Tian did not leave, he was confident he could reclaim the villa from him. After more than 10 minutes, Longyan walked into. He asked Qin Tian, Senior brother, have you purchased the house? Yes and no, not entirely. Huh? What do you mean? Longyan looked puzzled. Meng Xiangfei glanced at Longyan and sneered, Kid, you came at the right time. Convince your friend here to let go of the villa and not oppose the Meng family. Or he wanted to know how he met his end. Hearing this, Longyan raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you saying you're competing with my senior brother for a villa? And if so, the villa is coveted by my Meng family. What right does he have to snatch it? Slap. Before Meng Xiangfei could finish his sentence, he received a resounding slap to the face. He stood there in shock, momentarily dumbfounded. Once he regained his senses, he covered his cheek and angrily shouted, How dare you hit me? You fat fool, daring to offend my senior brother. I'll make sure you regret it today. Long Yun's temper flared, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to strike. Just then, a furious voice echoed from the entrance. Stop right there. Chapter 71. Living next door to you. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man in traditional attire stormed in. Clearly furious, it was none other than the head of the Meng family, Meng Guangxiu. Behind him trailed a group of bodyguards clad in black suits. Seeing him enter, Meng Xiangfei wore a pained expression as he complained, Dad, that kid hit me and even threatened to make me unrecognizable to my mother. What? Meng Guangxiu's gaze fell on Long Yun. And he bellowed, Kid, you dare to strike my son, Meng Guangxiu? You've got some nerve. And what are you, Meng Guangxiu? If you dare to keep blabbering, I'll hit you too. All right, so arrogant, since you don't know how to appreciate kindness. I want to hold back. Someone teach him a lesson so he knows that the Meng family isn't to be trifled with. As soon as Meng Guangxiu finished speaking, the bodyguards behind him leaped forward. Just as they were about to make a move, Qin Tian spoke up. Meng Guangxiu, is your Meng family always this overbearing? Upon hearing that voice, Meng Guangxiu's pupils constricted, and he was struck with a jolt. He hurriedly turned towards the source of the voice and finally noticed Qin Tian seated casually in a chair. This realization sent a chill down his spine, and he hurriedly approached with a bow. Mr. Qin, please forgive my ignorance that I didn't realize you were here just now. I humbly ask for your understanding. Witnessing this scene, Anna and the others were left utterly astonished. Meng Guangxiu, head of one of the 10 prominent families, was a well-known figure in Jiangzhou. Yet such a prominent figure was now showing such deference to Qin Tian. They exchanged bewildered glances. Meng Xiangfei, confused, asked, Dad, why are you being so polite? This is the kid who stole my villa. And he even hit me. Hurry, have someone deal with him. At this, Meng Guangxiu's face turned livid. He turned to Meng Xiangfei and asked, Xiangfei, what did you just say? You're competing with Mr. Qin for a villa. What do you mean by competing? The villa we have our eyes on naturally belongs to us. What is he to us? Smack. Meng Guangxiu slapped him across the face, furious as he reprimanded, Unfilial son. Have you gone blind? You dare to offend even Mr. Qin. Let me break your legs. Saying this, he kicked Meng Xiangfei to the ground and proceeded to unleash a flurry of blows. Meng Xiangfei, clutching his head, pleaded for mercy, Dad, please stop. It hurts so much. Why are you hitting me? You were the one who told me to come by the villa, you scoundrel. How dare you bring that up? Do you know who I intended to buy the villa for? How would I know? You never told me. And now you're hitting me. Ouch, it hurts so much. Meng Guangxiu angrily exclaimed, "I purchased this villa as a gift for Mr. Qin. How dare you offend him? You incompetent fool! Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Qin." Meng Xiangfei was left utterly bewildered. "What are you waiting for? Quickly kneel and apologize, or I shall break your legs." Under Meng Guangxiu's stern reprimand, Meng Xiangfei knelt before Qin Tian, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "Mr. Qin, I beg your forgiveness that it is my fault for lacking discernment. The reason I attempted to seize the villa from you is that my father insisted I acquire this Tianhao villa at all costs." Upon hearing this, Meng Guangxiu nearly spat blood in fury. "Damn it! I asked you to apologize, not to drag your father into this mess." He hurriedly clarified, "Mr. Qin, please do not misunderstand that I never instructed this imbecile to compete with you for the villa. Had I known you were here, I would have come personally." That he then turned to Anna and inquired, "How much was the villa purchased by Mr. Qin? Refund him the money. We shall cover the costs." Anna stood there, stunned into silence. She gazed at Qin Tian in disbelief, unable to comprehend how an ordinary individual like him could compel a prominent figure like Meng Guangxiu to bow so low. Before Anna could speak, Qin Tian coolly remarked, "One should not receive rewards without merit. I appreciate the good intentions of the Meng family head, but I have no desire to pursue this matter further. You may leave now, and let this be a lesson learned." Meng Guangxiu's face displayed reluctance, yet he respectfully replied, "As you wish, that I shall not impose any longer and will return another day to apologize. Farewell." That he bowed respectfully and departed with his entourage, while Meng Xiangfei hurried to catch up. Only then did Qin Tian turn to Xiao Yu and ask, "Can you assist me with the paperwork now?" "Yes, of course. Please hold on for a moment, Mr. Qin." Xiao Yu exclaimed joyfully as she turned to head towards the cashier. Anna stood there anxiously, not daring to look Qin Tian in the eye. Fortunately, Qin Tian had little interest in engaging her. Long Yun then asked, "Senior brother, which villa did you purchase?" "The one at the highest elevation." Long Yun glanced at the model and approached Xiao Yu, stating, "Miss, I would like the villa located just outside the Tianhao villa entrance. Please process my card." "Huh? Is that for real?" Xiao Yu looked at Long Yun in disbelief that of course it's real. "Here, take my bank card and ID. The bank card is no password. Please help me with the paperwork." Sir, the price for that villa is 100 million. Long Yun blinked and queried, "Do I appear to be someone in need of money?" "Not in the slightest," Xiao Yu exclaimed, her excitement nearly bringing her to tears. She quickly processed Long Yun's card. Her hands trembled slightly. Having sold 2 villas, her commission totaled 4 million, a fortune overnight. Qin Tian frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" "I want to be your neighbor." "But aren't you only back temporarily for a mission? You won't be staying long. Why spend this money?" Long Yun chuckled. "Though I may not stay long, the third senior sister mentioned she would come by in a while." Qin Tian's expression darkened as he glared at Long Yun. "Did you inform her of my whereabouts in Jiangzhou?" "Senior brother, you can't blame me. The third senior sister offered too much. She pressured me into it. You know how I fear her. I didn't dare to refuse. Traitor, I'll settle the score with you later." Long Yun shrank back. "Senior brother, are you also afraid of the third senior sister?" "I am not. I am not. Don't say such things, cough, cough. Even a denial can't hide the truth. But don't worry, the third senior sister said she's quite busy lately. It will be at least a month or 2 before she can visit." Hearing this, Qin Tian finally sighed in relief. Discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he considered himself unafraid of anything, even facing a barrage of enemy gunfire without flinching. Yet his fellow disciples, one more troublesome than the last, were the reason for his low-profile return. He had aimed to avoid them, and now he found himself betrayed by Long Yun. Fortunately, peaceful days remained for a month or 2. Once he completed his tasks, he could leave. This thought lingered in his mind. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Yu approached with a beaming smile. "Mr. Qin, Mr. Long, the information for your properties has been registered. Once the property certificates are ready, I will personally deliver them to you. Here, this is the key to your villa." She handed over the key. Long Yun inquired, "Miss, does the villa come furnished?" Chapter 72. The Tactics of Su Jinwen. Xiao Yu hesitated. "Mr. Long, I apologize, but the villa is currently empty. You will need to purchase the furniture and appliances yourselves." Long Yun began to grumble. "Really? Are you all so stingy? We spent billions on the villa, and you can't even throw in some furniture? Perhaps I should request our manager for an exception." Qin Tian waved his hand. "No need. What you offer may not suit my tastes. You may not want it, but I do. Speak with your manager and arrange to furnish my villa. No problem. If the manager refuses, I'll pay for it myself. With the commission from selling 2 villas, I've made several million. Consider it a thank you. Long Yun gave her a thumbs up, praising, Miss, you're a friend worth having. Let us exchange contact information, and when I move in, I'll treat you to a meal. Xiao Yu shyly nodded and exchanged contact details with Long Yun as they left the sales office. Qin Tian couldn't help but ask, Long Yun, do you fancy Xiao Yu? Not at all. I just think she's rather innocent, and besides, she is offering to furnish my place. Did I it wrong to add her as a friend? Oh, I'll tentatively believe what you say. Long Yun immediately protested. Tentatively. You don't actually think I like her, do you? Come on. I'm the youngest war god of Daxia. I can have any woman I desire. Why would I settle for her? I was merely teasing. No need to take it so seriously. Am I agitated? Am I? Long Yun then realized his reaction had indeed been somewhat excessive, that he chuckled awkwardly. Senior brother, I won't bother you any longer. Did I have things to attend to? With that, he swiftly made his exit. Just as Qin Tian was about to drive away, a surprised voice called out. Qin Tian, what are you doing here? As the words fell, Su Jinwen approached, her expression puzzled. Beside her was a remarkably well-dressed man. Qin Tian replied coolly, What business is it of yours? The man beside her frowned and asked, Jinwen, is this your friend? Not quite. Just a former blind date. Oh. The man scrutinized Qin Tian before sneering dismissively. That Su Jinwen tilted her chin toward Qin Tian and asked, Are you here to buy a house? Qin Tian ignored her and pressed the accelerator, driving away. Enraged by being disregarded, Su Jinwen stomped her foot. Oof. Just you wait. The man quickly soothed her. Jinwen, why stoop to his level? Let us go. I'll show you my villa. All right. Wei shouted as Su Jinwen followed Wei Xiao into the community, stopping in front of a villa. Upon entering, Su Jinwen was immediately captivated by the luxurious decor. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Wow, Wei Xiao, your villa is absolutely magnificent. One might mistake it for a palace. This is nothing. I'm about to go abroad. Jinwen, will you agree to be my girlfriend? When I return in 2 years, we can get married. That if I agree, where will I live for the next 2 years? I am currently the president of the company, and I don't want to live with my family anymore. Isn't it obvious? You'll live with me. From today on, you'll be the mistress of this place. Su Jinwen's eyes sparkled with mischief as she asked, So, Wei Xiao, when are you leaving for abroad? I was supposed to leave today, but I couldn't bear to part from you, so I begged my parents to postpone it until the day after tomorrow. Jinwen, will you agree to be with me? Wei Xiao looked at her expectantly. Su Jinwen, her gaze softening, nodded, I agree, but we need to establish that we won't marry for at least 2 years. You know, I just became president and need to focus on the company. Of course, that's no problem. Besides, I want to be back for 2 years anyway. Jinwen, this is wonderful. You finally said yes. Wei Xiao excitedly embraced Su Jinwen. She showed a hint of disdain but made no effort to resist. Wei Xiao eagerly kissed her, his hands roaming. Su Jinwen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately allowed his advances. Just as he was about to take things further, she shook her head and said, Wei Xiao, I'm not feeling well these days. Wei Xiao deflated like a punctured balloon, expressing his disappointment. This is such bad timing. I'll wait until you're better before leaving. Su Jinwen quickly replied, saying that will only anger your parents. Besides, even if I'm not feeling well, there are ways to keep you satisfied. She winked playfully at Wei Xiao. Overjoyed, he eagerly complied. Half an hour later, Westbrook handed the villa key to Su Jinwen, saying, Jinwen, from today onwards, you shall be the mistress of this villa. Until my return, I entrust this home to you. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is meticulously managed. Feel free to travel abroad without worry. I must return to the company now. Shall I accompany you? She inquired. No need. You should take some time to rest. You have a long flight ahead of you tomorrow. Westbrook smiled and nodded. You are always the most considerate. You need not see me off to the airport tomorrow. Make sure you rest well. Su Jinwen obediently nodded, rose on her toes to give him a kiss on the cheek, and then turned to leave. Once outside the community, she hurriedly tidied herself up. After ensuring everything was in order, she drove back to Huame Group. Upon meeting Su Monli, she excitedly announced, Aunt, I won't be returning to the office tomorrow. I have matters to attend to. You will preside over the meeting. You seem quite cheerful. Has the Dark Night King invited you to dinner? Not quite. I am moving tomorrow. Moving? Where to? To Bishu Community, starting tomorrow. I will be living in a villa, Su Monli exclaimed in astonishment. What? You bought a villa there? Those villas are incredibly expensive, often exceeding 10 million. That how could you afford that? Su Jinwen replied proudly. Aunt, that villa belongs to one of my admirers. He is going abroad tomorrow and will be staying overseas for 2 years, so he has let me live there. Jinwen, you are truly impressive. How about I move there as well? Su Jinyu gently suggested. Aunt, that might not be convenient, that I painstakingly moved to Bishu community to have a chance encounter with the Dark Knight King. Before she could finish, Su Monli furrowed her brow and asked, What do you mean by that? The Dark Knight King bought a house in Bishu? I cannot say for certain, but Bishu is undoubtedly the most prestigious villa community in Jiangzhou. If the Dark Knight King were to purchase a residence, this would surely be his first choice. But why would you think the Dark Knight King would buy a house in Jiangzhou? Chapter 73. Touring the villa, Su Jinwen reasoned. Hasn't Deputy General Yang been lingering here lately? A person of his stature, deeply immersed in affairs, remaining in Jiangzhou must indicate he is seeking other investments, possibly even considering opening a branch office. In this scenario, it is highly likely that the Dark Knight King intends to remain here to oversee matters. If he stays, it is inevitable that he will not continue living in a hotel. Purchasing a home is merely a matter of time. Su Monli's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your analysis is astute. If the Dark Knight King wishes to buy a home, he would likely choose Bishu community. Thus, once I move into Bishu, I shall have the advantage of proximity. The thought of living in the same community as the Dark Knight King filled Su Jinwen with exhilaration. Su Monli cautioned earnestly, Let's hold off on the moving for now. Our immediate priority is to assist in uncovering the identity of the murderer of Pan Wenxin from the Pan family. If they discover we have not assisted in the investigation, they may hold us accountable. It is all due to Qin Tian and Su Jinyu. Those two rascals are always causing trouble for our Su family. I believe we should find a way to expel Su Jinyu from the family to prevent further complications. Now is not the right time, that Su Jinyu still holds some value for us. Let us revisit this matter later. That evening, as Su Jinyu finished work, she noticed Qin Tian waiting at the entrance, feeling a sense of delight and a hint of happiness at his arrival. She approached and said somewhat reluctantly, Qin Tian, you really don't have to come to pick me up every day that I can drive myself home. Qin Tian teased, I only came to hitch a ride in your car, since I knew you had one. Realizing he had not brought his vehicle, she curiously asked, So, you just happened to be nearby again? Qin Tian nodded. She then inquired, Are you investigating the murder of Pan Wenxin? Have you found out who the culprit is? It is not that simple that I saw the police and the Pan family questioning everyone in the vicinity, but I'm uncertain if they uncovered any leads. That if they find nothing, could it be that Pan Sheng will hold us accountable? Qin Tian smiled calmly, reassuring her, We did not commit the murder. There is no need for concern. Let us go. I want to take you somewhere. Where to? You'll find out when we arrive. With a mysterious grin, Qin Tian got into the car. After half an hour, they arrived at Bishu community. Su Jinyu looked on suspiciously and asked, Qin Tian, why have you brought me here? He merely smiled and drove straight to the community entrance. 2 security guards approached and inquired, Sir, you are before they could finish. Qin Tian flashed his access card. The guards, upon seeing it, smiled broadly and quickly apologized, opening the gate for him. Qin Tian drove to the front of a villa marked with the character Tian. After exiting the car, he said, From now on, this will be your residence. What do you think? Su Jinyu stared incredulously at the luxurious villa, momentarily speechless. After a while, she finally managed to ask Qin Tian, Did you really buy this villa? I heard that villas in Bishu are exorbitantly priced, especially this one, rumored to be worth over 100 million. At this, she regarded Qin Tian with a mix of awe and instinctively took a step back, maintaining a distance. Qin Tian, sensing her reaction, felt somewhat helpless. He realized Su Jinyu seemed to harbor an inexplicable aversion to wealthy individuals. He rubbed his nose and explained, This villa belongs to a friend of mine who has been abroad for the past few years. Upon learning of my return to Jiangzhou, he offered me the house temporarily. Su Jinyu cautiously asked, Is it free of charge? Indeed, we have a very good relationship, and I once saved his life. Wow, your friend is incredibly generous. Even renting this villa would cost at least $1 million a year. It's remarkable that he is so willing to let you stay. It's not unusual. My friend isn't short on money. When do you plan to move in? Su Jinyu hesitated. Perhaps I should reconsider. Living in such an upscale villa feels a bit daunting. What is daunting about it? If you feel uneasy, simply help tidy up the house when you have some free time, particularly the front and backyards. Planting some flowers and plants would make it feel less like an imposition. Su Jinyu was swayed, asking, "Is your friend truly not going to charge me?" Qin Tian chuckled softly. "Absolutely not. You can rest easy and move in. Then shall we go inside for a tour? I'm concerned your friend may have valuable items inside that IT would be unfortunate if something were to get damaged." "All right, I haven't had a chance to explore it myself. Let us go." Qin Tian opened the door, and together they entered the villa. The villa was vast, with the front yard nearly the size of a football field. A pathway from the yard led to the grand entrance of the villa, traversing through the lush lawn. Upon entering, Su Jinyu was taken aback. "Qin Tian, why is this villa so empty?" "Actually, my friend bought this place but had not moved in before he traveled abroad. So, if we are to live here, we will need to purchase some furniture and appliances. However, this is also advantageous, as we can select our preferred furnishings." That Su Jinyu nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense. Helping your friend furnish the place wouldn't be a waste of the opportunity." "Agreed then. Once you have some free time, we will go shopping for furniture and appliances. That I can only manage weekends. Otherwise, I could transfer you some money, and you could handle the purchases." Qin Tian pondered briefly before shaking his head. "I am not well versed in this, and I wouldn't know what type of furniture you preferred. It's best to wait until you are available to go together." "All right, let us set it for Saturday." After scheduling their shopping trip, Qin Tian returned to his hotel, while Su Jinyu drove back to the Su residence. As she entered, Su Jinwen impatiently asked, "Su Jinyu, did you and Qin Tian help investigate the murder of young Master Pan today?" "Even if I wanted to assist, I wouldn't be able to. Qin Tian spent the day investigating but found nothing." He better be genuinely investigating and not just pretending. Otherwise, if the Pan family pursues matters, you two will be in serious trouble. Su Yi chimed in. "Indeed, if you two are in trouble, do not drag our Su family down with you." Su Jinyu remained silent and retreated to her room. Su Yi, feeling anxious, said, "Sister Jinwen, given Su Jinyu's attitude, she seems determined to drag us under as well, that if the Pan family retaliates, they will not spare our Su family. What should we do?" Before Su Jinwen could respond, Su Monli interjected with a dismissive snort. "What is there to fear? Even if the Pan family comes knocking, we have ways to deal with it." Su Yi and Su Jinwen asked in unison. "Aunt, what methods do we have?" Chapter 74. Ambush. Su Monli smiled and said, "Are you two forgetting about the Dark Knight King?" Su Yi asked in confusion, "Aunt, are you suggesting we seek the Dark Knight King's assistance?" Su Jinwen shook her head and said, "That is impossible. How could the Dark Knight King assist us with such trivial matters? Furthermore, we do not even know his whereabouts at present. Where have you two been?" "I merely wish to state that if the Pan family dares to trouble us, we shall directly disclose our relationship with the Dark Knight King." "Ah, that is right. I completely forgot that the Dark Knight King has arranged to dine with Sister Jinwen." Su Yi finally realized, slapping his forehead. Su Monli nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, if we reveal this information, the Pan family, no matter how formidable, will surely think twice." Upon hearing this, Su Jinwen expressed some reluctance, saying, "Aunt, isn't it inappropriate for us to act under the name of the Dark Knight King? If he finds out, he will certainly blame us." "What of it? We are merely stating the facts. Even if the Dark Knight King learns of this, given his stature, he would not reproach us for such a trifling matter." "Anne is right that in doing so, we need not worry about the Pan family any longer." Su Monli waved her hand and stated solemnly, "As for the Pan family, we must still cooperate with them in investigating the murderer of young Master Pan. This way, our two families may have the potential to become partners." Sue furrowed his brow and asked, "But do we not already have the Dark Knight King? Why should we go out of our way to curry favor with the Pan family?" Su Jinwen pondered and inquired, "Aunt must be thinking of strengthening our Su family's own power before officially leaning on the Dark Knight King. Am I correct?" "Precisely. The more we bolster our strength now, the greater the benefits we shall reap from the Dark Knight King in the future. If our Su family remains obscure, even if the Dark Knight King does not voice it, he will certainly look down upon us in his heart." Su Yi then nodded in understanding, saying, "I see that I shall visit the Pan family tomorrow and see if there is any way I can assist." Su Monli considered for a moment before replying, "You need not go to the Pan family. Tomorrow morning, seek out Qin Tian and have him assist in the investigation. What use is he? Are we supposed to expect him to uncover the identity of young Master Pan's murderer? While Qin Tian may not be capable on his own, do not forget that he might know the Dark Knight King. Hence, he will certainly leverage that connection to investigate that if you accompany him. When the truth comes to light, you can seize the opportunity to take credit for it. Anne has thought this through, I understand. Tomorrow, I will stick closely to him. The group quickly devised a strategy to deal with the pressure from the Pan family. The next morning, Su-yi inquired, Su Jinyu, please arrange for Qin Tian to meet with me. Su Jinyu furrowed her delicate brows and asked, what do you need him for? Isn't this to assist the Pan family in their investigation? Today is the final deadline given by the Pan family, and I must investigate alongside Qin Tian. More hands mean more hope. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu called Qin Tian and relayed Su-yi's desire to join him in the investigation. On the other end, Qin Tian chuckled lightly. He had not even begun investigating, but to silence the Su family's inquiries, he had no choice but to agree. All right, have him wait for me near the crime scene. I'll be there shortly, that Su Jinyu acknowledged and, after hanging up, said to Su-yi, Qin Tian wants you to wait for him near the crime scene. You can go ahead. I must return to the company. With that, Su Jinyu departed, and Su-yi drove towards the site of the incident. Upon arrival, Su-yi noticed the area still cordoned off with police tape, with officers guarding the scene, that he waited by the roadside for nearly half an hour. Growing impatient, when Qin Tian finally arrived, leisurely making his way over. Seeing Qin Tian, Su-yi scolded, Qin Tian, could you possibly be any slower? Look at the time. If we cannot uncover the true culprit, both you and Su Jinyu will be in dire straits. Rather than worrying about me and Jinyu, you ought to be more concerned about yourselves. Humph. Do not think you can drag the Su family down with you. Even if we fail to uncover the murderer, we have already devised a plan to deal with the Pan family. In the end, only you and Su Jinyu will be the ones to suffer. Qin Tian, with a hint of curiosity, asked, what plan do you have? Su-yi rolled up his sleeves, boasting, do you think I would divulge that to you? Dream on. Seeing this, Qin Tian lost interest in pressing further. Su-yi lifted his chin and inquired, what are your next steps? Qin Tian intended to say he would just wander around the vicinity, but as he opened his mouth, he noticed a vehicle slowly pulling up on the side of the road. He discreetly glanced in the rearview mirror and saw someone in the car observing them with binoculars. Upon witnessing this, Qin Tian's brow furrowed slightly, and he promptly started the vehicle with the intention of leaving. Su-yi quickly asked, Qin Tian, where are you going? If you wish to live, do not follow me. With that, Qin Tian sped off, leaving Su-yi no choice but to follow suit. Almost simultaneously, an off-road vehicle began tailing them closely. Qin Tian glanced in the rearview mirror, confirming that the vehicle was indeed following him. And a multitude of possibilities flashed through his mind that he concluded that the occupants of that vehicle were either from the Pan family or had installed a tracker on Su Jinyu's car. He swiftly drove towards the outskirts, where both people and vehicles were sparse. Just as he came to a stop on a bend, Su-yi's car pulled up alongside him. Qin Tian, what brings you here? Qin Tian's eyes widened, and without a word, he yanked Su-yi from the car. Furious, Su-yi shouted, Qin Tian, what the hell are you doing? Before he could finish, Qin Tian kicked him hard, sending him tumbling down a slope by the roadside. At that moment, a rocket-propelled grenade whistled through the air and struck the vehicle they had just occupied. Boom! The explosion was deafening, and both vehicles were engulfed in flames that Su-yi stared in shock. Nearly having his eyes bulge out in a panic, he asked Qin Tian, what is happening? Find a place to hide that if you wish to live, stay out of sight. Having said that, Qin Tian darted behind a large tree. Su-yi hurriedly concealed himself behind a boulder on the roadside. His heart racing and cold sweat pouring down his back, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, only to turn and realize to his dismay that Qin Tian had vanished without a trace. Cursing under his breath, he dared not speak out or reveal himself. After a while, he forced himself to calm down, then pulled out his phone and sent Su Jinyu a message, briefly recounting the events and urging her to call the police. Meanwhile, Qin Tian crouched behind the greenery, observing the unfolding situation, that he saw several burly men disembark from the off-road vehicle, all wearing masks and wielding firearms, cautiously advancing towards his location. Chapter 75, Junior Brother. I've been captured. Qin Tian crouched behind the greenery for a moment before suddenly lunging towards the armed men like a flash of lightning. The two men at the front barely had time to react before they were sent flying. The remaining men, seeing this, immediately began firing their weapons. Gunfire erupted in a chaotic symphony. Despite the hail of bullets, Qin Tian remained unfazed. Having faced such scenes countless times before, he did not even flinch. He darted between them, moving like a specter, and in an instant, he dispatched the remaining assailants. He planted his foot on the chest of one of the downed men and coldly demanded, "Who are you?" Before the man could respond, a grenade rolled to Chin Tian's feet. His pupils constricted, and he swiftly retreated. Boom! The grenade exploded, sending shockwaves in all directions. Chin Tian nimbly ducked behind a large tree, narrowly avoiding disaster. When the smoke cleared, the assailants he had knocked down lay unrecognizable, lifeless. Chin Tian frowned, contemplating whether he could find any clues in the off-road vehicle, but as he took a step, another deafening explosion occurred. The vehicle was blown to smithereens, igniting into a massive fireball. Witnessing this, Chin Tian's brow furrowed deeply. These thugs had left him no opportunity for interrogation, that he searched the bodies of the fallen men, but found nothing of note besides their weapons. Meanwhile, vehicles passing by had come to a halt, and a crowd began to gather, whispering among themselves. What on earth just happened? Why did those vehicles explode all of a sudden? Was there a fight? Perhaps it's a gang conflict. We should call the police. They speculated but dared not approach too closely, fearing they might be caught in the chaos. Minutes later, police sirens wailed in the distance, drawing closer. When the police cars came to a stop, a large contingent of armed officers disembarked, systematically establishing a perimeter point. One of the female officers quickly spotted Chin Tian at the scene and, drawing her weapon, shouted, "Hands on your head and crouch down. Otherwise, I will open fire." Chin Tian slowly raised his hands and explained, "Officer, I am a victim, and I am unarmed. I assure you." The female officer smirked coldly and retorted, "You a victim? What then are they?" As she spoke, she gestured toward the grotesquely mangled corpses of the insurgents strewn across the ground. Before Chin Tian could muster an explanation, Su Yi's voice rang out from behind him. "Chin Tian, did you kill them all?" Upon hearing this, Chin Tian's expression darkened instantly, while the female officer's countenance grew exceedingly grave. She aimed her firearm at Chin Tian and Su Yi, admonishing them, "You too. Get down and cover your heads, otherwise I will open fire." Startled, Su Yi quickly stammered, "Officer, this isn't my doing. My car was blown up. I'm also a victim." Chin Tian, equally exasperated, remarked, "Officer, I told you they committed suicide. Do you believe me?" "Humph. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Get down. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used against you in court." Reluctantly, Chin Tian complied, cradling his head and slowly crouching down. As Su Yi crouched beside him, he whispered, "Chin Tian, what on earth happened? How did they die?" Chin Tian shot him a glare, muttering, "If you remain silent, no one will think you a mute." He then turned to the female officer and said, "Officer, they were fully armed and appeared to be mercenaries that I suggest you investigate the firearms they used. You might uncover some pertinent clues." That Sue furrowed his brow and asked, "Wouldn't it be more efficient to run a facial recognition scan on them? Those who can join a mercenary group have their identities encrypted. It's virtually impossible to trace them. However, most firearms can be traced back to their sources, and if we identify where the weapons came from, we might follow that trail to relevant leads." The female officer narrowed her eyes at Chin Tian. "You seem quite knowledgeable. It appears you've had your fair share of dealings with mercenaries." Chin Tian replied with a wry smile, "Officer, we truly are victims. There is no need to drag us back to the station, is there? Enough chatter. We will neither wrong an innocent nor let a guilty party escape." The officer declared, signaling to two police officers behind her, "Cuff them both." "Yes, ma'am." 1 hour later, in the interrogation room of the police station, the female officer, Tan Yun, coldly demanded, "Name and address." Chin Tian, currently residing at the Qingwan Hotel. "Staying at a hotel. So, you have no fixed residence, huh? A person of no means?" Chin Tian retorted, "Officer Tan, do I look like a person of no means? Can you please remove these handcuffs? I've already stated that I'm a victim. Whether you are a victim or not will depend on our investigation. Now, answer my questions truthfully. What happened at that time?" Chin Tian recounted the events in a general manner, omitting his own feats of dismantling the insurgents, instead claiming they had made a miscalculation that led to their demise. Tan Yun scoffed, "What utter nonsense. Do you truly believe I would buy that? Whether you believe it or not is your concern. I am merely stating facts. Would you mind if I made a phone call? Don't even think about it." Before Tan Yun could finish her sentence, Qin Tian flexed his arms, and the handcuffs shattered into several pieces, clattering to the floor. Witnessing this, Tan Yun immediately drew her weapon, shouting, "Cover your heads and crouch down." "Now," Qin Tian calmly replied, "Officer Tan, there is no need to be so agitated. I only wish to make a call. Once I'm done, you can interrogate me however you like. I will cooperate." With that, he dialed Long Yun's number. When the call connected, Long Yun's voice came through. "Senior brother, what is the matter?" "I've been detained. I am currently at the Longtang police station." "What? Senior brother, how did this happen?" Qin Tian replied irritably, "Just get me out of here. I'll explain later." "All right, I'll arrange it immediately," Long Yun said before hanging up. Tan Yun scoffed. "You think someone will bail you out after such a serious incident? Dream on. If I were you, I'd deconfess everything. Otherwise, you might spend the rest of your life behind bars." Qin Tian chuckled lightly. "Officer Tan, don't you typically rely on evidence in investigations? Such preconceived notions hardly qualify you as a competent officer. Whether I am a competent officer is not for you to judge. Just confess to your own issues." Qin Tian shrugged. "I've already said all I needed to. If you don't believe me, there is nothing more I can do." "You." Tan Yun slammed her hand on the table in frustration. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and a police chief in his 50s entered. He respectfully bowed to Qin Tian and said apologetically, "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize that I am Chief Zhang Ji of this station. Please pardon the behavior of Officer Tan. She is new here." Upon witnessing this, Tan Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 76. Qin Tian, whom have you offended? Tan Yun hastily inquired of Zhang Ji. "Chief, what are you doing?" Qin Tian is a suspect in this case. Zhang Ji interrupted, "Officer Tan, there is no way Mr. Qin could be the instigator of this incident. Release him immediately and apologize." "What? Apologize to him? On what grounds?" Tan Yun exclaimed, convinced she had misheard. Zhang Ji's expression darkened as he reprimanded, "I said to release him immediately and apologize." "What? Do my words hold no weight with you?" Tan Yun, fuming, stomped her foot in protest. "Chief, you are abusing your authority. I will file a complaint against you." With that, she turned on her heel and stormed out. Zhang Ji's face turned grim, and he turned to Qin Tian. "Mr. Qin, I truly apologize for the actions of my subordinate. I hope you can find it within you to forgive us." Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. They were just following protocol, but Officer Tan's biased approach to the case certainly needs re-evaluation. "You're absolutely right, Mr. Qin. Rest assured, I will ensure she receives proper guidance. May I leave now?" "Of course, Mr. Qin. Please take care. I feel terrible for the inconvenience you've endured." Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, "My identity is confidential." With that, he departed. After seeing Qin Tian off, Zhang Ji wiped the sweat from his forehead. He returned to his office and instructed his subordinates, "Release Mr. Qin's companion as well." "Yes, sir." Tan Yun stormed back in, demanding, "Old Zhang, how much did you take from him? Are you really willing to compromise your integrity like this? You've just tarnished your lifelong reputation." Zhang Ji closed the door and counseled her earnestly. "You nearly jeopardized your career. Do you not realize that?" Tan Yun paused, frowning. "What do you mean?" "Let me just say this. Mr. Qin is associated with the war god. I cannot divulge any further details. But you must keep this to yourself." "What? He is connected to the war god?" Tan Yun gasped in disbelief. After a lengthy silence, she pressed, "So, are we still investigating the explosion case in the suburbs?" "We must continue our investigation. Based on the current evidence, it appears those who died were indeed mercenaries. Please coordinate with the immigration office to obtain the recent entry records. Perhaps we can uncover additional leads." "All right." As Tan Yun turned to leave, she paused at the door, asking, "Old Zhang, which war god were you referring to?" "Less questioning, and get back to your duties," Zhang Ji replied impatiently, shooing her away. Outside the police station, as Qin Tian emerged, Su Jinyu rushed toward him, her face a mask of concern. "Qin Tian, are you all right? How on earth did you end up at the police station?" "It's nothing. I just came to cooperate with the investigation." "By the way, Jinyu, what brings you here?" "Long Yin called me. He said he couldn't leave, but asked me to come pick you up. That is when I found out you were brought to the police station. It scared me to death." Hearing this, Qin Tian felt a wave of annoyance wash over him, silently cursing Long Yun for being unreliable and causing Su Jinyu unnecessary worry. Just then, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up beside them. The door swung open, and Su Nanhua stepped out first. Qin Tian, where's Su Yi? How did you both end up at the police station? Upon seeing Su Nanhua and Su Monli, Qin Tian glanced at Su Jinyu with curiosity. The latter stuck her tongue out, saying, I heard Su Yi was also detained, so I thought I'd inform them. And no sooner had she spoken than Su Yi emerged from the police station. Relieved to see him unharmed, Su Nanhua quickly asked Xiao Yi, what exactly happened? How did you get arrested? Su Yi, fuming, replied, Dad, you need to ask Qin Tian. This jerk nearly got me killed. Su Nanhua barked, Qin Tian, confess honestly. What mischief have you been up to? What mischief? I'm also a victim here, all right. Besides, Su Yi, I warned you before I set out. If you didn't want to die, you shouldn't have followed me. Su Yi was left speechless. As Qin Tian had indeed given him that warning to Su Monli, her expression grave, said Qin Tian, the explosion in the suburbs has caused quite a stir. Whom have you offended? I warn you, if you're reckless, don't drag our Su family down with you. Qin Tian replied coolly, if your son hadn't foolishly followed me, this wouldn't have been his problem at all. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Jinyu, let us go to Su. Jinyu nodded and led Qin Tian away. Su Nanhua hurriedly asked Xiao Yi, what exactly happened? As I followed Qin Tian out towards the outskirts, he suddenly halted the vehicle and yanked me from the car. Only for our vehicle to be detonated moments later. Su Yi recounted the sequence of events. With a furrowed brow, Su Monli inquired, this is perplexing. Why would those individuals pursue Qin Tian? Su Yi, with a hint of suspicion, replied, do you think it's possible that those scoundrels are the true culprits behind the murder of young Master Pan? Su Monli's expression shifted as she asked, are you suggesting that Qin Tian uncovered their identities? And they, fearing exposure, sought to silence him? Yes, beyond that, I can't conceive of any other possibilities. Regardless, it's a relief that you are unharmed. Let us inform Pan Sheng about the bombing incident in the outskirts. Whether he believes it or not is beyond our control. After deliberating, the group set off towards the Pan residence. Meanwhile, after reassuring Su Jinyu, Qin Tian sought out Long Yun, only to discover him busily arranging furniture in his newly acquired villa. Anger surged within him. Can you not be more reliable? You scared Jinyu half to death over such a trivial matter. Long Yun, with an innocent demeanor, explained, Senior brother, you have misunderstood my good intentions. I informed sister-in-law to help expedite the warmth in your relationship. Enough of this nonsense. Why haven't you investigated the deceased mercenaries? I have dispatched individuals to look into it. Fortunately, the military GPS locator survived the explosion, so we still have a chance to lure them out. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. You also believe they tracked me using that locator? Indeed, my men discovered remnants of the GPS receiver on the vehicle that the mercenaries destroyed. That doesn't make sense. Jinyu is just an ordinary person. How could she attract the attention of mercenaries? Long Yun stated seriously. To unravel this mystery, we must either find the individual who installed the locator beneath sister-in-law's car or capture a mercenary for interrogation. By the way, why didn't you capture any alive? Qin Tian sighed. I wished to, but before I could act, they threw grenades, and there were onlookers nearby. I couldn't expose my capabilities, you understand. Thus, we must wait and see if we can glean any clues from the deceased mercenaries. Just as Long Yun finished speaking, his phone rang. After answering, his expression turned grave. Chapter 77. Red Scorpion. Long Yun, with a serious demeanor, stated, Senior brother, those mercenaries are affiliated with the Red Scorpions. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his forehead creased involuntarily. The Red Scorpions, one of the 3 major criminal syndicates in the United States, are notorious for engaging in drug trafficking, arms dealing, and human trafficking, committing countless vile deeds. Their members are numerous, with bases in nearly every country. Qin Tian pondered, why would the Red Scorpions target Jinyu? She is merely an ordinary person. This makes no sense. Senior brother, could it be that there is something on sister-in-law that the Red Scorpions desire? Qin Tian shook his head. If that were the case, those mercenaries wouldn't have acted so lethally today. Long Yun added, could it be that sister-in-law inadvertently witnessed something she shouldn't have, prompting the Red Scorpions to eliminate her? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Qin Tian's gaze hardened as he instructed, Long Yun, investigate if there are any Red Scorpions bases near Jiangzhou. And oh problem. I will ensure we root them out, but this will take time. Right now, I fear the Red Scorpions may bypass the locator and directly target sister-in-law. You need not worry. Starting tomorrow, I will remain by Jinyu's side, ensuring she suffers no harm. That's good. I will take the locator with me. This will aid in luring them out. Qin Tian nodded, about to depart when he suddenly recalled something and added, one more thing. The one named Pan Wenqin from the Pan family was eliminated by my subordinates. Now, the Pan family and the police are hounding Jinyu and me. Please handle it. Long Yin did not inquire further, knowing that Qin Tian only targeted those deserving of death, that he replied nonchalantly, a trivial matter. Since all the mercenaries are dead, we can pin the blame on them. Satisfied with this, Qin Tian departed. Later that evening, at the Pan residence, Pan Sheng glanced at the time, his expression darkening as he asked, "Has there been any word from the police?" Wei Dong shook his head. "Not yet." "And the Su family?" "Old master, if the police can't uncover anything, the Su family is even less likely to." Pan Sheng's countenance grew increasingly grim as he inquired, "What about Qin Tian?" Wei Dong cautiously replied, "It seems he also has no leads, and he was attacked today. The explosion in the suburbs was intended to eliminate him." "What? Could it be that Qin Tian has offended some formidable figures?" "That remains to be seen." At that moment, a servant entered. "Sir, someone from the Su family has arrived." Pan Sheng snorted coldly. "They still have the audacity to come. Let them in. I wish to see what they have to say." "Yes." Moments later, Su Nanhua and his son, along with Su Monli, entered. They greeted Pan Sheng, but before they could speak, he coldly remarked, "You had better have found the murderer of my son. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Su Nanhua quickly replied, "Old master, we have come to discuss that matter. You must have heard about the explosion in the outskirts, yes? What do you intend to say?" Pan Sheng appeared somewhat impatient. "We wish to convey that the individuals who sought to kill Qin Tian and silence my son in the suburbs are, in fact, the true murderers of young Master Pan." "What did you say?" "My son was killed by those thugs." "Indeed, Xiao Yi. Recount what happened this morning." That Sui slowly recounted. "Old master, this morning I had arranged to meet Qin Tian near the crime scene, and upon arrival, we were targeted by those thugs who followed us to the outskirts and fired a rocket launcher at us. Fortunately, we reacted swiftly and escaped unharmed." Pan Sheng scoffed. "What does this have to do with my son's murder?" "Old master, it is evident. Those thugs sought to kill us out of fear that we would uncover their identities." Wei Dong questioned, "So, you had already identified them? If so, why not disclose this?" Su grimaced. "I cannot say for certain. I suspect Qin Tian must have uncovered some leads on those thugs, prompting their desperate attempt to silence us. That in the end, this is merely speculation on your part. Do you think you can evade my wrath with such flimsy claims? Dream on. Old master, what I say is substantiated. If not, why would those thugs brazenly pursue me and Qin Tian in broad daylight?" Pan Sheng waved his hand coldly. "Summon Qin Tian here. I will discern the truth for myself." Reluctantly, Sui dialed Qin Tian's number. "Qin Tian, come to the Qin residence immediately." Qin Tian coldly inquired. "What is the matter?" "Old master wishes to speak with you." "Hurry over, I'm busy. If he has questions, let him come find me." Qin Tian said before abruptly hanging up. That Sui's expression turned grim. Su Nanhua hastily asked, "When will Qin Tian arrive?" Su lamented. "He said he has no time," and suggested that if old master has inquiries, he should seek him out himself. Hearing this, Pan Sheng sneered. "How arrogant! Does he truly believe my Pan family is easy to trifle with? Very well, you all are in for it." As he spoke, Pan Sheng's face turned icy, his muscles twitching in anger. Su Monli quickly interjected, "Old master, Qin Tian has always had a contentious relationship with our Su family. His actions are merely an attempt to use you to retaliate against us. Please do not be deceived. Indeed, Qin Tian is a troublemaker. If you seek retribution, let it be directed at him, not our Su family." "Humph. I am heading to your Su family right now, if I do not uncover the true murderer of my son by midnight. You can expect to be crushed." With that, Pan Sheng stormed out, followed closely by Su Nanhua and the others. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Su family residence. Pan Sheng, taking the lead, sat at the head of the hall, flanked by Wei Dong and his bodyguards, exuding an oppressive aura. The members of the Su family exchanged glances, not daring to utter a word. Seeing their demeanor, Sui became anxious and whispered, "Aunt Father, it seems Pan Sheng is not planning to let our Su family off the hook. Should we summon the Dark Night King?" "Wait a moment. You must call Su Jinyu to return immediately." and Qin Tian. Ensure she brings him along. Old Master is targeting them, and let us hope he directs his ire at them. Allowing us some reprieve, Sue nodded and hastily called Su Jinyu. Meanwhile, as Su Jinyu settled in a Qin Tian's car, she received the call, and Su Yi's admonishing voice echoed through Su Jinyu. You must return with Qin Tian immediately. Something grave has occurred, and time is of the essence. Chapter 78. The Truth Revealed. As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Su Jinyu gazed at her phone, furrowing her brow as she muttered. What calamity has befallen the family that they summon me with such urgency? Qin Tian, with a faint smile, intuitively grasped the reason, but chose to remain silent, responding instead, We'll find out once we return. Upon arriving at the Su residence, they were met with the furious glares of family members. Su Jinyu, perplexed, inquired, Aunt, what has happened? Su Monli rebuked, How dare you ask? I told you to apologize to old Master Pan with Qin Tian. Yet you disregarded my words. Now only a few hours remain before the deadline he imposed, and the true culprit behind the murder of young Master Pan remains at large. You must bear the consequences. Do not implicate our Su family. What are you waiting for? Hurry inside and kneel to old Master Pan to apologize. Indeed, kneel to old Master Pan at once. The members of the Su family chimed in. Su Jinyu's brows knitted tightly as she instinctively glanced at Qin Tian, who calmly remarked, We did not commit the murder. Why should we apologize? Have you lost your senses? Qin Tian, do not try to argue. If you hadn't beaten young Master Pan that night, perhaps he wouldn't have been killed. Therefore, you bear full responsibility. As the argument escalated, Pan Sheng slammed the table in frustration, shouting, Enough, silence. I did not come here to witness your bickering. The Su family members fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Pan Sheng turned to Qin Tian, questioning, Qin Tian, tell me, who were those who pursued you today? Qin Tian shrugged, How would I know? Initially, I thought you had sent someone to take revenge on me. Upon hearing this, Pan Sheng's temper flared, for he wanted to punish Qin Tian severely, but understood that his subordinates were no match for him. He pressed on. Have you uncovered the identity of the person who murdered my son? No. Qin Tian replied tersely, offering no explanation. Pan Sheng scoffed, So, you have discovered nothing in these past 2 days. How absurd. Your son is dead. Why should I be expected to investigate? Besides, haven't you already reported this to the police? What are they doing? Qin Tian, do not overreach. It is already merciful of me not to pursue the matter of you assaulting my son. If you provoke me further, I may not be able to harm you directly. But I can certainly bring ruin upon the Su family. At Pan Sheng's words, the members of the Su family turned pale, exclaiming in dismay, Qin Tian, do not drag us down with you. We have no enmity with you. Why must you bring such disaster upon us? Su Jinyu, why are you still standing there? Hurry and plead for mercy from old Master Pan. If our Su family goes bankrupt, can you face your grandfather? Do not forget that the Su family's current standing is due to the lifelong dedication of the old master. Su Jinyu, filled with concern, turned to Qin Tian, saying, Qin Tian, perhaps we should apologize to old Master Pan. I do not wish for our grandfather's lifetime of hard work to go to waste because of this incident. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, We have done nothing wrong. Why should we apologize? Do not let them impose their moral constraints upon you. However, before Su Jinyu could finish her thought, Pan Sheng coldly declared, Fine, you leave me no choice. Dongzi, immediately sever all business ties of the Su family. I want them bankrupt by tomorrow. Chapter 79. Expulsion from the Su family. Yes. Wei Dong pulled out his phone to make the call. Su Nanhua hurriedly interjected, Old Master Pan, must it come to this? This matter has nothing to do with our Su family. Seeing that Pan Sheng was unyielding, Su Monli added, Old Master Pan, if you dare to move against our Su family, the King of the Night will not let you off. Upon hearing this, Pan Sheng raised an eyebrow and gestured to Wei Dong, then turned to Su Monli, asking, What does this have to do with the King of the Night? Su Yi smugly replied, You may not know, but the King of the Night has taken an interest in my sister Jinyun and wants to dine with her, but we simply did not want to trouble the King of the Night over such trivial matters. Pan Sheng scoffed, You speak grandly without fear of being struck dumb. Your mere Su family is hardly worthy of the King of the Night's attention. You doubt it? We recently met with him, and Yang Rui, the vice president, was present. If you do not believe it, feel free to ask Vice President Yang. You think you can intimidate me with the king of the night, if you truly have the means. Call him now that if he acknowledges any connection with your Su family, I will no longer trouble you. Hearing Pan Sheng's words, the members of the Su family exchanged glances, their expressions awkward. Su Nanhua and Su Monli looked somewhat embarrassed. Seeing this, Pan Sheng sneered. What is the matter? Did you not say that the king of the night has an interest in someone from your family? Surely you have his number. Su Monli explained. Such a prominent figure as the king of the night would not easily share his number with us. But it is true that he has invited Jinyun to dinner. If you dare to act against our Su family, he will undoubtedly intervene. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe that such a legendary figure would act for your insignificant Su family. Pan Sheng turned away Dong, saying, get to work. I want the Su family bankrupt by tomorrow. Just as he finished speaking, a servant rushed in, addressing Su Nanhua. Third master, the police have arrived. Su Nanhua frowned, asking, what brings them here? It seems they have uncovered the identity of the murderer of young Master Pan. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Su family, along with Pan Sheng, was taken aback. Without hesitation, Pan Sheng strode towards the door. Outside stood several police officers, with Tan Yun leading the group. Upon seeing Pan Sheng, she spoke, Mr. Pan, we have confirmed the identity of your son's murderer. It was indeed those thugs who pursued Qin Tian today. What? It was them. Have you confirmed this? We have confirmed it. The murder weapon has been found. And through fingerprint analysis, it has been determined that it belongs to those thugs. Hearing this, the tension in the Su family finally eased. Pan Sheng quickly inquired, were those thugs apprehended? Tan Yun replied, they are already dead. So, there are no witnesses? Mr. Pan, aside from the fingerprints found on the murder weapon, we also extracted DNA remnants from your son's body that match those thugs. With the evidence we currently possess, it is conclusive that they are indeed the murderers of your son. But why did they kill my son? We are still investigating that matter. Our visit today is to see if you have any useful information that, if it is convenient for you, could you accompany me to the police station? Certainly. I wish to see the evidence you possess and examine the bodies of those thugs. Then please, Mr. Pan, get in the car. After inviting Pan Sheng into the vehicle, Tan Yun cast a lingering glance at Qin Tian before driving away. Once Pan Sheng and his entourage had departed, the Su family members let out a collective sigh of relief. That Su Jinyu, visibly relieved, remarked, thank goodness the police clarified the situation. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. Su Yi coldly retorted Su Jinyu. You have caused our family significant trouble. What punishment do you deserve? Indeed, you nearly brought our family to ruin. Do you think you can escape responsibility? And I propose we expel Su Jinyu from the family. Chapter 80. Even buying a mattress attracts competition. Su Jinyu countered. You are being unreasonable. We did not commit the murder, and the police have already proven this point. On what grounds do you expel me? Though you did not kill him, you nearly led our family to be oppressed by the Pan family. That is an undeniable fact. Indeed, you are a source of calamity. Get out of our family at once. You are merely an illegitimate child. Do you really think you belong here? The members of the Su family hurled harsh insults, their words exceedingly caustic. Su Jinyu felt both wronged and furious. Her fists clenched tightly as she struggled to suppress her emotions. Qin Tian's expression grew increasingly cold. Just as he contemplated teaching these insolent individuals a lesson, Su Monli intervened. Everyone, let us put this matter to rest. Grant Su Jinyu another chance. Aunt Su, he attempted to protest, but was interrupted by his father. Su Nanhua concurred. Your aunt is right. This time we shall let it slide, but it must not happen again. With the two leaders of the Su family having spoken, the others had no choice but to fall silent. Su Monli spoke earnestly. Jinyu, your aunt can assist you once, but she cannot do so again. You must be more cautious in the future and avoid causing trouble for our family. Understood. Su Jinyu felt somewhat taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, this tempestuous incident came to an inexplicable close. After Qin Tian and Su Jinyu departed, Su Yi, visibly perplexed, asked, Aunt, why did we not expel Su Jinyu when we had such a perfect opportunity? Indeed, since we all dislike her presence in the Su family. Why grant her another chance? Su Monli intriguingly remarked, she is not devoid of merit. There will surely come a time when she proves useful. Upon hearing her words, the crowd nodded thoughtfully that I end the following days. The Su family refrained from deliberately making things difficult for Su Jinyu regarding the Pan family. Before long, the weekend arrived. Qin Tian arrived early at the Su household and happened upon Su Jinwen directing the servants as they loaded various bags and packages into the car. Upon seeing Qin Tian approach, Su Jinwen elevated her chin haughtily and declared, "Qin Tian, starting today, I will be moving to the Biyuan Bay Villa community. From now on, we shall no longer walk the same path. And I am destined to be someone you must look up to." Qin Tian raised an eyebrow and replied, "As if we were ever on the same path. I truly wonder where you derive your sense of superiority." "I am now residing in the most upscale villa community in Jiangzhou. That is my superiority. Are you envious?" she retorted with a smirk. Qin Tian merely responded with a knowing smile, then turned to the emerging Su Jinyu and said, "Jinyu, let us get in the car." Curiously, Su Jinwen inquired Su Jinyu, "Where are you two headed?" "To purchase some furniture," Qin Tian answered, before accelerating away. Su Jinwen furrowed her brow and muttered, "Buy furniture. Renting a place yet needing to buy furniture. How foolish." Half an hour later, Qin Tian and Su Jinyu arrived at the furniture city. They entered a store, and without much fuss, Su Jinyu quickly selected a sofa, dining table, and other furnishings. After reviewing the list, Qin Tian remarked, "Now we only need to choose the mattress." Pointing to a few mattresses not far away, Su Jinyu suggested, "How about we purchase these?" Qin Tian tried one and shook his head, saying, "These materials are too mediocre. They would not provide a comfortable sleep." He turned to the saleswoman and asked, "Do you have any higher quality mattresses?" "Indeed, we do. They are located on the 3rd floor. Please follow me." The saleswoman replied. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the saleswoman introduced, "Sir, all the mattresses here are from internationally renowned brands. Although they are a bit pricier, the quality is assured. Feel free to browse if you find something you like. I can request a discount for you." "All right, we'll take a look," Su Jinyu said, walking over to a mattress. She touched it, then lay down to test it, her face lighting up with satisfaction. However, upon seeing the price tag, she gasped, "No way, this mattress costs 100,000? She had anticipated that international brands would be pricier, but she never expected a mattress to be so exorbitant. The saleswoman explained, "This is a handcrafted mattress imported from Austria, made from pure horsehair. The horsehair is fluffy and elastic, akin to natural microsprings, providing excellent rebound and breathability." That Su Jinyu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Let us look at something else. This one is far too expensive." Qin Tian stated, "Jinyu, while other items can be more affordable, the mattress must be of higher quality." "Why?" "Because we spend at least a third of our day in bed, so the mattress must be good." The saleswoman gave Qin Tian a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sir, you speak truly. You clearly are a successful individual who values quality of life. Yes, while 100,000 is indeed a steep price, our mattresses last at least 10 years, averaging out to 10,000 a year, which breaks down to merely 20 some a day. Truly a worthwhile investment. Let us go with this one, and add a few for the guest rooms. Please calculate the total with the earlier items." Qin Tian instructed. The saleswoman, filled with delight, responded, "Please hold on a moment. I'll calculate that for you soon." She provided the quote that Su Jinyu frowned, saying, "Qin Tian, I isn't this a bit too expensive? 100,000, not to worry. I'll cover it," Qin Tian replied, handing his bank card to the saleswoman. Seeing this, Su Jinyu hurriedly interjected, "It's not just about who pays. I can't shake the feeling that spending 100,000 on a mattress makes me feel like a fool." Qin Tian smiled and said, "Spending 100,000 for a good night's sleep every evening is hardly a loss." As he spoke, a man approached the saleswoman and announced, "Hey, I'll take that 100,000 mattress." With genuine regret, the saleswoman replied, "I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we only have one of that mattress left, and it has already been purchased by this gentleman. That if you wish to place an order, you can pay a deposit, and it will arrive in about a week." "That I can't wait that long," the man exclaimed, turning to Qin Tian with an air of entitlement. "Hey, you there, I want that mattress. You can go look elsewhere." Qin Tian calmly responded, "We have already paid for that mattress. If you want it, you may seek it elsewhere." The man's expression turned furious, and he shouted, "Hey kid, do you dare to compete with me for something? Do you know who I am?" "Not at all," Qin Tian replied. "State your name." "I'm sure I'll be terrified." "Listen closely, I am Sun Lianqing, the eldest son of the Sun family." Qin Tian remained indifferent. "Never heard of you," Sun Lianqing boasted. "Huh, you must be from out of town if you don't know the Sun family. Let me enlighten you. My father is the deputy commander of the Jiangzhou military district." So you must understand how impressive my family is. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu, feeling a twinge of apprehension, whispered, Qin Tian, let him have it. His father is an official. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, what if his father is the deputy commander? Rules must be observed. We have already paid, and thus the item is rightfully ours. Can an official just take it from us? Chapter 81. Is that all? Upon hearing this, Sun Lianqing narrowed his eyes at Qin Tian. So you are adamant about opposing me, are you? We have already paid for this mattress, and you wish to forcibly take it. Yet you say I am the one opposing you. Don't you find that amusing? I can't be bothered to argue with you. You will yield this mattress, whether you like it or not. Despite Sun Lianqing's aggressive demeanor, Qin Tian remained composed, addressing the saleswoman. Have the goods delivered here? That he proceeded to write down the address. The saleswoman's face showed hesitation, clearly intimidated by Sun Lianqing's background. Noticing this, Sun Lianqing threatened, if you dare sell this mattress to him, you can consider your store closed. The saleswoman, looking distressed, replied, I'm just an employee. Please wait, I will speak to my manager. She dashed downstairs in a hurry. Moments later, a middle-aged man ascended, wearing a broad smile as he approached Sun Lianqing. Young Master Sun, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I would have welcomed you personally. Sun Lianqing waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the pleasantries. I want that mattress. Of course, no problem at all. I'll arrange for it to be delivered to the Sun family shortly, and no need for delivery to the Sun family. I am giving it as a gift. Here is the address. The manager took the note and nodded servilely. Understood, young Master Sun. Rest assured it will be delivered within the hour. He then summoned 2 employees. Instructing you two, take this mattress to this address, be careful. This is a gift for young Master Sun. The 2 employees nodded and proceeded to lift the mattress down the stairs. Just as they began to lift it, Qin Tian stepped in and stomped down on it. The 2 were momentarily stunned, glancing at the manager, who frowned and asked, What do you mean by this, young man? What do I mean? I have already paid for this mattress. It belongs to me. Now, you wish to sell it to someone else? This is not how business is conducted. That I'll refund your money shortly. I advise you not to make unnecessary trouble, that if you don't want to lose face in Jiangzhou. I still need to operate my business. The manager urged the employees, quickly take it down for delivery. At this moment, Qin Tian crossed his arms and sat down on the mattress. The manager frowned and angrily shouted, Hey, are you looking for trouble? Get him out of here. Upon hearing this, the 2 employees rolled up their sleeves and reached for Qin Tian's shoulders. Seeing this, Su Jinyu quickly urged, Don't resort to violence. Let us discuss this calmly. Physical confrontation will only escalate matters. I'll say this once more. I will not sell this mattress to you, that I'll refund your money shortly, but if you continue to act unreasonably, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Tian, let us just drop it. We can buy something else, Su Jinyu suggested. Qin Tian smiled lightly and replied, Jinyu, a good person can be bullied till we are in the right. So we need not fear them. However, before Su Jinyu could finish her sentence, Sun Lianqing fanned the flames. Manager, you see, he is asking for trouble. Since that is the case, you need not be polite with him. The manager gritted his teeth and commanded, Throw him out. If he resists, beat him up. I'll cover his medical expenses if necessary. With this encouragement, the 2 employees had no reservations. They exchanged glances and then forcefully pulled to drag Qin Tian down. However, they were horrified to find that at this moment, Qin Tian was as immovable as a mountain, no matter how hard they pulled. Subsequently, they synchronized their efforts, gripping Qin Tian's arms and pulling with all their might. 2 individuals gritted their teeth, their foreheads bulging with veins, their arm muscles straining as if they were exerting every ounce of strength they possessed. Yet, Qin Tian remained utterly unyielding. Witnessing this scene, the boss scolded. Have you 2 not eaten? You can't even move one person together. What on earth are you doing? Boss, this guy is peculiar. One retorted. Indeed, we've used all our strength, yet we can't budge him. This fellow is too uncanny. Uncanny my foot. You 2 are merely timid and afraid of trouble. Let me handle this, the boss declared, seizing Qin Tian's arm and yanking it forcefully. Bang! With a mere flick of his arm, Qin Tian sent the boss staggering backward, eventually landing on his back in a most undignified manner. As he clambered to his feet, he shouted angrily, Damn it! How dare you lay a hand on me? What, is it only permissible for you to strike while I cannot defend myself? Boss, this kid is incredibly arrogant. If I were you, I would just incapacitate him. With the might of the Sun family behind me, you need not fear a thing. Upon hearing Sun Lianqing's words, the boss's expression darkened. And he barked at the two employees. What are you still standing there for? Grab your weapons and take him down. The two employees hastily retrieved crowbars from the corner and rushed towards Qin Tian without a second thought. Su Jinyu shrieked, "No, don't lay a hand on him," but it was too late. As her words fell, the two were already upon Qin Tian, raising their crowbars to strike him fiercely. Sun Lianqing watched with a cold smile. Yet in the next moment, his grin froze. As the two employees swung their crowbars downward, they were suddenly sent flying backwards as if made of straw. Bang, bang. They crashed onto the floor several meters away. Howling in agony, their bodies feeling as though they had been shattered, utterly devoid of strength. The boss was left dumbfounded, finally realizing that Qin Tian was no ordinary individual. With this realization, he approached Qin Tian with a pained expression. "Young man, I implore you, do not make things difficult for me. I am merely a businessman. I cannot afford to offend the Sun family. Please, show some mercy. I will refund your money and offer you some compensation." Qin Tian, uninterested in further dialogue, declared with formidable authority, "No. This mattress is mine, and if you dare sell it to anyone else, I will dismantle your store." The boss felt bereft, nearly in tears. Sun Lianqing, his face dark with anger. "Warren, kid, you are determined to compete with me, are you? Don't force my hand. I am a 6th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. If it comes to blows, you will surely regret it. Come on then, let us see who will regret it." Seeking death, Sun Lianqing's expression hardened as he sprinted forward, leaping high into the air to deliver a powerful roundhouse kick. The kick was fierce, with considerable force, accompanied by a sound that seemed to slice through the air. Yet, Qin Tian casually extended his arm, grasping Sun Lianqing's ankle as the kick approached. Sun Lianqing was taken aback. Before he could react, he felt an overwhelming force pulling him backward uncontrollably. Bang! He crashed heavily onto a table, which splittered beneath him. The boss nearly lost his wits. If anything were to happen to Sun Lianqing in his store, he would have no way to explain himself to the Sun family. In a panic, he rushed over to help Sun Lianqing to his feet. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Sun Lianqing bellowed, "Damn it! How dare you hit me?" Qin Tian scoffed derisively. "A 6th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, and this is all you can muster?" Chapter 82. Even the god of war must sweep the floor. With gritted teeth, Sun Lianqing tightened his fists, preparing to charge at Qin Tian. The furniture store owner hurriedly restrained him. "Young Master Sun, that kid appears to be trained that a wise man does not suffer needless losses. Damn it, I can't let him make me look this pathetic. Am I to let this slide?" Sun Lianqing seethed. After a moment's contemplation, the boss whispered a few words into Sun Lianqing's ear. Upon hearing the boss's counsel, Sun Lianqing finally unclenched his fist that he glared at Qin Tian, declaring, "Qin Tian, I will remember you and make you pay." Having uttered his threat, he turned and left. The boss then approached Qin Tian with a conciliatory smile. "Young man, I truly apologize for earlier. Young Master Sun's status and background are not something I can afford to offend. Enough with the pleasantries. Just deliver the furniture I purchased out of course. I will arrange for the delivery immediately. You two can wait at home." Hearing this, Qin Tian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the boss for a moment before calmly responding, "We are not in a hurry, that we will accompany the delivery truck back." The boss's face darkened slightly, that he hesitated before smiling awkwardly. "Young man, deliveries take time. That IT requires loading, transporting, and unloading. It will take quite a while." Qin Tian replied with a bemused smile, "You are making so many excuses. You are not trying to send us away, so you can secretly deliver the mattress to that Sun Lianqing, are you?" Realizing his thoughts had been exposed, the boss's expression turned even more awkward, and he could only feign despair. "Young man, I cannot afford to offend young Master Sunday. How about this? I will refund you for the mattress and offer you a compensation of 50,000. How does that sound? Do I look like someone who is short on money?" This retort left the boss speechless. After all, someone who could spend 100,000 on a mattress would likely not be swayed by a mere 50,000. The boss pleaded earnestly, "Young man, I know you are not lacking in money, but could you perhaps show some mercy? If I do not deliver the mattress to young Master Sun, I will surely be unable to continue running my store." Su Jinyu, seeing the boss's pitiful demeanor, felt a pang of guilt. She spoke up, "Qin Tian, perhaps we should forego this mattress and choose another instead. Otherwise, every time I see it, I will be reminded of the unpleasantness from earlier. In hindsight, it would be quite disadvantageous. The boss quickly chimed in. The young lady is right. How about this? We have even more upscale mattresses in the store. I can sell you one of those at the same price. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Where is that mattress you mentioned? Right this way, young man. After a brief moment, the boss led them to a mattress. Young man, this is the Zapunuo mattress, a royal brand from Eagle Country. Starting at 180,000, IT features an intelligent spring system, providing superior support compared to other mattresses, ensuring a more comfortable experience. That Su Jinyu inquired. Can we try it out? Certainly, the boss said, pulling back the sheets and gesturing for Su Jinyu to lie down. After she did, a look of astonishment spread across her face. Wow, this is actually more comfortable than the previous one. Qin Tian. You should give it a try. Qin Tian nodded and lay down as well. The moment he did, he felt enveloped in comfort and support. As he turned to speak, his gaze met Su Jinyu's, creating a subtly intimate atmosphere. Su Jinyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly sat up. To break the tension, she addressed the boss. We will take this one. You won't charge us extra, right? The boss beamed with joy. No extra charges. Absolutely not. I will arrange for the delivery right away. Qin Tian warned. Do not put on a facade while plotting behind our backs. Otherwise, you will find out that I am not someone you can provoke. Of course not. I assure you, young man, I am grateful that you are allowing me to sell you that mattress. I would never resort to tricks. If you are concerned, feel free to mark this mattress. Once it is delivered, you will know if I have swapped it to no need. I can tell if it has been switched. With that, Qin Tian turned to Su Jinyu and said, Jinyu, let us go buy some daily necessities. Su Jinyu nodded and followed Qin Tian out. The furniture store owner let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, a delivery worker frowned and asked, Boss, are you really going to sell that mattress to them for 100,000? Isn't that a huge loss? A loss is a loss. IT is better than offending young Master Sunday. Besides, that young man is clearly not to be trifled with. I will consider it a financial loss to avert disaster. After speaking, the boss handed over the delivery order. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and load the truck for delivery. Also, take the mattress, young Master Sun requested. The delivery worker nodded, glancing at the 2 delivery orders in his hand, exclaiming, Goodness, both orders are for the Bishi Bay Villa area. Upon hearing this, the furniture store owner leaned in to take a look, muttering, they truly are enemies crossing paths. Whatever, just deliver the goods. Their grievances have nothing to do with us. After buying a plethora of daily necessities at the supermarket, Qin Tian and Su Jinyu returned to Bishi Bay. Not long after they parked the car, the delivery arrived. Once the delivery personnel moved the furniture inside, both Qin Tian and Su Jinyu noticed the mattress that Sun Lianqing had coveted. They exchanged a glance, sharing only a faint smile. Qin Tian, did we not just score a bargain? We managed to acquire a mattress worth 180,000 for only 100,000. That indeed, it seems we owe a debt of gratitude to Sun Lianqing for causing such a scene. However, I worry you might feel wronged. Su Jinyu laughed and shook her head. How can I feel wronged when I received such a tremendous bargain? After the delivery workers arranged the furniture, they drove away. Once inside the villa, Su Jinyu looked around at the now less vacant space, a warm smile gracing her face. She then fetched a cloth and began cleaning. Qin Tian had not been idle either. He had begun tidying up alongside Su Jinyu. At that moment, Long Yun approached. Upon witnessing Qin Tian clad in an apron and engaged in cleaning, he was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Senior brother, what on earth are you doing? He inquired incredulously. Cleaning, what else could it be? Qin Tian replied, Goodness, the esteemed king of the night is actually doing his own cleaning. If word of this got out, it would surely leave many astounded. Qin Tian cast him a sidelong glance and said, You've arrived just in time. Lend me a hand with the mopping. With that, he thrust the mop into Long Yun's hands. The latter's lips twitched in disbelief, an expression of despair crossing his face. I am the youngest god of war in Daxia, and you expect me to mop the floor for you. Seeing him frozen in place, Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Not willing? There are plenty of others eager to help me. Of course I'm willing. How could I refuse such a request from my senior brother? Long Yun forced a smile and began mopping, regretting his decision to arrive so soon. Chapter 83. The infatuated Su Jinyun. That evening, within another villa at Bihui Bay, Sun Lianqing wore a beaming smile as he said, Jinyun, this is the mattress I meticulously selected for you. Though it cost me 100,000, it is incredibly comfortable and truly worth every penny. Please try it and let me know if you like it. Su Jinyan lay down for a moment and then expressed her gratitude. Lianqing, thank you so much. I absolutely love this mattress to haha. As long as you like it. Come outside for a moment. I have another surprise for you, curious. Su Jinyan asked. Another surprise? What is it? Sun Lianqing chuckled. You'll find out once you step outside. With that, he took her by the hand and led her to the entrance. Before them stood a brand new Maserati Quattroporte. Upon seeing the car, Su Jinyan exclaimed in disbelief. Lianqing, is this the surprise you mentioned? Indeed. You mentioned your car was broken, and I thought this one would suit you perfectly. Here are the keys. From now on, it's yours. Do you like it? As he spoke, he produced 2 car keys from his pocket. Su Jinyan's face lit up with joy. I love it. Thank you so much, Lianqing. You are so kind to me. You are the woman I cherish. So who else would I treat well if not you? At his words, Su Jinyan's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly donned a bashful demeanor. Sun Lianqing, with deep affection, asked, Jinyan, I genuinely like you. Would you be my girlfriend? Su Jinyan hesitated momentarily before replying. Lianqing, you know I've just become the president of the company. Before I stabilize my position, I don't have much time to focus on other matters. That is perfectly fine. I understand. You needn't worry about me taking up too much of your time, that if you're willing, I could prepare dinner for you every day while you work. A hint of annoyance crossed Su Jinyan's brow, though she responded gently. Lianqing, I don't wish to be a dependent flower vase, and I want to grow our company through my own efforts, so I cannot afford to be distracted by romantic matters right now. Could you give me some time? Sun Lianqing, somewhat disheartened, grimaced. Jinyan, is it that you don't like me? If that is the case, just say so, and I won't pester you. Lianqing, what nonsense are you talking? Can't you see my feelings for you? Su Jinyan said, lowering her head, her eyes reddening. It dawned on her that perhaps she had overthought things. She had assumed he would sense her feelings, and felt foolish for it. Sun Lianqing quickly interjected, Jinyan, please don't be upset. It's my fault that I now understand your feelings, and I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. That Su Jinyan smiled brightly. That is more like it. We are still young. There is no need to rush. That I promise that once I elevate the company to a new level, I will agree to date you. Indeed, your words make everything worthwhile. Jinyan, may I hug you? Sun Lianqing asked, his eyes filled with hope. That Su Jinyan shyly nodded. Overjoyed, Sun Lianqing embraced her tightly. The warmth radiating from Su Jinyan, along with her fullness, stirred a reaction within him. He leaned in, inhaling her fragrance. Unable to resist the urge to kiss her, Su Jinyan instinctively recoiled, playfully chiding. Lianqing, don't be so hasty. I'm not yet mentally prepared, and you promised to wait. Sun Lianqing, embarrassed, replied, I know, I just couldn't help myself. You are simply too beautiful. If I could hold you while I sleep, I would willingly trade 10 years of my life. Pooh, what are you saying? If you gave up 10 years of your life, what would happen to me? Upon hearing Su Jinyan's words, Sun Lianqing's heart soared, and he jumped with excitement. He quickly corrected himself. Right. We should both live long lives so we can be together forever. Su Jinyan nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Lianqing, to be honest, I also don't want to keep you waiting too long. Just that our Su Corporation is currently facing challenges. If I could secure a few major projects, it would alleviate our urgent situation. Without hesitation, Sun Lianqing responded, Jinyan, my uncle Chihong Group has several projects available. I'll speak to him and have him assign them to your Su Corporation. Really, Lianqing? You're not just trying to make me happy, are you? Su Jinyan asked, her expression a mix of surprise and joy. Sun Lianqing patted his chest. Of course it's true for you. I will persuade my uncle no matter what. Thank you so much, Lianqing. You are truly wonderful to me, Su Jinyan said as she tiptoed and kissed him gently on the cheek. This gesture left Sun Lianqing elated, and he quickly said, Jinyan, you should rest early. I am going to speak with my uncle right away. Without delay, he departed, his mind racing with thoughts of helping Su Jinyan succeed in her endeavors so they could be together. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. After watching Sun Lianqing leave, Su Jinyan retrieved a tissue to wipe her mouth, her face displaying a look of disdain. That moment, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she couldn't help but feel a wave of annoyance. Finally, answering the call, she feigned a sweet tone. Wei Xiao, why are you calling me at this hour? Shouldn't you be working? Wei Xiao's voice came through. Jinyan, I was just thinking of you. You must have moved into the villa by now, right? I just moved in today, but this large villa feels a bit lonely with just me here, that I'm sorry. I can only put you through this for now. When I return, I'll make it up to you, that it's fine. Living in your villa makes me feel as though we're living together. I'll gradually get used to it. After chatting with Wei Xiao for over 10 minutes, Su Jinyan noticed he had no intention of ending the call, so she concocted an excuse to hang up. Once the call ended, she murmured triumphantly, "Two infatuated fools. Manipulating you will be a breeze." She then tidied up the house a little, and while taking out the trash, she instinctively glanced at the entrance of the villa. The next moment, her expression turned to one of astonishment as she muttered, "Was that Qin Tian and Su Jinyu who just passed by?" Driven by curiosity, she hurriedly pursued them, confirming that it was indeed the two. Su Jinyan called out, "Qin Tian, Su Jinyu, stop right there." Su Jinyu turned around in surprise and asked, "Jinyan, what are you doing here?" With an air of superiority, Su Jinyan replied, "I've moved in over here." "By the way, how did you two sneak into the affluent district? Are you here to steal something?" Chapter 84, the uncharacteristic Su Nanxing Qin Tian scoffed, "Steal? Are you referring to yourself?" Still daring to be defiant. "Just wait, I'll call security right now." With that, Su Jinyan took out her phone and dialed the property management. A few minutes later, several security guards arrived as Su Jinyan displayed her access card, proclaiming, "I am a resident of this community. And these two are here to steal. You must apprehend them." The guards turned to Qin Tian and Su Jinyu, ready to take action at that moment. One of the guards recognized Qin Tian and frowned. "Mr. Qin, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Biaozi, you know him. He is also a resident of our community. He just moved in today." Upon hearing this, the guards lowered their batons. Su Jinyan furrowed her brows and demanded, "What did you just say? Qin Tian is also a resident of this community." "Yes, miss. You claimed Mr. Qin was stealing. Do you have any evidence?" Instead of answering the guard, Su Jinyan turned to Qin Tian and asked, "Did you buy a villa here? How could that be? Can you even afford it?" Qin Tian merely cast her a cool glance, and then took Su Jinyu's hand, preparing to leave. Su Jinyan attempted to follow and clarify, but then remembered her front door was unlocked by the time she returned to lock it. Qin Tian and Su Jinyu had vanished without a trace. She turned to the guard and inquired, "Which villa do Qin Tian and his companion reside in?" The security guard shook his head and remarked, "I am not quite sure about that. All I know is that he moved in today." "Miss, has anything gone missing from your home?" Annoyed, Su Jinwen waved her hand dismissively and scolded, "Leave me alone." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. The guard furrowed his brow and muttered, "The temper of these homeowners is quite extraordinary. But who can blame them for being wealthy? Let us not dwell on it. We should continue our patrol." The following morning, Qin Tian drove to the Su residence. As he was about to exit his vehicle, Su Yi, who was just stepping out, questioned him. "Qin Tian, what brings you here?" "He is here to help me move," came the reply from Su Jinyu, who emerged dragging a suitcase. Upon seeing this, Su Yi pressed further, "Su Jinyu, are you moving out?" "Indeed, isn't this just what you all wanted?" Su Yi frowned and retreated indoors to share the news with Su Nanhua and Su Monli, who were having breakfast in the dining area. Su Monli set down her bowl and chopsticks, stepping outside just in time to see Su Jinyu and Qin Tian bringing luggage down from upstairs. She frowned and inquired, "Jinyu, what are you doing? Who permitted you to move out?" Qin Tian, visibly irritated, retorted, "Does Jinyu need your permission to move out?" "Isn't that rather presumptuous of you?" Su Monli, maintaining her composure, stated firmly, "Jinyu is my niece, and as her elder, she must seek our consent before moving out." Su Nanhua chimed in, "Indeed, Jinyu, care to explain why you wish to leave?" Su Jinyu replied nonchalantly, "Haven't you all been complaining about my presence? Moving out is beneficial for everyone. You moving out means no one will manage the household affairs. That is your responsibility. Take your belongings back. You cannot move out." Su Monli insisted with conviction, "Aunt, I am not a servant of the Su family. And my father has already consented that if you have objections, direct them to him," Su Jinyu declared before beckoning Qin Tian to leave with her. Seeing this, Su Monli hurried upstairs to Su Nanxing's study. At that moment, Su Nanxing was seated in a chair, engrossed in a book. Noticing Su Monli's entrance, he inquired indifferently, "What is it?" "Elder brother, how can you allow Su Jinyu to move out? You must stop her. She cannot leave." "Why not?" Su Nanxing's gaze remained fixed on the pages, never once glancing at Su Monli. She felt a lack of the respect she deserved and coldly responded, "Elder brother, if Jinyu leaves. Who will handle the household chores? I do not permit servants in my room. If she leaves, who will clean it?" Su Nanxing closed his book and turned his icy gaze towards Su Monli, asking in a frigid tone, "Is my daughter obligated to clean for you?" Su Monli opened her mouth to protest, but faltered at the chilling intensity of his stare, swallowing her words instead. Tentatively, she asked, "Elder brother, you seem a bit different today." "Leave, do not disturb my reading." Su Nanxing's voice, though low, was laden with an unmistakable authority that he resumed his reading, leaving Su Monli to cast a bewildered glance at him, her mind racing with thoughts. Noticing that she had not left, Su Nanxing's piercing gaze fell upon her once more, thickening the atmosphere with tension. Feeling the weight of his stare, Su Monli's heart skipped a beat, and she involuntarily shivered. Summoning her composure, she said, "Elder brother, I merely wanted to inform you that breakfast is ready. Remember to eat before I head to the office." With that, she hurriedly turned to depart. As she exited the study, she let out a long sigh, realizing her back was damp with cold sweat. Upon descending the stairs, Su Nanhua asked, "Sister, did you speak to elder brother?" Su Monli, still shaken, replied, "Third brother. Something seems off with him." "What do you mean?" Su Nanhua inquired with a furrowed brow that I cannot precisely articulate it, but his gaze was quite frightening, and he no longer spoke in that submissive manner. "Are you suggesting he wishes to assert his authority as the head of the family?" Su Monli slightly shook her head. "Not quite. He merely appeared unwilling to allow me to interfere with Jinyu's decision to move out. Perhaps I am overthinking it. However, if he truly intends to take charge, we may find ourselves without a voice in this household." After a moment of contemplation, Su Nanhua chuckled, "You are simply overreacting. Elder brother has always been as carefree as a wandering cloud for decades. If he wished to take control, he would have done so long ago." True, it was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, I shall return to the office now. Let Jinyu be for the time being that I will find a way to bring her back when the opportunity arises. Once Su Monli left, Su Nanhua glanced thoughtfully toward the study before stroking his chin. Meanwhile, Qin Tian had returned to Bisui Bay, helping Su Jinyu carry her belongings inside, that he then suggested, "Jinyu, take a moment to rest while I fetch breakfast from the nearby shop." Su Jinyu nodded, a warm smile gracing her face. After purchasing the breakfast, Qin Tian was about to return when an angry voice interrupted. "Qin Tian, what are you doing here?" Upon turning, he recognized the voice belonged to Sun Lianqing. Seeing Qin Tian holding breakfast, Sun Lianqing scoffed. "Oh, so you're just a delivery boy? I was under the impression you were wealthy. Since when did delivery boys become so arrogant as to steal my mattress?" Qin Tian cast a disinterested glance at him and continued into the community. Sun Lianqing shouted at the guarding security, "Hey, are you blind? You let delivery boys in. Don't forget this is a wealthy district. If something were to get stolen, could you handle the consequences?" The security guard frowned and asked Qin Tian, "Mr. Qin, what is going on?" "Nothing much, just a mad dog. But he does make a valid point. This is a wealthy district, that if he isn't a homeowner, it is best not to let him in, lest the homeowners lose their belongings, and you bear the responsibility that Mr. Qin is right." "We understand," the security guard nodded. And Qin Tian proceeded inside without looking back. Sun Lianqing stood there in disbelief, questioning the guard. "Qin Tian is a homeowner here?" "Yes." The guard scrutinized Sun Lianqing and asked, "You seem unfamiliar. You aren't a homeowner here?" "Are you?" "I am not, but my girlfriend is." Sun Lianqing attempted to enter. The guard promptly shut the door, stating coolly, "Only homeowners are allowed entry." "Are you deaf? I just said my girlfriend is a homeowner." "Then have your girlfriend come out to greet you. This is a wealthy district, and if we let anyone in, we cannot afford the risk if homeowners lose their belongings." Sun Lianqing was infuriated by the guard's response, shouting, "You dare stop me? Do you know who I am? My father is the deputy commander of the military district." The guard scoffed, "My father is Li Gang, that don't think you could bully us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." He brandished his baton as he spoke. Enraged, Sun Lianqing threatened, "Fine, just wait, you dog of a guard." He pulled out his phone and called Su Jinwen. "Jinwen, I've been stopped by the security at your community. Come out and get me." "Didn't you tell me you were here to see me?" "I did, but it's a long story. Just come out that I have good news." Upon hearing this, Su Jinwen quickly replied, "Wait for me. I'll change and be right out. 10 minutes later, Su Jinwen hurriedly emerged, reprimanding the guards. Are your eyes blind? Sun Xiao is my friend. If you dare stop him again, I will file a complaint. The guard, looking distressed, replied, Miss Su, we are just following protocol. If we let people in indiscriminately and a homeowner loses something, who will be accountable? Nonsense. Sun Xiao's father is the deputy commander of the military district. With his background, how could he possibly engage in theft? If you persist with this nonsense, I shall accuse you of defamation. With that, Su Jinwen seized Sun Lianqing's arm and walked inside. Still fuming, these guards are becoming increasingly intolerable. Lianqing, don't take it to heart. I will definitely file a complaint against them. Sun Lianqing chuckled, no worries. Seeing you has lifted my spirits that we shouldn't let those gatekeepers ruin our mood. Upon returning to the villa, Su Jinwen, brimming with anticipation, asked Lianqing, you came so early. Did you have results regarding what we discussed last night? Yes, my uncle has agreed to let the Su family handle the project, but he wishes for you to come in person to discuss the details of the collaboration. Absolutely, I will head over shortly. Sun Lianqing then added, Jinwen, I have matters to attend to, so I want to accompany you. Rest assured, my uncle is very amenable. The project will surely be entrusted to the Su family. Ah, Lianqing, I am truly grateful to you. Once our collaboration is finalized, I shall personally prepare a feast to reward you. Indeed, I can hardly contain my excitement. Jinwen, you are so wonderful that as he spoke, he embraced Su Jinwen once more. Though Su Jinwen was reluctant, she did not show it. Just as Sun Lianqing was about to get a little too familiar, she swiftly broke free, saying, Lianqing, it's getting late, that I must return to the company to address some work matters before heading to Qihong Group to meet your uncle. All right, then I shall attend to my own affairs as well. Once I am done, I will call you, Sun Lianqing replied, leaving with a lingering reluctance. After stepping outside, he pulled out his phone and made a call. With a grim expression, he said, Ma Tao, bring some men to Bihue Bay immediately, and remember to bring the tools. Understood, the other party replied before hanging up. Sun Lianqing then stopped at a breakfast shop near Bihue Bay to have a meal. After finishing breakfast and waiting for a while, a van came to a halt on the road in front of Bihue Bay. Observing this, Sun Lianqing approached. The van's door opened, revealing 7 or 8 muscular men inside. One of them even had a pitch-black handgun tucked at his waist. Upon seeing Sun Lianqing, they respectfully called out, Young Master Sun. Sun Lianqing nodded towards the entrance of Bihue Bay and instructed, Ma Tao, follow my lead in a moment and incapacitate the target. Ma Tao inquired, Young Master Sun, is the person we're targeting still inside the community? Could he have already left? Impossible that I kept a close watch while having breakfast. He certainly hasn't exited yet that I in that case. Young Master Sun, you should wait in your car. Just inform us when you see him emerge, as staying with us could put you at risk to be careful. That fellow seems to be trained, and no matter how skilled he is, he should fear a knife. Rest assured, young master, anyone who dares to offend you will find themselves confined to a wheelchair for the rest of their lives. Sun Lianqing nodded in satisfaction and returned to his car. That a few minutes later, he noticed Qin Tian driving out, but he promptly called Ma Tao. Young Master Sun, the target is in a car. Should we act now or follow him until he reaches a less populated area? Okay, Ma Tao hung up and started the vehicle to tail him. Sun Lianqing discreetly followed suit. Inside Qin Tian's car, Su Jinyu asked, Qin Tian, did Long Yun buy that villa himself? Yes, their family is quite wealthy. The car I'm driving now is also a gift from him. Your junior is really good to you. By the way, does he have a girlfriend? Not yet. Why, do you have someone in mind? Qin Tian's interest peaked as Su Jinyu nodded. I have a good friend who is a year younger than me, remarkably beautiful, like a celebrity. Her family has been pressing her lately, so I thought it might be nice for them to meet and see if there's potential for something more. However, my friend's temperament is a bit fiery. I'm not sure if Long Yun can handle it. No problem. You just set up a time with your friend. Long Yun is quite free and can meet at any time. Shouldn't you check with Long Yun first? I'm his senior, and given that I'm introducing him to a girlfriend, he'd be more than happy. He's certainly one T refuse. That's great. I'll talk to my friend about it. Qin Tian nodded, casually glancing in the rearview mirror, his brows suddenly furrowing. Chapter 86. So, are you threatening me now? He observed the van behind them and warned. Jinyu, we're being followed. Brace yourself. With that, he pressed down on the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Su Jinyu, alarmed, asked Qin Tian, Who is following us? It's hard to say right now. Once I shake them off, you should get out and take a cab back to the company. I'll distract them. No, that's too dangerous that I'm calling the police. Qin Tian countered. Jinyu, calling the police won't help. We have no evidence at the moment. Trust me. I will be fine. But if you follow me, I will be distracted, which could make things even more perilous. Hearing this, Su Jinyu reluctantly warned, just be careful. You must not get hurt, that I promise you. Now, please get out. They want to catch up immediately. Qin Tian pulled over, and Su Jinyu opened the door to exit. Yet, just as she stepped out, she turned back, saying, Qin Tian, you must be safe, you promised. After saying this, she leaned in and quickly kissed him on the cheek, her face flushed with shyness and a hint of anxiety as she exited the car. Qin Tian instinctively touched the spot where Su Jinyu had kissed him and remarked, You were too quick. I barely felt it. You owe me a proper one tonight. With that, Qin Tian drove off. After confirming Su Jinyu had gotten into a taxi, he took a turn down a side road. The van followed closely behind. The reason he had her leave was due to his concern for those mercenaries. Despite his confidence in escaping from such heavy firepower, he would never allow Su Jinyu to be caught in such peril that if anything were to happen to her, he would never forgive himself. He drove until he reached the foot of a mountain, then leisurely parked the car. Moments later, the van swerved to block his path. The doors flew open, and several muscular men jumped out, wielding baseball bats and crowbars. And without a word, they began to smash Qin Tian's car. Sitting in the driver's seat, Qin Tian remained calm. He was now certain these were not mercenaries. After they finished their assault, he nonchalantly exited the vehicle. Ma Tao sneered, Kid, you've got some guts to not be scared. Qin Tian coolly replied, Who are you? It seems we haven't met before. You don't need to know who we are. You just need to understand who you've offended. Oh, who have I offended? Ma Tao snorted. Not even knowing who you've offended is enough to lead to your downfall. His expression darkened as he barked at his subordinates. Get him! With that command, the muscular men lunged at Qin Tian. Wielding their clubs, a mocking smile crept on Qin Tian's lips as he slipped his hands into his pockets and unleashed a lightning-fast kick. Bam, bam, bam. The sound of heavy thuds echoed as the muscular men were sent flying like rag dolls, crashing hard onto the pavement. They felt as if their entire bodies had fallen apart and struggled to rise. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Ma Tao stood in shock. Although Sun Lianqing had warned him about Qin Tian's training, the sheer power demonstrated was beyond his belief. Qin Tian casually lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke before saying, Now, can we discuss who sent you? Coming to his senses, Ma Tao swiftly drew his handgun, pointing it at Qin Tian, and smugly declared, Kid, didn't expect this, did you? I have a gun that if you don't want to die, kneel before me. A gun. Qin Tian retorted with derision, in the hands of a loser like you. That's nothing more than a toy. You look down on me. Huh. Seeking death. Ma Tao's expression hardened as he aimed for Qin Tian's thigh and pulled the trigger. Bang. Almost simultaneously with the gunshot, Qin Tian moved. He vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. A Tao's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He looked down to find Qin Tian had somehow appeared before him and had twisted his wrist painfully. Bones jutting out through the flesh. Da-da! Ma Tao screamed in agony, his face contorted with pain as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. But I'll give you one last chance, if you don't speak. You will die, Qin Tian said expressionlessly, delivering his ultimatum. Ma Tao was on the verge of wetting himself. He had seen ruthless individuals before, but none compared to Qin Tian's mercilessness, executing his actions without a hint of hesitation. He dared not reveal Sun Lianqing's name and hastily fabricated a lie that we took the job through the dark web. We don't know who the employer is. That's so. Qin Tian replied coldly, delivering a swift kick to Ma Tao's knee. Crack. Ma Tao's kneecap shattered, leaving a bloody mess. Ah, my knee. Ma Tao cried out, collapsing to the ground, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Qin Tian picked up the gun that had fallen to the ground and pressed it against Ma Tao's head. Instantly, Ma Tao was filled with terror. The lethal aura emanating from the gun made him tremble uncontrollably, that a chill swept through him, and his teeth began to chatter that I'll talk. It's Sun Lianqing? Qin Tian finally realized that Ma Tao nodded vigorously. Just as Qin Tian was about to say something, he heard the sound of an engine revving from behind. Turning to look, he saw a car hastily making a U-turn. In response, he kicked Ma Tao away and strode purposefully towards the approaching vehicle. On the vehicle, Sun Lianqing caught sight of Qin Tian approaching with a firearm, his face paling in terror. Several individuals were rotating the steering wheel in a frenzy. However, the more anxious one becomes, the more prone they are to making mistakes. In a flurry of actions, he twisted the steering wheel back and forth, and instead of executing a turn, the car stalled. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead as he fumbled to restart the engine. Just then, Qin Tian's voice pierced through the air beside him. Sun Lianqing. What a coincidence. Sun Lianqing stiffly turned to look at Qin Tian outside the window, forcing a smile as he replied, Indeed, quite the coincidence. Well, I was merely passing through, and I haven't collected my clothes at home, so I shall take my leave. That he attempted to start the car and make his escape. But Qin Tian firmly grasped his shoulder. What do you intend to do, Qin Tian? Nothing much. Since we've crossed paths, let's have a chat, Qin Tian asserted, yanking Sun Lianqing down from the car. Trembling with fear, Sun Lianqing stammered, Qin Tian, please don't act impulsively. That I truly was just passing by. They're not sent by me. I haven't even asked yet, and you're already confessing? Qin Tian quipped. Upon hearing this, Sun Lianqing felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. I genuinely was just passing through. I don't know them at all, and you can't lay a finger on me. If my father finds out, he certainly won't let you off. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes and inquired. So, are you threatening me now? You may interpret it that way. My father is the deputy commander of the military region, and if you dare to harm me, your fate will be sealed. Sun Lianqing thought of his father and suddenly grew bolder. Qin Tian chuckled lightly before suddenly swinging his hand. Smack. A resounding slap landed on Sun Lianqing's face, causing him to spin around several times before stumbling and collapsing to the ground. His cheek instantly blossomed into a swollen bruise. Damn it. You actually, before he could finish, he felt something foreign in his mouth. Spitting it out revealed a mix of blood and a few shattered teeth. Witnessing this scene, Sun Lianqing was filled with rage. Pointing at Qin Tian and roaring, Qin Tian, you're finished. Just wait until I turn your arm into a twisted version of my name. Sun Lianqing. Congratulations, you've successfully provoked me. Qin Tian's expression turned frigid as he seized Sun Lianqing's hair and slammed him against the car hood. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Lianqing's head was battered, blood streaming down as he saw stars. The car hood was dented significantly. Yet, Qin Tian showed no signs of relenting. Panicking, Sun Lianqing pleaded for mercy. Stop, I was wrong. Qin Tian, I was wrong. I swear I won't trouble you again. Qin Tian scoffed, I look forward to your next visit. With that, he flung Sun Lianqing aside, sending him flying. Crack, the windshield shattered into a spiderweb pattern. Sun Lianqing felt as if his entire body had fallen apart, unable to move. Qin Tian cast a dispassionate glance at him before driving away. Qin Tian, I swear I'll kill you, Sun Lianqing bellowed in fury. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Qihong Group, a Maserati quattroporte came to a smooth halt, instantly attracting the attention of countless passersby. The car door swung open, and Su Jinwen stepped out with an air of pride. Surrounded by onlookers, her vanity was immediately satiated. She lifted her purse and strutted toward the entrance of Qihong Group. After identifying herself at the reception, she was escorted to the door of the president's office. The receptionist knocked and announced, President's son, President Su from Su Group has arrived. Come in, came Sun Qihong's voice from within. With a smile, Su Jinwen pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in casual attire sat in an office chair, exhaling plumes of smoke. Cough, cough. Su Jinwen coughed a few times, waving her hand in an attempt to disperse the thick haze of smoke. Sun Qihong leaned back in his chair, eyeing Su Jinwen appraisingly. At that moment, Su Jinwen donned a professional OL outfit. A white chiffon blouse adorned her upper body, slightly unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a hint of alabaster skin. Her bosom rose prominently, seemingly on the verge of bursting through the buttons. Below, she wore a black skirt that barely grazed her knees, her long legs clad in black stockings, accentuated further by high heels, making her appear even taller. After assessing Su Jinwen for a moment, Sun Qihong's eyes glinted with desire. My apologies. I am quite the chain smoker. I hope President Su won't take offense, Sun Qihong remarked, pressing a button to open the office windows and exhaust fan. Moments later, the smoke was cleared entirely. He gestured toward the exhaust fan, stating, This fan is produced by one of our subsidiary companies. Though it may seem like a simple device, it boasts over a dozen patented inventions and sells well both domestically and internationally. I was wondering why the room filled with smoke was cleared in no time. It appears your exhaust fan is indeed effective. Absolutely. President Su, being so young yet already serving as the president of your company is truly remarkable. I have long admired your reputation. Sun Chi-hong extended his hand towards Su Jinwen. With a smile, she responded, "Our Su Group is merely a small company. However, President Sun Chi-hong Group is truly impressive in scale. I can't help but envy it." As she spoke, they shook hands. Sun Chi-hong took her hand and placed his other hand on her shoulder, inviting her to take a seat. Su Jinwen paid little mind to his seemingly warm demeanor. However, as soon as she sat down, Sun Chi-hong positioned himself closely beside her. Su Jinwen frowned slightly and subtly shifted away. Sun Chi-hong, unfazed, smiled and said, "Lianqing has already briefed me on everything, and I've gathered some information on your Su Group. To be frank, in terms of qualifications, your Su Group still falls a bit short." Su Jinwen hurriedly explained, "President Sun, while our Su Group may not be large, we are fully capable of executing your company's projects. Please grant us an opportunity. Opportunities must be seized," Sun Chi-hong replied. "President Sun, please feel free to present any requests. Our Su Group will do its utmost to accommodate." Sun Chi-hong wore a smile. "President Su, you are young and beautiful, particularly with that figure. Truly exceptional that I have met countless people, and few can compare to you." Upon hearing this, Su Jinwen felt a twinge of embarrassment. After hesitating, she forced a smile. "President Sun, you flatter me. Let's discuss the requirements for cooperation. The terms for cooperation are quite simple. Given your beauty, should we share a delightful evening together, not only would several projects be on the table, but any future projects from Chi-hong Group that your Su Group can handle will all be entrusted to you." As Sun Chi-hong spoke, his gaze glimmered as he looked at Su Jinwen, and his hand began to wander over her thigh. Su Jinwen sprang to her feet, disgust evident on her face. "President Sun, please maintain your decorum. If President Su is uncomfortable, I wouldn't want to impose." "You may leave," Sun Chi-hong replied, taking another puff from his cigar. Su Jinwen turned to leave but paused, contemplating the benefits those projects could bring. After a moment of inner conflict, she explained, "President Sun, I am indeed in a relationship with Lianqing. Could you consider that?" Before she could finish, Sun Chi-hong interrupted her with a wave of his hand. "If it weren't for my regard for Lianqing, I wouldn't have bothered to meet you. You needn't deceive me. You and Lianqing are clearly not together. That boy is merely deluding himself." Su Jinwen's gaze flickered as she asked, "President Sun, are your earlier words sincere?" "Of course. You must understand that with my status, acquiring women is hardly a challenge. Thus, if I have taken an interest in you, consider it your good fortune." Sun Chi-hong extinguished his cigar and approached Su Jinwen, continuing, "Though I am over 40, a mature man like myself knows how to treat a woman well. Once you experience it, you will undoubtedly not be disappointed." As he spoke, Sun Chi-hong wrapped his arm around Su Jinwen's waist and gently pulled her closer. "President Sun, please don't." Su Jinwen's protest was cut short as Sun Chi-hong leaned in to kiss her, while his other hand slipped under her clothing. Chapter 88. Ruthless Tactics. Just as Sun Chi-hong's hand was about to wander into forbidden territory, Su Jinwen's body jolted, and she broke free, observing her reaction. Sun Chi-hong furrowed his brow, a hint of annoyance surfacing. As Su Jinwen adjusted her clothing, she insisted, "President Sun, I am genuinely with Lianqing, so we cannot proceed like this. If you seek companionship, I can arrange it." "Do you take me for a fool? Am I the sort who would entertain such trivialities?" Seeing Sun Chi-hong's righteous demeanor, Su Jinwen secretly scoffed, fearing that many would fall prey to his whims. Yet, she kept her thoughts to herself, clarifying, "President Sun, please don't misunderstand that I do not intend to introduce you to any unsavory characters. The person I have in mind is far more appealing in both appearance and physique. I assure you, you will be drawn to her." "Oh, is that true? You aren't trying to deceive me, are you?" "President Sun, I sincerely seek cooperation. How could I possibly deceive you? Allow me to arrange a dinner tonight. When you meet her, you will see that I speak the truth." A smile spread across Sun Chi-hong's face. "Excellent. I look forward to it tonight. I hope you will not disappoint me, as otherwise the prospect of our project will vanish." Su Jinwen nodded repeatedly, thumping her chest with assurance. "Rest assured, Mr. Sun, I will ensure your satisfaction." Sun Chi-hong narrowed his eyes, filled with anticipation. Moments later, Su Jinwen exited the Chi-Hong group. Once in her car, she vented her frustration. That old lecher. Is he mad with desire for women? If it weren't for those projects, I would have severed ties with him long ago. Just then, a call from Sun Lianqing came through, with a scowl of disdain. She impatiently answered, Jinwen, how did your conversation with my second uncle go? Has the contract been signed? Su Jinwen initially intended to unleash a tirade, but reconsidered, knowing she would need his support in the future, and swallowed her words. Not yet. Your second uncle said he would sign it during dinner tonight, but that's good that I won't be able to join you for dinner tonight. I have some matters to attend to. So please don't take offense. Once I finish, I'll make sure to spend more time with you. Hearing this, Su Jinwen's face was filled with contempt that it's best if you don't come. And who would care for your company? She thought, yet sweetly replied, since you have matters to handle, it can't be helped. Just remember to take care of yourself and eat on time. Yes, I know that it's still Jinwen who cares for me. Sun Lianqing's voice grew animated. After a few more exchanges, Su Jinwen hung up and drove back to the Su group. Upon her return, she sought out Su Jinyu in the sales department. Su Jinyu, there's an important social event tonight. You must accompany me. Su Jinyu furrowed her brows but nodded in agreement. Just as Su Jinwen turned to leave, she recalled something and said, make sure Qin Tian doesn't follow that if we offend the client. You won't be able to bear the consequences. With that, she departed down the other side. Sun Lianqing had just exited the hospital after having his wound dressed. His head was wrapped in bandages, and he walked with a noticeable limp. As he reached the roadside, a Maybach pulled up before him. A middle-aged man dressed in a black long gown emerged. His face contorted in surprise as he inquired, Young master, what happened? Who did this? Who else but that bastard Qin Tian? Sun Lianqing retorted. Qin Tian? The middle-aged man's brows furrowed. I've never heard of him. Which faction does he belong to? Sun Lianqing scoffed. He's just one person, but his strength is formidable. Even Ma Tao with a gun is no match for him. The middle-aged man's expression grew serious as he asked, should I inform your father? No need. I can handle this small matter myself. Uncle Gong, I need to trouble you with something. Young master, please feel free to speak. My duty is to resolve all your troubles. Sun Lianqing leaned closer to the middle-aged man, whispering a few words. After listening, the latter nodded firmly. Rest assured, young master, I know what to do. That evening, Su Jinyu called Qin Tian. Qin Tian, you don't need to pick me up from work today, that I'm going to accompany Jinwen to a social event. I might be back late at a social event. Where are you going? Jinwen didn't say, and I don't know either. I'll let you know once we arrive. All right, just be cautious and make sure to inform me of your location once you get there. Su Jinyu felt warmth in her heart and replied gently, you don't need to worry. It's just a dinner with a client. Qin Tian said earnestly, if it's just a simple dinner, why did Su Jinwen only invite you and not your aunt or third uncle? Jinwen must have invited them too. It wouldn't make sense for her to invite just me. Something seems off. Be very careful, and don't turn off your phone, that I understand. I'm about to leave. That I'll send you the address as soon as I find it. Just as Su Jinyu hung up, Su Jinwen's car arrived. The window rolled down, and Su Jinwen impatiently called out, what are you dawdling for? Get in the car. Noticing that only Su Jinwen was inside, Su Jinyu asked, is it just the two of us? Aren't the others coming? It's because aunt and third uncle are both busy that I called you. Hurry up and get in. We can't keep the client waiting. Hearing this, Su Jinyu entered the car. Then on the way, she inquired, Jinwen, where are we going for dinner? Why ask so many questions? You'll find out when we get there. Su Jinwen turned on the car's audio system to listen to music. Ignoring Su Jinyu. After nearly an hour of swift driving, they finally arrived at a mountain resort. Upon exiting the car, Su Jinyu attempted to message Qin Tian, but found there was no cell signal. She considered stepping outside to check, but was hurried by Su Jinwen. What are you lingering for? Come on, we need to go in. The client has been waiting for a while. Right? Reluctantly, Su Jinyu put her phone back in her bag and followed Su Jinwen into the resort. Inside the private room, a middle-aged man was already waiting. Su Jinwen smiled and said, Mr. Sun, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Sun Chi-Hong waved his hand dismissively. No worries. I just arrived myself. By the way. Who is this? As soon as Su Jinyu entered, his gaze was fixated on her. Su Jinyu's looks and figure far surpassed Su Jinwen's, causing Sun Chi-Hong to flush with excitement, eager to get acquainted with her. Su Jinwen introduced, this is my sister, Su Jinyu. Turning to Su Jinyu, she added, this is Mr. Sun, the president of Chi-Hong Group. You are the esteemed sister of President Su. It is a pleasure to meet you. Sun Chi-Hong said, extending his hand. Out of courtesy, Su Jinyu greeted him and shook his hand. However, she was startled to realize he showed no intention of letting go. Chapter 89. Jinyu is missing. Su Jinyu furrowed her brow and forcefully withdrew her hand. Sun Chi-hong, regaining his composure, expressed his apologies. I was impolite. It's just that Miss Su is so breathtakingly beautiful. I've never encountered anyone like her before. I hope you won't hold it against me. Su Jinyu shook her head slightly. Her tone cool. Mr. Sun is jesting. Su Jinyu interjected. All right, let's sit down. Jinyu, you keep Mr. Sun company while I go call the waiter to order. With that, she exited the room. Sun Chi-hong, all smiles, asked, Miss Su, you are the vice president at the Su Group, right? I am merely the manager of the sales department. In a way, a beauty like you could not possibly be, just a department manager. I must defend your honor when Jinwen returns. Su Jinyu waved her hand. I appreciate your good intentions, Mr. Sun, but I am quite content as a department manager. Sun Chi-hong continued his flattery, and Su Jinyu found it increasingly difficult to handle, so she excused herself to the restroom. In the restroom, she took out her phone again, only to find there was still no signal. Although puzzled, she reasoned that the resort's remote location in the mountains might account for it. After spending nearly 10 minutes in the restroom, she returned to the private room. Inside, Su Jinwen and Sun Chi-hong were already engaged in drinking. Upon her return, Su Jinwen said, Su Jinyu, why don't you drink a few glasses with Mr. Sun? I can no longer keep up. At that moment, Su Jinwen felt slightly tipsy, a warmth spreading through her body. Observing this, Su Jinyu expressed concern. Jinwen, you're drunk. Perhaps I should take you home. Sun Chi-hong quickly interjected. Oh, Miss Su, that's not quite right. We've just begun the meal, and you've only had a few drinks. How could your sister possibly be drunk? Su Jinwen waved her hand, her words slurring slightly. I'm not drunk. You drink a few glasses on my behalf. Mr. Tsundere, you are our important client. We must not be rude. Sun Chi-hong raised his glass, smiling. Miss Su, since this is our first meeting, let me toast you to Su Jinyu. Feeling pressured, took her glass and clinked it with his. Taking a small sip, Sun Chi-hong frowned slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Miss Su, this won't do. I finish my glass? You must drink up as well, or it would be too disrespectful. Reluctantly, Su Jinyu downed the remaining wine in her glass. Sun Chi-hong immediately applauded. Miss Su, your drinking ability is commendable. Now, this toast is for both you sisters. Su Jinwen shook her head. Mr. Sun, I truly cannot drink anymore. Let Su Jinyu take my place. That won't do. This toast is for both of you. I brought the contract along, and you must show some sincerity. Fine, then I'll drink one more with you. Su Jinwen raised her glass and downed it in one go. After 2 glasses, Su Jinyu felt her heartbeat quickening, a wave of heat washing over her. She murmured, how strange. Why is it so hot in this room? Is the air conditioning not on? As she spoke, she stood to check the air conditioning, only to find she could barely keep her balance. In a dizzying moment, her legs gave way, and she slumped to the ground. Sun Chi-hong quickly caught her. Pulling her onto his lap, Su Jinyu's face drained of color as she struggled to rise, but he held her tightly. Mr. Sun, what are you doing? Let go of me. She shouted in alarm. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Jinwen hastily cried out. Su Jinyu, Jinyu sister, woo, you cannot abandon me. Quickly take me away. I do not wish to die yet. Hearing Su Jinwen's heart-wrenching sobs, Su Jinyu's heart was ultimately stirred with compassion. Qin Tian, considering she is my half-sister, please take her along, though we shall allow Long Yun to come in and rescue her shortly. For now, let us step outside. Su Jinyu nodded gently and followed Qin Tian as they exited. Before them lay a chaotic scene outside the villa, strewn with bodies in disarray. Long Yun stood resolutely amidst the carnage, resembling a deity of death. Upon seeing Su Jinyu emerge, he hurriedly inquired, Sister-in-law, are you unharmed? I am fine. Long Yun, but I must trouble you to go inside and rescue my sister. She has been drugged in her drink and cannot move at all. Senior brother, you go. I have no desire to touch her. I will go, as if I had a choice. Long Yun retorted, rolling his eyes, and turned to enter the room. Upon entering, he glanced at Su Jinwen, who lay on the bed, barely covered. He swiftly yanked the blanket to envelop her before hoisting her over his shoulder and striding out. Su Jinwen felt immense discomfort and scolded. How can you be so rough? Do you not understand the concept of cherishing a delicate flower? Shut your mouth, or I shall toss you back to fend for yourself. In light of this warning, Su Jinwen complied and fell silent. Moments later, the helicopter whisked them away from Qinling Villa. Chapter 91. The Su family's countermeasures. After a brief interval, the helicopter landed at the Bingshui Bay Villa community. Qin Tian escorted Su Jinyu directly back to the Tianzi Villa, while Long Yun carried Su Jinwen off the helicopter and inquired, "Where do you reside?" "Villa number 16 in Area B," Su Jinwen replied. Long Yun waved at the helicopter, and the pilot saluted him before departing. Observing this, Su Jinwen could not suppress her curiosity. "Your name is Long Yun, correct? Did you summon that helicopter?" Long Yun ignored her and, casting a glance at the road sign, proceeded towards Area B. Unfazed, Su Jinwen pressed on. "Long Yun, you have yet to answer my question. That helicopter appeared to be military. How did you manage to call it?" "With my mouth. What I mean is, how could you summon a military helicopter?" "Quite simply, for I am a god of war. When I speak, not just helicopters, but even aircraft carriers could be summoned." "Do you think boasting like that will win you any favors?" "Truly, those who associate with Qin Tian are rarely normal to at this." Long Yun halted, glancing toward the nearby trash bin that Su Jinwen immediately discerned his thoughts and quickly clarified. "Long Yun, I was merely jesting. Do not discard me into the rubbish. Having a sister like you makes me feel pity for my sister-in-law." Long Yun scoffed. Soon arriving at the villa where Su Jinwen resided, he kicked the door open and strode inside. After tossing Su Jinwen onto the sofa, he turned to leave. "Hey, you are leaving just like that? I am utterly drained. Can you not devise some way to assist me? A nap will suffice, but I have not even bathed yet. How can I sleep? Please help me out." Long Yun raised an eyebrow. "Help you bathe? Fiske, are you serious?" Su Jinwen spat. "Pooh. I meant for you to help me regain my strength, not take advantage of me." "Huh. With someone like you, even if you were naked before me, I would not be interested." Long Yun retorted, turning to leave. That Su Jinwen called out several times, but Long Yun paid her no heed. Struggling to free herself from the confines of the bedding, she grabbed her phone and called Su Monli. "Aunt, something terrible has happened. Please come to my villa at Bingshui Bay, number 16. Jinwen. What has occurred? I will explain when you arrive. Bring Uncle San as well. We are in serious trouble." Hearing this, Su Monli grasped the gravity of the situation and instructed, "We will be there shortly. Wait for us at Do not panic. We will discuss everything upon our arrival." After hanging up, Su Jinwen leaned on the staircase railing and made her way back upstairs, laboriously changing her clothes. Half an hour later, Su Monli and others arrived. Upon seeing Su Jinwen slumped on the sofa, Su Monli rushed over. "Jinwen, what happened? Did someone do something inappropriate to you?" "Damn it, who dares to be so bold?" "Rest assured, Sister Jinwen, I will call the police to seek justice for you." Just as Sui was about to report to the authorities, Su Jinwen hurriedly interjected, "I am fine. I am merely fatigued." "Aunt, Uncle San, Sun Zong is dead." "Sun Zong? Which Sun Zong?" Su Monli and the others looked bewildered. "It is Sun Zong, the president of Qihong Group." Su Jinwen recounted the events leading up to this calamity. "What? The president is the brother of the deputy commander of the military region. Jinwen, you're not jesting with us, are you? Did Qin Tian truly kill him?" Su Nanhua and Su Monli inquired, their faces awash with terror. "At this point, do you think I would be in the mood for jokes? If the Sun family discovers my involvement, the Su family will be doomed." Su Jinwen cried, her face a mask of despair. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, shadows of dread clouding everyone's expressions. Su raised an eyebrow, a sinister look crossing his face. "In truth, we can simply shift the blame entirely onto Qin Tian and Su Jinyu. Indeed, it was Qin Tian who committed the act. What does that have to do with the Su family?" Su Nanhua shook his head, a grave expression upon his face. "This matter cannot be denied. Jinwen was involved, as she was the one who organized the gathering." "Uncle San, what do we do now? I am at a complete loss. Please think of a solution." Su Jinwen fretted, her brow furrowed in anxiety. Su Nanhua stroked his chin, pondering before asking, "Jinwen, how did you come to know President Sun?" "Sun Lianqing. He is my suitor and also the nephew of President Sunday." Upon hearing this, Su Nanhua slapped his thigh. "Eureka! To prevent the Su family from being implicated, you must do this." He whispered a few suggestions. After listening, Su Jinwen's face displayed reluctance. "Uncle San, can we not consider another approach? There are no better alternatives. Only by securing Sun Lianqing can we save the Su family and yourself." "Third brother, If news of this leaks, how will we explain it to the king of the night? Sui chimed in. Indeed, if the king of the night discovers that Sister Jinwen has had dealings with Sun Lianqing, he will surely be enraged. Su Nanhua found himself in a quandary that Su Jinwen sighed helplessly at this point. We can only take it one step at a time. I believe the king of the night is too busy to focus on such trivial matters. She still refrained from revealing the truth. Should she confess to Su Monli and the others that the king of the night had never actually invited her to dinner, her standing within the Su family would undoubtedly plummet. And her position as president could well be at risk. Su Nanhua nodded. Very well. We shall proceed as such. Let us return for now. You should summon Sun Lianqing, for the sake of the Su family. We must make this sacrifice. Once they departed, Su Jinwen dialed Sun Lianqing to ask the call connected. She feigned drunkenness. Lianqing, I am quite inebriated. Could you come keep me company? Sun Lianqing exclaimed excitedly. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Su Jinwen loosened 2 buttons of her blouse, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her bosom. Then she reclined on the sofa, her skirt hiked up to the upper thigh. Sun Lianqing arrived promptly. Upon entering and seeing Su Jinwen on the sofa, he was instantly aroused. Jinwen, how did you manage to get so drunk? With concern, he approached the sofa and asked, How are you feeling now? Is there anything I can do for you? Su Jinwen, in a tipsy state, replied, Lianqing, I am completely drained. Could you carry me back to my room? Please. Sun Lianqing, elated, nodded eagerly. He carefully lifted Su Jinwen and ascended the stairs. Upon entering her room, the intoxicating fragrance enveloped him. Quickening his heartbeat, he gently placed Su Jinwen on the bed, and as she seemingly nonchalantly pulled him down with her, they both collapsed onto the bed. Unable to resist any longer, Sun Lianqing succumbed to his desires. Pressing down upon Su Jinwen. Though reluctant, she ultimately reciprocated. Chapter 92. Feigning innocent senior brother. How is sister-in-law faring? Is she all right? In the courtyard of the Tianzi villa, Long Yun inquired with a hint of concern. Qin Tian shook his head slightly. She is fine, just a bit shaken up, and she is already asleep. That is a relief. Long Yun paused before continuing. Senior brother, to prevent similar incidents in the future, I believe it would be wise to install a tracking app on sister-in-law's phone. This way, even if her phone is turned off, we can still ascertain her location. That I had the same thought. I will discuss it with Jinyu once she wakes up tomorrow. Qin Tian silently rejoiced, for had they not located Su Jinyu in time today, the consequences were unfathomable. He let out a long sigh and inquired, Is there any news from the Red Scorpion? Not why it is indeed strange. Ever since those mercenaries were eliminated by you, the Red Scorpions seem to have vanished without a trace. There has been no sign of them throughout Jiangzhou. After Long Yin finished speaking, his gaze flickered momentarily, as if he had something to say but hesitated. Noticing this, Qin Tian raised an eyebrow, encouraging him to express whatever was on his mind. Senior brother, perhaps you should discuss the locator issue with Sister Dash and Dashlaw to be why revealing it. She might recall some clues regarding the Red Scorpions. Qin Tian decisively declined, stating, I do not wish to place her in a state of anxiety and fear. A mere Red Scorpion? If necessary, I can simply travel abroad to eradicate them. As he spoke, a chilling aura emanated from him. Even Long Yun, standing beside him, felt a jolt of fear from this ominous energy. Such a potent aura was something Long Yun had never encountered before, that if you take action personally, the Red Scorpions will truly be in dire straits. However, I fear you may be tied up for some time. Moreover, to eliminate the Red Scorpions completely will require at least a month. What will happen in the meantime if sister-in-law is harmed? It is precisely this concern that has prevented me from taking action thus far. Have your people keep a close watch. If they discover any members of the Red Scorpions, notify me immediately. All right, you can rest assured that I will handle it. Just as Long Yun was about to retire for the night, he suddenly recalled something. By the way, I had someone investigate that scoundrel who attempted to take advantage of sister-in-law tonight. That turns out he is actually the head of a conglomerate, and his brother is the deputy commander of the military district. Oh, what a coincidence. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow, immediately thinking of Sun Lianqing. Long Yun, puzzled, asked, Coincidence? What do you mean by that? Qin Tian chuckled lightly. It's nothing. The day before yesterday, when Jin Yu and I went to buy furniture, we encountered an overbearing individual who claimed that his father was also a deputy commander of the military district. Oh dear, it seems that man is indeed related to the head of tonight's incident. It follows then that this deputy commander cannot be a virtuous person. With such a brother and son, how good could his character possibly be? So, senior brother, how do you plan to handle this next? Qin Tian squinted meaningfully. If he does not come looking for me, that is one thing. But if he does, he will have cause to regret it. Upon hearing this, Long Yun gleefully remarked, it seems this deputy commander has reached the end of his rope. The following morning, as Su Jinwen awoke, she found Sun Lianqing had already prepared breakfast. Jinwen, you're awake. Come, have some breakfast, he said with a doting smile that Su Jinwen paused for a moment, and for an instant, she thought Sun Lianqing was indeed quite charming. However, remembering the Night King, she quickly dismissed the thought. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly recalled the reason she had shared a bed with Sun Lianqing. Thus, she approached him and nestled into his embrace. His heart soared, and he lifted Su Jinwen's chin, kissing her tenderly that Su Jinwen reciprocated eagerly, her delicate arms draping around his neck, their bodies pressed closely together. Just as Sun Lianqing was about to advance to the next step, Su Jinwen unexpectedly began to sob. Alarmed, Sun Lianqing panicked. Jinwen, what is wrong? Did I hurt you? I'm so sorry, it was not my intention. Su Jinwen shook her head and extricated herself from his embrace, collapsing onto the sofa. Weeping in her hands, Sun Lianqing, filled with remorse, exclaimed, Jinwen, it's my fault that I shouldn't have been so reckless. Please stop crying. If it helps, you can hit me a few times. Woo-woo, this isn't your fault. I just feel that you will abandon me. I have given you everything, and if you were to cast me aside, I would have no reason to live. Seeing Su Jinwen cry so heartbreakingly, Sun Lianqing hurried to console her. Jinwen, what nonsense are you saying? Being with you is a blessing I have earned through several lifetimes. How could I ever abandon you? But if you find out that I inadvertently harmed your family, would you still say that? Jinwen, no matter what you have done, as long as you hold me in your heart, I will never abandon you. To reassure Su Jinwen, Sun Lianqing raised his hand and swore. Jinwen, I swear to the heavens, if I, Sun Lianqing, were to abandon you, I would suffer the worst fate. Su Jinwen quickly covered his mouth, pleading, Lianqing, I want to allow you to make such a vow. Even if you were to abandon me, I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Silly girl, no matter what happens, even if the sky falls, I will not abandon you. For you, I would forsake everything. Seeing that the groundwork had been laid, Su Jinwen feigned a timid demeanor and asked, there is something I want to tell you, but after you hear it, will you promise not to leave me? If you truly get angry, you can hit or scold me. Just please don't abandon me, all right? Gazing at Su Jinwen's pleading face, Sun Lianqing felt his heart nearly melt. He patted his chest and earnestly promised, Jinwen, how could I bear to hit or scold you? Speak freely. I assure you I won't be angry. Su Jinwen then slowly divulged, the situation is this. Last night, I accompanied Su Jinyu to Qinling Mountain Villa to have dinner with your second uncle. I ended up drinking too much while conversing with him and lost consciousness. It was Su Jinyu who brought me back. Hearing this, Sun Lianqing frowned. Jinwen, you merely got drunk. What is the big deal? My second uncle would not blame you for such a trivial matter. It's not like that. Lianqing, please let me finish. Su Jinwen hesitated briefly before continuing. On the way back, I vaguely heard Su Jinyu say something, but I am not entirely certain if it was true. Lianqing, I am so scared. Just thinking about it terrifies me. As she spoke, she buried her face in his chest in fear. Sun Lianqing comforted her. It is all right that I'm here. What did she say? She said your second uncle took advantage of her while she was drunk, and then she had someone kill him. What? Sun Lianqing jumped up, incredulous. Jinwen, are you saying what you just said is true? Chapter 93. A tragic drama. Su Jinwen, with a pained expression, replied, I did indeed hear Su Jinyu say that, but whether it is true or not, I genuinely do not know. I was so intoxicated that until I sobered up, I thought it was just a dream. However, upon waking this morning, the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was amiss. That if something were to happen to your second uncle, I would be a sinner for eternity. Woo! She cried helplessly, collapsing on her knees. Sun Lianqing hurried to console her. Jinwen, please don't be upset. I will call my second uncle right now. Just wait. He frantically took out his phone and dialed his second uncle, Sun Qihong. However, the call went unanswered. In an instant, he felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition welling up inside him. He hung up and called Sun Qihong's bodyguard, but the same result ensued. No answer. Panic gripped him. He was truly frightened. Meanwhile, Su Jinwen cried even harder, even striking her own face in despair. Seeing this, Sun Lianqing rushed forward to stop her. Jinwen, what are you doing? Wu Lianqing, it's my fault your second uncle is dead. If I hadn't taken Su Jinyu to dinner, your second uncle wouldn't have gotten into trouble. I owe him so much, Wu. Witnessing Su Jinwen's heart-wrenching sorrow, Sun Lianqing felt an immense ache in his heart. He embraced her tightly, comforting her. Jinwen, how could this be your fault? We don't even know if something has happened to my second uncle. Even if it has, the ones responsible should be Su Jinyu and the murderer. Not you. Please don't blame yourself so harshly. Lianqing, you really don't blame me. Su Jinwen looked at him with tear-streaked cheeks, appearing utterly forlorn. No, of course not. This cannot be blamed on you in any way. Upon hearing this, Su Jinwen feigned a deeply moved expression, leaning into Sun Lianqing's embrace and murmuring, Lianqing, you are so good to me that I feel so fortunate to have met you. Silly girl, that should be my line. Meeting you and being with you is the happiest thing in my life. Sun Lianqing expressed sincerely, entirely oblivious to the triumphant expression that had crept onto Su Jinwen's face. She extricated herself from his arms and urged, Lianqing, you should try to contact your second uncle first, that if he is safe, that would be the best outcome. But if something has really happened, you need to call the police right away. We cannot let the murderer escape. All right, I'll try calling again. Subsequently, Sun Lianqing made numerous calls, but still could not reach Sun Qihong. Just when he felt utterly lost, Su Jinwen reminded him, Lianqing, we had dinner at Xinling Mountain Villa last night. Don't you have the owner's number? Ah, yes, the owner is a good friend of my second uncle. How could I have forgotten? Sun Lianqing exclaimed, quickly locating the owner's number and dialing it. As soon as the call connected, he was about to speak when the owner's voice came through first. Lianqing? Is that you, Lianqing? Indeed, it is I, Uncle N, that I wish to inquire about my second uncle. Before he could finish his sentence, the boss interrupted him. Lianqing, your second uncle has encountered an incident. You must come here at once. What do you mean? Sun Lianqing asked, his voice trembling, that it is best if you come over. I cannot explain it all now. The police have already arrived, and I must go speak with them. With that, the boss hung up the phone. Sun Lianqing stood frozen in place, unable to react. That Su Jinwen cautiously asked, Lianqing, is your second uncle all right? The boss mentioned an incident. It seems there might be some truth to what you said. Jinwen, you should have your breakfast that I need to rush over. Upon finishing his words, Sun Lianqing hurriedly left. That Su Jinwen chased him to the door, reminding him, Lianqing, drive carefully, and no matter what has happened, I will stand by you. Hearing this, Sun Lianqing felt a glimmer of comfort in his heart, and he nodded solemnly. Thank you. Jinwen, that I will call you once I arrive at Xinling Mountain Villa. That he pressed the accelerator and departed. After watching his car disappear into the distance, Su Jinwen wiped the tears from her face, a triumphant expression crossing her features. If I can manage to lead you away, all my efforts will not have been in vain. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. It was Su Monli calling. Hello, Aunt, what is the matter? Jinwen, how is the situation progressing? I just saw the news. The incident at Xinling Mountain Villa is already making headlines. Do not worry, I have successfully manipulated Sun Lianqing, that I in his mind. The one responsible for his second uncle's demise is Su Jinyu, and I bear no relation to it. That Su Monli sighed in relief, saying, That is good. Before this matter is resolved, you must keep Sun Lianqing calm. Do not show him any displeasure. Otherwise, our Su family will be in trouble. Su Jinwen replied dismissively, You need not worry. Sun Lianqing is but a loyal dog. Now that he has me, I doubt he will grieve much over his second uncle's death. After this is all over, I will find an excuse to rid myself of him. What I worry about is not Sun Lianqing, but his father. Let us not forget, he is the deputy commander of the military region. Yes, I have considered that as well. That is why I put on a sad act for Sun Lianqing early this morning. Now he is convinced by my words, even if his father blames me. He will surely defend me. Jinwen, you are truly capable to not return home today. Instead, go accompany Sun Lianqing. You must ensure he is wholly devoted to you to not worry, and that I know what to do that it is just. Su Monli asked curiously, Just what? Su Jinwen replied, Aunt, I am currently worried about that wretched Su Jinyu. Fear not. With Sun Lianqing speaking on your behalf, she will not be able to shift the blame onto you. No. I mean that the Sun family will undoubtedly demand her life in the end, that I am concerned that my father will shield her and, in doing so, implicate our entire Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Monli fell silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke, I will find an excuse to keep your father occupied for a few days. That be why the time he returns, the matter should be resolved. Good. In that case, I will feel reassured. All right, you handle your affairs that I will go find your father. After Su Monli hung up, she turned and walked upstairs. Approaching the study, she instinctively glanced at the door, feeling an inexplicable jolt of fear within her. What is happening to me? Why do I suddenly feel this strange sensation? She shook her head and knocked on the door. Come in, came Su Nanqing's calm voice as Su Monli entered to find Su Nanqing engrossed in a yellowed book. She couldn't help but wonder, is a book truly that captivating? Without raising his head, Su Nanqing inquired, What is it? Chapter 94. The heart-pounding Su Nanqing regaining her composure, Su Monli smiled and said, Brother, there is a gathering being held in Nanhai, attended by prominent families from Nanhai and Jiangzhou. Our Su family has been fortunate enough to receive an invitation, so I hope you can represent us. You know I have no interest in such matters. You may go if you wish. Brother, you are still the head of our Su family in the eyes of others, and both third brother and I have matters to attend to .as for second brother. He is abroad and has yet to return, so it falls upon you. Su Nanqing replied indifferently. Such gatherings will not benefit the Su family. I shall not attend. How can you say there are no benefits? Cultivating relationships with other prominent families is advantageous. Not to mention that I heard there will be an antique exhibition in Nanhai. You do enjoy such things, do you not? It would be perfect for you to attend. And I have even arranged a place for you. Upon hearing this, Su Nanqing closed the book and looked up at Su Monli. She met his gaze and immediately felt a wave of fear. His eyes seemed to conceal an ancient ferocity, chilling her to the bone. She quickly averted her gaze, unable to comprehend how her usually gentle and yielding brother could evoke such terror. Her hands, too, trembled from anxiety, unsure of where to place them. Just as she felt lost, Su Nanqing smiled faintly and said, All right, since my dear sister is so considerate, I shall go. Hearing this, Su Monli finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Su Nanqing continued, While I can turn a blind eye to how you usually mistreat Jinyu, should you dare to endanger her life, you shall pay the ultimate price. His tone remained calm, yet it carried an intimidating authority and murderous intent. Su Monli found it difficult to swallow, forcing a smile as she responded, Brother, you speak nonsense. Jinyu is also my niece. How could I possibly wish her harm? Su Nanqing waved his hand, saying, Leave now, prepare the car. I will depart in an hour. Understood that Su Monli quickly turned and exited, closing the study door behind her. She exhaled deeply, her forehead drenched in cold sweat, her back again soaked with perspiration. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Qinling Mountain Villa, Sun Lianqing had just exited his vehicle when the villa's owner, Lu Qingyin, approached him with a pained expression. Lianqing, you have finally arrived. You must contact your father to return. I do not have his number, so I can only rely on you. Uncle Lin, what has happened to my second uncle? Please, uncle, tell me, is my second uncle, has he met with misfortune? Lu Qing nodded heavily. Your second uncle is gone. The police are currently investigating the scene. Although Sun Lianqing had mentally prepared himself, he still found it hard to accept the news that it was only then that he noticed the villa was surrounded by police tape. Steeling himself, he quickly asked, Where is my second uncle's body? I need to see him. Lu Qing hesitated, saying, Lianqing, perhaps it is best not to look. You only need to know he is no longer here to know. My father has been busy with work and has rarely been there for me since I was young. It was my second uncle who often took me out and bought me treats. In truth, he was even better to me than my father. Now that he has met with misfortune, how can I not see him for the last time? But, uncle, no more words. Please take me there. Lu Qingyin, seeing Lianqing's determination, reluctantly nodded that he turned to inform the officers of Sun Lianqing's identity, and they were then led into a room that on the floor lay a white sheet covering what was clearly Sun Qihong's lifeless body. Sun Lianqing weakly crouched down, trembling as he reached out to lift the sheet. Lu Qing grasped his hand, saying, Lianqing, your sentiment is noted, but I believe your second uncle's spirit would find solace in knowing you care. It is best not to disturb him. Sun Lianqing forcefully pushed Lu Qingyin's hand away and slowly pulled off the sheet. Seeing this, Lu Qingyin turned his head away, unable to bear it. Second uncle. Sun Lianqing let out a heart-wrenching roar, followed by uncontrollable sobs Oh, second uncle. You suffered such a tragic end, second uncle. How could this happen to you? At that moment, Sun Qihong's head was a mangled mess. His death was horrifyingly brutal. After crying for a while, Sun Lianqing began to retch. Lu Qin hurriedly covered Sun Qihong's body, urging, "Lianqing, you must take care of yourself. Let us step outside to talk." After saying this, he supported Sun Lianqing and left the room. Sun Lianqing strode up to an officer, agitatedly declaring, "The murderer is Su Jinyu. You must hurry and arrest her. Do not let her escape." The officer looked astonished, asking, "What did you say? You know who the murderer is?" "Indeed, it is Su Jinyu from the Su family. My girlfriend is a witness. You must go to the Su family and apprehend her." Upon hearing this, the officer hurried off to consult his captain. Lu Qingyin, astonished, asked, "Lianqing, are you certain that Su Jinyu is the one who murdered your second uncle? Although I do not know if she acted directly. She is undoubtedly one of the masterminds." "Very well. It seems fate has a way of revealing the truth. Your second uncle will not have died in vain." At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in police uniform approached. He addressed Sun Lianqing, saying, "Young Master Sun, I am Wang Chong, the captain of the police precinct. You just mentioned that the perpetrator who harmed your second uncle is Su Jinyu from the Su family." "Correct. Indeed, it is her," Sun Lianqing replied vehemently. "Might I inquire if you possess any evidence to support this claim? Last night, my girlfriend dined with my second uncle and Su Jinyu. Subsequently, my girlfriend became inebriated. And shortly thereafter, my second uncle met his unfortunate fate. If it wasn't Su Jinyu, then who could it possibly be? Moreover, my girlfriend stated that Su Jinyu explicitly confessed to having killed my second uncle while escorting her home." Sun Lianqing exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. Wang Chong's expression darkened as he instructed his subordinates, "Immediately gather personnel and head to the Su residence to bring the suspect, Su Jinyu, in for questioning." "Understood." Wang Chong then turned to Sun Lianqing, saying, "Thank you for the information. Young Master Sunday, rest assured, we will ensure that the murderer does not evade justice. Please extend my regards to your father." With that, he personally led the team away. Sun Lianqing, in turn, took out his phone and called his father, Sun Qihui. "Dad, a grave incident has occurred. My second uncle has been murdered." "What?" Sun Qihui incredulously inquired. "Lianqing, what did you just say?" "Please repeat that." "Dad, my second uncle has been killed. You must return quickly," Sun Lianqing reiterated, his voice heavy with sorrow. "All right, I will return immediately. Wait for me at home." Chapter 95. Gloating in a military camp within Jiangzhou Military District. A middle-aged man adorned with several stars on his shoulders clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. This was Sun Qihui, the deputy commander of Jiangzhou Military District. He slammed his fist onto the nearby table, shattering it into splinters. Observing this, his assistant hurriedly inquired, "Deputy Commander Sun, what has transpired?" Sun Qihui bellowed, "Someone has murdered my second brother. Assemble the troops at once. I must return to the city and exact vengeance upon the killer." The assistant, recognizing the gravity of the situation, replied solemnly, "Yes." 15 minutes later, Sun Qihui, accompanied by nearly 1,000 soldiers, marched toward Jiangzhou, the Su residence. Sui was preparing to leave when several police cars screeched to a halt, cordoning off the entrance to the Su household. The doors swung open, and a contingent of armed officers disembarked. Startled by this show of force, Sui hastily inquired, "Officers, what is the matter? Why have you surrounded our home?" Wang Chong replied coldly, "Where is Su Jinyu? Please have her come out and accompany us for questioning." "What? You are here to apprehend Su Jinyu. What crime has she committed?" Though Sui was somewhat curious, a look of glee crept onto his face. Wang Chong, growing impatient, retorted, "No comment. Bring her out, or we will enter and search the premises." "Officer, Su Jinyu moved out a few days ago. She is not at our home." Sui responded, "Though, where is she gone?" "I truly do not know, but do not worry. I will call her back immediately." As he spoke, Sui retrieved his phone and dialed Su Jinyu's number, at Wang Chong's signal. He activated the speakerphone. After a few rings, Su Jinyu's voice came through. "Sui, what is the matter?" "Su Jinyu, my uncle just slipped down the stairs. You must return to check on him." Sui lied. "What? Is he seriously injured? Is he all right?" "Well, he isn't fine. We need to return to the company, so please come back to look after him." "All right, I will be there right away." After Su Jinyu hung up, Sui grinned and asked, "Officer, can you now tell me what crime Su Jinyu is accused of?" "Rest assured, I have long found her displeasing and would never warn her." Wang Chong replied matter-of-factly, "She is connected to a murder case, and we are taking her in for investigation." "What? That wretched Su Jinyu dares to commit murder?" Sui exclaimed, astonished. Wang Chong waved his hand. We cannot draw conclusions just yet. She is merely a suspect. Then you must investigate thoroughly. Do not let her evade justice. The thought of witnessing Su Jinyu's arrest brought Sui immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the opulent villa at Bihui Bay, Qin Tian's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was his chief bodyguard, Shen Lang. Your Majesty, I have inadvertently discovered individuals related to the attempts on your life from years ago, and it seems they are still thriving. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Where are you? Let us meet in person. I am currently at the Xinghe Hotel, and I will come to find you after I arrange matters for my men. No need. I will come to you. Additionally, there are some matters I need you to investigate. After concluding the call, Su Jinyu anxiously said, Qin Tian, my father has been injured. I must return to check on him. Qin Tian paused for a moment before responding. I will accompany you. No need. You handle your affairs. My father should not be severely injured. Otherwise, Sui would have already taken him to the hospital. Considering his upcoming meeting with Shen Lang, Qin Tian nodded. Very well. Drive safely and call me if anything arises. Su Jinyu acknowledged him and drove off, while Qin Tian made his way to the Xinghe Hotel. Half an hour later, Su Jinyu arrived back at the Su residence. Noticing the multitude of police cars parked outside, she instinctively sensed something was amiss. After exiting her vehicle, she hurriedly asked Sui. Sui, is my father all right? She assumed her father had encountered some accident. Otherwise, there would not be so many police vehicles present. Sui pointed at her and shouted, Captain Wang, this is Su Jinyu. Quickly apprehend her. Do not let her escape. Upon hearing this, a throng of officers immediately surrounded Su Jinyu. Terrified and bewildered, she exclaimed, What are you doing? Wang Chong displayed his badge, his voice icy as he stated, I am Captain Wang Chong of the police precinct, Su Jinyu. You are suspected of involvement in a murder case. Please accompany us for questioning. Murder? Su Jinyu suddenly recalled the events of the previous night, when Sun Qinhong had been killed by Qin Tian. She hastily explained, It was Sun Qinhong who first attempted to assault me. He intended to violate me. I only acted in self-defense, and it was an accident that led to his death. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong snorted derisively. Since you have voluntarily confessed to this incident, it only confirms our suspicions that we will discuss this further at the precinct. With a wave of his hand, one of the officers produced handcuffs and restrained Su Jinyu. Su Jinyu pleaded desperately, Captain Wang, I am the victim. I only acted out of self-defense. Self-defense? Including Sun Qinhong, a total of 17 individuals perished at the villa last night, nearly all with single fatal blows. You, a seemingly frail woman, possess the capability to achieve such feats? I find that hard to believe. Wang Chong's words left Su Jinyu at a loss for how to respond. Sui interjected, Captain Wang. I know who helped Su Jinyu. It must be him. Su Jinyu urgently admonished, Sui, be quiet. I am responsible for this. Do not speak nonsense. You may be able to ambush someone and kill them. But to slay 17 individuals, unless you had Qin Tian's assistance, I would never believe you could accomplish such a feat. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes and inquired, Who is this Qin Tian you speak of? Sui, with disdain evident on his face, replied, Qin Tian is merely Su Jinyu's sycophant. He is a ruthless individual and quite formidable. I can assure you that those individuals you mentioned were killed by Qin Tian. You are speaking nonsense. Qin Tian did not commit such acts. I will not allow you to slander him. Su Jinyu was on the verge of tears. Qin Tian had done so much for her, and she could not bear to implicate him. Wang Chong demanded, Su Jinyu, where is Qin Tian? I do not know. I am the one who killed him, but it was self-defense. I refuse to answer any of your other questions. Very well. I hope you maintain this bravado once you reach the precinct. Take her away. With a decisive wave of his hand, Su Jinyu was escorted to the police vehicle. Sui laughed gloatingly. Ha ha! Su Jinyu, your day has finally come. Chapter 96. Coercive interrogation in the CAF located on the ground floor of the Xinghe Hotel. Shen Lang respectfully handed a file folder to Qin Tian. Your Majesty, this contains the information on that individual. Please take a look. Qin Tian perused the document, his eyes narrowing as a knowing smile crept across his face. Noticing this, Shen Lang cautiously asked, Your Majesty, would you like me to capture this individual? There's no need. Given the current trajectory of events, I believe you will come to me voluntarily. It seems everything is under your control, Your Majesty. However, I wonder if my independent investigation might disrupt your plans. Not at all. For now, set that aside and instead investigate the members of the Red Scorpion organization. Xinlang hesitated briefly before responding. Your Majesty, the Dragon War Goddess people are already investigating. If I conduct my own inquiry, might it lead that war god to suspect your true identity? That is of no concern. He will learn the truth sooner or later. Proceed with your investigation. And also spread the word that I, the Dark Knight Monarch, shall take action against the Red Scorpion organization. Your Majesty, are you contemplating a show of strength? Qin Tian slowly nodded. Indeed, at present I have no time to deal with them. Striking a measure of fear into them would be a wise choice to prevent their panic. The subordinate understood and promptly arranged for it. Xinlang hesitated, seemingly torn between words. Qin Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you have something more to say?" Your Majesty, while investigating your enemies, I inadvertently stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. What is it? It concerns Su Jinyu. I have discovered that she is not the biological daughter of Su Nanxing. What? Qin Tian's expression turned to one of astonishment as he pressed. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. For Su Nanxing was abroad the year prior to Su Jinyu's birth, and her biological mother had never left the country. Hence, the timelines simply do not align to this point. Xinlang wore a look of self-reproach and said, Your Majesty, since Su Jinyu is one of your closest confidants, for your safety, I took the liberty to investigate further. I hope for your forgiveness. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively and remarked, Your intentions were good. I shall not hold it against you. However, if Su Nanxing is not Jinyu's biological father, then who is her true father? I have yet to ascertain that, but her mother's identity is equally suspect. Tang Guifeng is merely an alias. Her true identity remains shrouded in mystery. All I know is that she is always accompanied by formidable martial guardians, indicating a prestigious lineage. Upon hearing Xinlang's revelations, Qin Tian suddenly realized that Su Jinyu's background must be extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, Continue to dig deeper along this line. Report any new findings promptly. However, be cautious. This matter must remain undetected by Jinyu. Your subordinate will comply. Qin Tian pulled out his phone to inquire about Su Nanxing's situation, only to find that Su Jinyu's phone was unreachable. His brow furrowed, an ominous feeling washing over him, prompting him to instinctively open the tracking application he had installed on Su Jinyu's phone the previous night. Upon seeing that the location was at the police station, his expression turned cold, and he immediately recalled the events of the previous night. Noticing the change in Qin Tian's demeanor, Xinlang hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, what has happened? Jinyu has been taken to the police station. What? After recovering from his shock, Xinlang seethed. How dare the police have the audacity to touch your beloved? Wait, I shall go dismantle the police station and rescue her. Xinlang turned to leave. But Qin Tian raised his hand and said, This matter does not require your intervention. You should focus on the task I assigned you. However, how can they dare to offend your authority? I cannot swallow this indignation that I do not wish for Jinyu to learn of my identity as the Dark Knight Monarch just yet. Your impulsiveness may reveal my secrets. I shall handle this myself. With that, Qin Tian, his face a mask of fury, left the CF and sped towards the police station. Meanwhile, within the police station, Su Jinyu was handcuffed in an interrogation room. Wang Chong, speaking earnestly, said, Su Jinyu, it would be prudent for you to come clean. If you do, we might plead for leniency from the judge. Should you continue to shield the true culprit, the consequences will be dire, and the real murderer will ultimately be apprehended. Su Jinyu shook her head, asserting, I have already said all that I can. No matter how much you press, I have nothing more to add to Su Jinyu. You must understand that providing false testimony and harboring criminals is a grave offense. You could jeopardize your entire future. You are still so young. Is this truly worth it? Another female officer implored. Miss Su, you are in the prime of your youth with a bright future ahead. You cannot squander it so easily. Think of your parents. If you were to imprison yourself for shielding a criminal, what would happen to them? But regardless of their pleas, Su Jinyu remained resolute, insisting that she acted in self-defense. Just as Wang Chong was contemplating how to extract the truth from Su Jinyu, a police officer entered and said, Captain Wang, the chief wants to see you upstairs. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong whispered to the female officer, Engage her in casual conversation for now, and then gently coax her. After arranging this, he left the interrogation room and ascended to the chief's office. The chief, named Su Zhang, was a middle-aged man with a prominent belly, likely in his 50s. His face betraying a shrewdness. Upon seeing Wang Chong, he asked, "How is the interrogation proceeding? Has Su Jinyu implicated the murderer?" "Not yet. She insists that she killed in self-defense." "Nonsense. A frail girl like her could not possibly have killed so many. Especially considering that Sun Qihong's bodyguards are all professionally trained. Even many of our officers would struggle against them in a one-on-one. I am well aware of that. However, she refuses to cooperate, so we must consider alternative approaches." Su Zhang waved his hand and declared, "We can't afford to wait any longer. Vice Commander Sun is on his way back. If we fail to uncover the true culprit before his arrival, my promotion will be in jeopardy. You must apply pressure on Su Jinyu. If necessary, resort to coercive measures that I refuse to believe she won't confess." Wang Chong hesitated, saying, "Chief Su, resorting to coercion may not be appropriate. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are required." To persuade Wang Chong, Su Zhang earnestly added, "Wang Chong, given your performance, if I ascend, your position will likely be secured. Surely, you do not wish to remain a mere deputy commander for life." Wang Chong found himself swayed. Observing this, Su Zhang further encouraged, "A weak girl like Su Jinyu doesn't require severe measures. A bit of discomfort will have her confessing all." "Very well, I shall make arrangements. That's the spirit. Remember, leave no traces." Wang Chong nodded and descended to the interrogation room, where he switched off the recording devices. The female officer beside him frowned and quietly asked, "Captain Wang." "This," Wang Chong responded with a hint of resignation. "This is the chief's directive." Upon hearing this, the female officer fell silent, refraining from further comment. Wang Chong turned to Su Jinyu and said, "Su Jinyu, I am giving you one last chance to tell the truth that if you continue to shield the criminal, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Su Jinyu shook her head defiantly. "I have already made myself clear. It was me who killed in self-defense, and no amount of questioning will change that." "Very well, you leave me no choice." Wang Chong gestured to the two officers behind him, who advanced and restrained Su Jinyu in her seat. Then, Wang Chong produced a cloth to blindfold Su Jinyu and began pouring water from a bottle over her face. Cough, cough. Su Jinyu choked and struggled to breathe, her attempts to escape futile. Once Wang Chong emptied the bottle, the officers released her, and she doubled over, coughing and gasping for air. Wang Chong coldly warned, "This is just the beginning, that if you do not confess, a far crueler punishment awaits you. Now speak, who is the true culprit?" Su Jinyu stubbornly shook her head. "I have already said it was me. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Wang Chong was instantly enraged, gritting his teeth. "Fine. Let us see how long you can remain obstinate." "Hold her down." Just as he was about to proceed, a loud voice rang out from outside. "Stop. Who are you? What do you want?" Silence. A furious male voice boomed, followed by a series of loud thuds. Then, the sounds of police officers crying out in distress echoed through the air. The door to the interrogation room was kicked open, revealing a tall figure radiating lethal intent. "Qin Tian." Su Jinyu gasped in surprise. Coming to her senses, she urged, "Qin Tian, you must leave quickly. This is not your fight." "Jinyu, if we are to leave, we shall do so together." Upon noticing Su Jinyu's drenched face and seeing the large containers of water and the wet cloth on the floor, Qin Tian's voice turned icy. "How dare you resort to corporal punishment? You shall pay dearly." He cast a frigid glare at the two officers restraining Su Jinyu, who suddenly felt a pang of fear course through them. Wang Chong shouted furiously, "You are Qin Tian? Excellent. I was just looking for you. Tell me, did you kill those people at Qinling Mountain Villa?" "And if I did," Qin Tian admitted without hesitation, "that Su Jinyu, nearly in tears, protested. "No, he has nothing to do with this. Let him go, Qin Tian. Please escape." Wang Chong sneered. "How bold of you to incriminate yourself. Men, seize him." At his command, the two officers released Su Jinyu and lunged at Qin Tian. Qin Tian swiftly countered with two powerful strikes, sending the officers crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. They collapsed to the ground, incapacitated and unable to rise. Wang Chong's expression soured as he quickly drew his gun. Just as he aimed at Qin Tian, the latter seized the firearm with a swift motion, his fingers moving rapidly. Click, click, click. Wang Chang's handgun disintegrated in an instant, transforming into a pile of parts that fell to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Chang was utterly stunned. Having spent 20 years in the police station, he considered himself well-versed in firearms, yet he questioned his ability to achieve what Qin Tian had just done. Regaining his composure, he incredulously inquired, "Who on earth are you?" The reason for his inquiry stemmed from the knowledge that an ordinary person could not possibly possess such skills, dismantling a handgun in the blink of an eye. Qin Tian coldly replied, "You are not worthy of knowing." With that, he struck Wang Chang with a powerful blow, sending him flying, then approached and grasped the handcuffs on Su Jinyu's wrist, exerting force with his fingers. With a sharp crack, the handcuffs shattered into several pieces that Su Jinyu stared in disbelief. They were made of steel, yet in Qin Tian's hands, they seemed as pliable as clay. Qin Tian gently took her hand. His face filled with remorse as he said, "Jinyu, I'm sorry, I'm late." Qin Tian, at a loss for words, was equally bewildered. He reassured her, "Let us leave and talk elsewhere." With that, he grasped Su Jinyu's hand and exited the interrogation room. Just as they stepped outside, a barrage of gunfire erupted to rat-tat-tat. Bullets rained down like a storm. Qin Tian pushed Su Jinyu back into the interrogation room, then swiftly changed positions. The officers firing their weapons could only glimpse a shadow moving like a specter amidst the hail of bullets. With a series of thuds, the gunfire gradually ceased. Su Jinyu anxiously peered out and was horrified to see officers lying incapacitated on the ground. Her heart finally settled when she spotted Qin Tian standing unscathed. She quickly ran to his side, concerned. "Qin Tian, are you all right? Were you hurt?" "I'm fine. Let us go," Qin Tian replied, pulling Su Jinyu along, but at that moment the captain, Su Zhang, descended with his men, having heard the commotion. Su Zhang shouted angrily at Qin Tian, "Stop right there, or I'll shoot." Qin Tian scoffed coldly, swinging his hand with force. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air, followed by Su Zhang's scream as he dropped his gun, wincing in pain. Upon closer inspection, he found a silver needle embedded straight into his wrist. Stunned, he gasped in shock. Qin Tian coldly stated, "I killed the people at Qinling Mountain Villa. It has nothing to do with Jinyu. If you wish to apprehend me, you are welcome to come to the Tianhao Villa at Bishi Bay." With that, he turned to leave, pulling Su Jinyu along. That Su Zhang gritted his teeth and barked at his subordinate. "Open fire, kill them without mercy." The officers, upon hearing this, were about to pull the triggers when Qin Tian retaliated with a swift motion, unleashing a volley of silver needles that, my hand. The officers screamed as they tumbled down the stairs. Qin Tian did not glance back, leading Su Jinyu away. That Su Zhang could only watch helplessly as they departed, but on their way back, Su Jinyu, in disbelief, asked Qin Tian, "How is your strength so formidable? Who exactly are you?" Witnessing Qin Tian's astonishing power only deepened her curiosity about him. Qin Tian replied softly, "I am simply myself, a man willing to sacrifice everything to protect you." Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu felt tears welling up. Her voice trembling as she asked, "Qin Tian, why are you so kind to me? Is it truly worth it?" Chapter 98. I will ensure they will wish for life, but cannot have it. Qin Tian smiled calmly. "For you, anything I do is worthwhile." Qin Tian, why don't we leave Jiangzhou? That way, they won't be able to find us, and we can live in a place where no one knows us. Free from all this chaos. Would that be all right? Jinyu, this matter cannot be evaded. Even if we leave Jiangzhou, we will still be wanted to, so, trust me, I will handle this properly. But I don't want anything to happen to you. If you get hurt, what will I do? Su Jinyu expressed her genuine concern. Qin Tian reassured her, "Don't worry, neither you nor I will come to harm. Let us just go home." Seeing the calmness on Qin Tian's face, Su Jinyu felt an unprecedented sense of safety. She nodded, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Sun family villa, a mourning hall had been set up. Sun Lianqing, dressed in mourning attire, knelt before Sun Qihong's memorial, burning paper money and weeping profusely. Suddenly, a series of thunderous engine roars, akin to a raging beast, echoed from outside the villa, causing a tremor in one's spirit. Following this, a cacophony of footsteps approached. And a middle-aged man in military attire, adorned with several stars on his shoulders, strode in. It was none other than the deputy commander of the military district, Sun Qie. Behind him followed a throng of soldiers. Sun Lianqing instinctively turned around, crying out, "Dad, you're finally back. My uncle met a terrible fate. I'm sorry I returned late." Sun Qihui, his expression forlorn, could not hide his sorrow. Trembling, he approached the memorial and gazed at the coffin. Upon seeing Sun Qihong's gruesome state, he broke down in heart-wrenching sobs. "My brother, my dear brother, you suffered so." Tears streamed down his face as he pounded his chest in despair. His aide, Chen Sankai, comforted him. "Deputy Commander's son, one cannot bring the dead back to life. Please accept my condolences and take care of yourself." Sun Qie slowly nodded. Addressing Sun Qihong's memorial, "Brother, rest assured, I will bring the murderer to your memorial and ensure he suffers 1,000 tortures to appease your spirit." With that, he resolutely stood up, commanding Chen Sankai, "Let us go to the police station immediately." "Yes," Chen Sankai gestured, and the soldiers turned to leave the house. Seeing this, Sun Lianqing interjected, "Dad, I want to go too. I want to witness that wretched Su Jinyu being captured." "No, you stay here and keep watch over your uncle's spirit. Rest assured, I will bring them in. They will wish for life, but cannot have it," Sun Qihui declared, turning to leave. Minutes later, they arrived in a grand procession at the police station. Upon seeing Sun Qihui and his entourage of soldiers, Captain Su Zhang's face turned pale with fright. He hurried out to greet them. "Deputy Commander Sun, I apologize for not welcoming you appropriately." Before he could finish, Sun Qihui waved his hand coldly, saying, "Less chatter. Where's the murderer of my brother?" Su Zhang stammered, unsure of how to respond. Noticing Su Zhang's hesitation, Sun Qihui's expression darkened as he barked, "Have you gone mute? Answer me now." Su Zhang, with a pained expression, finally managed to say, "We initially captured the suspect, Su Jinyu, but she was rescued by Qin Tian half an hour ago." "What?" Sun Qihui erupted in fury, glaring at Su Zhang as he bellowed, "This is a police station, and you let someone escape? Deputy Commander, you don't understand. Qin Tian possesses extraordinary strength, and our officers were no match for him. Even I was injured." Su Zhang hastily defended himself. Before he could finish, Sun Qie kicked him to the ground. "Useless. A police station of this size cannot even detain a mere criminal. After I deal with them, I will settle the score with you." Su Zhang desperately explained, "Deputy Commander, I truly did my best. It's all because Qin Tian is too powerful." Rest assured, he arrogantly revealed his address before leaving. "I will lead my men to apprehend him now." Sun Qihui waved his hand, coldly stating, "No need. I will personally lead the team." "Yes," he said. "He resides at the Tianhao Villa in Bishi Bay." "Deputy Commander, Qin Tian admitted to the killings, and he is very strong, so please exercise caution." So, the Tianhao Villa thinks itself untouchable. "Does it?" Sun Qihui furiously ordered Chen Sankai, "Let us head to Bishi Bay." Moments later, their convoy surged towards Bishi Bay. Watching them depart, Su Zhang sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. A smirk crossed his face as he muttered, "Qin Tian, you've crossed paths with Deputy Commander Sun. This time you're finished. Let us see how you remain arrogant." Meanwhile, in the Bishi Bay Villa area, Su Jinyun anxiously called Sun Lianqing. With a feigned concern, she asked, "Lianqing, how are you doing? Is there anything you need my help with?" Sun Lianqing's weary voice responded, "Jinyun, thank you for your concern that I'm fine. My dad is back now, and there is nothing I need help with at the moment." Upon hearing this, Su Jinyun quickly inquired, "Did your dad mention me? Did he say anything?" "He didn't say much. Just that he wants to capture the murderer who killed my uncle and make them suffer 1,000 tortures at my uncle's memorial to appease his spirit." Hearing this, Su Jinyun instinctively shivered. She cautiously asked, "Has your dad caught Su Jinyu and Qin Tian yet?" "Not yet. They reportedly escaped from the police station, and now my dad has taken people to Bishi Bay to capture them." "What? You mean they also live in Bishi Bay? How can that be possible?" Su Jinwen spoke in disbelief. Sun Lianqing, equally perplexed, responded, "I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. I just called my father, and that's what he told me. I believe Qin Tian and the others must have sought refuge in the Bingshuwen community." At Su Jinwen's thoughts raced, and she quickly said, "Lianqing, I can't talk right now, that I'll call you back once I'm done." "All right, take care of yourself, and don't overexert." At Su Jinwen mumbled a few vague acknowledgments before hanging up. She hurriedly grabbed her bag and drove away from the Bingshuwen community, anxious that Sun Qihui might discover her involvement and apprehend her as well. Just as she escaped the community, she noticed a long line of vehicles approaching the entrance, all bearing military plates, drawing the attention of countless passersby. The security guards at Bingshuan were bewildered, standing at the entrance, gazing in astonishment. Moments later, Sun Chihui, accompanied by over 1,000 soldiers, strode towards the community gate. The guards remained in a state of shock, completely forgetting to open the gate. Chen Sankai, witnessing the scene, shouted angrily, "Are you looking for death? Hurry up and open the gate." The guards, startled, quickly pressed the switch to open the barrier. Subsequently, Sun Chihui led the 1,000 soldiers straight to the Tianzi villa. Chapter 99. Su Monli's concerns. Meanwhile, outside the community, upon witnessing this scene, Su Jinwen finally felt a sense of relief. Just as she was about to drive away, she noticed Su Monli's car approaching the community. She hurriedly honked a few times. Su Monli noticed her and turned her car around. "Aunt, what brings you here?" "The atmosphere inside Bingshuan is fraught with danger. We should leave this place of turmoil quickly," Su Jinwen exclaimed in one breath. Su Monli's expression shifted, and she asked anxiously, "What do you mean by that? Has the Sun family arrived?" "Yes, Sun Lianqing's boss has entered with a large group of soldiers. That it appears there are nearly 1,000 of them. The situation is quite perilous." "What?" Su Monli's face paled further. Noticing this, Su Jinwen furrowed her brow and inquired, "Aunt, why do you look so pale? Are you unwell?" "Jinwen, Su Jinyu cannot be harmed at this moment. Otherwise, I will have no way to explain to your father." "Why not? Doesn't my dad know that Su Jinyu killed Sun Shihong?" Su Monli replied sternly, "You should be well aware of the truth. Sun Shihong had it coming. But Sun Chihui is the deputy commander of the military district. He's personally brought people here. What can I do? When did you become so afraid of my dad?" Su Jinwen found it somewhat incredulous, for this aunt had never shown much regard for her father. Su Monli sighed deeply and said, "I've noticed your father has changed recently. I can't explain it all to you right now. We need to think of a way to ensure Su Jinyu can extricate herself from this situation. Aunt, I'm in a precarious position myself. I can hardly think about her. If you want to go, then you go. I have no desire to court death. That if Sun Chihui discovers my involvement, he certainly won't let me off easily." Hearing this, Su Monli was at a loss for what to do. Her brow furrowed in contemplation. At that moment, Su Jinwen spotted Sun Lianqing's car. She took out her phone and called him. "Lianqing, why have you come to Bingshuan?" "Oh, while I was at home keeping vigil for my second uncle. The shrine suddenly collapsed that I sensed something was amiss and couldn't rest easy. So I came to check things out. By the way, where are you now? I was just about to head back to the company when I happened to see your car. Just be careful and call me if anything happens." "All right, Jinwen, it's so good to have you." Even now, Sun Lianqing did not forget to sweet-talk Su Jinwen. "You fool. I'm your woman. If I don't treat you well, who else would I?" At this moment, Su Monli urgently gestured to her. Su Jinwen frowned and said, "Lianqing, don't hang up just yet. Wait a moment." After saying that, she covered the microphone and whispered, "Aunt, what's wrong?" Su Monli replied, "Tell Sun Lianqing that the one who killed his second uncle is Qin Tian, and that Su Jinyu is not involved, that he needs to find a way to protect Su Jinyu. So I can explain things to your father." Su Jinwen expressed her concern, "But what if Sun Chihui directs his wrath towards our Su family? We can't worry about that now. Just have Sun Lianqing clarify things. If he speaks up, his father will likely believe him." Under Su Monli's earnest request, Su Jinwen reluctantly nodded. She spoke in her phone. "Lianqing, there's something I need to tell you." "Jinwen, what were you doing just now? What do you want to tell me?" "Well, I just recalled in detail that the true culprit behind your uncle's death is not my sister Su Jinyu but Qin Tian." Hearing Qin Tian's name, Sun Lianqing exclaimed in shock. "Jinwen, what are you saying? The one who killed my second uncle is Qin Tian. What happened?" "Qin Tian is Su Jinyu's admirer. When I was drunk, he thought your uncle was being inappropriate with Su Jinyu. So he barged in and killed him. Although I was intoxicated, I remember clearly that the voice was indeed Qin Tian's." "But didn't you say?" Sensing Sun Lianqing's suspicion, Su Jinwen hurriedly added, her voice tinged with tears. "Lianqing, I was frightened at that moment and didn't dare to think back on it, so I must have remembered it incorrectly. You can blame me for that. Jinwen, don't cry. How could I possibly blame you? All right, now that I know, I will definitely not let Qin Tian go. Could you please speak to your father about this? It's really not much related to Su Jinyu. Perhaps you could show her some leniency." Sun Lianqing remained silent for a while before responding. "All right, I'll try my best. Jinwen, you truly are kind-hearted. You are far too good to your half-sister, Su Jinwen replied helplessly, no matter what trouble she causes. She is still my sister. Lianxing, I beg you. Rest assured, I will clarify everything with my father, that I must go now. I've arrived and I'll call you later. Okay, Lianxing, please stay safe and remember to call me. After hanging up, Su Jinwen turned to Su Monli and said, Aunt, son Lianxing has agreed. Su Jin, you should be safe. Su Monli finally let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Remembering Su Nanxing's chilling gaze, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive. At this moment, the Tianzi villa was encircled tightly by soldiers brought by Sun Qihui. Sun Lianxing navigated through the crowd and approached Sun Qihui. Sun Qihui frowned and inquired, Lianxing, what brings you here? Dad, I couldn't shake off my worries, so I came to check. Also, there's something I need to discuss with you. Sun Lianxing then recounted that Su Jinyu was not the murderer, but he continued, Dad, it's all because of that scoundrel Qin Tian. He is the one who killed my second uncle. Let us just bring him back and leave Su Jinyu out of this. She is not significantly involved. Sun Qihui retorted angrily, Nonsense. I see you have been bewitched by your girlfriend. If it weren't for those sisters inviting your uncle to dinner, would he have lost his life? Once I deal with Qin Tian and Su Jinyu, your girlfriend won't escape unscathed either. Dad, stop, Sun Lianxing interjected. You must reflect on this. Is it right to defend your girlfriend while disregarding your uncle's life? Hearing this, Sun Lianxing felt a wave of shame wash over him and said, Dad, I'm sorry. I realize my mistake. If it turns out that Jinwen is indeed involved, I will not be lenient. Sun Qihui finally nodded in satisfaction, saying, That's more like it. Women are everywhere. You shouldn't let them cloud your judgment. Sun Lianxing nodded obediently. Chapter 100. Sun Qihui shocked. Sun Lianxing gazed at the imposing villa before him, a look of uncertainty crossing his face as he asked, Dad, are you sure this is the right place? I remember this is the most extravagant villa in Jiangzhou. Are Qin Tian and Su Jinyu really inside? Sun Qihui replied coldly. At that time, Qin Tian made a bold declaration at the police station, providing his address. It must be accurate. That shouldn't be the case that he has caused such a huge mess. Shouldn't he quietly escape instead of foolishly revealing his address? What are you trying to say? Sun Qihui narrowed his eyes and asked. Sun Lianxing cautiously replied, I'm worried this might be a trap, that if the residents here are powerful figures we cannot afford to offend, surrounding their villa with troops would be hard to explain. Such timidity. No wonder you've achieved nothing. That if we come to the wrong place, we can just apologize. Do you think the villa's owner will eat us? After saying this, Sun Qihui forcefully knocked on the gate. Inside the villa, Qin Tian calmly sipped tea, while Su Jinyu, not wanting to worry her, had been dropped back at the company on their way back. Upon hearing a knock at the door from outside, Qin Tian revealed a cold smile and rose to exit. When he appeared before the crowd, Sun Lianxing stared in disbelief, exclaiming, Qin Tian, you are truly here. Qin Tian responded with an amused grin. Is it so strange that I am here? Sun Lianxing demanded, This villa is worth over 100 million. That how did you sneak in? Sneak in? What a joke. This villa is rightfully mine. There is no question of sneaking. What, you claim this villa is yours? Sun Lianxing gasped in shock that he had heard from Su Jinwen that Qin Tian was merely a pretentious good-for-nothing. How could such a person possibly own a villa worth over 100 million? Just as he was about to question further, Sun Qihui impatiently interjected, Lianxing, step aside and remember why we are here. Hearing this, Sun Lianxing had no choice but to lower his head and withdraw. Observing his cowardly demeanor, Sun Qihui felt a surge of anger and ordered his subordinates, take him back and ensure he doesn't return to cause trouble. Yes. Thus, Sun Lianxing was forcibly escorted away by 2 soldiers. Sun Qihui fixed a cold glare upon Qin Tian, his face betraying a murderous intent. Qin Tian, you killed my younger brother Sun Qihong, did you not? Indeed. Qin Tian straightforwardly admitted. Sun Qihui pressed, why did you kill him? What offense did he commit that warranted such brutality? It is quite simple. He deserved to die? What did you say? To kill a man and yet speak so justly. How utterly arrogant. Sun Qihui fumed. His beard bristling with rage, he waved his hand, bellowing, Someone, capture this arrogant killer. Yes, Chen Sankai, standing behind him, responded and strode towards Qin Tian, handcuffs in hand, and as he reached out to seize Qin Tian's wrist. Qin Tian let out a cold snort and swung his arm violently. Bang! Chen Sankai was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Observing this, Sun Chihue's anger turned to grim amusement. Qin Tian, you dare to retaliate. It seems you have grown tired of life. Do you truly think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Qin Tian cast a disdainful glance at him, remarking scornfully, why waste breath? If you wish to fight, then do so without delay. Sun Chihue snatched a gun from one of his subordinates and aimed it at Qin Tian, roaring, Qin Tian, if you don't want to die, kneel before me, or I will blow your brains out. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes, a murderous aura emanating from him. Sensing this overwhelming hostility, Sun Chihue and the soldiers behind him trembled, as if standing before a bloodthirsty, ancient beast. Even the hand holding the gun began to shake uncontrollably. He steadied himself, cursing his own cowardice. What great storms had he not weathered on the battlefield? Forcing himself to act resolute, he shouted at Qin Tian, I will count to 3. If you do not kneel by then, I swear to turn you into a sieve. 1, 2. Sun Chihue indeed began to count. However, Qin Tian merely regarded him with a mocking expression, remaining perfectly still. Witnessing this, Sun Chihue felt a profound sense of humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he thundered, die. His finger twitched, ready to pull the trigger. But at that moment, a figure shot forth from the crowd like lightning. This person dashed before Sun Chihue, knocked the gun from his hand, and seized his collar, delivering a flurry of resounding slaps. The crisp sound echoed, leaving Sun Chihue momentarily dazed. He could hardly discern his assailant's features before receiving a dozen stinging blows. A truly humiliating experience. After delivering the final slap, the figure casually tossed Sun Chihue aside, as if discarding a dead dog, leaving him crumpled by the trash can. Several soldiers rushed over to help Sun Chihue to his feet. His face was swollen and bruised, resembling a pig's head. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a mouthful of blood erupted forth, revealing several shattered teeth within. His fury reached a boiling point as he glared at the young man who had just struck him. Roaring, you dare to seek death? Someone shoot him. Before he could finish his threat, he stood frozen in shock. The soldiers gazed at the young man who had slapped Sun Chihue with expressions of astonishment. The young man appeared to be in his 20s with sharp brows and bright eyes, radiating an aura of heroism. It was Long Yun. Long Yun looked at Sun Chihue with a mocking smile and said coldly, Sun Chihue, what were you about to say? Did you wish to say you would shoot me? As Sun Chihue regained his senses, a look of terror washed over his face. The freshly risen Qin Sankai, oblivious to Sun Chihue's change in expression, shouted angrily at Long Yun, you dare to strike our vice commander's son? Kneel now if you wish to live. But before Qin Sankai could finish his sentence, Sun Chihue's legs buckled, and with a thud, he knelt to the ground. This startled Qin Sankai, who hurriedly exclaimed, Vice Commander's son, I meant for that dog to kneel. Why did you kneel first? Get up, Sun Chihue. Upon hearing this, nearly choked with rage. How could Qin Sankai be so utterly oblivious? Noticing Sun Chihue's silence, Qin Sankai grew bolder in his insults towards Long Yun, that you're finished. If anything happens to our vice commander's son, your life won't be worth 10 of your own. I kneel to your mother. The words came not from Long Yun or Qin Tian, but from the furious Sun Chihue. He sprang up,